Do you want to become a graphic designer? Do you want to learn how to design your own book or logo? Maybe you want to create effective marketing materials for your business. This course will help you get started. Hi, I'm Kara, Content Manager of Design at LinkedIn Learning. I bring together renowned instructors and our world-class production teams to create all the courses you'll find in our graphic design learning library. We created this course to help you take the first steps to learning design. We'll begin at the first stage of the design process, concept development. This is the most critical stage and one many often skip. Making an informed choice can mean the difference between effective designs versus just pretty designs. After that, we'll explore creativity. Creativity is one of the most important skills to help you thrive as a designer. You can learn how to break out of a creative rut and learn to silence that stifling creative inner critic. We'll then explore the fundamental building blocks of graphic design: color, typography, and layout. These topics are essential for all design and a perfect place for any new designer to begin. We'll also look at different types of design, including logos, magazines and catalogs, digital publishing, and more. From there, we'll move on to the topic of software. I'll walk you through all the major players so you'll feel confident that the tools you learn will meet the needs of your projects. This course is meant to be a general overview of the topics you need to know. I won't be covering them in depth, but I will provide suggestions of LinkedIn Learning courses that focus on each topic. So let's get started learning all about design and the design skills you need to create great work. So, you have a design project and you are ready to dive into InDesign to start creating. Before you do, take the time for one of the most important, yet often overlooked, parts of the design process: concept development. Before you turn on your laptop or iPad, the right way to start any design project is to pick up your old trusty pencil and paper and simply sketch. When you first brainstorm an idea, it's usually the most common and expected solutions that first pop into your head, so it's vital that you push beyond those. Sketching will force you to use your imagination. Find a quiet and inspiring place to work, grab a coffee, put on your favorite music, and give yourself a specific amount of time to really think, research, and experiment. If you need a boost of inspiration to help you start, Stefan Muma's Creativity, Generate Ideas in Greater Quantity and Quality is a great resource to learn helpful idea generation tips. Another effective strategy in design is using story. Some of the greatest designs that have captured our attention and our hearts have done so because they use story. In our course, Storytelling for Designers, you'll learn the elements of a compelling story and how to weave narrative into pictures and graphics in a way that your audience will respond to. An important component of storytelling involves creating an emotional connection with an audience member. So remember, design is so much more than colors, images, and typography. The way to set your design apart is starting with a strong concept. In this age of everything digital, it's still essential to sketch and draw your ideas. Sketching away from the computer and all the distractions it holds allows you to focus on concepts and outline a direction that supports the goals of your project. It's easy to get pulled into choosing fonts and picking colors you love versus making thoughtful and informed decisions about how these elements work together and what they communicate. Think of it as one of your key tools alongside your favorite software and apps. You don't have to be a master draftsman, but you do need to feel like you can convey your ideas quickly with simple sketches. If your drawing skills are strong, this can be a huge asset and a valuable skill that you can bring to your team and clients. If you're able to create some of your own illustrations, this can also save time and money. Now, if you don't feel like your drawing skills are where you'd like them to be, don't panic. Look for our Drawing Foundation series. Here, you'll get guidance on perspective, shading, drawing the figure and landscapes, and more. These are more traditional fine art drawing courses and will teach you how to render what you see. For another great group of courses, look at the drawing challenges with talented illustrator Von Glitschka. Whether you choose one of his 5-day challenges or the 21-day challenge, they are really fun and will get you into a daily habit of drawing. So grab a sketchbook and start getting your brilliant ideas down on paper. Why should you care about graphic design history? In the words of Sean Adams in his course, Learning Graphic Design History, one of the best tools to be a great designer is to have a wide visual vocabulary. History gives us that. Designers often focus on what's hot today and spend time trying to determine what's going to be hot tomorrow. Design is a field obsessed with all things on the cutting edge. Having knowledge of design evolution and cultural influence gives you a smarter and more varied toolbox to work from. Understanding the simplicity of the typography and emotional connection to color of the Bauhaus, as well as the handmade and unique principles of the arts and crafts movement, may help inspire your best work. It's also helpful to know what design trends were popular when, so you can use those styles in a design related to that time period. For example, say you're designing a poster promoting an exhibit of rock memorabilia from the 60s. Your design will more effectively communicate the event if the colors and typefaces you choose are from that period. Knowing history is essential to creating remarkable design. Creativity is the fuel artists and designers depend on. Many believe it's an elusive force that comes out of thin air, except when it doesn't. Who hasn't sat in front of a blank canvas, a sheet of paper, or a computer screen waiting for inspiration to strike? Creativity is more complex than simply thinking of ideas. It can also involve overcoming major emotional blocks. As artist Amy Nguyen shares in the weekly series Creativity for All, she feels fear and vulnerability when looking at a big looming white canvas. In this same series, photographer Ben Long shares his taxonomy of creative fears, ranging from a fear of bad ideas to a fear of discovering you're not good at what you do. Yet another creative block can be our own harsh inner critic, and Denise Jacobs created an entire course to help you with this, called Banish Your Inner Critic to Unleash Creativity. Are you seeing a pattern here? Even experienced creative professionals struggle with finding and nurturing creativity. Do you experience this? I know I have. Now, take a deep breath. There are so many courses that can help you with your own creative practice, such as Creativity Bootcamp, Learning Brainstorming, and Breaking Out of a Creative Rut. It's not always easy to find the fuel you need to break through a creative impasse, but hopefully some of these ideas can help you go beyond it and create designs that you truly love. The core elements that make up every design are layout, typography, and color. To be a good designer, you have to have a deep understanding of how each of these elements contributes to the overall message. It's like cooking. You need to know each of your ingredients and what they'll go well with before you can combine them successfully. Layout is extremely important because it's the structure or skeleton of the piece and therefore drives the overall design. Layouts can feel peaceful and serene, dynamic and functional, or even chaotic. The right mood for the work just depends on the audience and the goal of the piece. Almost anything goes in the right context, with one exception, a design that feels dull or lifeless. This is all determined by your choices of color, balance, scale, and density of type and image. These are the elements of design that, when used correctly, will enable you to set the right tone and create a strong composition. The role of type in design is so much more than just communicating a message in words. Type creates an impression before the words are even read. Good typography communicates the message of the design. It should be tailored to the intended audience through the chosen typeface and how it's set. For example, the goal for the typography on an income tax return form is legibility. There is no room for creative expression here, and the design is purely functional. On the other hand, if you're designing a poster for an exciting event, the type is critical to create interest and represent the appropriate feel. Typography is complex, but once you know the rules, you'll know when you can push the boundaries a bit, and you'll be able to set beautiful type like a pro. Color plays an important role in every design, both visually and emotionally. Color can be a crucial part of brand identity. Color can make us feel a certain way. And because of the cultural connotations associated with color, it also plays a huge role in helping to communicate a message. Think of these three elements, layout, type, and color, as your building blocks of design. With a solid understanding of how to use all three, you will be on your way to creating designs that your viewers will connect with. Graphic design is all around us, from logos, magazines, and posters, to signs, product packaging, and marketing pieces, not to mention social media. Each type of design has a specific job. Understanding what that job is will help you create a successful design. Regardless of the type of project, the job of design is to attract attention while visually communicating the essence of what or who it represents in the most immediate way. There's a common misconception that good design is beautiful, but getting it right isn't just about making it pretty. It's about making sure it delivers your message in a way that resonates. So let's talk about a few different types of design projects. Logos are highly condensed graphics, packed with meaning. Because of that, every design decision is that much more critical when it comes to crafting the message it communicates and who it communicates to. The most important first step is understanding the client, who they're trying to reach, and what they're trying to say. With that information in hand, you can then explore which colors, images, and type will best communicate the intended message to the intended audience. Magazine design is complex due to the volume of text and images a designer needs to organize and present logically. Its main job is to present the content to the reader in a way that's easy to navigate while also creating an immersive experience. Infographics are visual representations of information, and their job is to tell stories in a fun, engaging, and easy-to-digest way. Lastly, we have marketing materials and catalogs. These have a number of jobs that we've already mentioned, such as capturing our attention, telling the story of the brand, and in some cases, providing visual beauty and delight. These are just a few types of design projects you may work on. But no matter what job you have, it's essential that you truly understand the product or client you're promoting, the intended audience, and the purpose of the piece. If you don't, you'll fail to communicate your message, and its beauty will only be skin deep. We've already discussed the importance of sketching and planning. Once you get your concept down on paper, you'll need to create a digital version for distribution and, in many cases, refinement. Although there's no shortage of tools to choose from, in today's graphic design world, most designers are using three main applications in either desktop or mobile format: Adobe InDesign, Photoshop, and Illustrator. InDesign is a layout tool for producing documents for print and on-screen delivery. This includes print publications, interactive documents, online catalogs, stationery, ebooks, and more. Text and images import easily, and InDesign has a rich collection of tools that will enable you to customize every element of your design. To edit and create images and videos, or work out concepts, Photoshop is your best bet. It's great for taking care of common editing tasks like cropping and straightening, color and tonal adjustments, and retouching. One of the many benefits of editing in Photoshop is the ability to edit non-destructively, working in layers, using masks, and more. Now, when you need to create a work that can be scaled up indefinitely and never degrade in quality, such as logos that may be used at wildly different sizes, you need a program that can create scalable vector art. Illustrator is perfect for this. It's also great for creating freehand drawings, as well as tracing and recoloring scanning or captured art. Many use Illustrator for creating logos and icons, illustrations, and even setting type. It's an essential tool for any designer. Learning software takes time, but these types of programs are vitally important and can enable you to create work beyond what you can create with pen and paper alone, opening up endless possibilities. There are many things to consider when it comes to print. Costs can range wildly, depending on the quantity, size, printing method, paper, special treatments, finishes, and more. There are a lot of decisions to be made for each printed piece, and one uninformed choice can result in unexpected costs and outcomes. Let's say you're doing a brochure for a cosmetics company, and your client wants to show off the bright colors and shine. If you choose the wrong paper, that image could be dull and lifeless, resulting in a blown schedule due to an expensive reprint, and worse, an unhappy client. But don't worry, when it comes to print, you don't need to know everything. You just need to know the right questions to ask, and you need to share the details of your vision with your printer. If they know the look you're going for and the budget you need to stick to, they can help you make the right choices. We have a series of courses called Print Production Essentials that covers packaging, folding, choosing paper, and more. Managing your first print project doesn't have to be intimidating. By applying the knowledge you'll learn in these courses, you'll have the confidence to be able to make the right decisions and have a successful outcome. When creating a piece that will be digitally distributed, you have a number of options. The most common is a PDF. Most can access it, but it's fairly limited in terms of interactivity or rich media support. Adobe's Publish Online is another easy-to-use option that allows users to publish a document via a unique URL. This way, anyone with the link, desktop or mobile, can access it. You also have the ability to include any of InDesign's interactive elements, including hyperlinks and buttons, audio and video files, multi-state objects, and even InDesign animations. Additional options with easy-to-use interfaces, perfect for social media posts, are Adobe's Spark Post and Canva. These are WYSIWYG applications, or what you see is what you get, that give users the ability to combine photographs, illustrations, and text into a single post. This is a space that's changing quickly, so be sure to do your homework before setting out. Creating and distributing ebooks has become significantly easier and more accessible over time. The tricky bit is knowing which format is right for your project. Ebooks have come a long way in terms of developing industry-wide standards, including EPUB, which is now the most widely supported format. But if you're serious about distributing your ebook far and wide, you can't ignore Amazon's Kindle format. This is a proprietary format that is only available on Amazon. If you're new to design and want to produce and publish your own book, Apple's iBooks Author is a beautiful and easy-to-use solution if you're okay with your book being available on Apple devices only. One more great option is Adobe's Publish Online, an easy-to-use tool that allows you to publish directly from InDesign as long as you aren't planning on monetizing your book. The technology around ebooks is always evolving, so research the various platforms often so you have the most up-to-date specs on each one. Let's take a moment to go beyond the basics of design and discuss some other key things that will help you on your career path. Brand strategy is a critical part of design, and yet designers aren't typically trained in communication or marketing. Branding is a complete system that communicates a brand's message and therefore impacts all aspects of your design project, from packaging to marketing. Emotional connection and consistency all play a role in good brand design. Where and how you work are important considerations and require different skill sets. Do you want to work for yourself or at an agency? Or do you want to be part of an in-house design team? If your dream is to land a spot on an in-house design team, this is very different from working as a freelancer. You'll want to be armed with really great interpersonal skills and find ways to thrive in a corporate and at times more bureaucratic environment. On the other hand, if you plan to run your own design business, knowing how to earn passive income while you're focused on more intensive design projects may be a major part of keeping your business profitable. And one last thought, and this is really important. Remember that as with any field, having related skills that keep you well-rounded will help set you apart. Here are a few examples. Having solid photography skills may help you land a project creating social media designs. A good working knowledge of web design will keep you current and relevant and expand your design skills beyond print. And an understanding of art direction may help open doors to opportunities for promotion at your company. My parting words of advice are keep an eye out for ways you can expand your skills, have the courage to try new things, and always be learning. I hope this course has provided you with a helpful overview of our amazing design courses and empowered you to determine what you need to learn and where to get started. There are 2 series that I especially want to point out. Our Essential Training series is a great place to start when learning a new piece of software. And check out our Foundation series for more information on the key elements of design, such as layout, color, typography, and more. Both series have been created for those who are new to a topic, so they cover the essentials and will prepare you to start your design journey with confidence. We also have a number of weekly series where a single technique is covered in one movie. This will give you a quick dose of inspiration, learning, and creativity when you may not have the time to get into a longer course. The topics are really varied, so you never know what cool new thing will be featured and how that may influence the work you're doing. Regardless of where you're at in your design education, there will always be something new to learn. You got this. Thanks for watching.
Hello there, my name's Tony Harmer and I'd like to welcome you to this course introducing you to the world of graphic design. Increasingly referred to these days as communication arts, but I think for the sake of clarity throughout, we'll stick with graphic design. This course has been written based on my experiences in enterprise design teams, small to medium businesses, as well as being a freelance designer for many, many years. You may well enjoy such variation in your career, and indeed, I hope that is the case. I'm convinced variety is an essential component of keeping it fresh and real in this profession, as it may be so in others. So you're just starting out, and what we've aimed for here and what I've tried to put together for you is the essential guide to becoming a graphic designer in an easy to digest form. We'll be covering the fundamental concepts and topics associated with being a graphic designer, looking at the elements of graphic design and using the recognised industry standard production tools. There are quizzes at the end of each chapter, and I'll also be giving you a few small exercises to practice with. These are entirely self-guided and there's no actual answer to any of them. It will be up to you to self-critique or maybe discuss with your peers, your friends, or even perhaps your family. You should find them fun though, and they're nice to revisit from time to time. Some of the later chapters have exercise files so that you can work along, and you can download those to your computer and keep them in a handy location while you're working throughout the course, and an overlay will tell you which file you need to have open. Everywhere you look, graphic design is all around you. The interface on the device that you're looking at this course on, the cover of almost every book you own, the packet of your morning cereal, the titles of your favourite film or programme, the logo on the brand of your favourite shoes, the cover of your favourite album, some of the clothes and t-shirts you wear. It's everywhere. And graphic design is the art of using visual elements, typography and colour to convey a message. It's about communication, it's about interpretation, and it's about attraction, and it's been with us for a very long time, developing and evolving alongside our societies. Although many people think that graphic design is just about making pretty pictures, it's of course so much more than that. It's about understanding a message and using a combination of research, creativity and media to convey that message in a way that is both aesthetically and functionally balanced. You'll find a lot of different titles for all of the disciplines around the world of graphic design. But all of them, no matter what their job title is related to, in their specialism, they will have studied and employ the fundamental elements of layout and composition, colour and typography. This course has a chapter devoted to each of those topics where you can get started on your journey into the world of graphic design. But first, let's take a look at the creative process, how we get from an idea to a finished work. What is the creative process? If we're talking about creativity itself, then it's a very difficult thing to pin down. And you're going to find there are probably as many theories about creativity as there are people who create. Essentially, it's the ability to go beyond traditional concepts, patterns, rules, interpretations, and relationships to create or synthesize something new and meaningful as a result. Simply put, creativity is a way of thinking. There's no magic formula that can be used for every circumstance or recipe for guaranteed success. Part of your journey as a designer will indeed involve failures if you're doing it right. It's owning and learning from them that will help you to improve. But the process, for our purposes here as graphic designers and communication artists, begins with a creative brief. And after that, the process I work to is distilled down into 3 phases, which are research, where you gather all of your background information; ideation, where you work things out and employ your creativity and iterate with different ideas; and finally production, where the final artwork is prepared for delivery. In this chapter, we'll take a look at the topics of research and ideation in a little more detail. Towards the end of this title, you're going to get to do some common production tasks in the industry standard tools of Adobe's Creative Cloud. So let's dig in and find out more about the creative brief. A good creative brief is developed by the client and or the designer, and quite frequently together. It forms the definition of a project and needs to inform everyone working on it of its goals, scope and vision. It'll identify the target audience, the overall objectives and the potential lifespan of the project, along with any constraints and some scheduling details. It's this that you'll refer to throughout the phases to ensure that the ideas and the work are meeting those objectives. An example of the content of a creative brief, and not necessarily in this order, would include something like why. What's the scope of the project, including its goals? What's going to be produced? The message that's intended to be conveyed, and the CTA, or call to action. It's the compelling argument or offer that's meant to invoke some sort of anticipated response. Who the target audience is that the project is aimed at. How, the message and tone of the content, and the timeline for all of the different phases and the deliverables, as well as the stakeholders. Who needs to be involved in the project, who's managing which parts, who signs off each of those parts, and indeed the final production. And then the bottom line, the budget, which is the final amount which will be invoiced at the end of the project. Design begins with research. It may be that you get handed exactly what you require by your client or a team that you work with, but it's also likely that you'll need to collect some or all of the information yourself as well. With the client, you'll need to be familiar with the brand and its values. You'll need to find out about their tone and their mood. Could you personify their customers or the intended audience if the aim is to attract a new audience? You'll have to look at aspects of their identity and take into account their use of typography, their colours, the imagery they use, any logos or other marks which are often called graphic devices, current imagery and more. The better your research, the more likely your project will be a pretty good approximate fit from the outset. Armed with your research, you should now be able to move into the ideation phase. Begin with creating something like mind maps to distill your thoughts, and then create mood boards to show them physically and work as a reference throughout the ideation phase. Mood boards are a collection of different sources derived from your research and initial ideas that you can add to and refine as you bounce thoughts around. Use the web, use books, use your camera, use fabrics, use anything that you feel is connected to your ideas. Typically, and in my humble opinion, the best way, these are a form of collage on physical boards, such as foam core board that you can stick things to easily with glue and will accept pins and so on. If you preferred, you could just as easily use a digital board on a site like Pinterest, and I suppose the advantage there is you don't need to be in the same location to view the boards with your colleagues. The downside would be that you're maybe not exploring other sources effectively, and you're robbing yourself of the wonderful tactile experience of sticking loads of inspiration onto boards. Also, all of that is giving you more time to think and process. How you decide to assemble yours, of course, is entirely up to you. And when I'm working on a project essentially myself, I admit I use both approaches. But when I've worked in teams, it's been the physical variety almost every time, often taking up a whole wall in the studio as well. When you are visualizing ideas, it's important not to bypass entirely the process of sketching out your ideas and jumping straight into the production software. This is perhaps a bad idea for a number of reasons, but mostly that your level of expertise may inhibit your creativity. You're thinking more about the operation of software than you are your idea. While that pencil is busy skipping across the page making marks as you're making those roughs, your brain is processing all the time, and this can sometimes be where you have that aha moment. So don't skip over that particular part of the process. It's a valuable time that should move quickly, be responsive to change or new branches of thought, and really explore the possibilities without over-investing in production technique. You shouldn't worry too much about the production stages at this time. You'll cross that bridge when you come to it, as it were. While the previous movie suggests that ideation is completely analog, it is possible to work at least partly digital though. Personally, I'm a huge fan of Adobe Photoshop Sketch. It allows me to work in a way that still gives me time to process what I'm doing, but with some of the advantages of the digital world, such as not having to carry an entire studio's worth of media around with me. It's also been designed for ideation and is not really production software such as Illustrator, Photoshop or InDesign that you'd use to assemble the finished work, but it does feed into those products when you're ready to move into production. There's also Adobe Comp that allows you to work on layout ideas. You can even use real production assets as well if you have them, and then push that to the desktop software for further work and refinement. If you want to find out more about mobile apps for designers, then be sure to check out my titles on them here on the library. Production is the final phase of the creative process, and it's the part where all of those software tools come into play and you turn those ideas into actual artwork ready for printing or digital delivery. Artwork in the graphics world is how the final files are referred to, and the term artworker that you may hear is someone who primarily builds production files. As people have become more multi-skilled these days, it's common to hear the term creative artworker used to describe people who both design and prepare artwork. Artwork production is a skill all of its own. It's as meticulous as it is exacting. It's also the part of the process that can go horribly wrong if you're diving into it without learning some very important fundamentals. While most digital projects are relatively straightforward, designing for print is not so. For a good look into the intricacies and pitfalls associated with print production, you could do a lot worse than checking out Claudia McHugh's course, Learning Print Production, after watching this course. She's got a wealth of production knowledge and she delivers it with good humour, so you'll enjoy it and it will be time well spent, trust me. I'm being completely honest when I tell you that being on good terms with printers and learning to understand their role in the end of stream production process has saved my neck on more than one occasion. I had a slight insight as I actually started out as a printer, but I moved from the shop into the studio. It wasn't that I was a bad printer, but my heart wasn't in it because I longed to be on the creative side. I just didn't have the advantage some of my friends did, and I had to get a job straight from school and earn my way into an education. But that part of my life and career paid dividends, so don't avoid learning more about print production. In the final chapters of this title, we will work through some common tasks in production software that you may come across frequently in your career. and hopefully you'll have an enjoyable experience that will lead you to learning more and more as time goes on. But don't stop at this introduction. You'll need to learn a lot more and continue to do so throughout your career. There is always more to learn. When we talk about a design space, we're talking about the area in which we are working. And I'm not talking about your desk and your chair. I'm talking about whether it's a page or a spread or a banner or a screen or any other kind of thing that you're designing on. And there are a number of ways that we can divide that up before we begin putting anything onto it. So let's just have a look at a few different ways that we might divide things up and some of the theories around page or design space division. Let's start off by looking at photography, because photography for a long time has employed something called the rule of thirds, and in fact so has classical art, a way of dividing the image up into 9 different sections, all in thirds. And you can treat each section itself as a design environment. Typically, the horizon would have been aligned along the bottom third, although sometimes for an extreme effect, or if you're perhaps doing a landscape, it would be the top third. Anywhere apart from the middle, because that's the bit that's really boring if it looks too symmetrical. You can use the intersections of the lines as points of interest as well. You can align either directly on them or, as is the case here, towards them. Another theory is that of the golden section and the golden spiral or the Fibonacci spiral. And that may help you create a pleasing layout. And you can see here how this layout, or the area within the margins, conforms to a golden spiral layout. So when you're dealing with things like banners, for example, that's a completely different design environment in which the spiral isn't readily accommodated as a whole, but there's nothing to stop you dividing it into sections. You could take an easier approach though and use something like columns, as has been done here. These are pretty much squares as they go out, and you could subdivide those also to help you position other elements, and that way you'll get a nice proportioned layout for whatever environment you're working in. On pages, there's lots and lots of theory around those, but again, the system you're most likely to use is based on columns, and it's quite common to subdivide those so that you get flow lines across the page, just to help you divide things up nicely. And all great design starts that way, by dividing up the design space before you start thinking about the positioning of elements, which is what we're doing in the next movie. Now that we have an understanding of the design space, it's time to take a look at and consider placing elements within it. There are 6 principles of design, the first of which is balance. Elements on the page or in the design space should be balanced evenly within that space, but this doesn't always mean symmetry. Asymmetry works too, and it is just as important to be aware of the negative space as it is of the positive or occupied space. Alignment creates order, allowing elements to be visually connected, and their proximity to one another creates associations, although this doesn't necessarily mean that their location exclusively suggests that similarity. Other design elements, such as colour or typography, can suggest associations with similarity too. Playing with the balance, proximity and alignment can create tension, and again here, using the negative space but also breaking the frame, that's pushing something out of the design space to some degree, creates tension, and you'll particularly see this technique used a lot in movie posters. Contrast makes impact and can be used to show areas of importance, highlighting the key areas in a design. Contrast is a very, very important element, guiding you through the main areas of your design, and in some cases, with colour particularly, an accessibility consideration too. Repetition adds strength to a design and can help create consistency in a layout by connecting individual elements. Repetition creates a rhythm in your design, and you can actually add beats to that by using interruptions in the repetition too. We can use the principles of balance, alignment, repetition and proximity to create hierarchies in our design, which themselves may repeat throughout it. And finally, space. It's not just the final frontier in Star Trek, because for us it's a consideration as well. One of the Gestalt design principles is that of closure, where we literally fill in the gaps between figures or objects on the layout and ground, the design space behind us, and we can suggest other shapes with shapes and forms that we add to the layout. Now that you've grasped the basics of layout and composition, it's time for us to have a look at grids, which are an essential feature to give you a sense of proportion in the page and help you to build your layout. Let's have a look at some of the anatomical features you'll come across. The first of which is the margins, which gives you a way to position your main layout within the design space, but also some functional reasons as well. If you were working on a book or magazine, for example, you definitely need margins on the outside edges of the pages, because that's where somebody would actually hold the page. Columns can help you to divide up the horizontal space in a layout, and gutters, the space in between those, give a way to pace out those columns. Don't think that you have to stick content exactly within there. Like with everything else, these are just guides. And talking of guides, there's something else that can be introduced to space out your layout into different divisions of the page. And you can add flow lines to those that give you a way to examine the way you're going to present content to the reader in a flow. When you join those things together, what you end up with are sectors, and the sectors can also be expanded out into visual spacing areas and somewhere that you're going to put particular kinds of content. For example, if this was a technical publication, I might have small annotations down one side, just arbitrarily. But they can help you in any way to work out and make sense of where you're going to position elements. So do use grids. They're there to help you, but remember what I said, they're a guide, not a strict rule set. Here's an exercise that you can try out at any time, and in fact you can even refresh it as things move on. What I'd like you to do is find some magazines that you like, and then carefully remove any staples from the binding of the magazine, and try and get the spread out as intact as you can, and ideally stick it to a piece of card or foam core board. Then, with as fine a ruler as you can get, measure all of the different distances inside of that spread and start to compare them as you do that. Print out some web pages and try and identify the grids that they're laid out on. See where the points of interest are in a page, and the things that you can't see you sometimes find by extending lines. So use about 2 or 3 different colors of pencil ideally to do that. This will help you to understand how people are employing page layout techniques, even though they may not be obvious at the time, because there's that old adage, if you're doing something well, no one notices you're doing it at all. Elements shouldn't arrive on the page or in any other design space by accident. Layout and composition are one of the fundamental skills you'll need to master in order to become a proficient designer. Placing things in relation to one another establishes a hierarchy in your design and allows the viewer to be guided around it in a way that should not only be functional, but pleasing. The wireframe drawing here is establishing the layout of a magazine advertisement, and using various layout principles for dividing up the design space and placing elements within it, you can see how the finished ad is composed by using type, color, and image elements to present that visual hierarchy that guides you around the ad. In this chapter, we're going to be looking at some of the guiding principles of layout and composition, starting with looking at design spaces in the next movie. Typography is the word used to describe the art of selecting and arranging type to make its display legible, easy to consume, and appealing. It's an essential component of the graphic design skill set, and you're going to need to develop an understanding of at least the essential typographic terms and conventions. You'll discover it has a language all of its own that's evolved over centuries, and it's still in use today, even in our digital world when we're talking about type. You don't have to learn it all at once though. In this chapter we'll be covering the essentials, and you can learn more as you progress. And I can highly recommend the courses by Ina Saltz and Charles Nix as further viewing when you're ready to dive a little more deeper into the topic later. But for now, we're going to cover some of the most basic terms, some of which you may well know already. So let's see what your basic typographic knowledge is like. In the word on screen now, I have one uppercase glyph or character at the start of this word. We often call these caps or capitals too. The remainder of the type is in lowercase, and they actually get these names from the days of compositing when the type, made of metal, would be kept in wooden cases in upper and lower rows, just in case, no pun intended, you were wondering. Type sits along a line called the baseline. It's invisible to us most of the time, and I say that because some applications like Illustrator display it when you're adding or moving type around. And this is perhaps the most important line for us to be aware of, as it forms the basis of other measurements, as you'll see later in this chapter. Above the baseline is our second most important line, properly known as the X height. And it's the line that determines the height relationship between the upper and lowercase characters. Now there are other lines, but they're used in the construction of the type by the type designer, and we don't need to concern ourselves with those really. For now, you've just discovered the ones you mainly need to be concerned with. There are a couple of terms in the world of typography that are often used interchangeably, but technically they refer to different things. And you might well think, well, that doesn't really matter what you use if you're not a type nerd. Maybe it isn't, but it is useful to at least be aware of the distinctions, even if you're not using it in your day-to-day language. After all, you never know if you may one day require the assistance of one of those type nerds, and they will appreciate you using the correct nomenclature. There are two main terms that are confused, starting with font or typeface. A font is a delivery mechanism for a complete collection of a set of letter forms, like Helvetica Regular is a font. Helvetica Bold is another font. Helvetica Italic is another font. Back in the old days, these would have been metal blocks, each with a complete set of those letter forms that would be used in printing. And these days, the delivery mechanism is a piece of software containing all of the letter forms in the font, mapped to keystrokes along with some other information to make it easy to use. The typeface is the design of the letter forms, known as the characters or glyphs, and we'll speak about that in just a moment, that you see. And years ago, someone gave me a really simple way to express this using one of my guilty pleasures, cookies. Imagine you have some rolled out cookie dough and you reach for the cookie cutter to make some yummy cookies. The cookie cutter is the font. The yummy cookies that it makes are the typeface. Now, before we take a suddenly much needed cookie break, let's just resolve the thing I mentioned a moment ago. Is it character or glyph? Well, characters are the letters that you type. Glyphs are the characters that are displayed. Now, in this quote here from Paula Scher, if I decide to change the font I've used for the word meaning to an italic variant, the characters I typed were exactly the same, but the glyphs that you see are different. If I do the same with spirit and use a bold variant here, again, the characters I typed are the same, but I'm using a bold font instead of the original one. And if I go for the word combination and change that to a bold italic font, you can see that I'm now actually using in this quote alone, 4 fonts just there. So with that out of the way, let's learn about some further type anatomy. In this movie, we're going to take a look at some of the anatomical characteristics of letter forms because it gives us a point of reference when we're evaluating different typefaces for use in our projects. So let's start here with the letter H that has an ascender. That's a feature moving up above the X height, and the letter Y, which has a descender moving down below the baseline. Now this is a serif typeface, and on this letter P we can see one of the serifs at the top here on the left and also down at the bottom. Now if you want to be clever with the ones at the bottom, because they're mirrored in that way coming off of the stem, the main upward stroke of the character, you can refer to them as bilateral serifs. On the right hand side, the curvy bit, that's described as the bowl, and the negative space inside of that is referred to as the counter. Now the counter is the main feature in the letter O. It doesn't have a lot else to shout about really, other than its line of stress, which is, if you imagine the thin part there, the angle of that is often known as its line of stress. The letter Q that I'm showing you here, that has a counter, but it's interrupted at the bottom with a tail, which sounds like actual physical anatomy, and there's a lot of that in type, such as here with the letter K, which has a leg and an arm. If I go to the letter H, that has a shoulder, a characteristic that many letters have. Now, interestingly enough, this has almost a fully enclosed negative space inside of it, and when you come across that, it's referred to as an open counter in most cases. The lowercase e has a very large open counter, which if it was me, I'd call that the mouth, because the area above it is actually referred to as the eye in the case of an e. And you can see here how this particular one, which is quite cute actually, looks like a laughing face. The letter G that I'm showing you now, this is an example of a two-story character in that it fully fills up both the baseline to X height space and the baseline to descender space. This one has an ear at the top of it, and the curvy bit at the bottom, in the case of this G, is known as a loop. And linking that to the main body, we have the link. And of course, there are two counters there. The letter S doesn't have a stem, it has instead a spine, and if you think about it, that looks very much like the curve of a spine. Not quite that steep an angle, but you get the idea. This character also has a beak, and you'll find that on a few different characters as well. This 5 numeral has a flag as its main stroke across the top, and it's easy to imagine that as being perceived as a flag blowing in the wind. This letter F has a cross stroke, sometimes called a bar as well, going across the main stem of the character. And it has as well a teardrop terminal, as does the letter R that is on screen now. Now, this letter A has a different kind of terminal in that area. It's called a heavy drop terminal. You could imagine it's like a piece of water gaining in volume off the edge of a leaf or something that's about to drop. And a terminal is the end of any stroke. And if you imagine back in the days when it was hand lettering that was doing this, this is where these names come from. So there you are, there's just a few. There's no de facto language across the entire world, but you can make yourself understood with other people when you're dealing with type, in the same way that I might say tomato and you may say tomato, for example. We could figure out what we were talking about. Type had existed for quite some time before any attempts were made to classify the different typefaces. The earliest efforts were almost all made by printers, and they all failed in their attempts, and that's probably because they might have been looking after their own particular business interests, as you could understand. In 1954, the French cartoonist, writer, amongst many other things that he did, Maximilien Vaux, devised a system of classification for typefaces, grouping them together by their main characteristics. And although there have been many other attempts at categorizing type, it's the Vaux classification that is the most widely accepted system in use today. As this is an introductory course, however, we're going to use something that's slightly more straightforward and look at the classifications that are used on the Typekit website, which if you're a Creative Cloud user, you are quite likely to use. And if you want to, you could always dig deeper into type classification later on. So the classifications at Typekit are slightly more accessible, I think, to the new user, and divided into 8 classes. And the grid here shows those 8 classes pretty much as they're represented on the website. So let's start with sans serif. So that's type without serifs, the extending features that you find at the end of strokes that serif typefaces have. And these letter forms have these small projecting features that you will have seen in the movie on Type Anatomy, and you get them along with vertical strokes and diagonal to vertical strokes, and at the end of certain features as well. Next on from there, we've got slab serif, and they are much wider, much bolder, much more heavy versions of serifs. Then we have script, and they're based upon the varied strokes made by pens, and they have 2 varieties. There's formal, as you can see here, the sort of thing you maybe would have on an invite or something like that. And then casual, which crosses over with one of the classes you'll find later on. After that, we've got black letter, and that's based on the earliest printing typefaces. This is a very stylized version of such a thing. Then we have mono, which is short for monospaced, and these fonts have characters that all occupy the same character width, similar to the way that typewriters used to work. Now, it might help you to know that all character glyphs have an invisible box that surrounds them. With a monospace font, the boxes are all of the same size, irrespective of the actual width of the glyphs. In contrast, other font types are known as proportional, and they have varied widths according to each character. Let's take a look at an example here, where the word growling is set in Courier, which is a monospaced font, and you can see that the glyph boxes that I've attempted to approximate fairly accurately here are of a uniform width. Now let's bring in another line that's set in a proportional font. This happens to be Baskerville here. And if I bring in the glyph boxes, you'll see that they're all in proportion to the character widths. The eagle-eyed amongst you have probably noticed that some of those boxes overlap as well, but we'll get onto that soon enough. The next class we've got to look at is handwritten. And these are designed to look like hand-rendered lettering made with pens or brushes, and some of these may cross over to some extent with the informal script variety. And finally, we have decorative, and these are large display fonts, mostly intended to be made really big. You wouldn't use these for body copy, that's the main text in a document, but they are great for headings and anywhere where you need to use large type. They grab attention and they're much more expressive. And that's it. Typekit, if you're interested, by the way, has a thing called Typekit Practice, which is well worth checking out if you really want to get into the details of typography. There's a lot to be had in there too, as well as the other courses here on the library. Something else you're going to come across in the world of typography are ligatures. Simply put, a ligature refers to 2 or sometimes more characters replaced by a specially designed single character. The actual characters are still there It's just that they're optically replaced by the ligature. So if you copy pasted them into a basic text program or something like an HTML editor, for example, the original characters would be what you'd actually see there. The ligatures are a visual replacement in desktop publishing software. Simply put, a ligature refers to two or sometimes more characters replaced by a specially designed single character that has been created primarily to improve the look of characters that may appear to collide, or their proximity just looks awkward. The actual characters are still there, it's just that they are optically replaced by the ligature. So if you copy pasted them into a basic text program or something like an HTML editor, for example, the original characters would be just what you'd see there. The ligatures are a visual replacement made by desktop publishing software. If we look at the line of text we have here, you could perhaps see that with their normal spacing, the capital T and the lowercase h don't look comfortable together at all. And the F of fine, the last of the double Fs in spiffing, they're only narrowly avoiding those tittles. That's the name of that little dot over the lowercase i's and j's. And the F and the L in flower are bumping their ascenders together in a most undignified manner. Now compare that to a line of text that has ligature replacements for those typographic faux pas. And we can now also see there are some other ligatures present also. The ligatures you're seeing in the case of the T and the H, the F and the I, and the F and L together, they're known as standard ligatures, and an application like InDesign, Illustrator or Photoshop can make those substitutions automatically with OpenType fonts. The other kind of ligatures that you're seeing here are called discretionary ligatures, and these offer a more decorative option for you to use, well, at your discretion. And if the font you're using has these, and potentially others included, then you may decide to use those to enhance the optical flow of your text. Whatever measurement system you use in your day-to-day life and work, when you're working with text, you're likely to be using its measurement system of points. You'll sometimes see it written in full like so, but it's much more common to see that abbreviated down to a lowercase p and t for points. There are 72 points in 1 inch, and it might surprise you to know that that didn't become a standardized measurement until the beginning of the desktop publishing revolution in the 1980s, despite it being around for hundreds of years since. And just as we have collective words for groups of things, we have some for type as well. The most common of which is the pica, in which there are 12 points. And you'll see pica abbreviated also down to P. So if that's made of 12 points, you could say that there are 6 picas in 1 inch. And you see it saves a little bit of writing. You haven't got to write 72 pt, you can just write 6p. And occasionally you will see measurements expressed in that shorthand way. 27 points, for example, 27 pt, is equal to 2 pica 3. That means 2 picas, 24 points in total, plus 3 points on the end to make the 27. And you don't need to write the PT after that, in the same way that if someone asked you how tall you were and you said, I'm 5'10", very rarely do people say, I'm 5'10 inches, because you know what the next smallest unit of measurement is. In this movie, we're going to look at some of the character properties that we can apply and change. And to illustrate that, I'm here in Illustrator, no pun intended, and using the character panel. I've got a bunch of different text objects here. I've got 3 separate instances of what's called point text just here, and I've got an instance of some body text just here also. So let me start off by using the top and the most obvious of these things, and that's the font family that is currently in use. And if I click here on the disclosure, you can see that I can cycle through loads and loads of fonts that are installed on my system. If I choose Bodoni 72 just here, whoops, that jumped across to something else, so I'll try that again. Underneath that, I've got the variants, and this will choose other fonts from the same family group. So if I click here, it will show me that I've got book and bold italic and bold, and these are all members of the same family. In fact, if I go back to that list like so, there's a disclosure triangle just here, and if I click it, you can see them there also. So all part of the same family, just different weights and variants. The next thing I can do is change the type size, and if I click on this body text here, I'm just going to dial up this size, and simultaneously, while I dial it up, just take a look at this box here, which deals with the interlinear space or leading, and as I push that up, you'll see that's changing. Now the numbers that are inside there are in parenthesis, which means they are being set automatically by the application. And if I just push that up one more to 20, you can see this is 24, which means it's using the default of 120%. Now I can change that, of course, and override it. And if I just dial this up a bit further, you'll see that the line space there grows, and this may potentially make something easier to read. Within a few points, if you go crazy, then all you're doing is getting the eye to jump a long way between lines, but bringing it down to just something a bit over, about 140%, I think is about the maximum you'd really want to go to, then that can make it easier to read. Underneath that, in the next row, we've got kerning, and kerning is the relationship between pairs of characters. Now if we look at the word properties just here, there are a few things where their spacing isn't desperately even, such as between the T and the I just there. So I'm going to double click here to edit the text and then place my cursor between those two, and I can then dial up the kerning there to move those slightly further apart. And there you go, that's a much more agreeable spacing than it had just a moment ago. Now the reason this doesn't work exactly when I type this is because type is designed with some maths inside of it that spaces the characters out evenly, and that's generally done within a range of about 6 points to somewhere in the mid to late 50 points. Anything like this, because this type is designed for body copy, that you go over that, then those metrics, that's the way of describing them, then they kind of change. The software tries to scale them, but it doesn't always do it successfully. So whenever you're doing big type, watch out for the kerning, because the chances are you'll have to fix it yourself. The next property can be applied over a range of characters. So if I just double click or indeed triple click to select this entire line, I can change this value, which is tracking. And if I push this up, you can see that proportionally all of the character spacing here is changing. And if I pull it down to negative values, then it's getting very close and tight together. Now, there are some kerning issues appearing there at the same time, but that's how you can space out character ranges as well. And if you've got some very small type, a little bit of a positive tracking value possibly helps to make that more readable too. I'm going to skip over the next two things because, like most people who love type, they should never ever ever be used, and that's horizontal and vertical scaling. It's because it distorts the character shapes. So someone's gone to all of the effort of designing beautiful character shapes, and then someone comes along and just changes them. At most, maybe with the width, 1 or 2% can be considered acceptable if it's for copy fitting, but that really is about it, because you won't really notice that. Between 1 and 3, I'd say, is fairly safe. Then we've got baseline shift. If you remember from the basics of type, everything sits along a baseline, and here Illustrator's showing us that baseline. And I can actually shift that and move characters up and down, and sometimes you want to do that for a range of different reasons, but there's a control there. You can do it sometimes to make things look a bit more fun is one excuse you've got for doing it. And character rotation. Now, I don't think this appears in any of the other character boxes in the Creative Cloud applications, but Illustrator has that here. And later on, you'll discover a way that we can do this by clicking and dragging as well. Underneath that, I've got a range of different options, and these are sometimes what is known as faux, that's F-A-U-X, the French word here, fake options. Okay, and these can make changes. So if I just undo what I did there with those characters, if I just back that off just a little bit to set it back to how it was and just change the baseline back down, might take me a moment there. There we go, a few different things. In fact, do you know what? I'm just going to use the other word here just for the minute because it will take too long. If I click on this one, it converts everything to all caps, or that's if you've got an all cap variant. If you don't, it fakes it. Similarly with small caps that you may use on maybe a single line, it's kind of common to use those in formal letterhead sometimes. But again, if the small caps variant doesn't exist inside of the font, it will fake it. And you have to be very, very careful with faked characters because sometimes they don't work out as well as they'd expected further down the line if you're using this in print. Then we've got superscript and subscript. If I select this number here, for example, and click for superscript, this is the sort of thing where you might make a reference like so. It moves it up there. Again, if it doesn't have a particular glyph for that, it will fake it. And the opposite of superscript is subscript. There you go. So if you were doing a formula, it would do that. And if it has the glyph there, it will use it. If not, it will proportionally scale it. And the way you can usually tell visually, this one is an actual glyph here, I believe, because of the weight. Otherwise, they tend to look a bit thin in comparison to the rest of the text. Proportionally, of course, because they're a different size. But this one is okay. And then the last two things you've got on here, which are really desert island solutions, as I like to think of them, are underlining, like so, and you can see how that doesn't work with that baseline shifted character. If I just take that off, and strike through just there. But really, I can't think of any excuse for either of those things. And there you are. In the next movie, we're going to take a look at some paragraph level settings. It's now time for us to take a look at the paragraph level properties that we can change. And I've switched here into InDesign, and I've got a document that has some threaded text. That's the way to refer to text that goes along boxes. And in fact, you can see if I turn that on, if I show the actual text threads that are here. So I'll just go to extras and show text threads there. You can see how they link up. Like so, those arrows pointing from the outflow port, which is this thing, the bottom right hand corner, to the in port, which is the thing at the top left here of all of these frames. Okay, I'll turn that extra back off again actually, so we don't need it. It's just a distraction for the moment. And in InDesign, if I just double click here to start editing the text like so, you do get type controls up here in the control strip, or some people call it the options bar. But just to avoid any confusion or unnecessary distractions, I'm going to use the paragraph panel here as well. So the first paragraph level property we can change is its alignment. Now at the moment, this text is all left aligned. But if I change this to centered, just in this top left paragraph just here, you can see how now that all becomes centered like so. And if I click align right, then it becomes aligned to the right hand edge. I'll just set that back to left. You can sometimes hear this referred to as ragged right, and it's talking about the right edge jumping in and out like so, as it does just down there. So the next option we have is justification, and there are a few justification options available. If I click on the first one of those, it's called justification hanging left. And that means that the lines are all made so they stretch across the entire frame, but whatever's left over at the bottom sits on the left hand side. And you can also have it to the center and to the right as well, if that makes sense for you. The final option in terms of justification is force justification, or justify all lines as it's referred to here. and I urge you to think really carefully before doing that. It can be impactful over short distances, but you've really got to concentrate on getting that right. It can be very, very tricky indeed. And in fact, over a long text, it doesn't do you any favors at all. And in all of the cases with justification, you'll need to work with your hyphenation. You would never turn hyphenation off, which is something else you can do here with justified text. In fact, if I do that with forced justification and do that, you can see how there are big gaps appearing in the text here, and they're known as rivers in typographic speak. You'll also see here that I don't have to select all of a paragraph to apply any of these things, because paragraph level changes can be made just by simply clicking in the paragraph. I click at the top here and change that to centered, like so if I want to. So the next options we have relate to indents, and again, if I could stick with this top left paragraph here and set it back to ragged left just for the moment. Okay, so I've got indentation just here, this first control. If I just dial that up just a little bit, you'll see it indents that paragraph. And I've also got a first line indent, and where this is going to be useful is if I've got things like lists. Bulleted lists typically use first line indent and indentation quite heavily. You can also indent across from the right using this control here, and you have a last line indent as well should you need that. Then we've got spacing before and after. Now, spacing before is typically used in what's called an inflow subheading. So if there was a subheading introduced somewhere here, like in this particular area here, you would want it to have some spacing before the subheading so that it was obvious that you were interrupting the flow at that particular point, and also a little bit of space after as well. Space after is what you generally use on paragraphs. Now, at the moment, I've got one of the typographic crimes, which we'll deal with in a bit, in here, that I've got an extra line that's been typed in. And I'm just going to delete those lines as I'm speaking to get rid of them, because that isn't really the best way to space out your paragraphs. If I just select all of this for a second, or pretty much most of it, I'll change the space after here. And now I'm in control of the amount of spacing, and I'm not introducing any redundant characters at all. And that is the best way to space things out. If you're not having any spacing, then it's typical to indent the first line, and you might find novels that have that as well. And that's a way that you can easily distinguish between paragraphs like so. And there's nothing to stop you technically using just a tiny bit of both if it helps to make the flow easier for the reader. Then another feature that you've got here is a drop cap, and so that's the capital that drops over several lines. I'm just going to remove any indentation here from this line. Whoops, went a little bit too far on InDesign telling me off just there for doing that, so I'll just bring that down to 0 manually like so. Okay, and now I'll introduce a drop cap, and I want it to go over 3 lines, so I'll dial that up like so, and now it's doing that. And that's another way to distinguish a particular paragraph. Not usual to have it throughout the whole text, but quite often if you're doing a book at the beginning of chapters. And you can also specify a number of characters there, but bear in mind that might make for awkward breaks of a word just there. So drop caps, still a useful feature, although not used terribly much today. And there you are. Those are the basics of your paragraph alignment. In the next movie, we're going to take a look at how we go about selecting type. So how do you go about choosing the typefaces to go with your project? You're going to need to think about the subject matter itself, the audience, and also the medium. You'll find everything has its own typographic voice, as well as some expectations from an audience, although that doesn't mean you can't challenge those expectations. Let's take a look at just a few examples. So if we were doing a poster for Pop Off the Clown, this probably wouldn't be the best type to use. In fact, it looks like it's been done by his mum in Microsoft Word. It's like given up already. This one, at first, you might think, no, that's not appropriate either. But again, it depends on the subject and the audience. What if Pop Off the Clown is one of those alternate comedians at a comedy festival, in which case something like this may well be appropriate. Something like this is probably going to be a better fit if the audience is going to be the typical audience of clowns. This uses a typeface, but it's been modified to look slightly hand-drawn, and also an attempt at kind of invoking the character without actually having the character present by putting the counter of the P in red to simulate a red clown's nose. Let's look at a few more. So this is Jeff Vader, my accountant. It's not really, it's just a picture of an accountant. But do you think the typeface that's being used here would be appropriate for such a person? Probably not really, because accountants deal with very, very serious things, and you don't want to feel like you're putting your finances in the hands of a circus. Equally, an attempt at being modern like this wouldn't work either. It's just way too whimsical. What would probably be more appropriate, and I say probably because I'm not going to make the choice for you, this is something you will need to decide on yourself how you do it, but something light and modern like so with a bit of a slant maybe gives the impression that they're efficient and businesslike. Jeff, by the way, did want me to show you what a fun character he was by having this fun version of it. It's not fun really at all. But this is another example here where there's some variation, and the variation is created by two different weights of type. And contrast is an interesting thing when bringing in type. If you're working on a publication, a printed publication, then a serif-based typeface for the body copy, which will be your main concern in everything apart from magazines, where you can pretty much go for broke most of the time because they're effectively like posters as a double-page spread. But you're going to need something that has a good colour. Now, that's got nothing to do with chroma, but if you squint at it, you'll see it presents here a nice subtle greyness going down the page, and there is some variation inside there, so it's really nice colour, and of course the addition of other weights in there would work. And then you could choose something that contrasted with that typeface, such as a sans serif heading, for example. If you were doing something on a web page, then you might need to consider first of all larger type, because they're typically presented around about 3 to 6 points larger on web pages than they are in print. So something sans serif here, and possibly a serif or a slab serif heading for typical body text would work quite well, and it would sit and give again a nice colour in the page. How you choose things, of course, is entirely up to you, but one of the things you're looking for is contrast. And there's a very simple rule here. You want things that have differences. They don't have to be a sans serif and a serif, although that is a great combination. They can be differences in weight that would work as well. The simple rule to bear in mind is if you're going to have differences, go big or go home. Don't make wimpy decisions on things, because if they look too similar, then it won't work at all. But combinations entirely subjective. You need to bear in mind who's watching it, what their expectation is, whether you're challenging it, and also the medium it's presented in. Here are some guidelines that you could work to. They're general rules of thumb, really. Headlines should always be large and placed prominently on the page. Now, conventionally, that's at the top, but it doesn't necessarily have to be there. They could be down the margin or in one of the thirds. It depends what you're working on. If you're in a magazine where they have exceptions to many, many rules in the magazine world, you'll have a lot more latitude to play with it. But remember what the purpose of a headline is. It's to inform the reader and to some degree entice the reader to consume the text below. So to know what it's about and then to read it. A typeface that is not truly legible is not truly a typeface, and that is very, very true. There are some really out there, for want of a better phrase, typefaces that exist, but they're really meant for use on things like posters, maybe premises display signs and those things. where they're being used more of an image, in fact, type as an image, which is a thing, right? It's not something I'm just saying, it is actually a thing, but that's what they're there for. So don't try and use something like that in main copy, headline copy, and so on of a document, because your reader will just be confused by it. They won't consume the text, and you're defeating your own objective. Limit the number of typefaces in your document to 3 at most, and when you're starting out, cut that down to 2. In fact, try and keep it to 2 throughout the entire length of your career, unless you're doing something again in a magazine for a particular reason, or going retro circus poster or whatever. 3 is the absolute maximum. It is possible to create beautiful documents with a single typeface that has many, many fonts inside of it. So Myriad, for example, one from the Adobe type library that's installed with the Creative Cloud apps, that has several font variants inside of there with many, many weights that you could use to change your hierarchy and to make that clear, and to do all of the decoration necessary with your text. Never set the text, or body copy as it may be referred to, of a document in capitals. At most, 1 line of caps should be as far as it goes. And if you're using small caps, that's where you get proportionally scaled uppercase letters to replace the lowercase text. Only use fonts that have those actual glyph shapes in them. Many softwares actually offer ways to fake that by scaling down the capital letters to a smaller size, but it's really obvious to people who love type, and people notice far more than you think. Keep your measure between 45 and 75 characters per line. That's what the word measure means in typography. It's really all about the journey that the eye takes to read a line and skip to the next one, which is why newspapers are set into columns, so that you can skip backwards and forwards with just small movements to read the text, rather than spanning the entire width of a page. So 45 to 75 is a pretty good rule of thumb to have a decent measure of text. Readability is one of the main purposes of typography. If you're using smaller text, then use fonts that have decent X heights and use good spacing to optimize the readability of that text. Remember what we were talking about a moment or two ago in the character measure. It is all about readability. You have to look at it from the perspective of your reader and make it easy for them to consume the text, and by extension for you to achieve your objective in communication. Always think really hard about using fully justified text. That's sometimes called force justified text, and it's where the characters meet at the ends of every line. In small doses, I think that can be really, really impactful, but you need quite some skill to make it work over larger lengths of text. And what you want to avoid are the rivers. Those are the big gaps that you see appearing inside of paragraphs when the characters and the word spacings are being modified to make sure that there's a character on the far left and the far right of a column. Just think really hard about having to use that, because it can look just as awful as it can be impactful. In terms of size, body text should be between 10 and 12 points in print and 15 to 25 on the web. If I recall correctly, the browser default is 16 on there, but again, that's a good size for a reader. You don't want people squinting or straining to see text. And the spacing in between text should be at least 120% of the text size, and at most 145%. So just as an example, if we were using 10-point text, 120% of that would be 12 point as the interlinear space or leading size, and 145% would be 14.5. Just get the spacing nice. Again, it's about the transit of the eye across the text. Jumping across big gaps between lines can be just as wearing as overly long measures, and in fact it can look worse because you don't know if the things are actually related to one another. Finally, rules are made to be bent and broken. If you can justify it, if you've got a reason to do it and you believe in it, then bend and break those rules. That's how great things sometimes happen. But you always need to consider why you're doing these things. Don't just do it, and you may need to justify it to the person who pays the bill. Hi, Detective Serif here. In this movie, we're going to take a look at some of the things that are considered crimes in the world of typography and that you should try and avoid at all cost. First offender is the common amateur crime of distorted type, which has been scaled horizontally or vertically, usually perpetrated because offenders think it will fill the space better and it looks fine. It doesn't, and it doesn't. Another common offender is a double space following a period or a full stop. And this practice goes back to the days of typewriters that required monospace characters for mechanical reasons. And since the advent of proportional type in digital fonts, it's an outlaw. Avoid it. Next up is the double hyphen to indicate a break in a sentence. This is acceptable if you're typing a thank you letter to your grandmother, but if you're setting text inside of a proper document for printing or display, it's another crime. You should instead use an M- in its place. Now, some applications will automatically substitute that for you if you type a double hyphen, but otherwise you'll need to type it manually. On a Mac, that's Shift, Option, Hyphen. And on Windows, you can try one of these two things. Alt Control minus, although the minus has to be from the numeric keypad, or hold down the Alt key and type 0151, and that will get you the correct character. Here's the next crime. In some places, you may decide to use Roman type in a vertical orientation. And these characters were never designed to be stacked. Now, if you're typing in Chinese, that's fine because the characters are designed to support that pretty much. But if you feel you must do it, then use caps or small caps, as that at least makes it look more solid. The last one is what I like to call at-fat. All the fonts, all the time. Unless you're creating retro gig or vintage theatrical posters, limit your usage to 3 fonts at most in a project, and ideally 2. As mentioned elsewhere in this chapter, it's best to use font families that support a range of weights to add variation than switch fonts. Now, there are a host of other things considered transgressions by serious type aficionados, but you'll get to those as you learn more and get deeper into the topic. Just try and stay clear of those type crimes for now, alright? Now, while we're on the subject of crimes, I would like just to take a moment to talk about font licensing and where you get fonts from, as it's a very important concern and you could potentially end up on the wrong side of the actual law. The best advice I can give you in regards to obtaining fonts is purchase them from a reputable source such as MyFonts, FontShop, Linotype and others. Be very wary of cheap and free websites. We should all know that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and what you might be getting may be more than you bargained for. Often, wrongdoers use fonts to hide malicious code that could wreak havoc with your computer and possibly even worse. They may also be redistributing software that actually belongs to someone else. Fonts are always licensed. You do not own them, and they are a piece of software with an end-user license agreement. And you might be surprised to know that in certain countries, illegally sharing fonts is actually a criminal act with severe penalties. It's so important that when you package a document from the Adobe Creative Cloud applications, you'll get this warning just to remind you of your obligations in law, and Adobe don't want to be your unwitting accomplice. If you are a Creative Cloud subscriber, then you'll have access to thousands of fonts that sync to your desktop, and you can have quite a large number, I think it's about 100, and just unsync the ones you're not using, all via Typekit. That's great news for your pocket and for your peace of mind, especially if you're just starting out and money is tight. Creative Cloud will always ask you if you don't have a font installed, and if it's from Typekit, to automatically sync it for you too. So you don't need to keep quite so many synced all the time. Just be very careful what you do with things from sites that say they're free, or also from accepting font software for other people if you're not processing the document. This chapter looks at the final element of the foundations of graphic design, colour. And what we're looking at right now is where we begin our exploration with the components of colour. This is a colour wheel, and you may well have come across this one in school. It's called the pigment wheel, but it's also often referred to as the artist's colour wheel. And it's very useful for understanding the relationships and mixes of pigment-based paints and inks. Now, even though what we make as designers may well be finally produced using inks, the pigment wheel has limited use for us a lot of the time, and there are other colour wheels. So we're going to be using one here that you may be slightly less familiar with, that's based on digital colour to help you develop your colour knowledge. Now, the first component of colour we're going to look at is hue, which is to most people the name of a colour, such as orange or rose or spring green or azure. In digital colour, hues are identified by their position on the colour wheel, starting with red at 0 degrees and then moving counterclockwise around the wheel. So orange would be at 30 degrees, spring green at 150 degrees, azure would be at 210 degrees, and rose all the way around almost at 330 degrees. The next component is saturation. And so in addition to the wheel, let's take a yellow orange to focus on, maybe about 5 degrees further around the colour wheel than the previous one we were using. And we'll introduce this slider, which will change our saturation, although you may also hear that referred to as chroma or intensity. All of those terms are correct. Now, at the moment, our slider's just at the 50% mark, which is kind of like neutral, and although there's a much greater range possible in practice, we will call it halfway for this demonstration. So if we pull that slider down, you can see that it's desaturating the colours, making them much less intense as we move down that scale, in fact turning them to greys. Now let's push it the other way, and you'll see some of the colours in this wheel have kind of maxed out and achieved their maximum saturation. We'll take that back to the starting point now and introduce another slider for our final component of colour, which is tone, or sometimes referred to as value, which is the relative value, brightness, or perhaps more scientifically, luminosity of a colour. If we reduce the brightness, this is where we get our shades, just as adding black to a colour would in the world of pigments. And if we increase the brightness, this is where we get our tints. Of course, similarly in the real world with pigments and paints, that would be like adding white paint to a tin of colour like so. The absolutes at both ends would lead to a total absence of colour at either end, one being completely black and the other white. So there you are. It's by shifting those three components together that we end up with the enormous array of colours that are available to us. In addition to hue, saturation and tone or value, you're going to also need to be able to identify warm against cool colours. Let's have a look at that right now in this movie. So here we have this ring of different hues. Now, if I warm those colours up progressively towards the centre of this diagram, you can see how that changes the values of the colours, especially if you look at the greens and blues on the left hand side. On the right hand side, a couple of those colours max out pretty quickly because, to be honest, red, magenta, orange, all pretty hot to start off with, and red about as hot as you can get in terms of colour. Going the other way now towards the outside of the slide here, adding blue makes colours cooler, and again you can see where this is more prominent in the display of these colours here. You might also notice that the warmer colours appear to move more towards you, and the cooler colours appear to be set back, and that's just a characteristic of warm and cool colours, that they advance or recede. Something else we can look at here is when we take colour away. So if I switch over now to this colour image, beautiful mountain image here, and then remove the colour from that totally, we've got a monochromatic image, or here a monotone, whichever way you want to look at it, but the tone or the chroma in this particular value happens to be black. Now, there are other ways of representing monochrome images. You can use any colour for monochrome. Here, if I switch out to a Pantone colour, I've got this warm grey, that's the same image there, and you can see how that's presented. You can also produce tonal images mixing your own inks and get some interesting results. So if I add to the Pantone warm grey here black as well, I've now got what's called a duotone, and some of the tones in this image are tinted with the Pantone and the really deep shadows are tinted with the black, and you can see hopefully how that's changed the dynamic range of this picture. Tritones, if I add another colour, I'll add a sort of a yellow colour here this time, so I've got this Pantone 135, and again that's changed the values in the picture completely. And finally, a quad tone here, so 4 different tones, and I've chosen to use blue 277 here, and these are all really arbitrary choices. I just wanted to choose 3 different things to present this. You could have infinite variations of this, of course. But there you go. Those are the other concepts you need to get your head around. So warm and cool colours, and also tonal images, including monotones, duotones, tritones and quad tones. Sounds like a band I should be in. As a designer, you're going to need to get to grips with how colours work together, and fortunately there's an awful lot of groundwork being done for you over the centuries. When I was a student, it was all about Johannes Itten, whose work continues to influence design, and of all things in the cosmetics industry, strangely enough to this very day. He's attributed with creating the seasonal colour analysis, and his work on the interaction of colours was actually a direct influence on the op art movement of the 60s, or it started in the 60s at any rate. A while before, well, about 150 years if I recall correctly, although to be honest I wasn't there, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's theory of colours discussed the nature of colours and our perception of them, rather than the science of wavelength theory, which had been established well before that. It just goes to show what you can do, actually, without the distractions of Facebook and Twitter, although I bet if Instagram would have been around, he'd have been all over that. Anyway, joking aside, there are several ways you can create harmonious colour combinations, and just before we get there, let's refresh our knowledge on colour mixing, and for that we're going to use the pigment wheel here. So you probably know that the pure colours cannot be created by mixing any other colours, and they are, in pigment world, red, yellow and blue. Then we have our secondary colours, which on the wheel are actually 60 degrees from those, and that's where we mix red and yellow and blue and red together to get our oranges, our purples and our greens and so on. Separated by 30 degrees in both directions from those are our tertiary colours, and those are created by mixing a secondary with another primary. So for example, your orange could become more red and your purple more violet and so on. There you go, all exciting stuff, and thanks for bearing with that. So every harmonic rule starts with a base colour, and in every instance here we're going to be using red as the base colour, and the swatches underneath the wheel are going to show you what the rule would reproduce, although there are tonal and temperature variations available too, which usually are expressed towards the centre of the wheel and sometimes in another direction also. But just to keep it simple, we'll assume that we're okay with knowing that. So the first harmony we're looking at here is monochromatic, and we looked at monochrome images in the previous movie, so you'll know they're all based on a single hue with variations in value. Now I'm using the example here from Illustrator, and what this does is it uses tint value to create that rule. It has another one called shades, which uses shade values, as you can see just there, so the addition of black to those colours. Complementary rules, which are one of the fundamental rules and used heavily in design actually, are opposites on the colour wheel. You will find some variations at either side of the 180 degrees that a complement gives you. You'll find things called split complements and left complements and so on, but these are things you can investigate later. Analogous rules use hues from around about 30 degrees either side of the base colour, so they're picking things that are similar in hue spread out around that central colour, and there are variants on those too, as there are with many of the rules that you're seeing here. A triad harmony has hues separated by 120 degrees, and a tetrad has them separated by 90 degrees. A pentagram uses 5 increasing distances around the wheel to generate its harmony. They're not all equal as you'd expect around there. Now, those things are all, of course, very, very useful, and they will help you with choosing colours for your projects that work together really well. But there are 2 colour models that you absolutely must understand, and that's where we're going in the next movie. In this movie, we're going to investigate the difference between the RGB and the CMYK colour models, and I thought we'd have a little bit of fun with it. Let's do a scenario, a role game in which you and 2 of your friends have been sent out to a world in deepest, darkest space to investigate a phenomenon that's been found there. It's this giant black obelisk, as you can see in front of you. It's not doing anything, it's just there, but you reach out and touch it, and suddenly all the lights go out. And there you are. There is no light energy. Total and complete darkness. Now, it just so happens that you have got a torch with you, and you turn that on and you find out that your torch emits pure red light. And you can see in the middle where it's the strongest that the light is its maximum intensity, and that's as red can be. And as it falls off to the edges, it gets progressively darker. One of your friends turns on their torch and intersects it with yours, and it turns out they've got a green torch. And again, at maximum intensity, you can just see pure green light, and it falls off to the edges, getting darker. Where the 2 overlap, you get yellow light, and the varying tones of fall off give you some additional colours in there as well. And your final friend turns on their torch, which happens to be blue. And you notice that when their torch crosses over with your torch, you get magenta. And when their torch crosses over with your other friend's torch, you get cyan. And in the middle, you get pure white light. The maximum combined energy of those 3 light sources gives you white light. And that's how RGB works. It's an additive model where the maximum strength of all of those things added together gives you white. It's an energy-based model. If you pulled the plug out of the monitor right now that you're watching this on, or turned the device off, the screen would jump back to black. No energy passing through it. So CMYK, we get transported into a different world, a world starting with white paper. And on our white paper, we add some cyan. And that cyan subtracts from the reflected light that you're seeing from the paper. And you can see it changes, and there's some cyan. And now we add some magenta. And that again is subtracting from the paper white. You're changing the density or the wavelength of the light as it moves through it. And where they overlap, you get blue. And when we add yellow, then mixes occur between all three, just as with RGB, but now we get green between yellow and blue, so very similar to the pigment model. We get red between yellow and magenta, and we get a blue between magenta and cyan, and you can see it's almost the opposite of the RGB model. And in the middle, we get a weak, low-density black, and we could actually add some blacking to that to thicken that up. Okay, so you can see they're very similar, they're related, but sort of opposite. Not completely, but kind of. Let's have a look at that in a real-world printed scenario simulation. Here are 4 colour plates, a cyan, a magenta, a yellow and a black plate. And I'm being a bit hard on you actually by showing you them as they actually are. So let's introduce some colour across these. So there you go. This is a simulation, but this is the cyan, magenta, yellow and black plates as they'd print. So let's put them on a piece of paper. So we get some paper and add our cyan ink like so. That's how that gets printed. And then we add magenta, and you can see where those two things are mixing together and also where they're in isolation. Now we'll add the yellow plate, and you can see in places how that's approaching a weak, low density black in a few places. And then we add the black plate. The K, by the way, stands for key because it keys all of the colours up, gives it a point of reference, and your eyes then interpret that as a colour image. And so there you are. That's RGB, an energy-based model, additive adding together, and CMYK, a pigment-based model that is subtracting from the whiteness you already have of the paper. And hopefully you now understand that. In the next movie, we're going to look at something called spot colours. As designers, the largest range of achievable colours we have to work with is the RGB model, and we refer to that achievable range as a gamut. What you're looking at here is a very rough approximation of the map of colours that human eyes could perceive. And of those colours, the generic RGB range is roughly about this much. That's what we can achieve with our current technology and components. Now you might remember from the previous movie that RGB is based on energy, and that CMYK is almost completely opposite, as it's actually subtracting light from the paper as it's reflected to your eyes. So that gamut is even smaller than the RGB spectrum. When we're using those super bright colours in our projects, they are maybe going to work just fine for the digital world, but in the CMYK process, all of that nice bright red, super jazzy green and several other colours of the RGB model can't be achieved using CMYK at all. The image you're looking at now, the word and the bar at the bottom are RGB. The topmost bar is an approximation of CMYK. And I say approximation because you're seeing it projected to your eyes as different wavelengths of energy. On paper, this would be a bit darker, as you can see. So if we just switch that over, you can see now that all of the colours here have shifted. The RGB bar is still at the bottom. And we'll just go back to the super bright RGB version for a second. And I just want you to think how much of that colour would remain unchanged by conversion to CMYK. Well, here you are. This is an illustration of that. It's not very much at all, is it? But we see what we want to see, and it's relative, our perception. We kind of do some magic in our eyes to see the colours we want to see. It's only when you see them compared to super bright things do you notice the difference. So sometimes the gamut needs to be extended, or a colour that exists completely outside of it needs to be used, and this is actually often the case with brands who aim for a distinct colour. When I was producing work for fast-moving consumer goods, which has been a considerable chunk of my career, part of the process was to visit the printers and colour check to make sure under 3 different lighting conditions that the colours looked right, because people notice that and you'd be surprised what people actually do pick up on. So to those ends, either extending a gamut or printing an out of gamut colour, we use specially mixed inks known as solids or specials. They're known as solids because unlike the CMYK inks, which are printed in a mosaic pattern of dots to create an optical illusion, the extra inks are normally laid over as solid blocks. Pantone is one such library of colours, and these specially made inks that you may well have heard of, because their inks use over a dozen different pigments, and they've got a reputation for colour consistency that they're justifiably very proud of. We can use inks from libraries like that to produce solid colours that may represent a brand, or they could also be used to extend the range of CMYK by overprinting with a translucent overlay of the special ink, and it's referred to as bumping or touch on a plate to extend the range of CMYK. And I've attempted to simulate that here with the orange. This is an orange that would more or less print in CMYK. Of course, you're watching it on a screen, but we could add an overlay to extend that range and make it really, really bright. Here it looks slightly redder than it would do, but I'm sure you get the idea. The only thing you need to keep in mind is that these colours add a significant cost to any print job too. The inks are expensive, and the process of getting them into the machine, which has to be completely cleaned, right, and used and then completely cleaned again afterwards. Just check out with your stakeholders before you go specifying them. We don't want anybody getting any surprises with the print bill. In many, if not all cultures in the world, colours have symbolic associations. Let's take, for example, red. To many of us in the West, it's the colour of heat, warning and danger. It's also the colour of passion, anger, love and courage. But red is considered a lucky colour in China, the colour of a heroic figure in Japan, the colour of joy, energy and creativity to Hindus, yet the colour of mourning and representative of death in some parts of Africa. In the UK, as well as being the most striking colour of the ceremonial uniform of our most visible soldiers at Buckingham Palace, red is the colour of pillar boxes where we post our mail. But for my friends in the US, their mail gets posted in a blue box. Perhaps you can see where research in the early stages of the creative process is essential. You should consider if any of these associations would have an impact on your design. I think that sometimes red is just red after all. It's all down to the context in which it's employed. Don't forget though, you can change the effect of its interpretation by using a shade or a tinted value. This colour scheme is disastrous, and what's more, I've done it on purpose. It's to illustrate something in design that is sadly often overlooked. Colour vision deficiency, or CVD for short, is a way of describing the three forms of colour blindness that affect 1 in 12 men and 1 in 200 women worldwide. It's especially important to consider this if you're using colour as information, such as on maps of locations or in documents or websites. You should never use colour alone to convey information, such as click the red button or tap the green tab, and you should instead use text in addition to the colour or icons if you're trying to avoid a language dependency. I'm here in Illustrator for this particular example, although all of the Adobe Design apps support this check. And what I'm going to do is go up to the View menu and come down to my Proof Setup, and you'll see here that I've got profiles for protanopia and deuteranopia, which are the two most common forms of colour blindness. If I go for protanopia first, which is the second most common, you can see how these things change. Now there's plenty of contrast there, and even colourblind people can detect contrast, so that's a good thing, but there is plenty here for that. Let me switch out to deuteranopia here, and suddenly it's a different picture completely. And what they've got to do now is to struggle to actually see the word chocolate on there, so it might be worth a rethink in terms of the colour. If I was absolutely certain though these were the colours I wanted to use, it would be an idea for me to introduce something else to help make this more contrasty if I could. And what I've got here, if I select this word And here in the appearance panel, I've got a drop shadow that's currently turned off. And you can see now how that adds enough contrast for that to be able to be decoded fairly quickly. If I switch it back and turn my proof colors off, then you'll see it in the original color scheme. Inclusiveness in design is very important, and it's worth noting that in many cases legislation is in place to ensure that differently abled people are given the same access to information, content and services as everyone else. Some of those considerations, such as structural markup in web pages and audio descriptions of images and content, may be outside of your role and more the domain of usability and accessibility testers. But this check for colour blindness is something that you are able to perform, and my recommendation is that you do. If you've never visited Photoshop before or have only dipped in here or there, this will be your orientation to the interface, with just enough information so that you can work along with the exercises in this chapter. Let's start off with the top level menu system, which here on the Mac is pinned to the top of the screen. On Windows, you'll find that at the top of the screen also, but in what is known as the application bar for the program. Beneath that, we have the options bar, although some people call this the control strip as well, because that's how it's known in Illustrator and InDesign. You can, of course, choose it whatever you like, and I'll try to remember to refer to it both ways throughout. What is important for you to know, though, is that this area is contextual and will change depending on what is selected. In Photoshop, that's always associated with the current tool. And on that note, this is where you'll find the tools. Now, don't worry if your toolbox looks slightly different to this one. Some folks like to have the toolbox in 2 columns instead of the long strip I have here, but the same tools are there. And wherever possible, I'll be telling you a key to press on your keyboard to access the tool that we're using, or you'll see it on an overlay or both. On the opposite side of the screen is where you will find the panels. Now, sometimes they may be collapsed down to icons, as is the case here with the Creative Cloud Libraries icon. But they're easy to access. If you just click on the icon, they will expand out like so. Now, it's worth us taking a little bit more of a detailed look at the panel, as they've got some characteristics that you might need to know about. So first of all, we've got the panels tab, and you can do a few things with that. If you double click it, it will collapse, and if it's collapsed, double clicking it should make it expand, and that's very helpful sometimes when you still want the panel around but it's taking up too much of your available screen real estate. Across from that, at the top right, this is where you access a panel's flyout menu, and it gives you access to other commands associated with the panel itself and often with the things that you're working on. At the foot of the panel, you'll find icons associated with the most essential commands that the panel deals with usually. If you can't find a panel, it will be hanging out with its buddies up in the top level menu system in the window menu. And to wrap up this movie, that's where we're going to go right now. So what we're going to do here, for the best experience for all of us, or at least so we have more or less the same experience, I'd like you to click on the window menu, come down to the workspace option, and if it says Essentials Default already, then just choose Reset Essentials from the menu, and that will reset it back to the shipping default, and then it will look similar to the one we've got. We'll just change that momentarily. If it doesn't say Essentials, then go back to the window menu, back into there, choose Essentials, and then reset it. So the things that we're going to do here, just to make sure we all look the same, is we're going to drag the Libraries tab out like so. Okay, just release it over the document area for the moment, and then drag it back, and you'll notice this blue line appearing, and that's places that you can dock it to. We're going to dock it just here underneath the history icon, which is what that small icon with the arrow is. Once you've done that, we're all set and ready to go. The only thing you need to know about next is saving a PSD, and from there we can get started. Now that you've had your basic orientation to the Photoshop interface, it's time for us to create the file that we'll be using throughout this chapter to develop a few basic Photoshop skills. If we go to the File menu and choose New, then if you have this kind of dialog, choose from the Print profile A4. If you can't see A4 there, click on the View All Presets and it will be inside of the list there. Otherwise, in the dialog that you have, enter the values of 210mm wide, 297mm high at 300 pixels per inch in RGB color at 8-bit. With a white background, whatever color profile you have will be just fine, I'm sure, and square pixels. If you're happier in an alternate set of units, then you can change that just here, but I'll be giving all of my directions in millimeters for this exercise. Hit create and your file is ready. What we're going to do though is save it straight away so we can add to this and build out a file throughout the chapter. So once again, up to the File menu, you'll need to choose Save As and then find a location for the file. I'm going to go out to my desktop and create a new folder, and I'll call this PS Exercise, like so, and then save this as massif add.psd. We'll use the Photoshop format because it's widely accepted not only by Creative Cloud applications but by some others as well. And as we're going to have layers in here and other things like layer masks and type layers, it makes sense for us to use that format. So choose Save, and that's it. We're ready to move on to the next exercise. In this movie, we're going to use the basic selection tools to select a couple of items from this image and turn them into new files. This file is old background TIFF, and if you have access to it, then you can work along with me. If not, any file of your own will do, of course. You might notice my interface has changed slightly. That's because I've gone into one of Photoshop's other view modes here to make it easier for people on smaller screens to get the most out of the image. Although everything you've seen in the orientation is still here, so don't worry about that. So the first thing we need to do is to zoom in on the two logos in the bottom right hand corner, because it's those that we'll be picking up. And I wish I could say this was a fictitious scenario, that you've got a flat image that you need to pull logos out of. But if I had £1 for every time I've actually done this in real life, I could at least buy myself a nice new jacket, I would have thought by now. So to zoom in, if you tap the Z key on your keyboard, that will get you the zoom tool, which is at the bottom of the toolbox just over here. And if I can just stop myself from scrolling. So take the zoom tool over to the middle of the two logos, just here, I'm between the two. Then mouse down and drag just a short way and then stop, because you'll find out you'll zoom in very, very quickly. If you've gone too far, just hold down the Alt or Option key and click a couple of times until you've got a zoom level like I have here. I'm now going to pan to make this more comfortable to see, and you do that by holding down the space bar. That gives you temporary access to the hand tool from the toolbox, and then just drag the image to wherever is comfortable for you on your screen and release the space bar. So the first tool we're going to use is the rectangular marquee tool. It is usually the default tool in Photoshop, and if you tap M on your keyboard, that should access it. Just have a look at the toolbox here in the second icon down. If it looks like this rectangle, then you're set. If not, long press, and this will give you access to that entire family of tools. But seeing as we've already got the rectangular marquee tool now, let's move over to the black logo down at the bottom here. Try and position your cursor on the top left corner of the black rectangle, mouse down, and in one motion drag across to the diagonally opposite corner and release like so. I'm just going to hold down the spacebar here and pan up slightly so it's more easy for you to see what I've got. So now that I have that selection, what I'm going to do is copy that. So Command C, Control C to copy, and then we're going to create a new image based on this file. If you do Command N, Control N, then the new document dialog will open, and you will most likely see clipboard here as a preset or a recent file. I know it isn't recent, but you'll see one anyway. Double click on that to create a brand new file and then paste in that logo, Command V, Control V, if you want to paste it in. And this introduces a new layer, and we're going to leave it that way so it has its layers and it will save nicely as a Photoshop document with those. So just as we did in the previous movie, go to the File menu and choose Save, and then into the folder that you've created for your exercise, just call this one Massive Rectangle Logo, like so. Once you've done that, if you get the Maximize Compatibility dialog, hit OK. That means it's more compatible with several other Adobe applications. They'll understand the format. And then close it by using the shortcut Command W, Control W, or going to the File menu and choosing Close. Back in the main file here, let's change the view so we can see this roundel. Now ellipses are always slightly more tricky to select. So what I do is I make a larger ellipse than I need, and then I transform the selection down. Let's go over to the toolbox and long press on the marquee selection tool here, the rectangular marquee tool, and choose the elliptical marquee tool. Then just come up to a region about here. I'm on the left hand side, I'm a little way above, and then mouse down and drag across like so. Get a much bigger shape than you actually need. Now you can reposition this. If you take your cursor inside that area there, you can actually move the selection around, and it's up to you if you actually want to do that or not. But what I'm going to do next is transform it. So if we go to the Select menu in the top level menu system, you'll see that Transform Selection is about 3/4 of the way down. And when you choose it, you get this box around. All we need to do now is to drag these handles in the middle of each side down to the maximum edge of the ellipse. And as you do so, the selection will be transformed. Now don't worry if it doesn't look the right shape at the moment or meet the edges. It will do as soon as you get the last one into place. And once you've done that, simply double click or hit the tick in the control strip or options bar to commit the selection. And then again, we'll copy this, Command C, Control C, create a new document. It will say clipboard again, only with the dimensions that you've got here, and then paste. And once more, save this as a Photoshop file. So File, Save, go into your folder that you've set aside for this, and do this as Massive Roundel as a PSD, and you're done. Move on to the next exercise. So all we need to do now is just close up this file, which we can do from the File menu, or use the shortcut Command W or Control W on a PC. The selection doesn't add anything to the file's data, so you can just close without saving. So here we are back in our main file, and what we're going to do in this exercise is we're going to bring in a couple of other images as assets. You can bring in other things such as Illustrator files and so on. There's quite a few things you can bring in actually, but we're just going to stick to images for this. Let's make our way up to the File menu, and you'll see there are two place commands here. Place embedded, which goes to another file and brings all of its data into this file, or place linked, which we'll be using this time around, which actually creates just an additional kind of placed copy in here, and we can do things to change its appearance, but we can't change any of the actual pixels. And it's a very, very clever way to work if you're trying to keep maximum editability. So we'll choose that command and make our way out to the exercise files for chapter 5 and bring in Blue Mountains PSD. If we double click on that, that will come in like so. It has a transformation frame around it, and of course we'd want to keep its proportions. We don't want any distortion. Now you can go to one of the corner handles like so, and holding down the shift key to keep proportions, change the size like that. But there's another way you can work with this as well. If I just undo what I did there, Command Z, Control Z on the PC, come up to the control strip at the top here and click this link to maintain the aspect ratio. You can then use what I like to call stapler accident finger. If you go over the H character there for height, you'll see the cursor changes to a finger with arrows projecting from it. What that means is if you mouse down and drag in the directions indicated, you can change the associated value. So my mouse button is down and I'm just dragging to the right here. I'm doing it very slowly and you'll see that it's increasing the size of that image. And I'm actually going to go quite big on this. So I'm going to go up to about 85%. There you go, 84.30%. That's of the original file size, by the way, not the size in here. I'm then going to drag this down like so, and I think I went a bit overboard there actually, so I'm going to just scale that down slightly again. So I'll go to 79.3 just there. I'm hitting all the 0.3s and just down just a shade further. Let's have a look. That's about exactly where I want it really, around about the 77 mark just there. And once you're happy, you've got a few different options for how you commit this. You can click the tick at the top, you can hit return on your keyboard or enter, or you can double click inside the transformation frame. Excellent. We're going to place one more file. So if we go up to the file menu, and this time we'll choose to place another linked asset. So if we go place linked, and we'll bring in backpack JPEG from there. So if we bring that in, that comes again with its own transformation handles, but we're going to leave that as it is at the moment. Just double click in there and we'll catch up in the next movie where we're going to make a simple selection based on color. In this movie, we're going to make a simple selection based on color, because to isolate this backpack from the background using the simple tools such as the rectangle and the ellipse, that would take quite a while. There is a tool called the lasso here which you can do by freehand dragging, but even that, it would take too long to do. So we're going to use an older tool. It's been in Photoshop for like ever in here, and it's the Magic Wand tool, which some people deride, but it's actually very good at selecting good solid colors, which is what we've got here. Now you might be looking at the backpack and thinking, no, we haven't, but I'm not looking at the backpack. I'm looking at its surroundings. It's the path of least resistance there. So all you need to do here, look at the top here, you can see it's got a tolerance value. 32 is fine. That gives it different levels around white to select. But click on the white and you'll see it picks up pretty much most of that white. Now inside of the enclosed areas, it's not getting those. And what we could do, if we just deselect that, go select, deselect, just here at the top, or Command D, Control D, turn off contiguous, that means neighboring pixels, and then click, and you'll see we've selected the white in the small gaps. However, we have also selected it on this metal item just here, which we don't want to do. So let's deselect that again, select, deselect, turn contiguous back on, click in the main background. What you can then do is hold down the Shift key and click into the areas here, just under the headrest. You can come down and click in this region here, just next to the zipper. And you can come and click into these eyes here at the ends of the straps. Now, if you can't see exactly where to click, what you can do is just hit your caps lock key to turn that on, and it turns it into a crosshair, which is slightly more precise. Hold down Shift and it adds to that selection like so. However, we don't want the background, we want the backpack, so we need to flip that out. And the way to do it is to go to the Select menu and choose Inverse, and it then swaps it out for us. We don't need to worry too much about these edges here that are still selected. That's just fine. What we're going to do is pop up to this feature, Select and Mask, and we're just going to refine this selection. So first of all, go to the View menu and make sure you've got onion skin showing here, and then you can change the transparency using this slider. If we take that up quite high, it's very easy to see where there are slight halos around the backpack, and we can use a couple of controls here to fix that. First of all, we can add a bit of radius, which gives Photoshop some area around the main selection to work. We can turn on Smart Radius here, very handy for when you're making hair selections, and we'll be doing that in the next movie, but also useful for where you've got transitional edges here. And then we're going to turn up the contrast in the global selections region, and we're also going to bring the edge in just a shade, only a bit, just about 10 or 14% there in that sort of region. I'm going to make that a bit more contrasty, so I pushed that the wrong way actually. There we go. That's much better, much more contrasty. Perfect. With that, the only thing we need to do now is to output this to a layer mask, which we'll be talking about at the beginning of the next movie, but for now you can click OK. Your backpack is ready to be used, so we'll just transform the size down. So Edit, Free Transform. You'll get another transformation frame. Hold down the Shift key on your keyboard, mouse down on one of the corners and drag downwards, or use the technique described earlier, and then just hit the tick or return. Do a quick save on your work, and then we'll move on to the next step. So in the previous movie, we refined a selection and we output that to a layer mask. So what is a layer mask? Well, here's one down here in the Layers panel. It's attached to the current layer here, and you can see there's a whole lot of black in there with some areas of white. And here's a simple rhyme for you to remember. Black to conceal, white to reveal. So wherever in the mask there is white, you can see the contents of the layer. Wherever there's black, it's obscured. Okay, you can even paint inside the mask. The only thing you need to be aware of is to make sure that it's highlighted like so with these borders. You see, if I click on the layer, if I painted now, that paint would add to the layer. If I click on the mask, then I'm working in the mask. If I just get my brush tool here, B for the brush tool, I'm just going to choose a really simple brush from up the top here. Yours might vary from what I've got here. If I choose a brush here, and you can change your size either with this selector here or using the bracket keys on your keyboard. The right bracket makes it larger, the left bracket makes it smaller. Okay, and I'm just going to paint down this area here. Now, can you see what's happening there? There's white being added on there, or you would think so. It's not, it's that I'm painting with white, and white reveals. So I'm just going to undo that, Command Z. I need to come over here and swap my colors over. You can do that with the X key, by the way, if you want to become a shortcut ninja. And then I can just paint down, and you can see that that line that was there a moment ago, that's disappearing. In fact, if I was using a brush at a slightly lower opacity, and there you go, there we are. And I can just brush down those edges, and away goes all of that extra content. You can see here there's some small dots in that area there showing content through. So I'm going to get the lasso tool here and make a very, very crude selection, because that's what this tool is actually for. And then I'm going to fill that with black. If I go to the edit menu and choose fill, down to content aware, and change that to foreground color, because black is the foreground color at the moment, hit OK, you can see those white gaps have disappeared on the mask. I can now deselect that. So let's place another image. This time we're going to place an embedded image. We're going to bring in all the data. So choose Place Embedded from the File menu. And from the exercise files, choose Climb a PSD and then resize this. So I'm going to use my Photoshop skills up here for transforming. So I've clicked on the lock there, and then I'm going to use Stapler Accident Finger, or Scrubby Sliders as they're called, or Scrubby Dragging, to just make this a lot larger like so. And then I'm going to reposition that down to about there. I think that's a pretty good composition for that. double click to apply it, and then over to the toolbox. If you tap W on your keyboard, it will get you in the right region. Long press on the magic wand and choose the quick select tool, because selecting this walker or climber using that tool would take ages. But with the quick select tool, all you need to do is stay away from the edges, just brush downwards like so, and you'll see that very quickly your selection grows as the quick select tool analyzes the surrounding pixels. Don't go to the edges of the hair, stay away from that, just get the main body of the hair. Now go up to select a mask as we used in the previous movie. So choose that, and again make sure that you've got onion skin on, because there are a range of different ways you could preview this. We're going to dial in a little bit of a radius. If you want to, you can click show edge up here and then dial up your radius, and you'll actually get a preview of the radius that Photoshop will be using to analyze. I'm going to go for something quite big just here, about sort of maybe not as big as that, maybe down to about 15 pixels there. Turn on Smart Radius and it will deal with the edges slightly differently. You can now turn off Show Edges, and that's done a pretty good job of improving that straight away. If I drop down the transparency slightly here, you can see where those fine hairs are out to the side. We're not going to use the global controls. We're going to use this, the Refine Edge brush, over on the left hand side. You need a brush that's not too big and not too small, so I'd say around about this sort of size, just a bit larger than the edge, and then just brush on the edge. Don't brush into the main body of the hair, and then brush around the woolly cap just there, because there'll be little strands of hair there, and just down into this region here, and actually just on that edge just there. It'd be a good shot there, I think. Perfect. Let's push up that transparency on the side here, and that's done a pretty good job of refining that selection. Now the hairs here look a bit thick and dark. What we need to do is kind of decontaminate those colors, and that's something we can do here in the output settings. As soon as we choose it, it will jump to creating a new layer with a layer mask, and if we hit OK, you'll see that it's turned off our existing layer, but it's kept it, so we've damaged nothing in doing this, and we've got a mask attached to this, and that hair blends pretty well with the background. Very quick, very good heel there. I think I'm just going to remove this layer here, so I'm just going to click on it to make it active, and then hit the trash there to get rid of it. We don't need it. In the next movie, let's change some colors. Okay, so we've been moving along nicely, and in the previous movie we made a selection that involved hair and managed to get through that okay, but what we need to do now is change a color, because it so turns out that purple is the color of our main competitor for our backpack client. So we need to kind of deal with that. So what we're going to do, first of all, is we're going to make that layer active, because there's a chance if you did exactly what I did in the previous movie that it won't be active. So you click on a layer, and that way Photoshop knows which layer to work on. And we're then going to go up to the select menu and come down and choose this command, color range. And a dialog will open. It may or may not go black. I've got a pretty good selection there, funny that. But what you need to do is just come along here and choose none. Just in case you're wondering why mine went black, it's because the first thing it looks for is the foreground color. And my foreground color when I'm not painting in a mask is this color, which is very close to that magenta, just so you know. So inside this dialog, what we have to do is we identify in our image the color we want to select, and we start off by just clicking once in a fairly representative area of that color. Now our mask here shows us what we're picking up at the moment, just a small edge there, and on the what would be her left hand, and a bit here where I clicked. But we need to add some tones to that. I don't need to add too many, but if you hold down Shift, there is a set of tools here to add and subtract, by the way, but it's easier if you can to hold down Shift. And so I can see down here there should be some selected, so I'll just click in that region there and just along here and then just up towards the top here, and you can see the selection's growing, but it's not very easy to work that out between those two things. So we've got something that can help us. We've got a couple of different mattes here that can work. If we chose white matte, for example, we'd get a white mask showing through, but I don't think that one's very helpful for this image. So I'm going to choose a black matte, and that's now much easier to see. And you can hopefully see just at the top of the first index knuckle here, that's not selected. So I'm going to hold down the Shift key, that bit's really important, and click in that region, and suddenly that selection has improved no end. I think that's pretty good. One last tweak, and that's to come up here to the fuzziness slider, and you see if I drag this away a bit, right, like so, that it improves the selection. You may also start to pick up other bits of the image, and that's when you back off, but I like to go right the way out to extremes, like so, and then back off until everything disappears apart from the stuff that I want. Once we've done that, hit OK, and now you have that as a selection. And what we're going to do is use a layer adjustment to change this color. So come over to the right hand side where all of your panels are, and you should find adjustments just there. If not, go to the window menu and choose adjustments from that menu. And in the rows here, we're going to go for the first item on the second row. And that creates us a hue saturation adjustment layer. Click on that and your properties panel will open, and you'll get some representations of the color wheel in flat form. So what we're going to do is drag the hue across, and you can see how the color changes. And I'm going to go for a fairly dark orange. Yeah, not quite that dark. I'm just going to push back a little bit there. You can change the saturation. Very rarely do you need to change the lightness, and in fact I advise that most of the time you stay away from that. Just going to drop the saturation slightly, maybe push that hue just a bit further back. I'm just trying to make some variation there. Brilliant. Happy with that. The only thing is that will actually be affecting areas underneath this layer if this layer mask wasn't active. And what you could do to make that a certainty is just click this icon here, and that clips that adjustment so it only directly affects the selected layer underneath. There you go, doing really well. Let's have a look at what's coming along in the next movie. So in this movie, the first thing we're going to experience here is something that's unfortunately all too common in the world of graphic production, in that there's going to be a change. So our client has decided they no longer want this woman here in front. They want another shot that they've provided. So just because customers can change their mind, what we're going to do is we're going to accommodate them and just turn off the layers that are concerned here. So because I need a bit more room for my layers panel, I've got my layers set to really big so it's easier for you to see them. I'm just going to double click on the properties panel tab there, and I'm going to select a few layers here, or to be more specific, the first two. So the adjustment layer is active already. I'm going to hold down Shift and click the layer beneath it to select that as well as the adjustment layer. And then I'm going to bring them into a folder, and you do that using the shortcut Command G or Control G or the small icon down at the bottom here. In fact, I'll click that because I was down there indicating so. Okay, and I'm just going to call this climber old there, not that she's old, but it's the old image of the climber. And then I'm going to turn off the visibility for that layer group, and both of those layers are turned off at the same time. Okay, so let's bring in our new image. So what we're going to do is to the file menu and come down and choose place linked, and this time we'll choose mountaintop pose JPEG. Let's bring that in, and that's almost exactly the proportions we want. We do need a whole load of sky for this, so I'm just going to double click there. However, we do need it to go from side to side, so we've got a little bit of work to do here. So what we're going to do is we're going to select this sky and remove it and let our existing sky show through. And the quick selection tool should make short work of doing that. So you're just moving around there very quickly, gets pretty much most of that selection. Just need to come into this region here to select that. Just have a quick look around there. Brilliant. We can now go to select and mask to refine that. And I didn't invert the selection. So what I'm going to do is here in select and mask, click invert on the side, and there we go. Now we've got access to that selection. Let's bring down that transparency here, our onion skin, so we've got a bit less backpack there. And in fact, we could even change that to one of the other modes if that was helpful. So let's zoom in a little bit here. So I'm going to get the zoom tool on the left hand side and just drag very gently just there and have a look at this. I think that's made a pretty good job of that selection. There is a small area just in here that we could get. So this has a quick selection tool as well, and I'm just going to change the size of it. I'm going to make this quite small here, so about 14, maybe just slightly less here just to get in there. 5 is plenty good enough, and I'll pick that up like so. So what I need to do here is to get rid of it. So I'm going to hold down the Alt or Option key and then click in that region there, and you'll see now we've got a hole through that. If I just change my view here to overlay, mine's set to green, quite often it's red, you can see the effect of the selection. And actually I'm very glad I did that, because I've found a couple of areas that do need some attention. Let me just set my color back to the default just here so you'll see it in a similar way. That arm isn't completely selected. I can tell by it being slightly orange. So I don't need to hold a key down. I'm just going to brush down there. Stay away from the edges, remember. We can deal with those later, and just get these bits just here. Nice soft edges there. So it's selecting all of those for us. Excellent. That's really good. And then what we'll do is we'll go for the Refine Edge tool here. Again, a smaller brush probably necessary for what we're going to do here. So I'm bringing this down to about 50 some odd, and just going around the edges of the hair there like so. And you can see that the selection there has grown nicely. Just going to deal with this soft edge here. Not bad. I've just gone down that edge just slightly, and it's improved that no end. That's just grand. So now we've done that, just have another quick look around just to make sure this is fine. And I think that pretty much is. I'm just going to do Command 0, Control 0 to fit that. Okay, now that's fit. What I'm going to do is switch back to the onion skin so it's ready for next time, and then hit Output to New Layer with a Layer Mask. So if I do that and hit OK, once again, the other layer is still there, so all of the information is preserved, but we've got this new layer with a Layer Mask. So we need to get some rocks out to the edges here, and we're going to use something really cool to do that can analyze this, and it has a pretty good success rate with images like this. So what we're going to do is go to the Edit menu and come down and choose Content Aware Scale and find that it's grayed out. And the reason that it's grayed out is that I'm still targeted on the Layer Mask. So I'm going to come down and click on the pixels just there. Then I'll go back to Content Aware Scale. This gives us another transformation box around it, but what we're going to do is just drag out to the left like so. And can you see what's happening? That she's being preserved, but the rocks there are being transformed. Nice. In fact, I might even try and go a little bit further, just a tiny bit. Now it's starting to really stretch on that left hand side, so I think we'll be fine with just that. Again, this is one of those where you can just hit the tick or return to apply that, and there we are. Nice job. And I think it's actually fixed the mask as well. Let's have a quick look. Let's turn it off and on. So I'm just holding down the Shift key and clicking on the mask just there. Yeah, there's no visible change. The stacking order now needs to change, so I'm going to bring the backpack layer up to the top of the stack by dragging that up. That could do with a bit of transformation, so Command T or Control T to bring that down like so. And what you could do now is you could add in your other logos that you made earlier, so one of your Massif logos that you made right at the beginning of the chapter. In the next movie, we're going to look at cropping this image. So again, we're going to pretend here that we've had another request from the client, and what they want to do is actually crop this in slightly and change the size of the image that they're going to use. And we're going to do it non-destructively so that we keep the data, because here's the thing, clients sometimes like to change their mind back. And so we need to give ourselves a route back, and that's the whole thing with non-destructive editing, full stop really, is saving you doing that. One of the reasons I learnt so many things inside of the design tools in Photoshop is that I wanted to be prepared for when customers came back to me with changes so that I could deal with them as quickly as possible. Okay, so I need to move my roundel across. I brought in the roundel from earlier, and what I'm going to do is just bring that in slightly, and then I'm going to tap C on my keyboard, and that gets me the crop tool. Okay, and when you do that, this crop shield will appear around the edges of the current image area, or should do. You've got some choices here. If you have a particular ratio or size that you need to crop to, then you could access this drop down here. Okay, you could crop to a width and height times resolution and fill in these fields just here. So for example, if I went, just for argument's sake, to 16:9 widescreen format and thought actually I want 9:16, I can transpose those by clicking that like so, and then I've got a new ratio. I'm just going to clear that by clicking and then just choose ratio as it is from the top here. So if I drag this around like so, I can change my crop, and I've got this grid over the top. It's a rule of thirds grid, which you might remember from the layout chapter. And if you need to, there are other grids that you can use. There's the golden ratio, the golden spiral. So for example, if I was composing to that, then I could bring this in like so. So if I thought that was an important compositional element, of course I'd go slightly different to that and lead into it rather than be dead on it there. But I could do that, and I could choose triangles. So I've got triangle sets there for arrangement, lots of different things to use. But I'm going to use the rule of thirds for this image. So I'm going to bring this out like so to the edge. And what I want to do is get that just lined up so there's an area of interest here between the leg and the backpack. Bring that in just a shade on the side there. And then just bring that down a bit like so. And I think for this, that's just fine. All I need to do now before I commit this is make sure that delete crop pixels at the top here is not selected, because if I need to go back to that once the crop is affected, all I need to do is select the crop tool. I'll just drag across here. You'll see that if I pull out to the sides, all of that content is still there. So if the customer or client came back to me and said, oh, actually I needed that taller, then I could just do that like so and bill them for the extra work. So there you are. I'm going to hit the tick, and that's it. Excellent, we're done. You didn't think you got away with it that easy, do you? It never works like that. There's always something else, but this really is the last movie in this chapter. And in this, we're going to make a black and white adjustment, because the client stroke customer stroke other imaginary job role that we're using for scenario purposes in this chapter has decided that it would look kind of nice if this was a black and white image, but with the product and the logo in full color. So we're going to make sure that happens. What we're going to do is we're going to target the last color layer that we need, which is the mountaintop pose here, with the backpack and the roundel above it. Okay, so everything else below it, if that's changed, that's just fine. We'll go back to our adjustments. So if we click on that in the panel group above the layers panel, this time we're going to choose a black and white adjustment layer. It's the third one in on the middle row. Click on that, and we get this lovely dialog, and it's a way that we can tune our image. And you can see it's pretty self-explanatory here. Let me just double click on color at the top here just to collapse that. This is the color wheel, again laid out in flat, and it goes from dark to light. So if we had yellows, for example, or reds that we wanted to make lighter, we'd pull the sliders to the right, or if we wanted to make them darker, we'd pull them to the left. And we can interpret the image from here. So I'm going to go with the yellows first of all. I'm just going to pull that up and make those slightly lighter, and you can see how the sky now is changing, getting a lot more contrasty. She's losing her elbow into it just a shade. And the reds here, I could make those maybe just a little bit lighter as well. Oops, I think I accidentally dragged the yellow slider again there. So I'll get the reds here. Let's bring the reds down just a shade, and also the magentas down at the bottom, because there's a good component of that in that sky. We've got blues here in the mountains, so we could make those a bit darker perhaps, and that'll affect the rocks in the foreground. Don't want it to go all too dark, so softly does it. Bring those cyans down a shade, and then just bring the greens up just a little bit. There's not too many greens in there. The great news is that anytime we want to adjust this, even if we worked on another layer, which we're going to do in a moment, all we need to do is to click on that icon just there for the adjustment layer, and then we can just use these controls. And there's a layer mask attached, so if you wanted to make selections or paint in there to selectively show color through, you could do that as well. I'm just going to make another adjustment here. I'm going to adjust this roundel because it's way too big. So I'm just going to get to there, and let's go to the edit menu and choose free transform. And then I'm just going to resize that. I'm going to hold down shift because this would definitely need to be proportional. Release the mouse button, then release shift, and then drag that into place. I think just down there is just fine. Double click on that. Whoops, I've got the crop tool active. So let's just say don't crop when I go for the move tool. We'll bring this backpack down, and let's just do one little thing to this. Over on its layer here, so by moving it, I've actually activated its layer. That's because I've got auto select enabled at the top here. Okay, if not, you'd have to go and target the layer manually there like so. I'm just going to double click in the area just to the right of its name, and this layer style dialog will open, and this is where we can apply different styles to a layer, hence the name. And what I'm going to do is just add a little bit of outer glow. Really, I wouldn't do this too often in an image like this, but it's a good thing to show you. What I'm going to do now is click on this area just here, so this little swatch, to choose a color. I'm going to choose something quite light. Okay, so a very light grey there. And then I'm just going to change the size here, and you can see I'm giving it sort of a glow just there. I think that needs to be a darker grey, you know, because that does not look very healthy on there. As you see now, all around it's got a little glow. You can change the spread. You can also see holes in the mask that are being affected by that as well, so I could fix those too. But sometimes you want just a tiny bit of a glow around something just to lift it from the background, and that's how you could do it. And there you are. This chapter is well and truly done. No more changes, I promise. This will be your introduction to the Illustrator workspace, and it changed quite a bit at the end of 2017 in that the control strip or options bar across the top has disappeared and been replaced by this new streamlined context-based properties panel over on the right hand side, so that we get the smoothest experience, because we're going to be using a lot of other panels throughout this particular chapter. And especially if you've only seen earlier versions of Illustrator, we're going to swap to the Essentials Classic workspace for this orientation. Okay, so to do that, if you come up to the top right hand corner of the screen here where it says Essentials, most likely it might say any one of these other things here apart from Working 18, which is my own, and choose Essentials Classic from there, then the interface will redraw like so. The next thing you need to do to make sure that we're all looking at more or less the same thing is go back to that menu and then choose Reset Essentials Classic, and that will just redraw it to the way that it shipped pretty much. Okay, perfect. So with that, we can now make our way around the interface. So top level menu system, of course, pinned to the top of the screen, unless you're on Windows, in which case it is in this application bar here. Underneath that, we've got the control strip, or options bar as some people like to call it. It is actually control in Illustrator. I can prove it to you. There it is, just there, control. Okay, but because people use it between that and Photoshop, and it doesn't really matter which of those you call it. On the right hand side, we've got panels. Now, even with Essentials Classic, they keep the properties panel in here, and it is actually worth having in here. However, it's nested with the libraries panel, and what I'd like to do is to actually drag that libraries panel out and dock it. Can you see these blue lines that are appearing? I want to dock it just down there in that group, because it will make it easier for us to use that later on in the chapter when we do that. And so here we've got an array of docked and iconized panels that just shrunk down so they're not in the way, and we'll be using some of these as we go along. And when you click on them, they'll open up like so. If you saw the movie on the Photoshop interface, very, very similar in many, many ways in Illustrator. They've got tabs, of course, across the top, and double clicking will expand and collapse those like so. And they've got a fly out menu on the right hand side and a bunch of commands that are iconized along the bottom there like so. On the left hand side, we've got the toolbox, and again throughout the chapter I'll be giving you keys that you can press. If it doesn't get you to the tool exactly, it will get you close to it so that it's easier for you to find. And with that orientation out of the way, let's get started and import a sketch and start drawing. You shouldn't just jump into Illustrator and try and draw things just with the software. The best things start on pencil and paper or in one of the mobile apps, but sketch things out first, because it gives you a chance to work out what it is you want to do and develop it, and then you can bring it in and then use the machine to assist you with the drawing. Okay, it should always be that way around rather than the machine pulling you along with it. So we've got our sketch prepared, and I've got a new document here open. So what we're going to do is create a new document for you as well. So if you do Command N, Control N, or go to the File menu and choose New, I went to the Art and Illustration profile and actually chose 960 by 560 just here. You don't need to do that. You could use any one of these sizes really, because it's not desperately relevant for the logo. And vector graphics, of course, scale perfectly, unlike Photoshop images. But if you do that, I'm just going to close out of mine because I have one already. And then when your document is ready, we'll place the sketch into it. So we do Shift Command P, Shift Control P, or go to the File menu and choose Place. And in the exercise files for chapter 6, there's a PSD file with the sketches inside of it. So if I just bring that in and then come along here and click and drag to drop that on to my artboard like so. Okay, so you should be able to drag that into place with your selection tool. If you don't have the selection tool active, just tap V on your keyboard and it will pick it up. I'm going to center that up pretty much like that. And then what I'm going to do is lock this layer and actually turn it into a tracing template. We lock it because, just like working with things in the real world, you don't want the tracing paper to move while you're tracing, because then you've got to try and line it all up again, and it's never really that successful, is it? So over to the layers panel, and here is layer 1. We could rename that in a second. I want you to just double click in this empty area here. Don't double click on the name or anywhere else, because you'll change something, typically the name or the way that this responds. So just double click here. This gives us the layer options, and what we're going to do with this is we're going to change the name here. So let's just call this Sketchwork, just there like so, and we're going to turn it into a template layer, and that will dim any images on it to 50%. Because there's some thin sketchy stuff on here, that should all pretty much disappear, and we'll just end up with the stuff that we actually do want. So that's perfectly fine. If it's ever a bit weak, just come back into it and change this value to get exactly what you want. Hit OK, and that's done. The layer gets locked automatically, and then just add a layer by clicking this icon at the bottom of the panel. Okay, so our new layer's just here. If you wanted to rename it Drawing or something like that, then just double click on the name, rename it, and hit return to apply it. Okay, I'm going to close down the layers panel just there because it's just in the way otherwise. And this is the thing that we're going to be redrawing. Now I'm going to zoom in on that, so I'm going to tap the Z key on my keyboard. And my GPU acceleration at the moment, due to a problem with the operating system, is actually turned off. And you can see this little rocket here in the application bar has this power sign next to it because I've turned it off. If yours is still on, all you need to do is go to the middle-ish of this shape, mouse down and drag outwards slowly, and you'll see that you're zoomed in quite quickly. For the rest of us, just come up maybe just out to the top here, mouse down and drag a marquee around the logo like so, and then release, okay, and you're zoomed in. If you needed to reset your zoom or do anything else, you'll find all of the commands for that in this section, okay, of the view menu. So we're pretty much ready to go. I'm just going to hold down the spacebar here and pan across slightly for my own viewing comfort. Actually, I wanted to see that more in line with the way I'm sat. I'm then going to tap V on my keyboard. Okay, that gets me the selection tool. That way I'm not going to accidentally start zooming. And I need the document rulers. So to do that in the latest versions of Illustrator, you just come across to the Properties panel and click on the ruler here if nothing else is selected, of course. Otherwise, you can go up to the View menu and find rulers, or use the shortcut Command R, Control R to turn them on and off. Take your cursor into the ruler at the top, mouse down and drag down until you're in about the middle of that flower, and then release at that point and your first guide is added. Go back up to the rulers at the top, mouse down and drag down again, but before you get to the middle, hold down the Alt or Option key and it will switch to the alternate direction. Okay, and then just line that up like so and release at that particular point. Excellent. So we've got some guides there. We can turn the rulers off if we want, either by clicking the icon or using the shortcut again, or leave them if you like. And we're pretty much ready to draw. Just one other thing before we do that, and that's to set up ready for it. Tap D on your keyboard, and that sets the default properties for drawn objects in Illustrator, which is to have a white fill and a black stroke. I just want to change the fill here to none, because that way we'll be able to see what we're doing with the lines being there, and the fill won't be obscuring our view of the underlying sketch. In the next movie, we'll actually start drawing. Oh, do you know I love it when we sit here drawing together? It's fab. We're going to continue on with the logo that we started working on, and we're going to tap L on our keyboard. That gets us the ellipse tool from over here in the toolbox. And I'm going to draw a circle. I'm going to basically look at this line just here, because there almost is a circle just there. I'm going to move my cursor just up above it like so, to where I imagine the top of that rest of that circle will be, and the left edge of this one. I'm going to hold down the Shift key. I'm going to keep that held down until after I release the mouse button. It constrains that, and drag across like, look at that. Wow, bang. There we go, release just there, and then release the Shift key. That's not too bad, is it? I'm then going to move to the middle of the shape, and you'll see that it changes to a transform icon, which is what newer versions of Illustrator have done for quite some time. Hold down the Alt or Option key, which starts a copy, and Shift to keep it constrained, so those two together, and then drag across like so to meet the other edge of that top petal. And you can see there that I've created a copy and now they're joined. I did zoom in slightly just there as well. That's just a thing with my mouse, it does that periodically. I'm going to tap V now to get to the selection tool and drag across those two things to select them both, and then hold down the Shift key and tap M. And that gets me this fab tool called the Shape Builder, which allows me to make shapes from combinations of other shapes. Now by default it wants to add things together, but we can get it to behave with its alternate ego of take away stuff by holding down the Alt or Option key. And you can see I can click on this region here and this region here, and the result is this petal shape. Well, now we need to rotate that around a little way. I'm actually going to push mine up just a little bit as well, so I'm just going to use the arrow key here just to nudge that up slightly, I think. So if I get V for my selection tool and use my up arrow, there you go, just a bit there like so, nearer the top. That was just for my own. Yours is probably perfect. Okay, so now I've got that, I'm going to tap R. That gets me the rotate tool, and you'll see this small icon in the middle there. That's its transformation point. Well, we're going to move that, and we move it by going down to the intersection of the two guides, holding down the Alt key or Option key and clicking, and that sets the transformation point down there. It's not like Photoshop where you drag it, you just click to place it. What we need to do is get 5 copies of this. Now, I think that's 72 degrees, but the way to find out is to type 360, okay, then a slash for divided by 5. I'm just going to hit the Tab key there. Yep, it is indeed 72 degrees. I'm then going to hit copy, and that creates me a duplicate. And now I'm going to use the transform again command, which is Command D or Control D. So if I just do that, Command D, Command D, Command D, you can see how that's rotated around nicely, and I've got all 5 petals just there. Let's tap V quickly to get the selection tool and drag across those to select them. You don't need to go all the way around them. And then we'll get the shape builder back in because we need that again. So hold down the Shift key and tap M. Okay, and now we're going to join some regions together. So we're going to drag across these two, like so. Petal 1 done, drag across these two. Petal 2 done, these two, petal 3, these two, petal 4, and these two, petal 5. Nice, all done. We're back to the shape builder in just a moment, but first we need another rotation, and we need everything selected. So tap V, there we go. We've got everything selected, so that's fine. If you hadn't, you could just drag across those. Now tap R and move back to that intersection again, and Alt click just there. This time we're going to wind it back by about 5 degrees. So type -5, -5 into that field, okay, and hit copy. There you go. We've got a nice little duplicate thing going on there. So basically select everything again. You could actually use Command A or Control A in this particular instance because we're on a single artboard and this is the only artwork that we have. And then hold down Shift and tap M again for that shape builder. Now what we're going to do is we're going to join these two together. Okay, the two where it crosses over, we're going to just make our way around and join those two things together like so. Okay, so we've got those shapes. Then when we've gone all the way around, we're going to hold down the Alt key and we're going to remove all of the overlapping shapes. Okay, the whole lot. There we go. If I move around like so, can even drag a little bit if you want to just there. Can you see that? Now we've got this funky, nice shape for the flower. To finish this off, all we need to do is draw a small ellipse. So just tap L on your keyboard to do that. Hold down Shift, come up to here where this circle is, and just drag there. So you've got a circle of about the same size. Nice, drag that into position. All we need to do now, tap R for the rotate tool, come down to the guide intersection. Can you see how useful these guys actually are? Hold down Alt or Option and click. Okay, again, this needs to go all the way around 72 degrees, so 5 times here. So type 72. We can click copy, but if you want to be even faster at Illustrator, if you hold down the Alt or Option key and hit return, it's the same thing. And now all we need to do is Command D once, twice, 3 times, and that's it. We've got all of the necessary components for our logo complete. Save your work right now, okay? And in the next movie, what we're going to do is start to develop the color scheme for it. Now we've drawn our logo, we're actually going to get Illustrator to help us out to build the color theme for it. Everything we've drawn so far has no fill and a black stroke. So we're going to swap those things out. If we select all of these items with the selection tool, hold down Shift and tap X, that transposes the fill and stroke. You can do that down at the bottom of the toolbox just here with this small curved arrow, but the shortcut is much quicker. So we have a base color in mind and we've got RGB values for that. And so we're going to go to the color panel, which in the workspace we're using at the moment should be at the top of this stack next to the properties panel. Although if you don't find it, just go to the window menu, because that's where all of them live, in there. So we'll go to the color panel, and mine has the options showing already. If you can just see this ramp here and a few swatches above it, you can click on the flyout here and choose show options. But as mine's already open, then I'll continue with that. So the red value that I've got is 163. I'm going to tab through to the green value, which I have at 129. And the blue value at 189. And then I'm just going to hit return, and it's given me this lovely color just here, which is excellent. What I now want to do though is mix some other colors based on that. So first off, I'll save this as a swatch so that I've got it. If you go to the flyout again on the color panel, you can choose create new swatch, and this will open. I'm just going to call this lilac. Just there like so, sort of lilac-y. And it's a process color, global, which is really good, because that way if you have to edit the swatch, everything using it will change. I've deselected add to my library. We're going to do Creative Cloud libraries a little bit later on in the chapter, but you can, if you want to, and add it to a library ahead of time. Hit OK. So that swatch is now added to the swatches panel here like so. And I'm going to draw now a few shapes for the colors. So I'm going to draw a rectangle just here. M gets me the rectangle tool, and I'll just draw that and then Alt drag a copy from the center, just as we did earlier with the ellipses. Okay, so just go for that transformation point, Alt, and I held Shift as well, and then just do Command D to get the 5 supporting colors that we're going to have around this logo. So with any one of those selected, what you can now do is go to the color guide panel. That's normally underneath the color panel, but if it's not there, then just go to the window menu to get it. And this allows us to do many things. One of which is, if we click here to set this as the base color, which I think it had already picked up anyway, allows us to go through all of these different color harmonic rules in here, which is excellent. We can also get it to show variations via the flyout. You can see that warm and cool and vivid and muted, but tints and shades will be what we're after here. We want nice and soft and harmonious. So I'm thinking of a tetrad just here, so I'm just going to scroll down until I get to tetrad. Of course, remember those were the 90 degrees around on the color wheel. And then I'm going to choose some of the colors I like here from the choice of shades and tints. And it's tints I'm really after here. And I kind of like this entire column. I like that softer color here as well also. So what I'm going to do is click the topmost one. Okay, then hold down my command key, that would be Control on a PC, and click the colors there that I like and want to use. And then tap this icon at the bottom, and if I go to my swatches panel, I've got a color group just there like so. In fact, I could even drag this swatch into the color group, so now I've got my own lila color group just here. I'm then going to drag some of these swatches on to some of these rectangles. It's just typically how I work. It's not necessarily an industry prescribed way of working, it's just the way I do it. Okay, I've just done it like that for years, so, you know, just forgive me. If you want to do it a different way, that's entirely up to you. I tend to bring it out. Do you know what? I think those are going to work really well indeed. So I'm quite happy with that. So I'm going to apply some of those colors to the circles here. So I'll start with the lilac-y color just there, the very light pastel one, and then I'll go around that sort of duck egg blue there, come along to the bottom here. It's nice light salmon color. My own descriptions, of course, not necessarily in total accord with yours. Sort of greenish one just there, and the nice light color just there. If we turn off the background momentarily, I can get rid of these swatches now actually too. Turn off the background, go to the layers panel, and just click this icon here. That's what it looks like, the visibility icon on layers that are templates. Yep. Do you know what? I think that's going to work really well. So save your work, and we'll continue in the next movie. Now we've got our color themed version of the logo, it's time to add the type underneath. Now I already actually know what type I've decided on because I viewed it at an earlier point, but I'd like to show you how I found it. If I swap out now to Typekit here, which is where I went, I chose to filter by sans serif because I wanted something that was clean and modern. Okay, and then I chose this Bilbo because I named my cat, and I was searching for something for him. It's nearly his birthday, and chose headings just here. Okay, and then I went by weight. I wanted something that was light and thin, and I came across Omnes, this one here, to start off with, and it kept catching my eye. I filtered by width, and it stayed there, and I went through a few of the different things, and then I typed in, as I've done here with Bilbo's name, I typed in what I was actually after, and I was going all in lowercase here. I think I started out with an uppercase letter and then decided, you know what, it actually looked better if it stayed all lowercase, and I sketched it out a few times using that as a basis, and I really liked it. So I clicked through to that just to have a bit more of a look at it and see it in place. Some of these are paid for, these ones, but these two here fortunately are included in the Typekit plan. So I decided to sync Omnes Regular in this movie, which is of course what I'm doing right now. So Creative Cloud will sync that. If I now go back to Illustrator and tap T to get the type tool and click, this creates me something called point text. It's basically text that emanates from a point. You don't have to click and drag to create a box as you do in InDesign. You can, because that creates you area text, which is very similar to the frames in InDesign. But if you just want text like this emanating from a point, it's perfect. So if I just type Leela here just now and select that, okay, what I can do is go to the character field here and type Omnes like so and hit return, and it filters it to Omnes Regular, and there it is. It's amazing that it's so fast. If I bring that out, what I'll do is I'm going to hold down the shift key again because I want proportions and just drag out like so. Wow, so close. Mine was a screenshot as well based on that. So I'll just resize that like so. Excellent. And that's pretty much how I want it. So what we can do next is we can work a little bit on some of these shapes, okay, and move them into place. So we'll do that in the next movie. In the previous movie, we installed a font into the system via Typekit and used it here to add to our ongoing Leela logo. In this movie, I just want to show you the touch type tool, which can actually do a great number of things. In fact, with my selection tool, actually, if I alt drag a copy of this text, I'll give you an idea of what it can do. If I hold down Shift and tap T, that gets me the touch type tool. It actually lives down at the bottom of the type tools here in the toolbox. Okay, but if I click on an individual character, I get this box around the side of it, and I can scale this proportionally using this corner at the top. I can scale its width, which again, if you recall, is a type crime, so I'm not going to do that. I can move it, so shift its baseline with this corner handle just here, and I can scale it disproportionately again vertically there if I want to. Again, another type crime, so just remember, avoid the top left and the bottom right hand corners. I can also rotate characters around here, right? So dragging them into place, and I can make things that are really fun. What I like using it for, apart from that, is to actually kern things, especially when I've got big text. Because if you click on a character, you can use the arrow keys to move it, and it's actually changing the kerning values between that and the neighboring character. So there's a couple of small things here I'd like to pay attention to with our logo. So if I click on this A here, for example, I do just want to bring that in just a shade, just to get it a bit closer there, just a shade too far. I want to bring this L in just a little bit also as well, and the I in just a bit too. Perfect. I'm not going by the sketch, by the way. I am actually looking at the spacing in between the characters here. I'm happy enough with that. So what I'm going to do is delete this example text at the top here. We're here with this text because I don't actually want it to be text. It's part of a logo type. I'm going to outline it. You do that with Shift Command or Shift Control O, and it turns that into outline. So no longer text at all. You can do that via the type menu as well. You'll find create outlines in it down here somewhere. There you go, just there. It's grayed out because I've already done it. What I do want to do here is this dot is going to form a replacement, okay, for the tittle over the I. If you remember from the typography, that's what that one is called. I'm going to get the direct selection tool here and then click just on that tittle. Okay, in fact, I think it's getting me the whole lot. So there's another way of doing this actually. If I double click on that I, it takes me into the character. If I double click again, I can then get into that small group, because that's what it is, a succession of smaller groups. Double click outside. Let's turn the background off for that. In fact, we're done with it now, so we can actually delete that background layer. Let me just say yes to that. There we go. I think that pretty much works. I might just need to move that just tiny shade to the side. Okay, there we go. I think that's going to work pretty well. So all we need to do now is prep this for delivery. And there's a couple of different ways we can do it. We're going to explore those in the very next movie. So now our logo is complete. What we need to do is some file tidy up and create a couple of other versions potentially. In fact, it's always a good idea to do this anyway. And then we're going to look at Creative Cloud libraries. So first of all, what I'm going to do is resize the artboard to this artwork. I'm going to tap Shift and O, which gets me the artboard tool. It's here in the toolbox down towards the bottom. And then I'm going to fit the artboard to the window, Command or Control 0. Okay, and you can see we've drawn that nice and small like so. I'm going to drag one of the corners. There are commands actually to fit this to artwork, but I prefer doing it this way while I'm talking to you anyway. And I'm just going to drag that across just to get that on the artboard there like so. Nice. And I kind of like the fact that it's got this sort of balance that goes around a bit. This isn't perfectly centered, and I like that because there's less weight on this side. It's all good. I like it. So there we are. Our artboards are now ready. And I could rename this artboard at the top here to full color like so. There's a reason for this, because we actually need a couple of other copies as well. We need a black only copy and what's called a reversed out copy or a rev out copy. Those are ones that punch out of colors. Okay, so because of course very few things have actual white ink. To do that, I'm making sure that the move and copy artwork with artboard option is enabled up here in the control strip or options bar. I'm going to hold down the Alt key and then just drag a copy across like so. You can even hold down the Shift key as I'm doing here to constrain it if you want to. Once I've done that once, I'm going to do the same thing again. So I'll just select this artboard, Alt key down, drag a copy there like so. I'm not too worried here about organizing them really because there are only 3 and that's fine. So this last one here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this one as rev out just there. Okay, for reversed out like so. And I'll click on this one here, and this one's going to be black only. I sometimes abbreviate these things to BK only, and it's my own little way of referring to them. You might have your own mechanism. And then of course I need to make these pieces of artwork actually reflect that. So if I select all of the things on the black only artboard, back with my selection tool now and dragging across them, then I'll change the color of all of these to black. If I go to my swatches here and click black, there you go, that's job done there. And similarly with the reverse out, if I select all of those things and make those white like so. So if they're placed into a document, the document will know to knock those out or to create holes in the underlying color or shapes. Once we've done that, we could do a save as on this document, and I'll actually save this into the exercise files for you, so you've got it to examine at your leisure. So you can see here that I can do this, save this as complete, just there like so, and that's great. I've got a copy on my file system should I need it. Creative Cloud Libraries, however, will make it so that it's available to me wherever I am connected to Creative Cloud. And I love that. It's so revolutionary. And even though it's been around for a few years now, it still blows me away that even on my tablet, when I'm drawing, I can get access to my Creative Cloud content via libraries. So let's go to the Libraries panel here. Okay, and I've actually got a small drop down here. This is one of the places you can add a new library from, or you can go to the flyout here and choose Create New Library. I think I'll go that route this time. So I'll call this library Leela, like so, okay, and create it. Okay, and that's it. That instruction actually goes up to Creative Cloud, and Creative Cloud actually starts making space somewhere for the Leela library to exist and connecting it to the other computers I'm signed in on and my tablets. What I could do here now is if I select the color version here, like so, I can drag that into the panel like so, and it calls it Artwork 1 at the moment. I could do it that way. I'm just going to delete that one. Okay, let that delete. What I'll do instead is I'll have it all selected and I'll click this plus down at the bottom. Okay, because I can add the graphic and the fill color here. It will take the one that's on top, but that's fine. You can see now I've got, oh, actually it's given me the white of the artboard there. That is incredibly unusual, but I'm not too worried about that. What I could do with each of these things is actually come along and just add the fill colors there as well. If I add those, you can see I could just add all of these different things to my library, and then I know I'm going to be using the right colors if I'm making other things for Leela, and I could continue doing that. With nothing selected, I'm just going to delete the one that's white there. I didn't actually mean to do that. So this one, Artwork 1, I'm just going to call this FC for full color Leela logo. Okay, and then I'll drag the black one in just here. Okay, and I'll rename this. I'll just double click on it. I'll just call it BK Leela logo. There, like so. And then finally, the reversed out copy. Okay, in there as well. So there we are. I'll just call that Rev Out Leela logo. There we are. And so Creative Cloud synchronizes that, and I can even share that with other people. So it's a great way to collaborate, and I can make it so it's read-only for the other people on my team. Really important when you're working, especially in enterprises, where people get in and fiddle around with stuff. They just do, and you don't want them to do that. To be able to share them a library, but they can't modify any of the assets. They can just use them. That's brilliant, and you can do all of that from the flyout menu here. That starts with collaborate or share a link to the library, and then it's available to everybody. So there you are. That's our brief chapter on Illustrator done. I hope you've enjoyed it, and if you want to and carry on doing loads and loads of cool drawing stuff that you'll love even more, do check out my title on the Illustrator CC 2018 Essentials, and indeed some of my other Illustrator titles too. If you've watched the previous movies on Photoshop and Illustrator, then you'll be familiar with the interface tours of this title and could probably work along with me quite easily. But just in case you've jumped straight to this chapter or you're viewing it in isolation, let's have a look at where everything is in InDesign. So on the Mac, at the very top of the screen, you've got the top level menu system. On the PC, that's in this bar just underneath that, the application bar. Beneath that, we have the control strip. Photoshop people like to call it the options bar because that's what it's called there, but in InDesign and Illustrator, technically called the control strip. On the left-hand side of the screen, that's where we've got our toolbox. Whenever I'm directing you to something in this chapter, I'll be trying to give you a key to press to access it to make it easier to find. Over on the right-hand side, we have panels at the moment collapsed to icons and text, but normally they would look like this. I'm just going to drag one of the panels out so we can have a look at it. So we've got a tab just here, which if you double click on it, will collapse the panel. If I double click again, because this one's got these small little markers on it, this one has different states of collapse. So it will go like halfway and then fully collapsed. So options mode or not, as it's known. And then we've got the flyout on the side. This gives us some commands associated with the menu, and some of those get iconized down in the bottom bar. So there you are. Now you've got a rough idea of where to look when we're in InDesign. Of course, the document area will be where most of the action is. Let's get started using it. In this movie, we're going to create a document that we'll pretty much be using throughout the entire chapter. If you have access to the exercise files, you could open this file, Chapter 7 Font Sync. If I just open that now, the reason being that it's using two fonts from Typekit, and you can sync those, which will mean you have access to those fonts throughout this chapter. Of course, if you don't have access to Typekit, don't worry, you can use any fonts of your own in place. So to get started, we're going to create a new document. So File New or Command N, Control N to get to the new document dialog. So we're going to use the International Paper Size A5, and we're going to do it in landscape orientation. So dial in a width of 210 millimeters. Okay, if I just dial that back up to 210, I just accidentally nudged it. So 210 millimeters for the width and 148.5 millimeters for the height. That will set it to portrait. We're going to have 4 pages and make sure that facing pages is checked. And starting at 1, we don't need to worry about that. Columns we'll sort out in a bit. Zero out the margins. If you've got the linked icon, you should only need to type that into one field and add 3 millimeters bleed on all 4 edges and hit create. Okay, so our document's ready to go. In the next movie, we're going to work on the master pages and establish some grids. In the previous movie, we created a 4-page document and we zeroed out the margins. Now we're going to change them now on the master pages, which is where you do them if you want them to run throughout a document after you've created it. There are 3 ways that I can think of to get to the master pages. The first of which is down at the bottom of the interface here. This is the current page indicator and you can see it just there. You can also go to the Pages panel and you can see it at the top here, the master pages above this dividing line. But the way I'd really like you to do it is to learn the Jump to Page shortcut, which is Command or Control if you're on a Windows machine, and tap J for jump. I know it's the Go to Page dialog, but let's think of it as jumping there. All you then need to do is tap A and hit return, and hey presto, you are now on the master pages. Now we can view the whole spread here by either going to the View menu or using Alt Command 0, that's Alt Control 0 on a PC. Now we're going to use Type here to establish a baseline grid, okay, and also the page margins. To do this, we're going to do a few things. We're going to introduce a temporary text box, okay, and we're going to start at the top left-hand corner, okay, and make our way down to the center of the spread like so. Okay, now a cursor will be blinking away in the top there, and what we could do is actually populate this with body text. That would be kind of helpful. So the character options should be showing now in the control strip. If you're seeing the paragraph options, simply click the A there to go through. And we're going to type Kinesis because that's the typeface we introduced last time, unless you're using one of your own, and then just apply that and change the value of the size here down to 10. We're going to do 10 on 12. And at the moment it says 12 in there, but because it's in parenthesis, that means it's automatic. So we're going to override it and force it to be actually 12 because they don't go very well with baseline grids automatic settings. Once you've done that, go to the Type menu and right the way down to the bottom, bar 1, and hit Fill with placeholder text. And then we've just got some text in there for the moment. Now, it's only here temporarily just to help us out a little bit. And so what we're going to do next is hit the Escape key on our keyboard. That takes us out of the text, picks up the selection tool, and returns the control strip to things about measurement. So it's giving us units here in millimeters at the moment, or whatever unit you're in. I want to switch this across to something that relates to the text, and that would be picas. So I'm going to go to the 0 point here. That's where the rulers meet at the top left of the document window. Right click and choose picas. Okay, because we've got an interlinear space of 12 points, which of course is 1 pica. So now we can use these measurements to do some things for us. We can see here that the page is 49 picas, 7.276 wide, and it's 35 picas, 0.945 high. I'm just going to keep hold of that 945. In fact, I'm actually going to select it and copy it, Command C or Control C. Once I've done that, I'm going to go up to the layout menu and come down to margins and columns, and making sure that these things are unchecked. So at the moment it says they're not, which is just great. I'm going to type 3P in the top field just there, and then tab through to the next field. So here I'm going to do 4P, and then I'm going to paste down that value because it's going to take up the slack from the remainder of the irregular measurement. Okay, then I could do the inside here. So the inside I'm going to set to be the same as the top. So I'm just going to do 3 picas there, so 3p, and the outside more or less the same as the bottom. So I'm just going to do 4 picas just there. So more generous sort of thumb width on the outside and the inside. Because this is only a single fold sheet with just one sheet of paper, then that's just fine. For columns here, I'm going to introduce 6. There are many different ways of working with columns, and in fact I urge you to watch my good friend Nigel French's title on using grids inside of InDesign for much more information on that. And the gutter, I'm going to leave that the same as the leading, 1 pica like so, and hit OK. So my grid's there right now. If I wanted to, if I really thought it was important, what I could do is actually take that width and set the outside width to be exactly the same as well. But I'm not really overly fussed about that at this particular time. So I'm going to delete that text frame. It's done its job. And all I'm going to do now is add some guides. So I've just got some idea of the spacing of the page. Once again, that's up to the layout menu, and this time down to create guides. Here I'm just going to introduce 4 rows like so, okay, and make sure that they're set between the margins. The columns I've already got, and then hit OK. That's it. My guides are established. Let's just do the baseline grid. So this happens up in the InDesign menu on the Macintosh, down to Preferences, the Edit menu and Preferences on the PC, and then come down to Grids. And what we're going to do here is we're going to set the baseline grid. We're going to set the start to 3 picas from the top of the page because that matches our measurement here. Increment every 12 points and hit OK. Now you won't be able to see it at the moment. If you want to see it, it's available in the application bar just here that you can turn on baseline grid. And then we've got those ruled lines across there. The actual guides, they don't match up to these. They should really if you were doing a proper grid layout. So they're just there to give us a vague idea of where things are in the layout, or a slightly more informed idea, perhaps I should say. It's going to turn the baseline grid off. Then we'll go back to page 1. Command J, 1, return. There we are, back on page 1. We've got our grid. Let's start adding content in the next movie. In this movie, we're going to place some graphics into our document. We're going to do 2 or 3 different placings. We're going to place some background images, then we're going to place some images that will be moving around in just a little while. So to place a file, if you've got a frame ready to accept it or not, because it doesn't matter, InDesign will draw a frame around it anyway, so I tend, unless I've wireframed, not to. We just use the place command, which is in the file menu, but Command D for drop something here is the way that I remember it. So what I'm going to do first of all in the exercise files for chapter 7 is I'm going to add the cover image, which is just here, 0704 PSD. I don't need the import options on or anything else. I'll just hit open. Just there like so, and that comes in loaded into the placing cursor. Now because this is going to bleed off of the edges of the pages and be trimmed away, what we need to do this time is to go up to the top corner of the bleed like so, and then mouse down and drag. Don't just click because it's a really big image and it'll end up way too big. Drag until you've got it more or less aligned to the bleed at the bottom, and you can always adjust that afterwards. In fact, we'll be doing something with the fit of other images in a couple of movies' time. We can resize this one, however. What we're going to do is tap E on our keyboard. That gets us the transform tool here. Move down to this bottom right hand corner, hold down the shift key because you want this to be proportional, and then just drag this up like so to meet the bleed if you need to do so. Leave everything else there just as it is. Okay, tap V to go back to the selection tool and click away from that so it's not selected, because otherwise the next image we place would replace that. And we're going to go to page 2, so Command J to jump to return, and that takes us out to page 2. Let's place again, so Command D here, and this time we're going to go to 0704 PG2BG PSD. Nice long file name for you. There is some logic to it though. Again, this is going to bleed off the page, so start at the top there and work your way down until you get towards the bottom like so. Perfect. That's exactly how we want that. Let's go across to page 3. Now this time we can just hold down the space bar and just pan across like so, and that shortcut works provided you haven't got a text box active. Works all the time. It's a really nice way to move around. So deselect what you've got there. You have to remember to do that. Okay, and then we're going to place again, so Command D. Okay, and this time we're going to find 0704 PG3 relaxed JPEG like so. We'll open that, and again this time we're going to go on the page. This isn't going to bleed off, so go to the top of the page here and drag downwards like so until you get it down to the bottom of the page like that. There's a bit of adjustment to be had just there, like I said, in a couple of movies time. Let's go to page 4, so Command J for return like so. See how fast that is, don't have to go anywhere else. Let's pop the back cover image on, so Command D for placing again, and we're going to go to 0704 back cover BG. All of these are Photoshop documents in the main, by the way, here. I don't know if you'd noticed that, but anyway. So now we've got that. Again, this is something that's going to bleed off, so what I'm going to do is just go across, this time the width of the page like so, because I happen to know that the proportions are not exactly the same as the page, as are a couple of the others. I'm then just going to drag this downwards. Now here's an important note for when you are moving images. Don't grab this content grabber in the middle here, because that actually targets the image inside the frame, which we'll be discussing in a couple of movies. So just go sort of towards one of the corners as I'm doing just there, and the smart guides will help you align that. Okay, let's go back to page 3, so Command J 3. We're going to drop down the other images that we're going to be using. Okay, so this time we're going to do a whole range at once, so Command D. Okay, now we've got those two covers. Now we want man facial, so click on that one. Don't double click or anything, just a single click. So now hold down the Command key if you're on a Mac, the Control key if you're on a PC, because that allows us to select a range of files that are not necessarily contiguous in this list. So we're also going to collect Flower Woman just there, and Therapist, which is in the list. In the ordering of my list, your ordering might be slightly different. Let's come down a little bit further. We're going to get Spa Seats and Spa Seats 2 and Stones and Candles and Sauna and Massage and Red Candles and Red Yellow Flower. So what have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice. Now we've got those. Just hit open. Okay, and this is a really nifty placing trick. We're going to use grid place here. We can resize everything later on, but I'm going to go to the top of the document here. It really doesn't matter where I am. I'm just going to mouse down and drag down a little bit like so. Okay, then I'm going to start. I'm not releasing the mouse button. That bit is really important. I'm going to hit the right arrow key, and suddenly I can drag wherever I want. And I'm going to drag down maybe to this third column just here to the end of that. Okay, I've created 2 columns now. Okay, and now I'm going to hit the up arrow once. That creates me a row. Twice, so now I've got 3 rows. 4 times 4 rows, 5. There you go, 5 rows, because in my book 2 sets of 5 is equal to 10. And in fact I could drag that in a bit, so they're more or less sort of 5-4 proportion, that sort of region anyway. It doesn't matter, we're going to move them later on. When you release, there you go, hey presto, they're all ready for us to work on in a couple of movies time. Perfect. Let's go on to the next movie where we're going to do a bit of round tripping out to Photoshop and see what you remembered from that chapter. So if you're working along with this sequentially, perhaps now is a good time to actually save your work, because remember, it's all just ones and zeros bouncing around there in all of that freaky electricity, and sometimes things happen. InDesign has excellent crash recovery. In fact, that's one of the things that set it apart from its main competitor early on, the fact that it could recover documents even if they'd never been saved. But let's not take that risk, because I don't want to lose all of your hard work. If you have access to the exercise files, you can actually pick up at this particular point. I'm now in 0705 round trip, INDD. So you could just open this one and carry on, but otherwise save your own and continue. So we're going to go to page 2. We've got work to do on page 2 and page 4, and we're going to just go back and consolidate some of the things we did in the Photoshop chapter. So let's go to page 2. So I could just pan across here, of course, hold down the space bar and move across. And I want to actually create a little bit of a fade, because down here, this is where our text is going to go. It's going to be the main text actually for the document. And this is a bit of an awkward break. I want this to kind of fade and get a sense that it's embracing that text. So here's a shortcut that is really useful. Now, I've already got Photoshop running in the background, by the way. So if you don't, you'll see it launch as we go along. But I'm going to hold down the Alt or Option key, and then I'm just going to double click on this image, and it hands it over to Photoshop like so. Brilliant. What we're going to do is twofold. First of all, we're going to make a selection with the quick selection tool. So just tap W on your keyboard and just have a quick confirm that you have indeed got the quick selection tool and not the magic wand, which is nested with it. Okay, and then if you need to, make your brush so it's smaller than this leaf. Now, there's a couple of ways you can do that. Up in the options bar or control strip here, you can move this slider, or you can use the left bracket key on your keyboard. That's the key usually to the right of the P key. And you can see I can bring that down like so. And then just drag on that leaf, just even a tiny bit. As long as you're still within the leaf, don't touch the edges. You can see that it makes a selection like so. In fact, we could go crazy and select the next leaf as well. So go down a bit there, again, making my brush smaller, and then just clicking and on that leaf, moving even slightly. And now I've got both of those things selected. We're going to save this selection, which is actually something we didn't cover in the Photoshop chapter. So there you go, you're getting a bit of extra Photoshop tuition at the same time. It's proper value for, well, just value. Let's go for the select menu and come down and choose Save Selection. Okay, this dialog will appear like so, and we're just going to call this Leaves, or whatever you want. You can call it Jeff for all I care, really. To be honest, it's not desperately relevant as long as it means something to you. Hit OK, and then we're going to dismiss that selection. Can you remember the shortcut for that? Ooh, very good. Command D, or Control D, of course, if you're on a PC, just to remove that selection. Okay, let's add a layer mask to this. At the bottom of the layers panel, we've got that small icon. If we click on that, it gives us a layer mask, and notice that the brackets around the side mean we're focused on that mask. Right, let's get the gradient tool, which you get by tapping G on your keyboard. And again, because there's other things in that little family, just check that you have indeed got the gradient tool there and not the paint bucket or the material sampler thingy. And then tap D on your keyboard, which gets you the default colors. Now, mine's white in front, black in back, so I'm just going to tap X to swap those two things over. So it's tap this, tap that. It's great, isn't it? And then we're going to go up to the gradient selector at the top here and choose from the default gradients, which hopefully you've got, the foreground to transparent option there. Okay, excellent. Now we're ready to go. So what we're going to do is come inside the image here. And oh, by the way, one other thing, make sure it's linear, this first option here in the options bar or control strip. So into the right hand side just here, probably an idea to hold down shift here. You don't have to, as long as you can be more or less level, that should be fine. But I am going to hold down shift, mouse down, and then just drag out like so. And I'm going to go just towards that leaf, the second one that we sampled there. Okay, and I think I'll release when I'm underneath that. There we go, perfect. So now we've got this nice bit of transparency just there. Okay, but it's crossing over into the leaf, and I want that to still be in the foreground. That's where our save selection comes in. Up to the select menu, down to load selection, and from this channel list, choose leaves just here, hit OK. So there's our selection. All we need to do now, remember, in a mask, it's black to conceal, white to reveal. Okay, so what we can do, because white is in the background, you can just hit delete. Okay, and you can see how hopefully there's just a tiny bit of bright white in there, and suddenly the leaf is back to full opacity. Deselect that, Command D, and then close that image, allowing it to save. Okay, so Command W, it'll ask you if you want to save and say yes, you do. Okay, let's jump back to InDesign. Okay, and go to, this time, page 4. So Command J, 4, return like so. Because what we're going to do here is a bit of content-aware scale magic. Okay, so Alt or Option, double-click on the image, out to Photoshop. All right, and what we're going to do is we're going to change the canvas size. I'm just going to close up that library just there. Okay, so we're going to change the canvas size. We do that via the image menu, or the shortcut is Alt Control C or Option Command C, but here it is just here. Okay, canvas size. And what we're going to do is anchor the current image to the bottom. Okay, and this needs to change its height here just a little bit, I think. We're going to dial that up to 20 because the version that we have is scaled anyway. So we'll just give it a bit more room and then just do Command 0, Control 0 to fit that. And then up to the edit menu and choose Content Aware Scale. And then just drag up that slider. Keep an eye on the figure underneath. Okay, in fact, if we go to about that far, because otherwise she's going to start to distort, I think. Oh, I don't know, doing pretty good actually. So I'm going to go all the way up there and double click. Okay, and that's it. And so it's just scaled this area here. If you did have a problem with the figure distorting, what you could do is get the lasso tool and make a very rough selection around that. Wouldn't have to be precise at all, just literally cut across there. Save that selection, and one of the options you have, if I just re-invoke Content Aware Scale here, is to choose a channel where it says protect. If you had a selection there that was saved, then that would be available. I'll just cancel out of that. So we'll save that. Okay, we'll make our way back to InDesign again. Of course, this will have changed just here, so we can just increase the size there of the frame. In the next movie, we'll be dealing with repositioning content inside of frames. In this movie, we're going to explore the relationship between content and frames. Whenever you place an image or an Illustrator file into an InDesign document, it gets wrapped in a frame. Okay, so here's how we work with them. And I'm going to start off on the back cover of our document here and just select this frame at the moment. In fact, I'll move it off the page and I'm just going to zoom out just a little bit for you. In fact, I'll go to 100% here, Command 1, like so. That should give us plenty of room to be able to see both things together. So you can see here the frame at the moment is larger. There's a gap along the top because the content, which we resized in Photoshop, has now moved downwards. Now we can access that content by clicking on the content grabber. Okay, now you can see there's another frame here, and that's the frame of the actual content. And we can do various different things with that. For the moment, what I'd like to do is make sure that it is aligned more towards the bottom of the frame than the top. So I'm just going to click on it and drag it upwards. Now holding down the shift key here, that way it locks it kind of to the same orientation. Get it to the bottom of the frame like so, and then I'm going to release the mouse button and then release the shift key. Brilliant. So that content is now exactly where I want it to be. Now resist the temptation to grab hold of this handle and resize it, because remember, that's the content, not the frame. And if you do, you're going to end up distorting the content. I'm just going to undo that like so. What I'm going to do is click again on the content grabber here, or in fact just double click outside or click outside to go back to that, and there's the frame. All of the overspill has disappeared. Brilliant. Okay, so I'll just put that back in the page. Let's work our way back via the cover. So if we do Command J1, I'm really trying to reinforce that shortcut for you, aren't I? Here, this one extended beyond the bleed, so this is easy to resolve. Just click on that to select it, and then just resize the frame back to meet the edges of the bleed, like so. Perfect, there you go. That one's done. We'll be back to that, of course, later on. Let's go to page 3, where we dropped a whole group of images there. So go over to that page, and in fact, if I do Command 0, Control 0, so you've got a nice view, especially if you're watching this on a phone. So first of all, this image on the side here, okay, what we're going to do with that is we're going to change the size of the frame, because we don't need all of that extra overspill just there. And also, it's pointing the wrong way for this layout. It's like she's trying to leave the layout actually. So we're going to flip the image over, and we can do that here in the control strip or options bar. Flip horizontal just there. If I click that, that's much better. You see already pointing back in towards the content. It's all these tiny little cues here. We don't need to extend this really that much beyond the bleed, although there is shadow at the bottom, so it would be a good idea to do that. Let's just zoom out slightly here so that you can see both things. Can you see that? Okay, when we scale it up, her foot will come back into the image. And there's a couple of ways you can do it. What you could do is hold down Command and Shift together, or Control and Shift, sorry, together to get hold of that content and scale it proportionally. I think while you're learning, it's better to use the free transform tool, which you get by tapping E on the keyboard. In fact, you can do it not just while you're learning, at any point actually. Go to that corner, remember, hold down the Shift key, that's really important, and then just drag upwards like so, just to get that more into the layout here. Ideally, because this image is so close really to the edges there, and her toes are going to be clipped off just there, not really any important content, but you still don't want things to be awkward, I would actually bring this into Photoshop and add some additional pixels around the side, which is something you might want to do later on. Anyway, back to image fitting. We've got a load of frames just here that we bought in. We're going to use this content in different places throughout this brochure. And you can see here this example, for example, the fourth one down on the left-hand column. That one is wider than the frame. Okay, it would be ordinarily, because this frame has gaps at the top and bottom, whereas next to that, this one of the therapist here, that's a square, and of course it's got stuff on either side. Now, you can work with these in a number of ways. I could click on the content grabber and access the content and resize it. That's one way I could do it. Just going to click away from that. Or I can use the controls up here in the control strip. So this one, fill frame proportionally, will take the edges of the content and make them match up, okay, allowing any overspill. If I now click on the candles and the rock here, you can see that the actual image content extends way beyond the end of the frame. If I did that with the therapist picture here, this time what I'm going to do is fill that proportionally also. Now that's great, too high up though, so I'll just click on the content grabber, use my arrow keys here just to nudge that down till she's sort of in the top third of that content there, like so. You can do it more than one image at a time. So for example, if I got these two things here and clicked fit proportionally there, okay, and went along to the top two here, fit proportionally. You've got other controls. Just here, if I select an image frame, you can also make sure that you fit it proportionally. And so that will take the edges of the content and make them match up. If I click that, actually, you can see there it's taken the longest edge of the content and fitted it inside the frame there, the shortest edge matching on the sides. You can also fit the content to the frame. Now that will distort the content. If I click, you can now see that's been stretched, which is undesirable. So let's just undo that. Okay, you can also fit the frame to the content. That's something else you could do, and that will just change the frame so that it matches the dimensions of the content. Again, I'm going to undo that, and also center the content in the frame. So if I just maybe change the size of this here, I just hit the content grabber there and just modified the content and chose center content, and you can see that's centered in the frame. And I'll just undo that till it goes back to the way it was before, which is filling it proportionally. There you go. In fact, I'll just sweep across and do those other images. Let's go on to the next part of building our brochure, which is importing the text. Unless you also have a sideline as a copywriter, it isn't the job of a designer to write the text or copy for a document. Your job is to get the text into InDesign and make it look its best so that the message it carries can be easily read, understood, and hopefully acted upon in the way that the brief has indicated. It's pretty straightforward to get advertising and marketing copy into InDesign, as it tends to be relatively short. Although that said, it's not that much harder to get large volumes of text in either, for that matter, but that's for another day. So here in InDesign, we're going to use the place command again, just as we did with images. But before we do, let's make it so that any new text we type or place is automatically using our body font for this document, Kinesis. The way to do that is actually really simple. All that needs to happen is to have no text selected. If I now go to the Type tool, okay, and choose Kinesis from here, so there it is at the top, okay, that's it. That's all I need to do. Anything I start to type now, so if I just drag a quick text frame here and type something like hello, just there, you'll see it's in Kinesis. Okay, so that's the way to do it. In fact, if you want to do it for the whole application, all you need to do is to not have any document open. Okay, and that sets the preference for the application. This sets a document level preference, so anything in this document, and that makes perfect sense if you think about it. So let's bring in some text then. So use the place command. You can have a frame ready to go, but I haven't. I'm going to let it draw its own frame. So Command D or Control D, and in the exercise files for this lesson, I've put in this file, Leela copy, just here. And what I'm going to do is make sure that show import options is on this time. You may elect not to use it beyond that, but I'll show you it at least one time. So if I hit open, this is the import options dialog that I get, and it asks me what I want to include. In fact, you can even save presets from here. So I used to get customers that did the same things every time and added in the same content, and it took me a little while to clean it out. So I just made a preset that I could just go to their name and it would do all of these things for me. But here I'm just going to say don't include table of contents, index, footnotes or endnotes. Do use typographer's quotes, because sometimes you get the dumb quotes which are actually measurement markers in there. I'm going to remove the styles and formatting from any text and tables because they might have all sorts of nonsense going on in there. If I chose to preserve, I can actually work out how those things are mapped, and there's some workflows where you might want to do that. But here I'm going to say remove it because I'm not sure what sort of typists they are. And I'll just leave convert tables to unformatted tables. When I hit OK, it comes into the place cursor. Now, if I just click like so, it will draw a frame here between the columns. I'll just undo that to put it back into the cursor. Because one of the things you have to be careful of is if you're over another frame and you click, sometimes it can replace that content. Now, because this is an image frame and this is text, that didn't happen. But if it would have been a text frame, it would have replaced it. I want the text to occupy these 3 columns just here. So what I'm going to do is position my cursor at the top of the first column and then click and drag across like so. Okay, so here it is and it's ready to go. So I'm just going to double click so that I can edit it. You can see it's formatted in Kinesis Pro 3 already because we took that step earlier, and we can start to work on it. So headline at the top is just an indication from the marketing person that that's what the headline is. So I can just delete that and remove that line. Body is just an indication that it's the body copy from there on, and I can delete that too. And immediately it looks like I've got a frequent paragrapher. So somebody who's just hitting the paragraph control, one of those type crimes. There's probably some double spacing in here as well. So what I'm going to do is clean it. If I select all, that selects even the text that you can't see in the frame, because there is more text here. And this indicator, the little red plus at the bottom there, shows me that there's more text, that it can't be displayed because there's not enough frame room. Let's do a cleanup on the text though. So if I bring in the Find Change dialog by Command F or Control F, one of the things I've got here is this query drop down. And so what I can do is choose multiple return to single return from here, and it writes it here in grep language. And I'll just do change all, and it can tell me, there you go, 5 replacements have been made. So all of those additional paragraphs have gone. And then I've got here multiple space to single space. And again, this is more grep, and this looks like loads of fun, but it's just describing several different kinds of space. And I'll do change all. Yep, and there you go. There was 1 replacement in there as well. So that's it. All good and done. So our copy's now in. We need to do a little bit of work on it, however, and we'll pick that up in the next movie. Styles, wherever you can apply them, are a no-brainer, because when you create a style and you use that definition, you only have to change the definition to change everything that is depending on it. Character and paragraph styles are really the fundamental elements of styling in InDesign. So what we're going to do in this movie is create a character style and a paragraph style for our body text, and then another paragraph style for our heading text. When you create a paragraph style, it's not necessary for you to highlight the whole of the text. Just simply clicking inside the paragraph you want to change is sufficient. So how do we go about it? Well, we've got our character options here to start off with, which we could do. It's always a good idea, I think, to style in the document and then create an actual style based on it. So we were aiming here for Kinesis Pro 3 in 10 point set on a 12 point leading, and we weren't using the automatic version. Okay, so we were doing that. I'm going to switch out to the paragraph options now. And what we're going to do is add 6 points space after, rather than putting those lines in between a paragraph. Okay, and in fact, once I tab through that, you should see that paragraph now has a small gap underneath it. And for now, I think that will do. Range left is all just fine there. So to create a style, all you need to do is come up to this symbol here. This is called a Pilcrow, a bit more pub quiz knowledge for you. But if I click on that and choose New Paragraph Style, the Style dialog box opens. So I'm going to call this Leela Body Copy, just here. I'm going to make sure it's not based on anything pre-existing, and just as a thing to note, you never ever ever base anything on the default basic paragraph, just in case the document goes over to somebody else and their copy of InDesign has a different definition to yours. It'll all go horribly wrong. Next style just means apply the same style here when you're continuing to type, and that's for typing really, not really at any other time, with maybe one tiny exception. And shortcuts need to be applied via a numpad, so I tend to leave those alone because I work on a laptop quite a lot and the numpad doesn't work there, so, or it doesn't even have one. So there you go. We can go through the basic formats here. So that's everything that we've applied just there inside of the local formatting. We can change the spelling language here. That's always useful to do if you need to do it. Mine's just fine as it is there. Thank you very much. Indents and spacing, the one thing I am going to do here is align the first line of my paragraph to the baseline grid, which we visited earlier and you may well have forgotten about by now. But there you go. So that will align that. That means that paragraphs of different sizes and other things would align also if you're doing that. That's really a deeper topic and I just kind of glossed over that just then, but it is something worth looking into. When I hit OK, that's it. The paragraph style is created, however, not yet applied. Okay, so you can see here at the moment, this is just saying basic paragraph plus. So it's got all the properties of basic paragraph plus a bit. So let me apply it. If I apply body copy just there you go. That's 10 on 12 point leading. In fact, let's select absolutely everything. If I just do Command A here or Control A, and then this has gone blank because it's got more than one thing. Choose Leela body copy just there. Perfect. And you can see now how that's all nicely spaced out like so. A character style is meant to be an override to a paragraph style. Now I've installed a couple more fonts on this particular file, and you may well have noticed if you're working along with it and opened it that you got asked to sync a couple of other fonts. That's because, curiously enough, during the recording of this title, Kinesis seemed to open up and become available for sync globally, and I don't know quite what was happening there or if it was just something that they took off the paywall, but I decided to re-record this particular movie and include some of those typefaces. So let me show you what the override is. If I went here, for example, if I thought all of these different things like Leela Radiance facials, they could be in italics. That's when I can create a character style to do that for me. So I'll switch out to the character options here. And what I'm going to do is, at the moment it's Kinesis 3 here, light. And if I click just here, you'll see I've also got light italic just there. Okay, so that's the only change I want to make. So I'm going to go up to my character style options, which are just here, represented by the letter A. And if I click here, I'll choose new character style. Now this one I'll just call body italics, like so. And the trick here is to only complete what you would like to be changed. So for example, I'm not going to fill out anything in the font family because I want it to apply to anything that's got a light italic variant. And if you look at this list, it covers every available different eventuality inside of there. So loads and loads of different options. But light italic, I know I have. I'm just going to deselect adding this to my CC library here. Okay, and pretty much I think that's it. So I'm going to hit OK. And again, I'm just going to apply it like so. You can actually do that, by the way, in the setup. At the beginning, you can actually put in apply to selection, but I elected not to do that. And if I just go for lava here, and I'll apply that just there, and so on, and hot stone massages there, I can actually do this even quicker using something called quick apply. If I hold down the command key and hit return, that would be control return on the PC, the quick apply dialog appears. Okay, and I called this body italic. By typing B, you can see that's actually come to the top of the list. If I hit return, it's applied. So if I went for Azure Lagoon, I can't say Azure Lagoon hydration all of a sudden in my excitement. If I select that and command return, it's already selected. So you see, it's really easy for me to do this very, very quickly indeed. Okay, so command return, return, because it's already there, and I could work through that and so on. So there you go. That's how a character style overrides a paragraph style. We'll just finish off this movie by creating a new paragraph style for the heading just here. So I'm going to switch back to my character options, and in the character options, I'm going to make this Fira Sans, which is in my recent menus at the top here. Okay, and this was Fira Sans medium just here because I've got quite a lot of that font installed just there. And this one was going to be 14 points. there. So I'll just dial that up on an 18-point leading. There we go. So if I put 18 just in there, then it's got a nice gap there. I'm actually going to remove that hyphenation. If I just go to the paragraph controls here and turn hyphenation off, I can then create a new paragraph style. It's not based on anything again, and this one will be called Leela heading, just there. There you go. That's how we can apply those styles to our text and make our lives a lot easier. In this movie, we're going to look at yet another kind of style in the form of object styles. But just before we do that, I want to do something to the text that I finished off in the previous movie, because I'm not happy with it. It's not sitting on all the baselines or filling this side as I'd expected. So what I'm going to do is double click on it, and that will first of all activate the text and also place a cursor in the paragraph. And I'll go up to the icon here, the little Pilcrow icon, and click on it. And this is where I can edit my style with the style options. So if I choose that, I'm going to go straight to indents and spacing, and I'm going to change the align to grid to all lines. And hopefully, even behind the dialog, you can see how now that's matching all of those lines. I'm going to make one other change here because there's a sort of uncomfortable jump still in there somewhere. And I think if I change the baseline grid to half its value, it will overcome that. So I'll go up to the InDesign menu here and come down to Preferences. That would be Edit and Preferences on the PC. And I'll go to Grids, and I'll change my grid from the 12 points that it is currently to half that, which of course 12 is a multiple of 6, so that should work quite well. If I hit OK, suddenly we've got much better fitting text there. It's looking really, really lovely. I'll just turn the baseline grid off here, which I did to open the movie. I can make one edit to this text and that would be good. And you can hopefully see I only had to make a couple of changes and it changed everything else in the document. If I hit escape to leave the text and to go back to the selection tool, I'll show you how this can work with objects. Now there's a lot more here than you can do in just one single movie because it's quite involved, but you'll get an idea. First of all, I'm going to get the Object Styles panel. If I go to the Window menu and come down to Styles, you'll see that Object Styles is in here. So I'll bring that out and I'm going to select an item and then go to the flyout and choose New Object Style. So the Object Style dialog opens and I'm going to check Apply Style to Selection and make sure that Preview is on so I can see it. So there are several different things you can do, effects, and you can apply them to the object itself, the stroke, the fill, and any text in there. So there's quite a lot that goes on in this dialog. But what I am going to do is just add something simple like a drop shadow. If I choose that, you can see there's a good old 90s drop shadow behind there. I'm going to leave it there just for a minute. I will, however, dial the opacity down because that's truly, truly dreadful. And I'll go up to the dialog at the top and I'll just type in a name for it. I'm just going to call this demo so that I can get rid of it later on, and I'll hit OK. So equally, as I could with text, I could select a range of objects. For example, I'm going to use Quick Apply just here. So Command Return, Control Return, type DE and it highlights demo, hit return, and suddenly everything there has got a drop shadow. If I need to change anything here, I'll go to the flyout and I'll go to my style options. Let's just say for argument's sake, I'm still okay with the drop shadow, but I want to change the color of it. I'll click on this swatch here and make it blue. You can see how everything there has suddenly got a blue drop shadow. And with that, I'm going to uncheck drop shadow so it's all gone and hit OK. So there you are. Object styles are another way that you can work a lot smarter in InDesign. Let's have a look at creating some tables inside of InDesign. If I create a quick text frame, and I'm just going to drag one arbitrarily on this layout like so, I can go to the table menu and choose Insert Table. All I then need to do is complete this dialog, the number of rows that I want, the number of columns, header rows if any, and footer rows if any, and then hit OK, and there you are, I've got a table. If I just come out of that, I'll pick up the selection tool here and delete that. You can also put one in without having a text box present. If you go to the table menu and choose Create Table, you get exactly the same dialog. You get a table as a result, which you can click and drag into place like so. And you get a text frame around it that's really snug to the edges. More commonly though, you're much more likely to bring it in as part of a Word document perhaps, because if you remember the import options, one of those was to preserve the formatting of tables, and then you could refine them inside of InDesign. Or, as we're going to do now, bring in some tab delimited text and turn that into a table. So if I use the place command and pick up table text from the exercise files, I'll just bring that in and I'll drag a text frame across this part of the layout to the middle of this column here, like so. Then I can double click to access it with the type tool, select all of it, go to the table menu, and this time choose Convert Text to Table. It will ask me what my column separator is. You can have tabs or commas or even paragraphs. I've chosen tab here because that is how that information is separated, and how the rows are separated by paragraphs, as is normally the case. And here you are. There's my table drawn like so. Now I can start to actually refine this directly here. You'll notice that if I move over any of the dividing lines here, that I can drag like so. If I just drag, then I'm going to change the width of the table as well. If my intention is to widen the cell or change the cell in any way, I need to hold down the Shift key. So I can pull this one back to this first column, for example, just here, and this one can come back to the last column just there. Perfect. Now that I've got that, I'm just going to hold down my command key, that would be Control on the PC, for a second. That gives me temporary access to the selection tool, and just make the text frame larger because I knew there was another row just in there. And that's not bad as an idea, to be honest, if you're just checking to see if you've got all of the information. So now I can begin to style parts of this. What I'm going to do here is click above this column, just as you would in a spreadsheet program, and I'm going to align these to the center horizontally and also vertically. I'm going to select this range here, and I'm going to align all of those vertically to the center, and this final column I'm also going to align horizontally also. I'm then going to select all of the text there and change its size. I'm going to bring this down to 9 points just here and put it on an 11-point leading like so. And all of this at the moment is local formatting. I'm not using any styles here. If I wanted to add paragraph styles that I had already, then I'd need to go to the window menu, come down to styles and choose paragraph styles and apply them from there. Although you can actually build them into table styles as well, which is something again for another day. I think that this row here, or this column here rather, I'm just going to increase that. I'm going to take that back up to 11 just there. It doesn't really need that much in terms of interlinear space, so I could actually leave it tight, which is what you call it when it's 11 on 11, or when the two values are the same. Doesn't work very well if you've got descenders in there, but I think that's pretty solid. I might just drop it up one more point like so. Okay, now I'm going to remove the second instances of all of these categories just here. Just remove those like so. And then I'm going to work my way up the column here, selecting pairs of cells and merging them together, because each one of these is two different topics associated with a particular subject, if you like, or category. There we go, that's all done. And now I'm going to change the height of these cells. So I've selected that range, and I'm going to come up to this area here and set it to exactly, and I think I can get away with 5 picas here. So I'll put 5 picas in. Actually, I could go a bit further, so I'm just going to click in there and use my arrow keys to see how far I can get. In fact, 5 pica 7, nice, neat fit. There we go. Perfect. Now I'm going to put some color into these cells. I'm going to use the colors from the Creative Cloud libraries. So what I need to do here is to select these colors. I've clicked on one and shift click the last one, and then right click and choose add to swatches. So now they're added to the document swatches. I'm just going to drag across the first cell there. And what I need to look out for is this little bit at the top. Okay, in fact, this whole area. First of all, I need to make sure I'm affecting the fill, not the stroke. Then that I'm affecting the container, not the type, just there. So if I click here, that will fill with lilac. And if I fill this one with the salmon color there, or pale salmon, and then this one with slightly darker of those yellows. Not that it really matters, the green rather. Not that it desperately matters as it goes. Just bring this down. I was treating it like a real document. Hilarious. There you go. And now I've done those, I'm going to select the entire range, because these would need light strokes on here, not great big heavy ones. So I'll drop these down to 0.25 of a point. And from the color for the stroke, I'm going to stick with black, but I'm going to tint it down to about 75%, somewhere in that sort of ballpark. Excellent. I'll switch to my selection tool, and what I'm going to do is tap W, okay, and now you get more of a view of how this is looking, and you've probably spotted there's something not right with those strokes, which I'm going to rectify now. I'll double click first of all to access the table, and then select the whole thing. What I neglected to do here was to change the in-between lines of the cells just there. Okay, and you'll see that some things now have dimmed out because they don't know what to show me. So I'll change that to 0.25 points, and I'll change this to black at 75%, like so. Okay, now if I come away from that, you'll see that is all nicely resolved. Save for a little bit of local formatting, which of course we could all do at our leisure. That's it. That's your 101 on tables complete. So if you need to use them inside of your document, you at least know how to get started. I'm in the document 07_11 finishing INDD from the exercise files that I've been working with throughout this chapter. And this is the table all finished up from the previous movie, and all I need to do here now is to send this to the back, because at the moment, if I just tap W here, just to go into preview mode, this is cutting across this model's foot, which I'm sure wouldn't be very comfortable. So if I just send that to the back, which I can do via Object, Arrange, Send to Back, then now her foot projects nicely across the top of that, because this one has a cutout on the side there. The images that were there in earlier movies, they've all been moved out to this array on the back page. A small address has been added there. You'd be amazed, actually, how much communication has gone out in the world without that simple information on it. I saw a picture only the other day, actually, of a bus in the US, two lawyers, or they look like lawyers, saying, "Talk to us," and that was it. No number about what and how. So interesting. And then you've got the logo down here on this one going back up to the cover. Command J1. Remember that shortcut just there. The only thing that needs to be added here is that lovely reversed out logo that you made earlier. So I'm just going to bring my version of that on from my Creative Cloud library. Now, if you see something and it looks like this, a lot of people panic and they just think, oh, I've done something wrong, or it's not the right thing, or something like that. It's actually just the preview. It's just being efficient and drawing it simply. InDesign these days is powerful enough to run in high quality mode pretty much all the time. And this is where you go to it, display performance, and choose high quality display. And suddenly you're seeing the same thing. But the only reason it drops things down to that low res preview is in order to be efficient. It's just good memory management to do that, because sometimes you're not even on the same page as the picture. Why would you need the energy being put into it just in case you scrolled there? Okay, so now that's in, you can of course position yours however you want or resize yours, but for mine that's just fine. Let's assume then, for the purpose of this document, which of course has been put together really as a piece of education rather than anything else, but let's assume it's now ready to go to print. So what do? Well, we have choices. If it's going to a printer, talk to the printer, because they may well have specific settings that they can help you install even, and that they can use to get a file from you. Because the best scenario really is to give them a PDF. Make sure it's of an appropriate format though. Here's a gotcha. So what I'm going to do is do Command E, okay, which is the export option here. And I'm going to choose PDF for print and hit save. Okay, and it will save it into that particular location. Here's the gotcha. You'll be amazed how many people, so second time amazed in one movie, but you'll be amazed how many people think high quality print, yes, I definitely want it to be high quality, and just hit export. It goes to their printer, and then some printers charge for this service to get a file that isn't valid and send it back. Some of them just call you and they're a bit sarcastic, yeah, or they just ask for the files if they're being polite. Because high quality print is actually designed to get you decent output from your inkjet. And in fact, if you look in the description underneath it, it actually tells you that. It's designed for desktop printers and proofers. It's not designed for high quality print with a print service provider. The best scenario if you're working with RGB color, okay, is if you can, Fogra 39, right, which is a particular profile, and it attaches to PDF X4 2008, okay, and it allows you to keep RGB color inside of documents, and it gets translated to the destination at the end. But of course, speak to your printer first. They will also tell you which marks and bleeds they'll want. If you're printing edge to edge, you will need bleed, because what happens is when everything's printed, it goes into a guillotine, it's all knocked together, so hopefully it's all in one shape, goes under the guillotine blade comes down, but of course as there's pressure on it and the blade moves through it, it moves just fractionally, and that's why we allow 3mm around the edge of a document, because that way you won't get any white edges or bits being cut away. So you'd need to add those things in, but again, talk to your printer about what they want. If they want the files, see if they've got Creative Cloud, that way you don't have to send them the fonts. In fact, discussion is the best way to go about actually providing them with a document. And there you go, that's it. We're now ready to move on and look at InDesign Publish Online. Another exciting option that you have with InDesign is the Publish Online service, which allows you to create a rich, interactive document directly from InDesign, possibly even using a print layout as we've got here, and publish it online. I'm going to give you a brief taster of some of the things you could do with that. In fact, just a couple of things to keep the movie short, because it's a big topic and something that you could look into here on the library. So with the layout that we've been working with, what I'm going to do is just switch workspaces here to digital publishing, because this will give me all of the panels that I need. I'm going to click on this logo graphic from the Creative Cloud library and choose animation just here, and then I'm going to choose an animation preset. I'm just going to choose fade in, okay, and the InDesign butterfly shows me what will happen just there. In fact, every time I mouse over, it fades in. Okay, that's just fine, and it's going to happen when the page loads just there, so an event that triggers it like so. I'm going to go to page 4, so Command J4, where I moved all of these images into a grid, and in fact each one is grouped with a fake caption. I'm going to select all of these things. And by the way, when I dragged across them, that's because the background is locked. When you think you might accidentally interact with something all the time, just go to the Object menu and choose Lock to lock something up. So now I've got all of those selected, I'm going to do something you might think is a bit bonkers, but I'm basically going to align them all to the center, okay, and all to the top, like so. So they're all overlaying one another. I'm then going to get the free transform tool. E will get me that really quickly. I'm going to hold down Shift to constrain, and then I'm just going to drag these out so they're really big, like so. Okay, so everything there gets resized, the text as well. I'll then switch back to my selection tool and just center these up on the layout. So if I bring them to the middle of the document just there, nice. Now that I've done that, I'm going to come along to this Object States panel, and they're all selected. So I'm going to click this Convert Selection to Multi-State Object button, like so. Okay, and I'm just going to call it Therapies. There, like so. Okay, all done. And whichever one of these is highlighted, that's the one you will see by default here. Once I've done that, I'm going to get the Ellipse Frame tool, because these don't have any visual properties on their own. And I think we'll have a bit of fun with pebbles here. What I'm going to do is drag a frame over that pebble there. Okay, and I'll drag another frame over this pebble just here. Okay, like so. There we go. Couple of empty, invisible frames. If I tap W to go into preview mode, you wouldn't see anything apart from the bounding box of the one that's still selected. So now that I've done that, I'm going to go to the Buttons and Forms panel, and I'm going to click this plus just here and choose Go to Next State. Now, InDesign will find out which multi-state objects are on the spread and populate this list, but there's only one, Therapies, which is just great. I'll get my selection tool and I'll click just here and choose Go to Previous State. Okay, so the one on the right goes to the next state, the one on the left goes to the previous state, like so. We can even preview this inside of InDesign. There's a small preview window here which will allow us to preview the interactivity. However, I'm going to push this straight up to InDesign Publish Online. The only thing I need to do here for the best experience, mind you, I suppose we're going to see the big center spread, but for the best experience, I'm just going to change this in the document setup. I'm just going to deselect facing pages, so they're just individual spreads now. I'll then click on Publish Online, and I'll get this nice little add message. I'll just try it now, like so. And then this title will be just fine. You could write a little description in here, export as single pages, just there. You can allow viewers to download it as a PDF. If I click Publish, this will then push this up to indd.adobe.com. So it'll push all of that information up. It'll downsample it as well, so they're not super heavy. It's very, very fast at doing it, as you can see. Even though it's only a 4-page document, there are some big old files in there in use. And once it's done that, it will give me a link that I can then distribute or use in my own browser. So I'll just copy that link. It so happens I have a browser parked right behind, into which I'll paste the link URL. Very long, difficult to guess. You're not going to Google that. In fact, you couldn't anyway, but you're not going to discover that by accident, are you? And just dial that in. Here it comes. You saw the fade in of the Leela logo just there. As we got to it, I can then move through to the next page and to the next page and then to the back here. If I go to my pebbles, click on this one and keep clicking through, you'll see that I'm going to each of those states. Something gone a bit awry with some of the text in there, which I'd need to go in and fix. I have no idea what's happened just there, but I'm sure you get the idea. So there you are. It's another option that's available to you. Like I said, I hope I said, not mutually exclusive between that and print. You can use both together. But there is Adobe Publish Online with InDesign. Throughout this course, I've offered some suggestions on where to go next on the continuation of your journey into graphic design, and I'd just like to recap on those here. For typography, I highly recommend the Graphic Design Foundations Typography course by Ina Saltz. The course by Jim Krause on Colour for Design and Art will give you tons of detail on building and applying colour palettes, and my mate Nigel French has some great courses on the library, including one specifically about mastering grids in InDesign, cunningly named Designing with Grids in InDesign. Further down the stream, in terms of the workflow stream, it's really worth spending some time learning about print production with Claudia McHugh, and there's even a bi-weekly series with senior staff author John McQuaid that will keep you on that learning curve, so make sure you check out graphic design tips and tricks too. I'd be doing myself a disservice, of course, if I didn't mention my own courses on Illustrator and the Adobe mobile tools, so do try and get a look at those. Thank you so much for watching this course, and I really hope you've enjoyed it and it's started you on the road to great things. Do please leave feedback to the library to let them know if you've enjoyed the course or if there's something that you think needs fixing. It's always good, and we learn by those kind of things. If you want to connect with me, there are a few different ways you can do that. I'm on Twitter and Instagram at Tony Harmer. I have a Facebook training page, which is facebook.com/thedesignninja. I also have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/thedesignninja. And you can connect with me on LinkedIn. The only thing you'll need to do is tell me which course you've watched, because otherwise I get lots and lots of requests, and I really only accept the genuine connections that I have. So until next time, see ya.
All successful design solutions start with a good idea. But unfortunately, that's just not enough. Knowing how to take that great idea and create something extraordinary is what I love about graphic design. Now, making something look amazing may seem like a cosmetic issue, like you're making something pretty just to be pretty. But it's actually vital to the success of communicating any idea. As human beings, we are a visual species. We respond to what we see. We make immediate connections and assign meaning. And we determine right away if we like what something looks like or we don't. If what we're seeing doesn't capture our attention and keep it, the idea and message can't be communicated. Tastes may change and styles come and go, but we will always respond to the same basic attributes of good composition. Whether we look at a mid-century A.M. Cassandra poster, to a minimalist layout for MIT, a recent book cover, to a spectacular website, inspirational solutions always transcend time. The use of scale, repetition, and space made these pieces successful when they were created and will continue to be over many decades. So, what makes a great solution with imagery, shape, and text? I find I'm overwhelmed if I try to tackle a big subject all at once. So, I'm going to break this course into easy-to-follow components. The basic elements and principles of layout, proportions, grids, and imagery. We're going to explore how to use shape, color, and space to create a strong solution. We'll look at different proportion concepts and how to apply them, and look at imagery and words and how they interact. This course is designed to provide you with a strong foundation in creating successful composition and layouts. You may be designing a poster, app, website, publication, or solution in a variety of other media. Whatever the final product, the basics covered in this course always apply. If you've already been taught about composition, there will be some new ways of seeing design that will make your work stronger and may even surprise you. If this is your first step into design, will give you the basic skills to create work that is strong and compelling. I consider the basics of layout to be the same as a master chef knowing how to create a wonderful meal. Not only must he or she have a fantastic recipe, but they must also know how to crack an egg or melt butter. Otherwise, dinner will only be bland broth. I'm Sean Adams, and I've been a designer for over 30 years, and I've spent over 2 decades teaching these basic principles. I'm a firm believer that having the right skills allows you to create what is in your head and make something magnificent. Welcome to this course on composition and layout. As soon as mankind began selling and trading, we've turned to design to communicate the message in an attractive way. Hopefully, making our Greek pottery sell better than the Phoenician pottery cart next to ours. Before we can begin exploring the components that create a strong composition, we need to ask what defines a successful layout. I consider a layout successful if it attracts attention, provides a clear message with power, and helps tell the story and tone of the project. So then, what defines an unsuccessful layout? That's easy. It's dull, dull, and dull. If there is one thing you never want to be in graphic design, it's dull. Our job is to stop the viewer in his or her tracks and communicate the message. Safe, nice, and banal can never do this. A strong layout is used to tell a story in a dynamic way. The composition may be classical and symmetrical, or asymmetrical and modern, minimal, or complex. The basic tenets of layout may be the same, but the result can be as different as your imagination allows. Inspiration for a layout comes from anywhere. The trick is learning what to look for or how to see. I'm always deconstructing the world around me, looking for layout ideas. When I look at this book cover by Kizzy Mimani about the Black experience in South Africa, I see the power of high contrast, different materials, and geometry. I love the way Vanessa Eckstein at Block Design uses large sans serif typography, one-color images, arrows, and Mexican symbols to create repetition and strength. Even a group of postings on the street can inspire me. Here to try something with negative space that inverts the expected of an image centered in a box. A successful layout doesn't require pyrotechnics and multiple layers of color and special effects. I can use lines, repetition, high contrast, and only black and white to create interest and attract attention. Or, on the other hand, solid colors and simple flat symbols engage me and inspire me to think of web design beyond the traditional and feels more like a game than a website. The inspiration doesn't need to come from graphic design alone. I'm always taking photos of interesting compositions. I'm usually the weird person taking a picture of the front of a house while others photograph their family. When I travel, I try to find details that might lead to an interesting layout approach. And that can end up on my own projects. I was blown away by the extremely thin and tall format on this sign at the Colosseum in Rome. I love the headline at the top and text at eye level. The point is to start paying attention every time you see something that intrigues you. Ask yourself, why is this successful? What do I like about that? After a while, it becomes second nature, and you'll start seeing composition and layout everywhere. If you want to become a great writer, you'd need to read many, many books. Being a great designer is no different. You just need to be always looking and discovering. The entire world is there for you. When we look at a shape, our first impulse is to determine what it is. Is that a lion hiding in the bush or a rock? Is that wheel round and functional or square and not so? Recognizing line and shape is a primary tool we use as human beings. It's one of our first conscious activities as a baby to define the world around us and identify threats and opportunities. As a designer, clarity and legibility are two attributes I admire. I want to understand what I see. I want to know what that shape is without unnecessary effort. It's remarkable, however, how much we can identify with very small amounts of information. If we don't have all the visual information, we will fill in the gaps and find the answer. For example, this book cover seems to follow the rules. The typography references Spanish history with a classical centered axis. The colors match Spain's national flag. But there is that defined slash that seems out of place. Once we determine that this is about a great swordsman, it makes perfect sense. We look at the shapes and assign meaning. The success of the piece relies on the joy we feel that we solved the puzzle with a minimum of information. The poster for the 25th anniversary of the South African conference Design Indaba is another layout that takes full advantage of the power of simple shapes. The only elements here are the repeating lines of the same weight, curves made with half circles, the headline, and a logo. Once again, this is a geometric riddle, and the viewer supplies the answer. The shapes in a composition do not need to be this overt. The shapes can be implied and used as a compositional tool. A strong X shape provides the guides for placement of the imagery and text on this poster. I prefer simple and dynamic shapes. I like to use the same shape as often as possible. This provides a nice sense of unity as the forms all relate. The same circle makes most of the forms on this poster for a series of lectures on diversity at MIT. The flowers are created with a series of circles. Even the bananas are created from sections of a circle. Lines are a great tool to delineate information and guide the reader. Lines, or rules as they are often called, work as dividers between separate pieces of information. They help identify areas on a page and provide structure. Used horizontally or vertically, rules can tell the reader where to look first, second, and third. I like to use rules logically. The thicker rules apply to the more important information. The thinner rules are used on the detailed copy. A good trick is to use different weights of rules on a page. When they are all the same, they lose the dynamic that thick and thin rules provide. Determining which shapes work best to communicate the message and where rules are applied is a great first step to begin a layout. Don't worry, you're not locked in. You can always change your mind if it doesn't work once you start laying in the elements. This is simply the first broad stroke on your page. I don't have too many hard and fast rules in design. I find that a little stifling and rigid. But there is one approach I know doesn't work. That approach is what I call mush. This is when a piece is just plain, timid, and bland. Often, color is the culprit. First, let's set aside any fears about the right way to use color. There are many books on color theory that discuss primary, secondary, and tertiary colors, the difference between tone, hue, and value, and other technical issues. There are groups who define which colors are right or in fashion. But frankly, I've never found two colors that don't like each other. You can use any color and combine them in any way as long as you use them with confidence in a strong way. Of course, there are a few visual truths. For instance, Warm colors advance in space optically, and cool colors recede. This publication cover demonstrates this attribute when the red cover appears to be closer than the blue. Certain color combinations can create a visual vibration. Typically, this is considered a negative, but sometimes it's good to be bad. Bright colors attract attention, and frankly, people like them. Put two toys in front of a baby. One with bright red, blue, green, and yellow. The other in tasteful shades of taupe, beige, and gray. The baby will always be attracted to the bright toy. However, these same subtle tones will convey sophistication in a different context. The delicate differences demand a more mature appreciation for color. In the end, the subject matter should direct your choice of a palette. I use color to draw the viewer into a piece and to differentiate space. Color is a great way to signify a headline from the body copy or a sidebar from the text. It can also serve as a code to help a viewer identify content. If you're faced with too much information that will create a sea of gray type, color can help define the individual elements and clarify information. This is especially helpful with complex data and charts that need differentiation. Color usage in layout fails when it hinders understanding. This can happen if a designer haphazardly applies color. The viewer is naturally trying to apply order and clarity to the piece. Using color as a tool to guide the viewer, create visual interest, and add legibility is a great approach. One of the challenges we have as designers is that design is often subjective. Color is the most volatile aspect in our toolbox. One person may love avocado green, another may despise it. And these responses are very personal. If I suggest that your favorite color, orange, is bad, you'll take it personally. So when dealing with color, tread lightly and allow others to have illogical responses. We give meaning to colors based on our own personal experience. I know that red means romance, love, and Valentine's cards. But to someone else, it reads as anger, war, blood, or danger. I have a special fondness for ochre because it was the tone of the wallpaper at my grandparents' house. But I've never been able to persuade a client to use it. To everyone else, it reads as muddy yellow. There are, however, times when the meaning of the color overrides the emotional response. When the corporate color is a specific blue, that blue is the right choice, whether you like or the client likes it. And culturally, certain colors have different meanings. In Western traditions, white is the color of purity. In some Asian countries, white means death. It's important to know who your audience is and how they perceive a specific color. Is the main color on your piece the same color that the client's competitor uses? If so, it's a good idea to find another color that your client can own. If I were designing a poster for a jewelry company, I would steer clear from Tiffany blue. The fact that color has inherent cultural meaning is a huge positive in your design toolbox. The red and green circles on the cover for this book about rules in graphic design is a universal way to say stop and go. A solid red square here might be confusing, but the overlay of the red shape on top of the bones communicates the pain inherent with arthritis. Meaning in color does not have to be that overt. Subtle shades on a layout imply less obvious messages. You may want to convey a natural or literary tone, in this case, beige, sepia, and black, tell the story of books and reading. Or the goal is to stand out in a crowded marketplace like a bookstore. A bright color with strong contrast solves this problem. There is no one right way to handle color. Color is subjective, and everyone will respond differently. I found it best to be aware of the inherent meaning, logical reasons, and do what I believe is right. And then be open to the feedback when I show the ochre poster and everyone groans. Typography is pictures of words, and graphic design at its core is the combination of words and images. The exact word or words and the way they are depicted in a layout are as important as the imagery. And there are times when the image quality is an issue. So, how do we see and access content? When we look at a layout, we first scan for a recognizable image and determine if we understand it or not. If the image is a person, we decide if we recognize him or her and what is happening. Next, we look for a headline that will confirm what we think or provides alternative information. In this case, the cover for the Israeli magazine Block, issue number 1. And finally, we access the smaller copy for more detailed content. Here, the information for the issue, architecture, media, theory, and the urban environment for the winter issue. Here's another example. First, we are presented with an image that needs an explanation. What is that shape? What's happening? Yes, it may be a person and bike. Then we decipher the headline, LA, the Olympic Rings 2020, BMX. This asks us to reconsider the image's meaning. And finally, there is small detailed text and a logo to provide information about the product. As the viewer, we are carefully guided down this path and rewarded with clear information after deciphering a puzzle. This newspaper ad treats the headline inconsequentially. We are left with a traditional photograph of a newscaster to attract our attention. If I'm not interested in network television news, I would simply turn the page. But I can grab the viewer's attention by reversing the hierarchy. I use the headline, already a strong statement, and make it the most important element by using the largest area of the real estate. Regardless of my interest in television news, this will stop me. Playing with words as the image is a good way to deal with images that may be less than amazing. This campaign highlights the emotion of fans by plainly stating glory earned. The images of the football players are overprinted with red and secondary to the words. This poster translates as "Stop Noise Pollution." The layout succeeds because the words are clear and bold and interact with the image to provide the sense of sound, really loud and annoying sound that is pressing on the woman's head. Rotating the image creates an underlying composition of an X-axis that adds power and intensity. For the television network VH1's Rock and Roll Picture Show, CD case, CD, and vinyl, I didn't want to focus on only one image. So I used the typography to evoke a sense of music. The repeating forms function like beats of a drum and simultaneously appear to be in motion. For the vinyl, I considered how it would become a pattern when it is revolving on a record player. As a designer, you may feel that it isn't your place to comment on the copy, but the content is a combination of words and images. If the words can be better, make a suggestion. Or explain your point of view and let the writer solve the problem. At worst, your client will understand that you are invested and care about the communication as a whole. We live in a world that has a huge amount of visual clutter, We are bombarded with imagery and messages most of our waking hours every day. We look at frenetic moving images on television and online. We see image after image of dense advertising on a website or on our own social media. Even the evening news has multiple layers of information running simultaneously. It is so rare when we see negative space or areas without content that it feels unique and somehow odd, and we stop and pay attention. When the page is so cluttered with information, nothing stands out. When there is room to breathe and space to give content priority, the layout works. Negative space is allowed to dominate the design of this book about Italian designer A.G. Franzoni. The typography does double duty, listing content in 2 languages on the spine. The result is a beautiful object, a simple black square. Consider this invitation to an event. It's acceptable. The typeface is interesting, and the black and white palette has good contrast. Now, let's make some changes. First, the headline sitting in the middle of the page is expected. Placing the headline lower on the layout gives us the sense that books are heavy and reinforces the symbolism. And we can push the idea more by knocking over some of the letter forms. But to add more visual interest, we increase the negative space. This is the original design of the card. It may seem that there is nothing above the headline, but that isn't true. There is a whole lot of white up there. In fact, there is so much white space that the invitation immediately stands out. In addition to commanding attention, negative space can amplify the content by isolating it. It is a common mistake to work on a layout and feel that something is wrong and add something to fix it. This leads to more stuff added and more, and when it still isn't working, even more. The solution is often not to add, but subtract. Is there something that is serving no purpose, or you can find no reason to keep it? The screened back image was unrecognizable. Why keep it? Does the content really need boxes and lines to understand it? No. If an element on the layout is not adding to the message, it is taking away from that message. Nothing sits on the page neutral. Focus on the delivery of information and give the viewer space to see it. I found that clients will see negative space as even more real estate to add more content and make everything bigger. Maybe they think they're getting a good deal if the whole page is filled. A good way to highlight the importance of maintaining negative space is to show the client the solution in context. If it's a poster, put it on a bulletin board with other posters and photograph it, or use Photoshop to strip it into a setting. If it's a page in a magazine, put it in a magazine and let the client turn the pages. Seen after the chaos of other pages, your solution will stand out as clear and legible. It's a good way to show how strong your solution is and how much it stands out against the clutter. As a rule, people tend to gravitate to things they already know and like. So it's fairly common for a client to suggest a specific size and format at the beginning of a project. For example, for years, every client asked for a 4-inch by 9-inch brochure. This wasn't because that was the right solution. It was simply a format they saw a million times before. The role of the designer is to solve the problem and communicate it the strongest way possible. Even though the client may be predisposed to a 4x9 brochure, it's our job to find the best size and format, which may lead to an entirely different size. Before I can start laying out images and text, I need to ask the client certain questions. Where will this piece be seen? How will it be delivered? Does it need to be mailed? What is the printing and production budget? If the piece will be posted in bus shelters or on the construction barricades, perhaps a poster size is the best solution. If it will end up on office bulletin boards, a smaller broadside, maybe 18 inches by 24 inches, is right. If it needs to be mailed, I'll make sure I don't exceed size and weight restrictions from the Postal Service. And if money is tight, I'll work with a printer to determine the most efficient size for the budget. Next step is to start designing. It's easy to slip into the trap of making everything 8.5 by 11 or 11 by 17. I do my best to stay away from these sizes because they are so ubiquitous. Even a slight shift to a more narrow proportion will make the piece stand out against the sea of other papers. Sometimes smaller is better. An annual report that was 9 by 12 and 64 pages can be reformatted to fit in a tiny book with twice as many pages. But bigger can be wonderful. I took the budget for a small invitation and used it to create a folding poster with a much less expensive newsletter printer. The larger size and type that ran beyond the fold demanded that the recipient open and read it. The point here is to remember that you are in charge of the format. Allow yourself the freedom to change your mind. You may start off with a perfect size and find there is simply too much copy or imagery. In this case, make it bigger or add pages. And try working with a completely unexpected size or form. Surprise is a great tool for successful design. I can't express the importance of contrast too much. Contrast is the key ingredient in successful modern design. Contrast is the difference between thrilling and boring. Contrast is strength. There are multiple kinds of contrast. Contrast between dark and light, large and small, vibrant and somber, happy and sad, complicated and minimal. The last thing you ever want your solution to be is dull. When a piece lacks contrast, it becomes recessive, uninteresting, and forgettable. In film and writing, contrast creates interest. In Star Wars, compare the dynamic swings of action from intense to quiet, and the dark of space to the bright of a desert. Now, think about sitting in school and watching a documentary on how to use good manners to be popular. Low contrast. No exploding Death Stars. Dull. Great design relies on the same dynamic. This concert poster is a fine example of contrast with color, black and white, and scale, with the enormous B and much smaller typography. Color is another element that can create contrast. I used saturated red, black, and white against bright golden yellow. These high contrasting colors demand attention. I needed to make sure that a customer will see this before any other in a bookstore or online. Obviously, the difference between solid black and solid white creates the highest possible contrast. Interestingly, people assume black and white will be dull. In reality, we see everything in color, so high contrast black and white is compelling and rare. Contrast works with extremes. Big things look bigger placed near something small. White is brighter set against a vast amount of black negative space. A common mistake I see is small moves. I may work with a designer and suggest making something larger on the page. When I return, it's 5% bigger. Why bother? I once worked on a catalog with the artist David Hockney. When he worked, he painted on a huge canvas and made giant strokes. This inspired me to expand my work. When making moves, think big. Work in broad strokes and big gestures. Make something so bright that someone needs sunglasses. So small that it is the tiniest thing on a page, and so large that it bleeds off the page or screen. If it needs to be pretty and nice, make it extremely pretty and nice. So nice that you want to throw up. There is no room for polite and just okay in great design. Go forth, be brave, and bold. Any layout, whether it is traditional or avant-garde, needs to be dynamic. In addition to principles such as balance, tension, and contrast, scale can change a layout from mediocre to commanding. Scale, in the context of composition and layout, is the size of the elements and their relationship to each other. Unmemorable layouts consist of many elements that all seem to have the same uniform size. The images are the same size as the text blocks that are the same size as the graphic shapes. There is no sense of priority. Consequently, the page becomes a bland and gray field. A contrast in scale between a very large image and very small image creates a dynamic relationship. A large element will seem larger next to the smaller one. I'm always striving to create a design that isn't expected. It's too easy to fall into a pattern of reality. An elephant is large, so it should be large on the page. A flower is small and should be small on the page. But the layout is my world. I can make the flower huge in the foreground and the elephant in the distance small. This creates an unexpected question the viewer must answer. And if I can create a situation that involves the viewer more intimately with the piece, I'm succeeding. Just like working with contrast, when dealing with scale, think big. Rather than scaling typography or an image 110%, enlarge it 500%. So big it doesn't fit. Or shrink it so tiny that I need glasses to see it. A good rule in any part of the creative process is to not edit yourself. If you don't allow yourself the freedom to try something and think, boy, that won't work, you might stop any opportunities that come with exploration and sometimes mistakes. The worst that can happen if you try playing with huge scale shifts is that you won't like the result. So don't use it. There is nobody watching over you and keeping score of explorations that didn't work. Remember, the goal is to create a dynamic solution that is unexpected and incredible. That can't happen with a uniform and timid. I've been accused of being unimaginative and monotonous in relation to meals and dining choices. I'm happy to eat the same breakfast and lunch every day and follow a rather consistent pattern of choices for dinner. But repetition in design can create excitement, as opposed to my boring eating habits. There are many kinds of repetition in layout and composition. Duplicating the same form can create repetition. Presenting the same concept over and over again in different ways creates repetition. Or a consistent element that helps guide the viewer is based on a repeating form. Multiplicity is based on the idea that if one thing is good, 20 is better. Seeing the same form over and over gives the viewer a sense of comfort. It also communicates a sense of quantity and abundance. One headline of a typeface with a single stroke, in this instance, might be simple and strong. The same headline, however, duplicated many times in multiple colors with the same line weight, expresses the range of creativity and, in this instance, many paths possible. A singular image of a pool for a calendar cover is nice. But since a day in January can look the same as a day in August in Los Angeles, multiple images of the same scene are used to represent each month on this calendar. One image alone couldn't do this. The repeating scene solved the problem of communicating this concept. This device also minimized the importance of only one image of the pool on the cover. And frankly, none of the photos had the quality required for that scrutiny. Repeating forms are a great way to direct the viewer. When you use the same shape or icon in the same way throughout a piece, you create a recognizable language. If the viewer sees the same shape and typography, in this instance, used to identify headlines, he or she will know where to look for this information on each page. However, there is a danger here. It is said that consistency is the hobgoblin of the mediocre. There is a difference between using repeating forms to enhance communication and simply duplicating to maintain a uniform appearance. The goal must be to enhance communication as powerfully as possible. While functionality and legibility are critical, today's audience expects to be entertained and excited by design. A bold use of repetition can be a useful tool to achieve this. Harmony is defined as the combination of simultaneously sounded musical notes to produce chords or chord progressions, having a pleasing effect. In design, the sense of harmony is achieved when many disparate elements work together and produce a pleasing solution. Many designers mistake uniformity for harmony. A barbershop quartet sings in perfect harmony not because they are all singing the same notes. Combining different notes simultaneously creates the sound. The same is true in design. Repeating the exact same element does not necessarily create harmony. The goal is to create a solution that feels like the different elements came from the same family, like siblings, not clones. There are several ways to create harmony in design. The primary tool in every approach is to echo shapes. This isn't repeating the exact same shape and color, it's using it in a different way. In this poster for Dole Pineapple, the French designer A.M. Cassandra applies similar shapes, color, and painting techniques to create harmony with many different forms. He echoes the circle of the moon in the guitar. The same curves of the leaves are repeated, and gradations from light to dark are used multiple times. Similar proportions will also create harmony. The spread in this book has multiple telephones from various eras, but they are arranged within similar proportions that relate to each other mathematically. This book spread appears to have a wide range of type sizes, but each line of type relates to the other by using consistent divisions. All of the typography is multiples of 4. One line is 8-point, another is 12-point, and 24-point, and so on. The common use of one typeface and 2 colors also creates a sense of a complete whole. Color is also a good way to combine multiple forms into a cohesive design. This website looks dour with too much information. Adding color that comes from a unified palette provides energy, harmony, and feels less daunting. I'd love to have a simple equation to tell you to make perfect harmony, but there is no singular one-size-fits-all solution. Harmony is a delicate dance between forms, but that complexity is what keeps a solution engaged and interesting. Unlike human beings, all content is not equal. As a designer, it is your job to determine which parts of the message is most important and how the viewer should proceed. When a client gives me copy or content, he or she will point out the issues that are important and need to be highlighted. Unfortunately, this can end up being the headline, and the subhead, and the first paragraph. Oh, and the other copy. And the captions are important too. This is all fine, except the result, when everything is critical, is that nothing stands out. This is like getting an email from someone who types in all caps because the entire message is important. Nobody wants to read a page of shouting, so you don't bother. As designers, we help guide the viewer through the information. By providing a sense of hierarchy, we let the viewer know what should be seen first, next, and last. Let's start with the way people access information. When we first see a page, whether it's print or screen-based, we look for the biggest image. It's human nature. Next, looking from left to right and top to bottom, we find the largest words. Then work our way down and across the page, scanning for smaller and less important content. Hopefully, this leads us to a well-organized layout that includes different types of information. Scale is one way to set up a hierarchy. The largest type is the most important, and as the type gets smaller, the information is less critical. On this poster, the name of the photographer, Gordon Parks, is the most important information. This also clarified that the content was not the boxer Muhammad Ali, but the photographs. The fact it was a retrospective was the secondary information, and finally, the tertiary information such as date, time, and address. Another option when I want to call attention to the most important piece of information is to change the color. Red is a bright color that reads fast, so this can be a good solution. Or any color shift from a darker color to a brighter color helps. If I feel adventurous, I might make the headline one color, the subhead a different one, the text another one, and so on. But be careful and judicious here. Too much of this color variation can be like eating too many French pastries. It sounds good in theory, but can leave you not feeling particularly good. Setting up a clear system of priorities on a page helps the reader identify the hierarchy of the message. The hardest part of this process is convincing others that every single tiny piece of information is not wildly important. In everyday life, I enjoy balance and do my best to avoid tension. In design, however, the opposite is true. Balance and tension are two opposing aspects that keep the viewer's interest. When used successfully, they work in harmony, and the solution feels exactly right. When we watch a tightrope walker, we feel tension and balance. It's exciting to see because we know the danger of falling. Watching someone walk on the floor across the room tends to be less thrilling. A tightrope walker does not steady herself along the wire using a precise mathematical equation. The sense of balance is intuitive and changes with each step and each breath. Successful layouts share this sensation. A classic example is a composition by Kazimir Malevich. When the square and circle are placed in the center of the page, with a comfortable amount of distance between them, the solution is expected and dull. Malevich creates tension and energy by moving the squares. They are no longer centered. The black square is tighter to the edge, and they have an uneasy distance from each other. It's just slightly too close. So, how can you create tension and maintain balance? Like learning to ice skate or walking a tightrope. This takes some practice. There are a few ways to avoid a dull composition lacking in energy. First, don't cut the page in half. This creates equal spaces and the eye can rest. Not in a good way. Second, be careful to not create what I call donut design. This is when one element is centered right in the middle, top to bottom, left to right, and the other elements are all pushed away from the center to the edges of the page, resulting in donut design. In the same vein, watch out for thermometer design. This is when a designer places all the elements in the center with a narrow layout, like a thermometer. I have a couple of ways to approach balance and create tension that are more intuitive than mathematical. When elements are in the center, it appears static. By moving it left or right, it is active, seemingly in motion. The negative spaces between the image and the edge are all different. The closer I move the elements to the edge, the more tension, as the viewer considers it as moving off the page. Another approach is to think of the individual pieces as bodies with gravity. Larger elements have more gravity than smaller ones, and the tension occurs when they come close to each other. Smaller elements might drift away. The goal here is not to create a design that is irritating. It is to maintain interest and energy. Unfortunately, there is no simple formula to create tension. This is an intuitive sense. You're the tightrope walker, and only you can use your innate sense to find that perfect position. The earliest buildings in Western civilization were symmetrical, that is, on a centered axis. Ancient people constructed structures one block on top of another, supported by centered columns. So it is logical that the earliest books in printed material used a symmetrical approach. Because symmetry is a traditional form, it is often discounted as being old-fashioned or stodgy. Like all design, if managed with skill and craft, this couldn't be less true. Symmetrical typography and layout can be spectacular and communicate quality, strength, and classical ideals. The danger of symmetrical design is creating work that is expected and mediocre. Everything is centered on the page. There is little hierarchy or differences in scale, contrast, or interest. Good symmetrical design, like any composition, relies on balance, tension, and harmony. Years ago, when I first started working, a very smart and revered typographer told me to think about the shape of a chandelier when I worked with centered layout. This doesn't mean copy the shape of a chandelier. The goal is to work with the scale and line breaks to minimize creating blocks of type. A chandelier is balanced and appears light, even though it may fall and crush you with its weight. The title here is dominant, but the open letter spacing maintains delicacy and lightness. The addresses at the bottom are broken on different lines to aid in reading. Create a pleasant rag, not a rectangle. Try this. Rather than aligning the typography and elements to be justified on the left and right, play with the scale. Think of the forms balancing as a mobile. Solid shapes will add weight, and smaller typography feels lighter. This will also create varying line lengths that activate the space. Tension is maintained by the relationship between the typography and the scale and form of the solid shape. Proving that symmetry does not need to be stayed, the firm Brighten the Corners breaks the text apart with German on the left and English on the right. What could have been a dull block of type in the middle of the page is energized by the action, restrained typography, the playful use of color, and ample negative space. A symmetrical layout can be tricky, since we don't have the same freedom with placement as asymmetrical layouts. But there are times when a centered approach speaks about dignity and is more formal. In those instances, the details are critical. Every choice, from type style and scale to color, is presented to the world with no distractions. Don't be daunted by this. Remember the cooking analogy. If you work with incredible ingredients, in the case of layout, typography, imagery, and form, it's hard to make something bad. While the Western world was building symmetrical buildings out of stones, Japanese structures, by necessity of their environment, were built of wood. Rather than doors that opened out, these structures use lightweight wooden sliding doors. The act of opening a sliding door creates an asymmetrical opening. Western architects like Frank Lloyd Wright used this approach, and asymmetrical layouts began to emerge. Today, we still look at asymmetrical layout and assign them as modern, edgy, or avant-garde, as opposed to the classical centered layout. Asymmetrical solutions typically feel more casual than symmetrical layouts. This is a good way to set a friendly tone, one that says, "I'm not uptight, I'm friendly and groovy." If symmetry is based on a beautiful and elegant form like a chandelier, asymmetry is like a mobile. There is no perfect formula to keep all the forms from tilting to one side or falling to the ground. It is a constant shifting of balance, using a shape, typography, scale, and imagery. Remember, the goal isn't to make it all equal, but to allow the forms to feel as if they are in movement, interacting with each other. In the same way that symmetrical design is not always classical and formal, asymmetry can work with traditional forms and historical representation. This poster is perfectly acceptable here with centered imagery and typography. But when the image is centered left to right, but the typography remains flush left, it provides a modern and fresh vitality. Good asymmetrical design is not a free-for-all with images and typography. It succeeds when the same care and skill used with symmetrical design is employed. At the core of a successful asymmetrical layout is a clear system of alignments, order, and consistent proportions. In order for everything to feel cohesive, the elements and negative space must feel unified and related. The freedom of an asymmetrical layout doesn't preclude maintaining consistent rules. It's a good idea to make sure that you're working within a structure. Here, a series of squares keeps the content ordered. And hidden in that system of squares is a number 1, signifying the store's premier status. If the layout has typography that is flush left, centered, and flush right, it's a mess. Stick to one system throughout. If one block of text is flush right, then all of it is. I make sure all my type sizes are related. If the body copy is 8-point, the headlines are 16-point, I do the same with images. One can be 12 picas across, another 6 picas. This consistent use of scale will help create cohesion. I then look at my negative space. Is the space between the headline and copy related to the space between the text and image? When there is an optical similarity to all elements, they will always feel united. Asymmetry is a challenging balancing act, but the results can be unexpected, fresh, and energetic. And frankly, I like a good challenge. I found most designers to be a little OCD. We prefer items to be in their correct home, counters clean, and everything well organized. The Shakers had a good saying, "A place for everything and everything in its place." So it can be a little scary when a client sends me a file of 20 disparate images and disordered text. Of course, it's my nature to start organizing them immediately. Now, I can start by pushing the pieces around on the page or screen until it seems nice, or I can create unity and order with consistent proportions. People have been working with proportions since we began measuring things. The Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans used proportions based on the human body, astronomy, and mathematical geometry. Today, we use a variety of proportional systems to organize. One of the simplest and most effective approaches is to use a square as a common and unifying device. Just putting images in their own perfect square or combination of squares conveys a sense of order. This website uses a set of scrolling squares to delineate information about each theatrical event and accompanying images. The same technique works well for text and information. The messages and icons are unified in the same square shape for this signage program. The squares don't need to be the same size. Their similar proportion allows for a range of scale. In this instance, creating a sense of unity and clarity. When I work with a square as my base proportion, I start with a simple layout of squares all the same size and lined up. This can work perfectly if the content is complex or be dull as a hammer. Once I'm happy with this, I'll start to play with it. Remember, you can save this version and make as many others as you like. Take one of the squares and scale it 200%. Take a few others and reduce them 50%. This begins to create a dynamic hierarchy. Now, stretch some of the squares to occupy 2 or 3 squares. The layout is now ready to add content, and feel free to scale and reshape the squares as needed. You'll find if you maintain the square proportion religiously, you can do almost anything, and the layout will always feel unified. I saw a television program that talked about a secret geometry and world order conspiracy. The secret geometry turned out to be the golden section. Of all the proportional systems in use today, the golden section, also called the golden rectangle and golden mean, are the oldest and most utilized. Every design student learns about it. It's not really a secret, but it is magical. The golden section may have been used as early as the Egyptian pyramids. The ancient Greeks, however, are credited as discovering the proportion. They admired it for its beauty and mathematical perfection. This proportion can mathematically reproduce itself as many times as one wants. All these rectangles are the same proportion. By connecting the points, a spiral emerges that can go on to infinity. The golden section is based on the Fibonacci sequence, a simple mathematical formula that is extraordinarily common in nature. The spiral connecting the points is found in galaxies, shells, plants, and weather, even the proportion of the human face. The Greeks applied the golden section proportion on their classical architecture and sculpture. The Parthenon is a great example of this and has many golden rectangles. Leonardo da Vinci utilized the form to frame and articulate the Mona Lisa and many of his paintings. Notre Dame is a series of golden rectangles, and today, many examples of modernist architecture use the proportion as a guiding tool. The Farnsworth House by Mies van der Rohe uses the golden section repeatedly on the house's elevation and interiors. But what does the Mona Lisa have to do with your layout? Using the golden section is a simple and easy way to define a pleasing composition. Let's look at a poster and how I apply the golden section to define the space. I might have composed the beach, sky, and surfboards with a simple, centered approach. It's perfectly acceptable, but lacks tension. By applying the golden section as a guide for placement, I shift the scale and position of the elements to line up with the diagram. Even a lowly cargo manifest form is deserving of beauty. When I overlay the golden section, it is clear how precise this layout is. The golden section doesn't need to be a static guide on the page. It can be used in any direction. It can be rotated. You can use it as a guide for scale and placement of an image. There is even a way to set up name badges with proportions that help people read a name without squinting at someone's chest. That's always awkward. Don't be worried about the math. Nobody will ask you to compute the ratio mathematically. Think of the golden section as a helpful guide. It may be called sacred hidden geometry in the Da Vinci Code, but it's not really that serious. It rarely involves car chases in Rome. It's one thing to understand how a car is made, but that doesn't mean you can drive it. The same is true with the golden section. Now that you know about it, you'll begin to see it everywhere. But seeing it as the proportion of a window on a modern building doesn't help me with a design layout solution. So the question is, how am I supposed to use the thing? I've used the golden section and its ratio on a variety of projects. It can be the basis of the proportion of a book, a containing shape, a way to organize text and images. This is my process. I have a saved vector art file of the golden section and rectangle I made in Adobe Illustrator. You can either draw the rectangle and section yourself using the geometric formula, or download the file here in the exercise files. I placed this file on my page as an underlying guide. Now, sometimes it won't fit the page or screen size exactly, but that's okay. This isn't a test in hardcore Swiss typography. Unfortunately, few people will take the project and measure the elements with a metric ruler. Once the golden section diagram is placed, I use it as a grid to size and place the text. I line up the base of the headline and use a vertical axis to locate the subhead. I can also use it as a basic proportion for the image as a containing form. Once the grid is invisible, the elements work together harmoniously using the same proportions. Here, I don't want to make the white space on the top arbitrary. If it has no relationship to the image size, it lacks harmony. By applying the golden section, I can lower the image to create negative space that now relates mathematically to the image size. The typography, previously clumped together, is now placed to fit within the same proportional structure. Each piece of information now has its own presence by separating the blocks of text and aligning with the grid. The result is a layout that is asymmetrical but feels balanced and pleasing. Every element and the negative space relate to each other. The proportion can serve as a device to organize disparate elements. On this book cover, I wanted the title to be large, but secondary to the title Lost Worlds, as if it were lost. Using the golden section to determine placement gave the cover a strong dynamic. It also held the three elements together, even though they were unrelated visually. Applying the golden section to a layout is a great guide, an almost foolproof way to create a harmonious form. Once again, this isn't a straitjacket. Use the golden section as a guide, but you're still the boss. Let's revisit the idea of balance here. If the layout on the page is too even, or if the negative and positive spaces are equal, the layout loses energy. We've seen how the golden section can serve as a guide. And now, another option. A layout can be more interesting and dynamic based on the rule of thirds. A centered and even balanced layout is too calm. It creates no tension. The viewer is not challenged in any way. Everything is answered. There is nothing for the viewer to question. Why bother? The communication will simply be ignored. As human beings, we like to create order from chaos. We organize our friends into distinct groups. We create structures to contain our socks from our t-shirts. When we see a layout divided into thirds, we try to organize the asymmetry into a cohesive and understandable image. It forces us to question, is that symmetrical or asymmetrical? Is that balanced? Remember, the longer I can keep a viewer interested, the more he or she will retain the information. Artists and photographers use the rule of thirds to great success. A static image is brought to life by rearranging the composition to avoid simply centering the subject. Paul Strand's photograph of a family in Italy is dynamic and compelling with an asymmetrical layout based on the rule of thirds. Strand not only divided the subjects vertically into three groups, but used the same approach horizontally. It's a system that works just as successfully with composition and layout. Just like using the square proportion and golden section, begin by creating a set of guides using the rule of thirds. The layout is divided into 3 parts, either vertically, horizontally, or both. Add your content and get to work, rearranging the elements within this structure. If you like a solution, save it, but keep exploring. You might land on something unexpected. Elements are placed within these spaces. Focal points are placed where the lines intersect. Once the basic structure is in place, I can begin working with details such as typography, color, and pattern. Make sure to print the layouts out and look at them together. It's tempting to only look at it on the screen, but the successful layout will be much clearer in printed form. Here is the part when the rule of thirds falls apart. A designer does all the hard work, creating the guides, exploring variations, and printing them out. But then he or she decides the middle looks empty and shoves everything there. We're right back to the dull even layout or donut layout. Resist the donut, or as I call it, the do not. Like any proportional system, the rule of thirds is only a guide. It's not a law. There is no design police force looking for designers who don't use it religiously. In the end, you need to decide what works best optically on the page. Typically, when I say grids, people look at me in terror and run from the room because they think, oh no, this means we're totally going to be stuck doing really boring design with no room for creativity. That's not the point at all. A grid is not a prison. It's a diagram of guides that you control. There are a few items that make up a well-proportioned grid. Let's start with the margin. The margin separates the content from the edge of the page. The size of the margin is your choice. In a classical design, the margins follow a strict ratio with generous space around the content. In a modern layout, the margins might be tighter and asymmetrical. These are columns. This is a guide to position all of your content vertically. You can create 1 column, 4 columns, or 20 columns. It's entirely up to you. There's no limit. Now, of course, the more columns you have, the more complicated the grid's going to become. You can put images and text in only 1 column or across multiple columns to make a larger image. Gutters provide space between the columns. This helps the reader trying to read all the way across from 1 column into the next column and into the next column, which would make a completely confused story. You want the reader to understand that he or she should read down the column, which makes it a far better reading experience. Hang lines help the reader understand the real estate of a page. They provide a guide to hang content consistently horizontally. The reader knows where to look and what to expect when certain kinds of content, such as the body copy, headline, and imagery, always hang from the same place horizontally, and the captions hang from the top. Markers are the elements that remain the same on every page. They're items like running feet, running heads, and page numbers. You don't want page numbers bouncing all around because then it would be impossible for the reader to find the page they're looking for. Once you have these elements in place, the margins, the columns, the gutters, the hang lines, and the markers, you've built a good solid grid. You can follow it as rigidly as you like or as loosely as you like. If the composition isn't working and feels wrong, change the grid. You made it. You're its master. It works best when the content relates to each other proportionally, and the viewer can find the information clearly. So that's the challenge, to breathe life into a very simple structure. Finding the right grid for the content is like dating. You need to look around, try a few out, let some go, and commit to one. And like the dating world, there are different types. One grid is just right for the scholarly text, but not for a dance club's website. Classic book grids are often the simplest one-column grids. In this instance, the size of the column is defined not by the size of the book, but by the amount of copy that fits on one line. A good rule of thumb is to make a column no wider than about 52 characters, or 2 alphabets, which is easier to remember. Any longer line length, and the reader will give up. Corporate communications often use a multi-column grid structure. This allows more flexibility with content that may be more varied with images, headlines, and text. Magazines usually use several grids within a single issue. One grid is used for the main feature stories and another for the monthly departments. A magazine with a rigid grid structure and no variation will feel more like an annual report. Imagine Us magazine designed in the same corporate style as an annual report for your local bank. It would be clean and consistent, but dull as a box of hammers. Information graphics work best with more complex grids. This may involve columns of different lengths or specific zones for information. It's a good way to organize dense and hard to understand information. This also helps the viewer find the content they want. The rules for website design are always in flux. A 12-column grid that is responsive is most common. But the way we find information remains constant, and the grid structure is just as useful here as in a book. When I design a grid for a website, I use margin, columns, and hang lines as I do with print projects. Lay out the content to aid the viewer's understanding, but work with square proportions, which translate better in a square pixel environment. The difference, of course, is that the website includes added aspects such as motion, such as this site for a resort in 29 Palms, that gracefully uses the grid as vertical elevator shafts. Recognizing specific grid types is an essential skill that enlarges your visual vocabulary. The next time you look at a book, poster, or website that you like, find the underlying grid structure. It's like breaking a code and seeing how the designer thought. One of the first things I consider when I start sketching a design solution is what type of grid works best. Within the grid world, we know there are specific types for specific projects. Think of this like music. One rhythm is right for easy listening, a faster one for hip-hop. The goal is to create a composition that is compelling and dynamic, in addition to being legible and clear. Ask yourself these questions. What is the content? Is it one kind of information, like a fiction book, or is it a complicated set of graphs and numbers? Who is the viewer? Do they have a short attention span, or are they detail-oriented? And where will this be seen? Is it a bus shelter poster seen from a moving car, or a newspaper read at home? The answers to these should begin to establish the criteria you need. Now that you have decided what you need, you can choose a grid that works best. We've covered the different types of grids, and this is a good place to start. Our audience has been conditioned to identify certain structures with specific types of content. They recognize a fiction book as a single column of one size of text. Multiple columns with imagery and text read as magazines or corporate publications. And we all recognize website design with a ubiquitous column of navigation on the left or on the top. But let me throw a curveball here. Good design is about unexpected solutions that create excitement and joy. One way to interrupt the viewer's expectations is to switch grid structures. Rotate an image or text. Here, a vertical image would be small, fitting on one page, but rotated can fill the spread. Fill the margins with content, such as William Morris does with an intricate botanical illustration. Or break the traditions of the grid and hierarchy by using minimal type size changes and enormous amounts of negative space. Some people have photos of their family on their computer. I have grids. If I need inspiration, I can look through these. When I find a layout that I like, I save it, and in some instances, diagram the grid. So, how do you choose the best grid? Of course, one is not better than the other. It's always an issue of the content and viewer. Explore variations and play with several grid formats. Just stick to one typeface at a time. You don't want a layout that has multiple personality disorder. When I first began my career as a designer, we still used a T-square and triangle. When I began a layout, the first step was to draw a grid. I did this by hand with a blue pencil and ruler. I know this sounds like the same story my grandfather told. I trudged through the snow 5 miles to get to school. But making a grid today is radically easier. The first step in creating a grid is to determine the size of the piece. As we discussed previously, the format is dependent on content, technical issues, and production cost. Once I know what size page or screen I am using, I can sketch out some variations. Joseph Mueller-Brockman was a master at this approach, and I follow the same. Now, bear with me. I do this by hand. I find it's faster to sketch variations rather than using the computer right away. I play with the copy and images in sketch form, playing out various formats. Once I've focused on a specific approach, I begin working on the computer. I use Adobe InDesign to create a grid. I also work in picas. A pica is a typographic unit of measure. Since the type uses points and picas, the grid should also. I use the master page and start with the margins. I prefer generous margins. When they are tight to the trim, I think the page looks too dense. If you're working on a publication, keep in mind that the bottom of the page may be where the marker is, so you need extra space there. Next, I determine how many columns I need. They shouldn't be so narrow that the copy has too many line breaks, and they shouldn't exceed the 52-character rule. If the project is simple, I may only need 2 equal columns. If the content is more complex, I use more columns, and this gives me the freedom to use one or many columns at a time. Then I look at the horizontal hang lines. I use the feature Create Guides to plan this. I divide the space within the margins and add the guides. If they turn out to be awkward once I begin the layout, I can always go back to the master page and change them. Finally, if I'm working on a publication, I add the guides for the marker. I want these to be consistent on each page, so I set this up on the master page. When I finish these steps, I'm ready to bring in the images, text, and any other elements and start bringing this bare skeleton to life. Let me reiterate, a grid is not a way to restrain creativity. It's the basis for harmony and clarity in layout. When I finish building the grid structure, I'm ready to work with it. Back in the old days, modifying the grid once I began the project was not an easy task. It required remeasuring and redrawing by hand. Fortunately, a grid on the computer is rubber. It's easily altered. So think of the blank grid in front of you as a modular organizer for your closet, not the county jail. Here's my goal. I want to find a solution that is exciting and clear. My client supplied me with images and text. I start by bringing in all of my content. I place the copy and images on the pasteboard. Next, I arrange the copy inside the grid, considering hierarchy and referring to my hand-drawn sketches. I'm not worried about refining anything now. I just want everything in place. I find it best to start with the most basic and plain layout. All the elements go where they should. I assign typefaces and sizes, and scale images to fit in the column structure. Hopefully, I now have a perfectly acceptable and expected solution. That's not bad in some instances, such as emergency escape directions. But to create something more dynamic, I need to start playing. The grid is the safety net. Since the proportions of the columns, margins, and hang lines relate mathematically, I have the freedom to change scale, run text across columns, and move the elements around. As long as I use the grid as the basic structure, the layout should remain visually cohesive. See, this is the magic of grids. Here's a good tip. Don't restrict yourself to one page. Create 20 pages in your document and try everything. If you endlessly move elements around on one page, you'll lose the chance to go back and revisit the options. You aren't wasting paper. No trees are being cut down, so feel free to add as many pages as you like. Work big. Make the image as a full bleed. Try it small. Scale the headline to run over the entire page. The point is to work with big gestures. Scaling a piece of type 1 point larger than 1 point smaller really doesn't matter. Once you've arrived at a layout that you like, you can go back in and do all the refinement you want. The grid will maintain a sense of unity. It's there to protect you. Remember, the solution should be dynamic, legible, and hopefully unexpected. Walt Whitman said, "Simplicity is the glory of expression." As designers, we create solutions that create clarity and order. It's a talent I found that many designers share. Creating work that is simple sounds easy and fast. Unfortunately, it is neither. It is much easier to pile on 30 colors, 15 typefaces, and 20 images on top of a complex pattern than it is to make a singular form successful. The multiple colors and shapes might be appealing at first glance, but these solutions often hide the tragic truth. There is no there. The lack of a strong message or idea is buried under the complexity. It's as if the designer just kept adding elements, hoping more would make the idea work. Simple solutions cut to the chase. They present the information quickly and directly. The simple layout communicates confidence. Think of it in these terms. When hiring a financial advisor, do you trust the man in a simple gray suit and tie, or the one who wears a new wacky vest to every meeting? The idea of simplicity in graphic design is an outgrowth of modernist ideas. In the 1920s, a group of designers and architects created the Bauhaus, a forward-thinking school in Germany. They rejected the decoration of Victorian design and adopted a minimal approach. Design today still follows much of their approach. Many people are scared of simplicity. I've often heard someone say, "But that's not enough. How will anyone know I did anything?" The point of good design is not to look labored and desperate. It's to appear effortless. Some of my favorite design solutions are remarkably minimal. There are no extra elements. There is nothing on the page just to look pretty. Every image, piece of typography, or shape serves a purpose. The cover for a photography publication stands out against the competition with its simple geometry and stark typography. This poster by the amazing Jacqueline Casey for an open house at MIT has 2 curves, 1 typeface, and 2 colors. But it is resonant and strong 50 years later. And this layout for a poster announcing an exhibition works because the designer knew when to stop adding words or colors. The world is a chaotic and messy place. We are surrounded by still and moving messages every minute. The simple solutions stand out against this mess. There is a simple trick when working with a simple layout. Be brave. And, like Coco Chanel said, put all your jewelry on and then take one piece off. I know that I've spent the last several lessons talking about simplicity and focus in layout. In many instances, more is definitely not more, and the message is lost in chaos of stuff. But there are times when too much of something is a good thing. Yes, this is contradictory. If this were a course on math, we would have definite right and wrong rules. Design, though, is less black and white. For every hard and fast rule, there is a time to break it. Let's start with the bad excess. Obviously, the more elements I add to a layout, the more chance there is for misunderstanding. I'm hired to design a campaign to raise funds to prevent child abuse. The client supplies the text and lets me know every line is important. Now, things go wrong very quickly with too much content and visual emphasis. The core of the problem here is, first, the fact that it may read as a campaign to end children, and second, it lacks confidence. When everything is screaming for attention, nothing stands out, and the layout seems confused and desperate. This is a case of the client insisting that everything is important, and unfortunately, the result is a failure. Any communication in all media needs to get the viewer's attention and introduce the subject. Once the viewer is interested, he or she will look for more information, either with smaller text or on the website. Telling them everything at once is like meeting someone who immediately tells you their life story, current emotional problems, and typical breakfast habits. This is not a good introduction. Cut to the chase. Be direct and confident. So, how can excess be good? The answer is, again, about the message. If I want to convey a sense of depth, richness, and quantity, multiple elements may work. On the contents page of this book on color theory, I wanted to communicate the information and include the dominant colors of each chapter. I also want to share my excitement about color with the viewer. Let's look at this a little closer. It isn't just a mess of random color. It is a simple square grid structure. There is a limited color palette for the large boxes. And there is one typeface in 2 sizes. The same techniques of creating a sense of richness and multiplicity with a controlled system is used on some of the best examples of maximalism. Angad Singh's poster that pokes fun at classic graphic design rules, such as no Comic Sans, is energetic and bold, with a consistent palette and similar forms. Deborah Sussman's poster for the graphic system of the 1984 Olympics is as vibrant as the event itself, but follows a clear grid structure. And the design for a wall in a parking garage appears complex. However, like others, stay focused with a simple grid and few geometric shapes, such as circles, half circles, and rectangles. Think of using excess in design as cooking with 20 ingredients. This can make something spectacular, but it's best to try this after you've mastered the simple omelet with only 4: eggs, cheese, butter, and pepper. Consistency in design can be a wonderful thing. It helps the viewer digest the information, provides a sense of cohesiveness, and conveys clarity and order. Without elements that remain consistent, the viewer can be lost in a sea of varied forms. As human beings, we look for patterns. It's how we think. We organize form into recognizable symbols. We assign meaning to an element that we see repeated. A stop sign with a red background tells me to stop. A purple one is less clear. Or when I put a headline in the same place on each page, the viewer expects to always see it there. I can guide the viewer by maintaining consistency in type sizes or styles for specific information, layout position, and color. Consistency is also a great asset when a designer is working with complex information. Websites that are easy to navigate have consistent elements. The navigation stays the same from page to page. Columns delineate different kinds of content. Even if the page is dense with complicated content, I know where I can go. I once had a client at a major corporation who hated the corporate typeface and color. On each project, he suggested we switch to a different font and color. While this led to some interesting layouts, the result was a confused identity that the viewer couldn't recognize. Think of it this way. We know that an item is an Apple item even if we don't see the logo. The color, typography, and layout choices give us that information. The dark side of consistency is the boring part. Too much of the same thing can become wallpaper. We stop seeing it. A layout fails when the designer is so rigidly within a small set of elements that there is no room for surprise, variety, and change. When every page looks identical, regardless of the content, it becomes dull. The viewer will eventually grow bored and set it aside or go to another website. A very wise designer once told me, a wedding invitation should not look the same as a funeral announcement. The fine line here is to maintain enough consistency to help the viewer understand the content, but to allow for change. Even the most utilitarian communications should be clear but interesting. People enjoy solutions that are surprising and keep their interest. Surprise is a great tool to attract the viewer. Now, I don't mean add something terrifying that causes a craze stampede. This is about the unexpected, or doing exactly what the viewer doesn't see coming. Fortunately, most people like to find order and expect a certain level of this as a constant. You can create surprise with an unanticipated idea, or you can use the layout to startle the viewer. I like to use preconceived ideas as a way in. It can be as simple as shaking up expectations subtly. This clock by the legendary Tibor Kalman, at first glance, is a perfectly well-designed simple clock with beautiful bedoni. However, upon closer examination, the numbers are all mixed up. The solution is visually extraordinary and memorable. On a physical object, the material can also be surprising and delightful. The cover for this book about Clorox bleach is made with a vacuum-formed plastic that matches the actual packaging. Scale is a good tool. I expect a title and the information for a film to be large and the image to be clear and easy to understand. The viewer is forced to focus more when I switch the typography to be small. He or she also needs to concentrate and make a judgment about an image that is soft and not easy to understand. You can make something that should be an insignificant piece of information huge, or a headline that would be small text cover a whole wall. Or play with the conventions that we presume are a given, such as simple solid colors for end pages on a book. Swap them out with an amazing pattern. Rearrange the concept of a book or publication by using the introduction page as the cover. You're the boss of your own solutions, and it can't hurt to experiment. Don't worry about making something as shocking and surprising as the shower scene in Psycho. That's not necessary. You just want to shake up the viewer and keep his or her attention. When I mention rhythm in design, I tend to get puzzled looks, as if I'm going to dance while working. Obviously, this would not be an efficient way to work, and not pleasant for anyone to watch. Rhythm in a publication with multiple pages, whether in print or on screen, is about consistency, legibility, and variety. If you look at a book printed in the 19th century, you find little variation, very dense type, and a fairly gray overall tone. In the 20th century, with the advent of radio and television, layouts became more open and had a greater reliance on images. Today, we are immersed with competing visuals all the time. Online or on television, we expect several levels of information. Augmented reality adds a new layer of information that moves and has sound. Consequently, a multi-page design with the same tone on every single page is quickly ignored. Variation is required. I think about rhythm in publications or online as if I were making a film. Every good film will have quiet moments, exciting action, loud moments, and time to think. There will be changes in volume, scale, and intensity. The movie with 2 hours of constant car explosions is not for me. In a print or PDF screen-based document, I put the pages together using InDesign. I frequently refer back to the Pages panel. A good trick is to set the size of the icons as jumbo and view the pages horizontally. This gives me a good overview of how the publication is paced, if there are dull areas or pages that are too similar in sequence. There are publications that are lively and energetic, and others that may be scholarly or corporate. Keep in mind that the grid, typography, and proportions are consistent. This allows room to create differences in layout. Even an academic publication should have variation to engage the viewer. A common hangline, consistent sizes for headlines and text, and varying sizes maintain order and allow for more vitality. Give yourself and the reader the luxury of space. If the content can only fit on 12 pages when it fills the entire page in 6-point type, add pages. You might be able to jam everything in and save money, but the final product will be ignored because nobody can get past the clutter of the first few pages. Consistency and variation in a publication creates intensity and engages the reader with rhythm. This creates a flow and helps the reader understand what to know and how to feel. So far, we've covered most of the formal issues in layout. Now that you've learned about those, it's time to tackle the more complicated ideas. Images are a designer's most impactful tool. They are universal, require little explanation, and, like the saying goes, one image is worth 1,000 words. Before we delve too deeply into images and meaning, it's important to know how to use them. The first step with any image is knowing how and when to crop it. And yes, unless you are working with an inviolate piece of art, it's okay to crop an image. You're the designer. You make the rules. Let's start with the nitty-gritty rules. First, never crop a person at a joint. This tends to make someone look like they lost a limb. I find it best to crop an image of someone mid-limb. This way we know there's actually more of the arm or leg there. That includes the neck. If you lose the shoulders, the subjects look as if they lost their heads during the French Revolution. Crop in between joints to create a comfortable, not disturbing feeling. Next, focus on the subject. Is there a dog in the foreground that doesn't add to the message? I love dogs, and that one's mine, but he's taking attention from the architecture. Every element is a distraction from the main focus. Zoom in and crop these out. And look at all the edges. This is a good trick photographers use. Look at each corner in the frame. Is there an element that doesn't need to be there? Is there a garbage can in the corner or the edge of a tree trunk? Do you need all the foreground here? Crop them out. Focus on the subject. Okay, now let's look at the way a crop can change the message. This book cover uses an image from a Victorian circus poster. In this form, it looks like a book about circus life, but the tight crop into one detail of a larger image creates the idea of tightrope and balance. This book is about life out of balance. Great cropping adds to the story and message by focusing our attention on the only parts of an image that communicate. A great crop can create mystery and romance, making the viewer feel more intimate with the subject. Or, rather than showing the entire hands and arm, zoom into an image to highlight the green peas. This creates a center focal point and points to the title. Sometimes the most awkward cropping can aid the communication. Cropped selfies give us a fresh take on images that are often not professionally created. This result is light, fun, and compelling. The biggest hurdle most designers face with images and cropping is fear. Is it okay to crop someone's image? Absolutely, it's your layout. If it doesn't work, nobody is going to blame the photographer. The page is your world. You are the boss. Do what needs to be done to create something strong and powerful. One of the first assignments I had in college was to take an image and change its meaning with one word. It sounds easy, but most of us failed, including me. We all managed to choose an image, in my instance, a lemon, and add a word. I chose tart. In fact, this didn't change the meaning. It only provided more information about the lemon. If I had chosen a lemon and added the word car, the lemon becomes a metaphor for the quality of a car. Images and words will always combine to change the meaning or enhance it. This is good. This gives you a larger set of tools to use. When images and words are combined and there is no increased or change in meaning, the solution fails. This is simply a caption. Used correctly, the words should never simply repeat what the image is saying. This presumes the viewer doesn't have the intelligence to understand the image. I don't need to see both elements. A good combination is a good symbiosis. Neither element can live alone. The image of a man falling from an upper floor is striking. It is unexpected. The frame is cropped with 4 quadrants, and we are left with questions. The headline, "They always come down," adds to the mystery, as opposed to "Man falls from roof." How we evaluate information is the basis of a good image and text relationship. We first look at an image, and then any text that helps us understand the content. A single sheet can mean many things. The added text makes the communication clear. Many times, our job is to assist images that we can't control. This couldn't be more true with online sites and apps that allow users to upload their own images. Applying colorful text that overlaps and highlights the images maintains the energy of consistency of the app. One of my favorite pieces of graphic design is this simple ad. The innocent and hopeful image of friendship with no bias is strong on its own. The headline, "The blind are also colorblind," makes it unforgettable. Remember, this isn't easy. You're playing with the meaning of an image with its cultural, historical, and literal meanings. Then you're adding words that have their own power and meaning. This takes time and practice. The most important issue to consider is that, once again, no element just sits there neutrally. Be aware that each choice you make creates meaning. If you think this through, you'll be fine. We've all had the experience of seeing something that makes no sense, or is completely whacked, and saying, "What were they thinking?" Typically, the answer is they weren't. There are, of course, some combinations that are offensive because they are from another time with a different set of values, or they're just offensive because they're damaging. These are typically the ads that try to convince you that smoking is good for you, or convince women they must use the right toothpaste or face a life lonely and unmarried. But the times when a solution sends a message that is completely unintended is usually simply not thought through. It's okay. We've all done this at one point, falling in love with an idea and missing the actual meaning. I had the exciting challenge to design a brand for Mohawk Paper's West Coast business with Reno, Nevada as the base. I designed a program, the Mohawk Ranch, and was pleased with myself, until my grandmother, from Reno, suggested that the word ranch was used for a house of ill repute. I changed the name. I'd like to say this is simple, just don't do it. But this is where your responsibility as a designer rears its head. Stay on the high road. As public communicators, it's important to realize that your work has impact. Each of us has the duty to understand what we are saying and how it may impact our culture. When I'm not sure if the message is clear and the combination of words and image are what is intended, I ask others to look at the work. It can't hurt to get another opinion. You don't have to take it if you don't want. And then there is legibility. I don't think design should be hard to read and understand. In some circles, this might be groovy, but I'm pretty square and like the audience to understand what I'm actually saying. When an image is combined with words and they aren't legible, the message is lost. This is an easy one. If you can't read the type, it isn't working. Adding drop shadows, outlines, or other tricks are putting a band-aid on a bigger problem. Find a different position, change the color, or change the scale. Simplify. Have mercy on the reader. There is no such thing as, "I can kind of read it." Your job is to make the message clear. If you have doubts, it's probably not. A designer's job is complicated and has 1,000 details to consider. But I found that the best designers do this naturally. I once was interviewed for a podcast program by an interviewer who never listened to my answers. Rather than adjusting and responding to me, he had a set of questions that he was going to ask in order, regardless of my response. Now, what, you may be thinking, does that have to do with layout? In the same way that words and images need to react to each other, with meaning, they should do the same with composition. When we look at a composition, we see this: a grouping of headline, text, and a rectangle. However, the reality is this: the rectangle is not a flat shape, but an image with content and form. And these forms contain lines, volumes of color, scale, and important content. I could ignore this and treat the layout as if it were just type in boxes. It makes a polite and sensible layout that works and is legible. But if I let the form of the content of the images inform my layout decisions, I create a solution that is more unified and perhaps energetic. There are many ways to do this. One solution is to echo or mirror the shapes in the image. The layout doesn't need to be exactly the same. It's a gesture that points to the relationship. Or one dominant and strong shape within the image can be used as a device to guide the placement and style of the typography. Here, the orange sofa dictates a headline with the same color and similar space. I also use the invisible planes within the image to continue beyond its border. I extend these lines through the page and use them to place the text. The result is a solution that knits these two elements together. It's also a layout that could not exist without the specific image. We aren't ignoring the grid. We're replacing it with a structure based on the content of the image. This sounds like it may make a mess, and it might. Using a simple typographic and color palette will help maintain a sense of order and hierarchy. The goal and result here is a solution that creates a symbiosis between the words and image. This creates a layout that cannot work without the accompanying image, and an image that is enhanced with the typographic layout. One of the basic tenets of design today is the idea of narrative and storytelling. A 21st century viewer has spent his or her entire life digesting multiple narratives through television, online, books, and movies every day. Compare this to an 18th century farmer who might read 2 books his entire life. This makes storytelling an integral part of how we communicate. Regardless of our intention, the viewer will always create a story. It's in our nature as human beings to understand the world. For a designer, this requires an understanding of layout and composition sequentially in print, exhibitions, retail experiences, and screen-based media. This may seem out of place, but looking at comic books is the best way to understand narrative and imagery. They tell a story concisely, clearly, and dramatically. If a comic book were a sequence of images the same size from the same vantage point, they'd be pretty dull. A good sequential design solution, like a comic book, tells the story with pivotal images and radical shifts in vantage point. Alan Hurlburt's layout for a retrospective on the 1960s may be 6 decades old, but it is one of the best examples of using images sequentially. The typography on the bottom of the left page echoes the shape of the casket on the right. A black and white image of a footstep on the moon is followed by a full-page spread of the Apollo 11 astronauts on the moon. The girl in the large image looks at the smaller boxes, followed by a page of children in various sizes of boxes. A great spread that offers a moment of quiet visually leads to a spread of multiple faces and activity. The range of dark and light, close-up and long shots, color and black and white work with the grid structure to maintain order and communicate a big story of a tumultuous decade. Good editing in motion graphics and film will have high points, quiet moments, and change of point of view. With minimal forms, a few colored lines, the sequence here is engaging with changing point of view, close-up and long shots, slow and fast speed, and a variety of tone. Designing a compelling timeline, either in print, on screen, or in an exhibition, is a challenge. Often the end product is a long list of dates that the audience doesn't read. For an exhibition in Lisbon, P06 Atelier designed a 3-dimensional timeline that invites the viewer to experience the content. The structure of a singular line in the center works to anchor stories, images, clippings, and actual artifacts on this exhibition. The variety of types of images, typography, and texture could be a chaotic mess, but the structure and simple color palette unify the message. The opposite side is mirrored, allowing the viewer to see him or herself as part of the history. The idea of sequence creates experience. 826 Valencia Pirate Supply Store is the front entrance to a non-profit organization dedicated to helping children and young adults develop writing skills. The San Francisco agency office creates a narrative based on our understanding of pirate mythology. Products, signage, and the environment work together to tell the story when the visitor sees the exterior, enters, and picks up a product, and sees posters on the wall. Working with multiple images and words sequentially in print, on screen, and environmentally takes all the lessons we've learned this far and expands them. Don't worry, this is complex, but it's primarily an issue of variety. Like most everything in life, we need to mix things up to feel alive. Being a good designer is like playing different roles as an actor. You must be obsessed with the smallest detail, but see the biggest picture. You must rigidly adhere to rules passed down for centuries, but ignore them when you want. We've covered a variety of tools, processes, and rules to create a dynamic layout. And now, I'm going to suggest you ignore all of that and explore when breaking those same rules can work. Think of it this way. It's a good idea to know how to swim before jumping off a high cliff into the sea. Let's tackle these one at a time. First, the primary goal is to communicate the message as dynamically and clearly as possible. Throwing caution to the wind to be the grooviest cat on the block isn't good enough. What about the rule to focus on legibility? The typography on the website for the Afropunk Festival sits right on the edge of being illegible. But it creates a dynamic rhythm with repeating shapes and stroke weights. Nice and clean Helvetica here would have nothing to do with the energetic contact. Then there are the rules about consistency. Maintain one or two typefaces with minimal size changes to create harmony. But again, what happens if one ignores that and uses dozens of typefaces? Here, the variety matches the content, an exhibition of handcrafted lettering signs. The color palette of autumn tones keeps the poster from being chaotic. We strive to maintain strong grids on a layout so that the elements will all relate. Text should be set with one alignment, flush left, centered, or justified. But here, using all different axes with every element shouting for attention and corny sales techniques, such as all caps and multiple exclamation points, works. The website is so over the top, it's entertaining and funny. I love this piece by Kobe Franco for a series of lectures. Classic rules for hierarchy, a large image, headline, and supporting text is thrown out. Instead, Franco creates a magnificent information graphic that gives the viewer all the information they need in a colorful mosaic. When I'm stuck and having trouble with an idea, I sometimes think, what is the absolute worst and most wrong thing I could do? This helps me break away from any restrictions I'm placing on myself. The goal doesn't change to communicate an idea clearly, but stretching the rules can lead to a unique solution. First, you should congratulate yourself. This has been a demanding course, but you made it through all the lessons and are ready to tackle your next project. It's not going to be possible to recall every single thing we discussed. Take it step by step. It may seem that the experienced designers don't even think about all these lessons, that they have an innate talent and can effortlessly make a great design. But all of us have gone through the same lessons and at one point or another made some pretty awful solutions. Every designer, regardless of experience level, deals with all of the issues we've covered on each project. Let's recap. The most important issue is a strong idea and goal. Once you've arrived at this, a great layout will make it powerful and clear. I start with the size and format. Then I look at shapes, color, and its meaning. I make sure the words are to the point and clear. I explore compositional solutions that create a dynamic solution, and check to see if the project is slipping into boring. Now it's time to look at the hierarchy. Is the priority level of each element apparent? And now I play with different proportional structures. Is the golden section right, or does a grid of squares work better? Now I have most of my elements in place and a rough sense of proportions. I add a grid to help lock in the pieces and create cohesion. I check the level of simplicity. Is there anything there that doesn't need to be on the page? Anything that is purely decorative? If so, it goes away. And finally, I integrate the imagery, making sure the cropping is dynamic and I'm telling a story. There are many kinds of designers in the world. There are a multitude of styles and approaches. Where you land on the spectrum is a personal choice. You have a unique life experience and view of the world. It's your duty as a designer to share this and create work that is dynamic and exciting, but could only be made by you.
Typography is a deep and wonderful universe. Looking at letter forms, we can see that they are independently beautiful as works of art. In addition to being beautiful, letter forms also form words, sentences, and thoughts. These are the very foundation of our history. Letter forms enable us to communicate with one another and to transmit every aspect of our civilization from one generation to the next. I'm Ina Saltz, and I'd like to welcome you to the world of typography. Typography is everywhere. It has traditions, practices, functions, and a language all its own. Type plays a vital role in every form of media. The whole idea of this course is to give you a solid foundation in the basics of typography. Whether you are designing a brand identity, a book, a website, or just a brochure for a local business. If you've never had any formal training in typography, there will be plenty of material in this course to help you make better decisions about your typographic usage. Even if you are not new to the field, I think you will find this course to be a great refresher, and you may even discover some new concepts and practices that will improve your use of typography. We'll explore universal and timeless principles of typography and explain good typographic practices. We're going to get up close to the details of type so you can get a better sense of why it works the way it does. We're going to talk about basic principles of type to help you make the best design choices for your projects. And we'll go over naming conventions so you can speak about type with professionalism and confidence. I'm passionate about letter forms. For more than 30 years, I've been deeply involved in the world of type, and I'm excited to share with you the foundations of typography. Type can help form that critical first impression about your message. Type is important because the viewer gets an impression about your message before even beginning to read it. For example, type can appear to be friendly or aggressive. It can suggest a traditional or a modern approach. It can look feminine or masculine. It can look calm or chaotic. As a designer, you want to choose a type style that best expresses the message you want to send. When type is used well and does its job, a positive impression is made immediately, at a glance. When we see type used well, we are already absorbing key information about the content. In today's immersive, visually driven media culture, people are becoming more and more visually sophisticated. Even those who haven't been educated in the fine points of typographic usage can sense the difference between well-executed typography and type that has been chosen or used thoughtlessly. They may not be able to explain exactly why they have a negative feeling, but they know something is not quite right. Companies spend a lot of time and money formulating their typographic branding and corporate identities. They understand that type has a personality. It makes an impression. It can pack a punch and evoke an emotional response from the viewer. In every situation, good, clean typography can make a difference. I know that typography can be intimidating, but in this course, I'm going to help you see the differences between good and bad typography. We'll cover the proper way to choose typefaces, how to combine typefaces, and how to arrange type well. Good type usage will always enhance and amplify the meaning of the text. Remember, good type matters. Type is important because it conveys information, but good type choices can also add a powerful boost to the information, making it more visible and easily accessible. The primary goal of good type is to visually communicate its message. I want to show you a couple of examples that prove how the power of type can even be a matter of life and death. Two of my favorite examples are highway signage and prescription labels. The first example involves very large letter forms that have to be easy to read at 60 miles an hour and from a sufficient distance so that you can read it in time to make a quick decision. Now imagine that you are driving at 60 miles an hour at night in a rainstorm. The type still has to do its job. The critical information on the highway signage must be legible to the driver, even under the worst conditions. My second example of the power of type involves really tiny type on the humble little prescription bottle. Its instructions and identifying information can often be hard to read, especially by an older person whose eyesight is impaired. A designer named Deborah Adler was inspired to redesign prescription packages when a household medication mix-up made her grandmother seriously ill. She redesigned the type on the prescription bottle by changing the typographic hierarchy, adding color, enlarging the most important type, and using a more legible type style. Target was so impressed by her redesign that the new packaging was rolled out at all Target stores and is now being implemented by other companies as well. So you can see, in some cases, good type can even mean the difference between life and death. Good type usage isn't just a matter of aesthetics, it is a matter of strong, legible communication. I'd like to talk about an important concept in typography, which is the role of proper proportions, or, as I like to call it, the typographic theory of relativity. This theory applies to everything you design using type. This is about the way in which typographic elements interact with each other. A successful design has many parts, and those parts all exist in relation to one another. For example, if you are following a recipe when you are preparing a meal and you decide to change the amount of one of the ingredients, you have to also change the amounts of the other ingredients in proportion. The relationships of all of the ingredients to one another is a key factor in how they interact to create a balance of flavors. Put another way, every ingredient has an effect on every other ingredient. Another example of the theory of relativity is the feeling you get when you walk into a well-designed room. You feel comforted by the flow of space in the room. Its proportions, surfaces, colors, and shapes, and all of its furnishings, accessories, and lighting appear to go together seamlessly. It's not random, it's not an accident. It's the sum total of good decision-making and an understanding of how every element interacts with every other element. Type is like that too. Typographic elements exist in a relationship to one another. They must be balanced in size, weight, position, orientation. There must be balance among styles, colors, and other factors in order to clearly communicate your message. Everything in your design exists in relation to everything else. That is what I mean by the typographic theory of relativity. In most lynda.com videos, the exercise files are projects that you can download to help you follow along, but this course is different. In this course, we are delving into typographic principles and guidelines, language, type history, and type classification, so there aren't any projects to follow along with. But I have included a few resources for this course. These documents have been provided in the Exercise Files tab on the Course Details page for all lynda.com subscribers. Or, if you're watching this tutorial on a DVD-ROM, the exercise files have been included there. One of these documents is a list of type blogs and newsletters which feature recent font releases. I recommend you check these out to help you stay plugged in to the latest developments and news in the world of typography. Another document is a list of typography books you should take a look at to continue your learning. There's also a list of schools, organizations, and conferences that are all about typography. And I'm including links to type management software and type design software that I discuss in this course. These documents aren't necessary to follow along with this course, but they will give you some helpful resources to keep learning and take your type usage to the next level. With that in mind, let's get started with Foundations of Typography. We're going to look at some other categories of typefaces, the kinds of typefaces that don't fit as neatly into classification categories. These are all display typefaces, so remember that they should be used at larger sizes and in small quantities. One category that is easy to identify and that is hugely popular right now is scripts. These are letter forms that are based on handwritten letters. They are mostly or partly attached to one another with connecting strokes. Here are some common examples. They can vary from very formal to very informal. One of my favorite formal scripts is Bickham script because it is fabulously elegant and it comes with hundreds of alternate flourishes in its character set. For example, look at 15 possible variations of the lowercase h in Bickham script. You will see scripts in use everywhere. Informal scripts can look like handwritten or brush-written letters. There are hundreds of wonderful new scripts now available with varying degrees of weight, fluidity, and alternate characters. Scripts like Zapfino can be tricky to use well because they sometimes have big swashes which can get tangled up when lines are stacked. Used with restraint, flourishes can add a bit of pizzazz to your layout. This is a page from a cookbook designed by one of my students. Here is a beautiful modern use of a script face. Notice how all of the flourishes on the left echo the swirls of the carrot stalks in the photograph. I love the visual pun between the lovely curves of the stalks and the fanciful swirls around the title. Another very popular category of type is blackletter or fraktur. You can see how these letters do indeed look fractured or broken because each letter is made up of individual strokes. In this category, there are also hundreds of wonderful choices. My favorite is called feta fraktur. It is just so juicy. These spiky letters are often erroneously called Old English. In this example, you can see why typefaces are called blackletter. They tend to be heavy in appearance, they have very small spaces within the letters, there is very little space between letters, and very tight spacing between lines, so their overall color on the page is heavy or black. Here's a modern take on blackletter. Beyond the world of blackletter and scripts, there are huge numbers of decorative and ornamental typefaces that were invented to respond to the needs of advertising, brand identity, and promotion. Some of these over-the-top and outrageous styles just defy classification. Display typography is as volatile as the fickle winds of fashion. There are unexpected reinterpretations or revivals of previously dated styles and all kinds of eccentric experiments. Some of these become new classics and others fade away. Browsing through the endless type choices available might seem overwhelming, but the more you really look at type with a critical and informed eye, the more educated your eye becomes, and you will develop a deeper awareness of what to look for. This will help you find a display typeface to match your specific needs. Because of the complex array of typographic choices that are readily available, the most common question I am asked is, how do I know what typefaces go together? Let's try to take some of the mystery out of making good type choices. What we are looking for are type combinations which will live harmoniously with one another. Using too many typefaces can create visual cacophony. It's like type soup. In many cases, you might be better off selecting just one typeface, which has a large family of variations. Helvetica Neue, for example, is a very large family with many weights and widths, and each of these comes with a matching set of italic letters. Because the fonts all originate from one family member, you can be sure the other family members will play well together. Here are a couple of projects, each of which sticks to using one large typeface, which allows the designer to achieve many different effects. Each of these examples is really varied, yet uses only one typeface. You can see here that by using many different weights and widths from one family, there's plenty of typographic diversity. But let's say you do need or want more than one typeface. Here are some factors that might help you decide which to use. The most important factor is contrast or differentiation. A common situation is body text plus headlines. Your text type choice will most likely be a serif text face. So for contrast, you will want to look for something like a sans serif that has a variety of bold weights. In this page from Vibe magazine, each typeface plays a different role, and each is a strong contrast from the others. Most projects don't need more than 2 well-chosen typefaces to create a broad and useful typographic hierarchy. When combining typefaces, consider their basic characteristics. Typefaces from a similar historical period whose families have different features may work well together. Another possibility, combine typefaces by the same designer, since they will have a stylistic connection. Or you might want to choose 2 very opposite typefaces, one very traditional and sober, the other friendly and warm. Typefaces with a similar body height can make good companions as long as their styles are different enough to have a strong contrast. A common mistake in combining typefaces is putting together typefaces that are individually idiosyncratic. That is, they have strong stylistic details, so they conflict with one another. And here we are with Eurostyle and Cochin looking very unhappy together. If you find it necessary to add a third typeface to a text face and a sans serif, a slab serif might be a good choice. This works well if you have a need for a third typographic texture or content which needs to be separate and stand out from the other text elements. Think of putting together an outfit where each piece of clothing has a complex pattern. Maybe a fashion maven can pair these successfully, but in all likelihood the effect will be jumbled and unmatched. One simple piece and one complex piece work much better. That way the stylistic details of both can be appreciated. Choosing 2 simple pieces, or typefaces, works well too. Differentiation is the key. Combining typefaces need not be any more complicated than putting together an outfit. The elements should complement one another. There are no hard and fast rules, but let good taste be your guide. When we talk about cases, we are describing the difference between uppercase and lowercase. Each of these conveys a different message, so you want to learn how to use cases to their best advantage. Uppercase, or capitals, were originally called majuscules. I like that name because it reminds us that majuscules are majestic. Majuscules have a stronger presence on the page or screen. In this poster, you can see how powerful these capitals are. They're like giant building blocks. And this is an urgent medical care facility, so capitals convey a sense of trustworthiness and authority. Capitals generally have more visual weight and they command more attention, so they indicate importance. They convey a sense of authority and sometimes formality. Caps don't like to be too close to one another. They feel more comfortable with a bit of extra space around them. And then there are minuscules. You can think of minuscules as miniatures. We call them lowercase. Lowercase letters tend to look friendlier, warmer, more personal, and more informal than uppercase letters. I love the Petco logo because it seems just right for warm and cuddly pets. And this logo for the Bubble magazine is a great choice because the letters look like bubbles, so there's a perfect match between image and intent. Unlike capitals, the shapes of lowercase letters are designed to work in closer contact and to be more interconnected than uppercase letters. On this title page, the letters feel comfortable even though they're close together. When you're using lowercase or a mixture of uppercase and lowercase, it sends a friendlier, more low-key message. Cases also have a volume control. You can see the difference that caps and lowercase have when you compare the effects visually. Which ones seem more suited to these words? Perhaps the word dancing in caps is more active like salsa, and the lowercase dancing is ballet. You can also think of the effect of caps as a louder voice and upper and lowercase as a softer voice. Lowercase can be loud but can still be informal and fun, as in this example. When you are choosing cases for your project, think about the qualities you are trying to convey. Upper and lowercase have distinct personalities, so use cases wisely to give the right visual direction to match your message. Serif and sans serif. These are the two most basic kinds of letter forms. So let's start by looking at the differences between these two styles. First, let's define type with serifs. These are the letters that have the little extenders, sometimes called little feet. Here's a small group of serif typefaces. They're quite different from one another, but the one thing they have in common is that they are all serif typefaces. Serifs are evident in the capital letters and the lowercase letters. The serifs at the bottoms of the letters are also known as footers. Let's look at some differences. It's not really important right now that you know which typefaces are which, but I want to teach you to be a good type detective, to know what details to look for when you are looking at a typeface. Here are lowercase l's from 5 serif typefaces. Let's look at some specific differences between them. Being a good type detective, you can see that the angles of the serifs vary quite a bit. Now, let's look at the footers. You can see that their thickness and their width and their shape also varies. Let's look at the serifs, and I want you to observe how the shapes and the weight of the serifs vary. We are looking at these details greatly enlarged, but all of these details matter because they affect how the typeface looks when it is set in a size suitable for reading. Now, I'd like to explain the difference between two broad categories of serif, what we call bracketed and unbracketed. Unbracketed serifs have a sharp 90-degree corner angle, and bracketed serifs have a curved transition from the serif to the stem. There's another category of serifs called slab serifs, and they are just what they sound like. Look at the differences between these examples of slab serif fonts. You can see different letter widths, different details, but there is one thing they all have in common. Their horizontal strokes, their serifs, are the same width or weight as their vertical strokes. Now, let's take a look at sans serif. You can see that these letters are without the little feet. In French, sans means without, so sans serif means without serifs. Sometimes we just call them sans for short. Here are some well-known sans serif typefaces. Look closely. You can see that these examples have distinct differences from one another, but they all have one thing in common. They have no serifs. So now you have the broad strokes of type classification. We'll go into more depth on type classification later on in this course. There are tens of thousands of typefaces in each of these categories that are available from the many type foundries and type sellers. And no one can be familiar with all of them, not even me. But if you can learn to distinguish the important differences and characteristics of basic type styles, it will help you make smart choices in designing your projects. Being a good type detective and learning to see the different types of serifs and sans serifs is the first step. An important distinction in typography is the difference between text type and display type. Here's what you need to remember. Text type is type that is designed to be read in large quantities at small sizes. For example, the bulk of the text in any newspaper, magazine, or book is text type. It's also called body type or body copy. Display type, on the other hand, is type that's 14-point or larger, and it's typically used in small quantities for emphasis and effect. The vast majority of the 200,000 or so typefaces now available are display typefaces. Display type encompasses an enormous variety of letter forms. But first, let's talk about text type. Depending on the type style, text type is typically between 8-point and 10 points in size, or possibly 12-point type, depending on the typeface. Because text type is small, it has to be easy to read. The most famous essay on text typography was written in 1930 by Beatrice Ward. Beatrice Ward used the metaphor of a crystal goblet. She said that the goblet should be clear so that its contents would be what you see, not the goblet itself. She was making the point that clarity in typesetting allows the content to be easily appreciated, suggesting that printing, or typography, should be invisible. Smooth reading is the goal. It may seem effortless when we're in the process of doing it, but in reality, when we're reading, we rely on many tiny cues to help us take in words and passages of text in fractions of a second. Letter forms need to be super clear so that it takes as little effort as possible, in fact, no conscious effort at all, to see the shapes of the letters. Typefaces that are designed to be read in large quantities at small sizes share some important qualities and characteristics. If you look at these examples of widely used text typefaces, every one has open spaces inside the letters, the body height of the letters is tall compared to the capitals, they have rhythmic and repetitive shapes, and they are a medium weight. And it's easy to identify letters immediately because of their details. Some of the most popular text typefaces used today are digital versions of typefaces that have been around for hundreds of years because they still work perfectly well, such as the first three in this example. What about display type? Display type is just the opposite. Display type depends on its unique form to announce and amplify its content. It is not supposed to be invisible. And in the vast universe of display typefaces available, there is something for every possible use. For example, in the category of typefaces that look like handwriting, hundreds of typefaces are available. Here are just a few examples. Something else to keep in mind about text type and display type. Text type can function as display type by being made larger, but display type can rarely be used to function at small sizes like text type. Later in this course, we're going to cover when and how to use text type and display type to make your design projects look professional. I want you to think of display typefaces like the icing on a cake. Display type should be used in small quantities and with restraint. A little intense sweetness goes a long way. Let's take a brief look at the history of our letter forms so we can have a better understanding of how we organize and identify type, which is known as type classification. Most systems of type classification are based on type history, so let's go back in time to see how we inherited our letter forms. The foundations of Western writing go back to the 5th century BCE. Carved Greek letters were one of the first formal uses of Western letter forms. Roman monumental capitals appeared in the 1st century BCE and are the ancestor of all serif typefaces. Among passionate typophiles like myself, the most revered example of carved Roman capitals is still visible at the base of Rome's Trajan column, which was completed in the 1st century. It's believed that these letter forms were created with a broad-edged brush, and that the action of the broad edge, combined with the incised V-cuts of the chisel, led to the creation of serifs. All over Western Europe in the millennia that followed, pockets of different lettering styles flourished and handwritten letter forms continued to evolve. There are plenty of resources in the exercise files if you want to know much, much more. But for our purposes, a significant milestone in clean, uniform, legible letter forms came during the rule of the Emperor Charlemagne in approximately 800 AD. He decreed that the Carolingian letter forms should be universally used. These are the basis for the lowercase letter forms we recognize today. But the biggest turning point was the new technology of movable type. This has been largely attributed to one man, Johannes Gutenberg. His Gutenberg Bible, printed in 1455, remains one of the finest examples of the art of typography ever created. He modeled his type on letter forms in use at the time, which are called blackletter or fraktur. We'll talk more about those forms later in this chapter. Although Gutenberg did not invent movable type or the printing press, he put together existing devices and technologies to replicate typographic pages mechanically. This enabled literacy to spread throughout Europe, which was certainly one of the most momentous developments in the history of human civilization. Later in the 15th century, as the technology of movable type spread, the typefaces used by Gutenberg gave way to typefaces based on Roman letter forms and the Carolingian minuscule. That was the beginning of the era of type. And here is where type history begins to shape our systems of type classification. Let's look more closely at some shapes and other details which can help us categorize typefaces beyond just serif and sans serif. Almost all typefaces belong to a recognized tradition. In order to make informed decisions about their use, we need to locate typefaces within their historical context. Although there's no single universal system of type classification, I would like to introduce you to the basic, most widely recognized categories of type. The first Roman serif types are called Old Style. They were created between the late 15th century and the mid-18th century. Here are some examples. Notice how they have low contrast between thick and thin strokes, and they have thick bracketed serifs. You will also notice the long ascenders and descenders, the parts of the letters that extend above and below the body height. And within the body, they have smallish spaces. The next major category of type is known as transitional. Transitional represents the stylistic bridge between Old Style and the next category, modern. You can identify transitional typefaces by their sharper, flatter serifs. You will also see a tighter bracketed curve, and the stress in the curved letters is more vertical. Here is where we can see the axis known as the stress. It is an imaginary line connecting the thinnest parts of an O. In transitional typefaces, there is a higher contrast between thick and thin strokes. The change in appearance from Old Style to transitional occurred in the mid-18th century, partly due to advances in printing and font-making technology. Modern typefaces made their first appearance in the late 18th century. We can easily recognize modern typefaces. Notice the extreme contrast between thick and thin strokes and the ultra-thin unbracketed serifs, which are horizontal or nearly horizontal. Slab serifs, the next major category, also emerged in the mid-18th century. These fonts were useful for advertising and signage because of their weight and strong presence. In the slab serif category, serifs are generally unbracketed or square, and the main characteristic of slab serifs is the lack of contrast between strokes. That means that the thicks and thins are of equal or almost equal weight. In the late 1800s, sans serif typefaces also evolved to meet the needs of advertising. There are three main categories of sans serif typefaces. The first is called grotesque, which is also known as Gothic. Grotesques have slight variations in stroke width. The letters are fairly wide, and the rounded letters are often a bit squared off if you look closely. There are two other distinct kinds of sans serif typefaces that you should know about. Humanist sans serifs have the proportions of classical Roman letters. If you look closely, you will see some of the proportions of the hand-lettered Roman forms. The last category of sans serifs are the easiest to spot. They are based on the geometric forms of the circle, square, and triangle. Geometric sans serifs reflect the modernist movement of the early 20th century. Futura, avant-garde, and cable are some of the most widely known geometric sans serifs. So now we have looked at specific details in the groups of major serif and sans serif categories in order to organize and identify them or classify them. There are other typefaces, more newly designed, which follow the style of a type classification, so they are also included in that category. They are known as revivals. So next time you're at a movie theater watching a film's title sequence with a group of friends, you'll be able to impress them by saying, "Just check out that geometric sans serif." More important, understanding type classification will help you decide which typefaces to use for your projects. When I was a little girl, first learning the alphabet, I remember daydreaming about the letters above the blackboard, the little A, the big A, the little B, the big B. I loved all the shapes of the letters. Each one seemed to have its own personality and story. In my imagination, the big B was someone struggling to carry 2 overflowing bags of groceries home from the store. The big I was a soldier standing at attention. The little s was a small child rolling in the grass, perhaps with a puppy. We have known the names of the letters since we were children, but the parts of those letters have names too, and the environment in which letters exist has its own descriptive language. This is useful knowledge for any design professional. It makes it easier to communicate about typefaces and their characteristics. It also helps to educate your eye about the differences between typefaces and to understand the underlying structure of a typeface. First, let's look at the little world type lives in. We say that type sits on a baseline. The next important term is based on the height of the lowercase x. That is called the x height. Its body width is the invisible boundary around the shape of the letter. The parts of the letters that rise above the x height are called ascenders. The parts that extend below the baseline are called descenders, and together these are called extenders. So the invisible boundaries of the extenders are called the ascender line and the descender line. The cap height will vary based on the typeface. It might be the same as the ascender line or shorter. Now let's talk about letter parts. Remember, serifs are the little feet or extensions that are the finishing strokes of the letter forms. Here are some other common names for the parts of letters. All the rounded letters have bowls. Look at this B. The rounded part is called the bowl. The tall vertical stroke is the stem. Strokes that extend from the stem are called arms. We can see an example on this E. A lot of the letters are like body parts. See how the ear of the G sticks out like a real ear. Your spine has a curve in it, just like this S spine. And just like your shoulder, the shoulder on the M curves. The leg extends to the baseline, and at the base of the leg is the foot. Just like a cat's tail, the tail of the Q often hangs below the baseline. A crossbar is a horizontal stroke in the middle of a letter, like this one on the A. A cross stroke crosses over a stem, like this F, but on the E, we have what's called a bar. Any enclosed space in a letter is called a counterspace. On some letters, you will see a spur, like a cowboy spur on a boot. Over the J and the I, the dot in typographic terms is a jot. The end point of a letter is called a terminal, and the terminal of this F is also known as a beak. The G has a nice loop, and the connecting stroke is called a link. When two strokes come to a point, like in this A, it's called an apex. Here you can see the capital M has two apexes. I also want to point out common names for the forms of the lowercase a and G. They can be single story or double story. One more term relating to letter parts is ligature. A ligature is the connection between a specific pair of letters, or in some instances, 3 letters. A ligature smooths the connection to improve legibility. This might seem like a lot to learn, but it's useful to communicate using the same language as other design professionals. If you want to familiarize yourself with additional type terminology, you'll find resources in this course's exercise files. Most type terminology makes common sense. The terms are pretty descriptive of how they appear. Did you notice how many of those terms are the names of parts of our bodies? Which reminds me how much like people letters are, just as I daydreamed so long ago. Simply put, the size of type is measured in points. Points are a part of the basic and essential language designers use to discuss typographic elements. If you are a designer, you're probably already familiar with points. Let's put it in another context and look at the relationship between inches and how many points add up to 1 inch. Here is 1 inch. In every inch, there are 6 units called picas. In every pica, there are 12 points. If you do the math, that means there are 72 points in an inch. So points are tiny measurements that are about the width of a thin line. Like most type terminology, the point system is based on the traditions of movable or physical type. The point size was the height of the body of the piece of type. The body height depended on the tallest ascender and the lowest descender in the font. Within that height, the X height of the font varied, which is mostly why typefaces that are the same point size can look quite different. Another measurement that affects the way type looks is more subtle and depends on the design of the font. It is called the set width. For example, if you compare these 5 E's, which are the same X height, you can see that the widths differ. Similarly, look at these M's. Their X height is the same, but their set widths differ. Set width affects how many characters will fit within a line of type. A line of type is also measured in picas. The width of a line of type is called the measure of the line or the block of text. For example, the measure of this block of text is 30 picas wide. Points are really tiny increments, but they can define the characteristics of a typeface. These tiny increments create subtle differences between the height, width, and other proportions of a typeface, and they play a vital role in creating its unique appearance. In the next video, we are going to look at how other small increments define the proportions of letters as we explore typographic variations of width, weight, and slope. A type family is a group of related typefaces which share similar design characteristics and which are designed to work together. Just like our own families, some are very small and some are quite large. The 3 most common variations in a type family are combinations of different weights, widths, and slopes. In this example, you can see several different weights and also their companion sloped or italic typefaces. One example of a super small family is Trajan, which you may recognize because it has been used in many film titles. It only has capital letters, no lowercase. It was originally released with only 2 family members, regular and bold weights. Trajan was inspired by the Roman majuscules carved into the Trajan column, and there were no lowercase letters in use at that time. Universe is a very large family. You can see some of its widths clearly in this example. There are other mega families like Chronicle, which has more than 100 family members, a vast selection of related members stemming from a common parent. Here are some of the many members in the Chronicle type family, and here are a selection of different weights within that family. Most type families offer a minimum of uppercase and lowercase letter forms and a set of numbers and punctuation in regular and bold weights and in italic in regular and bold weights. If you have wondered where we got the terms lowercase and uppercase, the names come from the drawers of the case where type was stored in the days when type was made from metal or wood. One of the characteristics that can vary within a type family is weight. Some typefaces have an enormous range of weights, and while there are no consistent naming conventions in the typographic world, it's usually pretty easy to guess from looking at the full name of a font what its weight is. For example, extra light, Roman, semi-bold, bold, and black. The second characteristic of different family members within one typeface is width. Again, the names are pretty easy to understand just by looking at them. Terms like ultra-condensed, condensed, Roman, and extended. The third characteristic that can vary within a family is slope. Depending on the typeface, slope can refer to an italic version or an oblique version. Oblique, which you see here, is simply a slanted version of the Roman. The italic is a slightly more inclined and rounded version of the Roman or upright font and often features letter forms that have design characteristics which differ from the Roman. If there are variations in all 3, weight, width, and slope, this is the order in which the naming conventions work. First, all of the members of the type family will start with the name of the typeface, then the weight, then the width, then the slope. For example, Helvetica Neue, which is the name of the typeface, Heavy, which is its weight, Extended, which is its width, and Oblique, which is its slope. Georgia, one of my favorites, was originally a small family and became very popular, so it was recently expanded to include additional weights. If your design requires complex levels of hierarchy, sticking with the members of one family will ensure that your results will be typographically cohesive. Using a large type family will help simplify your design choices. Easy! In this movie, I am going to show you how type is used for different purposes and tell you what we call these different pieces of type based on the way they are used. These are the common terms that designers use in discussing the elements of their projects. These are the tools of the trade. Just as a cook or carpenter needs to know the names of the tools they use, designers also have a common tool set. I'm going to focus on magazines, even though similar terms apply to websites, books, and other graphic projects. Magazines have a fairly complex structure, so they will have the greatest number of terms. This magazine cover has many distinct typographic elements. The name of the magazine is called its logo, or sometimes its masthead. The cover headlines, or cover lines for short, are the stories that are highlighted on the cover. Here, there is one main cover line and a bunch of secondary cover lines. The main cover line has its own subhead, and there is a caption for the cover image. The smallest typographic element is the issue date. Inside the magazine, we'll find a bunch of other typographic elements. Let's deconstruct them. Looking at a table of contents is a good way to get a sense of the magazine's hierarchy. Here, there is an icon representing the logo, the date, and the headline contents. The size of the type will give you a clue about which is the cover story. Each story has a headline, description, byline, and the all-important page number. At the bottom is something called a folio. The folio contains key pieces of information in small type at the bottom of the page number, the date of the issue, and the URL of the magazine's website. There are also captions and credits for the images. The departments page has text in a smaller size, which indicates their length and importance to the reader. Each has a department name, description, and page number. At the bottom of the page is required legal language called the indicia. Let's look inside the issue. Here is a department page which has 3 separate stories, all part of a department called Start. You can see another slug at the top right. The main story has a large headline. The blue text under the photo is a subhead or deck. There is body copy with a byline at the end in italic and credits along the left side. On the right, we see a second story. It has a headline and it's separated into 3 numbered text blocks. At the end in italic is a byline. At the bottom of the page is a factoid with a slug and a headline. A photo credit and the folio complete the page. That's pretty much it. Those are most of the basic terms that designers use to apply to pieces of text based on their functions. This is all part of the vocabulary of typographic elements, our basic tools. You won't have to say, hey, let's change that thingy. You can say, that folio needs to have more space under the running text. Know the language of typographic elements, and you can describe your projects with confidence. In this video, we are going to look at typographic color. When we use the word color in typography, we don't mean colors of the rainbow. We mean the grayscale or overall tonal weight in a block of text. A block of text will have its own levels of darkness or lightness based on 4 variables: the typeface, the size of the type, the leading of the type, and the tracking of the type. In the next chapter, we'll talk about tracking and leading, but for now, know that leading is the space between lines of type, and tracking is how tight or loose the spaces between the letters are overall in a block of text type. Here are a couple of exercises that I use to teach my students to see the tonal weight of a block of text. The first exercise just uses leading, or the space between lines, as a variable. You can use a printout from your exercise files to follow along, or create them from scratch if you'd like. First, using any design program, I prefer InDesign, which I'm using here, create a block of type 2 inches wide and approximately 8 inches deep. Using any text typeface, for example, Saban, fill it with 8-point placeholder text and change the spaces between the lines from very tight, you can even let the lines touch for this project, and gradually open the line spaces up until there is quite a bit of space between the lines at the bottom of the text box. There should be a smooth transition from very tight lines of type to very open lines of type. Now I want you to print it out. Pause the movie. Go ahead. We'll wait. Now, draw a rectangle exactly the same size next to your block of text type. Look at your type printout and squint until you can't read the text, but you can see the shade of gray it creates. Using a pencil, shade the blank box until its gray shading matches the gray tones of the type. See how close you can come to matching the color or tonal weight of the text. Here's another exercise you can try for yourself, which shows the difference in tonal weight based on the choice of typeface. For this exercise, we'll compare serif typefaces that are appropriate for text settings, but you can also try the same thing with sans serifs. Start by creating 8 blocks of text type, 20 picas by 26 picas, and fill with solid placeholder text, no paragraph breaks, in 8 different text typefaces. I'm going to use Saban, Heffler Text, Palatino, Georgia, Bodoni, Baskerville, Minion Pro, and Perpetua. Set them all in 8-point type with 10 points of leading. Print them out. Now, squint to see the differences in tonal weight. Even though the size and leading are the same, you can see that each typeface has a different color based on the design of its letters. Small differences in the stroke width, contrast, set width, and X height give each a different overall weight or tonality. You can take this exercise one step further by increasing the point size in those 8 text blocks by 1 point. Keep the leading at 2 points larger than the point size. For example, starting with Georgia, set the text at 9 points on 11 points leading, 10 points on 12, and 11 points on 13. Print them out and look at the differences in tonal weight or color. You can't see these differences on screen. You need to print them out, spread them out, and compare their appearances. You can also try subtler changes in half points or quarter points. These exercises will help you really see the density of typographic color on a page, so that when you need to choose a text typeface or to compare some text typefaces, you will know what you are looking for and you will see the subtle but sometimes critical differences in typographic color. In my first calligraphy class, I studied the work of Edward Johnston, who is called the father of modern calligraphy. He said something that I still remember, and this is the perfect time to share it with you. The task before us is simple, to make beautiful letters and to arrange them well. Now, both parts of that statement are important to any good design. Unless you're a type designer, you don't have to worry about the first part, making beautiful letters. But as a designer, you do have to arrange the letters well. That's where spacing comes in. Kerning is the adjustment of the spaces between 2 specific letters. It's different from tracking, which is the adjustment of the spaces between a group of letters. The goal of kerning is to create a consistent rhythm of space between characters, which helps readability. At text sizes, you don't have to adjust the kerning because the type designer has already done that for you. There are thousands of carefully calculated spaces between every possible letter combination already built into a typeface by its creator. These are called kerning pairs. But at larger sizes, those kerning pairs don't work as well, so the spaces between letters at display sizes often need manual kerning. These are tiny but critical adjustments, and there are no mathematical formulas. To create a consistent rhythm of space and the appearance of equal spaces between letters, here are some general guidelines for kerning. The narrowest space will be between 2 round-sided letters because the space curves away at the top and bottom, creating the appearance of more space between the letters. The next widest space will be between a straight side and a round side. The space around the O curves away, but the straight side doesn't. And the next widest space will be between two straight-sided letters. There are also letters that have open sides and some that have diagonal sides. Again, the idea is to create the appearance of even spacing between letters. Imagine that the spaces between letters are containers of water. You want every space between two letters to look as if it holds the same amount of water. Here are some common examples of letter combinations that will often need kerning at larger sizes. Open-sided letters or diagonal letters have a kind of invisible extra space within or around them, and kerning compensates for that extra space. Your goal is to adjust the spaces between the letters to make them appear even. Kerning letters with serifs is a bit trickier because the serifs won't let us get the letters as close together as sans serif. Here's one example. Every set of letters is different. To judge where to add or subtract space, you have to look at the whole headline or set of letters and see what is the most difficult pairing and then work around that. By kerning our letters, we want the eye to see them as evenly spaced in a way that is optically correct. It's about creating what looks right, not necessarily what's mechanically correct. These are small but critical adjustments. The task of arranging beautiful letters isn't always simple, but with these basic guidelines and some practice, you'll be on your way to beautifully kerned type. If kerning is the manual adjustment of spacing between two specific letters, how does it relate to tracking and leading? Tracking is an overall adjustment of space applied equally to a word, a line, or a passage of text. Leading is the space between lines, measured from baseline to baseline. Tracking and leading can both affect the overall typographic color or tonal weight of a page and its legibility. First, let's look at tracking. Tracking can have a dramatic effect on the number of characters per line and the legibility of the text. We only want to make minimal adjustments in order to improve the appearance of the text. It's like the story of Goldilocks, who tasted the porridge in the home of the three bears. The first bowl of porridge was too hot. The second bowl of porridge was too cold. The third bowl of porridge was just right. Why am I telling you this fairy tale? Because we want to see spacing that is just right. If we add too much space to a paragraph or a line of text, it will look loose and be hard to read. If we take away too much space, it will look too tight and also be hard to read. Another reason to use tracking is to avoid those unsightly widows and orphans. A widow is a word or a part of a word hanging out at the end of a paragraph. It's undesirable because it harms the overall color of a page of text by creating gaps of space between the paragraphs. By slightly decreasing the tracking of the paragraph, we can pull those widows up into the text to make a more attractive arrangement. Or we might increase the tracking slightly to push the text into filling more of that empty line space. Now you can see that the continuous color and typographic texture of the page looks better. An orphan is a word or a part of a word at the top of a column. This is even more undesirable because it interrupts the horizontal alignment of the column tops. We can use tracking to fix this situation. Tracking might also be used to fix gappy word spacing or to fit type into a specific area. But remember Goldilocks, we don't want leading that looks too tight or too loose. It needs to look just right. Let's talk about leading. Leading is a counterpart to tracking. It's the space between lines, and it's measured in points from baseline to baseline. Leading is a term carried over from the earliest days of metal type. The space between lines was adjusted by inserting thin strips of lead to increase the space between lines. For easy reading, leading is normally 2 points greater than the type size. That allows a comfortable space between lines so that the descenders and ascenders won't bump up against one another. If you have lines that are long, you will want to increase the leading to allow the eye to find its way back to the beginnings of the lines. Also, if you have a type style that has a strong vertical stroke, like Bodoni, you will want to increase the leading a bit to compensate. This way the eye can distinguish the horizontal flow of the line more easily. As with other factors that we've discussed, tracking and leading are also relative. They exist in relation to the type style, the length of the line, and the size of the type. Different factors can change the mix. That's why it's important to develop your typographic eye and remember the theory of typographic relativity, because everything exists in relation to everything else, and we want to create a harmonious whole when we design with type. The next step in arranging letters well is the alignment of type. There are 5 possible kinds of alignment: flush left, flush right, justified, centered, and random, also known as asymmetrical. These are a few more terms to add to your type vocabulary. When lines of type are aligned on the left, we say it is flush left. Notice that the words are uneven or ragged on the right. That is called rag right. This is a common form of typesetting because we read from left to right, and flush left type allows us to find our place on the next line more easily. When lines of type are aligned on the right, we call that flush right, and uneven on the left, rag left. Flush right is not good for lengthy reading because the eye will have a hard time finding the next line on the left when the lines are uneven. When lines of type are aligned both on the left and the right, it's called justified type. Because all of the lines are the same length and the margins are even, this creates a quiet, balanced, formal look. Most books, magazines, and newspapers are set with justified columns of type. Justified lines are created by varying the word spacing. The most common problem that you need to watch out for with justified type is gappy word spacing. Sometimes you will see rivers of space in a passage of text. This is not good. It usually happens if the lines are too short and there aren't enough places to add space. In some cases, this can be fixed by adjusting the tracking. There are 2 other kinds of alignment: centered and asymmetrical. You might see centered alignment on an invitation, for example, but it should not be used for lengthy reading. For the same reason as flush right text, the eye has to find its place on the next line, and it is harder when the next line starts in a different place each time. One last type of alignment is random or asymmetrical. Random arrangements can be visually exciting, but again are not good for lengthy reading. Type can be set in curves, patterns, or shapes for dramatic effect. Here's a great example of a book cover that uses random alignment. This headline creates a sense of energy and drama. The subhead is flush left, rag right, and the text in each balloon is centered. It's fun and inviting, and makes me want to read this book. You can mix alignments. Let's look at a couple of good examples which demonstrate how mixed alignments can work well together. In this poster, we see flush left type at the top. The title, The Cherry Orchard, is centered on the image. There is also a quote that is set in centered type. There is justified type under the logo PS21, and the remainder of the type is all aligned flush left to the right of the logo. The mixing of alignments creates a dynamic tension, and yet it looks organized. The 2 main columns at the left in this example are justified. The blue display text in the center is flush right. The text at the very bottom is flush left. And the text in the far right is centered. Everything is separate and balanced, and every piece of text is completely legible. Also note the beautiful typographic color in the body copy. Those are the 5 types of alignment and some guidelines for when you should consider using them. Most of the time, you'll find that you'll be setting your type for everyday reading, and that means flush left or justified settings. Selecting the proper alignment or mix of alignments will help your reader navigate and can add a dynamic quality to your layouts. Justified lines, which are aligned on both the left and the right, are created by varying the word spacing in each line. This is controlled by hyphenation and justification settings, which are called H&Js for short. Hyphenation settings in design programs such as InDesign and Illustrator control how many letters occur before or after a hyphen. Hyphens help regulate word spacing by allowing for word breaks. I'll talk about the principles and the desired results of good word spacing so you'll know what to look for. Good word spacing is like good letter spacing. It should be invisible. That means if you notice it, there's a problem. Since we read groups of words at a time, we need just enough space to separate words. Too much word spacing breaks a line of type into separate words. Too little and the words run together. You should have a minimum of 6 words per line in order to avoid gappy word spacing. Here's a real-life example of what happens when you try to force the lines to justify. When the lines are too short and there aren't enough places to add space, you will see rivers of space in a passage of text. This disrupts the rhythm of the horizontal lines of text and creates unsightly gaps. My teacher used to point this out by saying you could drive a truck through those spaces. If your column of text is narrow, consider setting your text flush left. If you are setting your type flush left, you still need to pay attention to the shape that is being created by the word breaks at the end of each line. Sometimes awkward shapes can appear, and a little bit of tracking or a strategic turning of a word onto the next line will improve the look of the ragged right edge. What you should be trying to achieve with the rag is an evenly balanced irregularity. That may sound like a contradiction in terms, but here are some examples. You should try to avoid hyphens in flush left rag right text. Here's a nicely balanced rag under the headline, Just the Numbers. In these 3 columns of flush left rag right text, we see an even, easy flowing shape of the rag, a balance of lines of different lengths. Nothing stands out or calls attention to itself. Keep in mind that every element, whether space around a form or form itself, should be in balance. Qualities and elements exist in relation to one another. Letter spacing and word spacing should be in balance. The shapes of the letters should be in balance with the shapes between the letters. These timeless and immutable principles of balance, rhythm, and harmony are the same principles that govern good design in any field: architecture, fashion, music, sculpture, painting, or the arrangement of a meal. These principles are in the related shapes of the letter forms in any beautiful piece of calligraphy or a beautifully designed typeface. Everything you need to know about balance, rhythm, and harmony are right there in the letters themselves. In this movie, we are going to talk about a few little things that mean a lot. We'll talk about ways to indicate the beginnings of paragraphs and when and why to use hanging punctuation. Oh, and I'll tell you what hanging punctuation is. We'll start with indents. One of the most basic little cues that readers depend upon are the indicators that tell us we are about to start a new paragraph. The reader must be able to clearly distinguish where one paragraph ends and the next begins. The most common graphic signal is the indent. The width of the indent should be enough to be easily visible based on the line length. 1 pica is a good starting point. Another way to indicate paragraphs is the outdent. These will need a wider left-hand margin so the outdents are not too close to the edge of the page. If space permits, you may also indicate paragraphs by skipping a line space or a half-line space between paragraphs. An unusual and more dramatic method is a very wide indent. Here is an example. This works best with very wide columns of text. Another possibility is to run all the text together as a solid block and to indicate paragraphs using a typographic device such as a square block or a decorative character like this one. Some punctuation marks need special attention too. In a justified column of text, when these marks are at the beginning or end of a line, the smaller bits of punctuation should extend beyond the edge of the text block. These are quote marks and apostrophes, hyphens, commas, and periods. This helps keep the optical alignment of the justified column intact, avoiding an optical indentation or gap. We call this hanging punctuation. Larger punctuation marks like question marks, exclamation points, colons and semicolons, parentheses and brackets take up about the same space as a letter, so they don't need to extend beyond the edge of the justified text. Paying attention to these seemingly small details will improve the appearance of your text. This is what professionals do. and properly indicating paragraphs will help the reader along. These small steps will contribute to reading ease and comfort, an important goal for every designer who wants to use typography well. As a professor and critic of typographic design, I see a lot of the same mistakes made over and over again by beginners. I'd like to point them out and suggest some alternatives to make your type usage more professional. In some programs and with some older type file formats, it's possible to artificially create a bold or italic version of a font. It may seem like it saves time, but you'll only get the correct italic or bold designed for the typeface by selecting them from the font menu. Remember to use smart quotes. Dumb quotes, also called prime marks, may be used to indicate feet and inches, but for quotes and apostrophes, be sure to use smart quotes, also known as curly quotes. I also see a lot of small type which is outlined by adding a stroke, but letter forms are distorted when a stroke is added. The stroke overlaps the shape of the type on both sides of its defined edges. It changes the outer shape of the type, and the counter spaces get tight or fill in. It's okay to use large type with a thin stroke. This doesn't cause much of a problem because the proportion of the stroke is so tiny compared to the letter. But otherwise, don't add strokes to small type. Here are some examples of what not to do. I took these pictures in my travels, but I'm not going to say where. On this menu board, by adding strokes to these letters, they are much harder to read, although I'm sure that was not the intent. Another word to the wise, avoid stacking type. The irregular widths of these letters create a rough edge on both sides of the type. The irregular spaces make it harder to read, and our eye has to jump from one letter to the next, because we read from left to right, not top to bottom. In this example, the longer the text, the worse the effect. And stacked lowercase is the worst of all. Look how lonely that poor little I is in its narrow little space. With stacked upper and lowercase, you can't create even spacing because of the varying heights of the ascenders, descenders, and caps. Instead, look at this example from Kids Discover. In the headline Charging Particles, the type is oriented sideways, so there is a perfectly aligned baseline and cap height. If you have acronyms in your text, a good practice is to reduce them by a point or a point and a half so they do not visually jump out of your text. Even better, use the font's small caps if it has a set. The goal is to keep an even color within your text, which aids readability. The same goes for numbers. Use the set with varying heights or reduce the numbers exactly the same amount as the caps. Adding a bit of extra space between caps improves their appearance. Spacing out lowercase letters is not advisable. So to recap, use the proper bold and italic versions of your fonts. Don't add strokes to small type. Use smart quotes, not dumb quotes, and avoid stacking type vertically. Do downsize acronyms and numbers to blend with the surrounding type. Give extra space to caps, but not lowercase. These are some of the practices that will help you on your way to good type usage. This course is about typography, and if you really want to understand typography, you have to look back to where it began, the human hand. Our alphabetic forms originated with handmade marks. History tells us that drawing came before writing, so first there were pictures, and pictures became pictograms. We have evidence of them etched in bone, drawn with soot on cave walls, and carved into clay. But pictographs were limited in their ability to tell a story, so ideographs evolved. Ideographs showed actions and ideas. Eventually, ideographs were associated with certain sounds, and their forms evolved into the precursors of letter forms. The letter forms were combined into what we now know as words. All of these alphabetic systems were handwritten. Today, if we look hard enough at a typeface, it is easy to imagine the mark of the hand behind it. For hundreds of years before pieces of type became physical objects, every letter form was laboriously written, stroke by stroke, by hand, on papyrus, on parchment, or on paper. It's interesting that hand lettering is currently enjoying great popularity. Actual hand lettering or calligraphy and type that has been designed to look hand-drawn has never been more popular. Perhaps it is a reaction to the computerization and mechanization of forms, but you can see it everywhere. On book jackets, packaging, advertising campaigns, it seems to permeate our visual culture. So it seems fitting that drawing is still at the core of type design. Every type designer still starts the same way, with sketches. Here are some examples of the sketches of typefaces in their early stages done at Cooper Union's Type Design postgraduate program. Students are using a variety of tools from pencils to ink to markers to get their ideas down on paper before they take them into a digital environment. This is the beginning of a lengthy process that we'll talk more about later in this chapter. Whether you want to design a typeface from scratch or are simply happy to know that a couple 100,000 typefaces are available for your projects, it's important to understand what goes into a type design. It helps you see the underlying structure of the letter forms and how they are all interrelated and interconnected. In this movie, we're going to focus in on letter forms by getting out our magnifying glasses. We're going to look at important details that make a typeface what it is. These are the characteristics that type designers use to shape their designs. Even if you aren't planning to design a typeface, you can still be a good type detective and find out more about letters by looking at the ways in which their parts are related. The shapes of letters within a particular typeface are far from random. In fact, you can actually look at just a few letters and imagine pretty much what the rest will look like. That's because all of the letters have underlying design characteristics which come from a common set of proportions and styling details. Within the 26 capital letters, you can see that there are little groupings based on similar letter shapes. The curved letter parts are based on the curve of the O. The straight-sided letters are based on the N. The diagonal-sided letters are based on the A. All of the letters with upper and lower parts also have a relationship to the S. There are other interrelationships. The E and the F are closely related. The crossbar of the F is slightly lower because it doesn't have a bottom leg and its middle crossbar is shorter. There are visual links between these other pairs of letters as well as slight differences. The two widest are M and W, which are both doubles based on a double V. You might not think of the S and Z as being related, but they have similar proportions. Now let's look at the S, Z, and B. While they appear to have upper and lower parts that are equal, if you turn them upside down, you can see that in fact the lower parts have more space in them. They are optically equal, not mechanically equal. In letter design, as in all design, what's important is what the eye perceives and not what is real. Within the grouping of R, B, and P, you can see that the sizes of the bowls are not the same. They're based on optical balance. Because the B and R are double-decker letters with an upper and lower part, their bowls are smaller. The bowl of the P is the largest because it does not have a leg or lower bowl. So optically, that space needs to be more filled in. Within the 26 small letters, you can also see different groupings based on similarities. The round letters are still based on the O, straight-sided letters on the N, width based on the N, and the diagonal letters are grouped together because of their related shapes. Again, the S is based on the O, and the proportions of the double-decker letters are based on the S. Here are some other related pairs. Again, M and W are the widest. The W is also related to the V because it is essentially a double V. The R is a truncated N, and the E is essentially an O with a crossbar. In the stems of the letters, you can see that every vertical stroke has the same thickness, also called stroke width. And you can see that the cap height of every letter is the same. The exceptions are the curved letters. Curves need to extend very slightly top and bottom so that they appear the same height as the other letters. If they were exactly the same height, they would actually appear to be shorter. And the X height of all the lowercase letters is the same. And the heights of all the ascenders is the same. And the descenders are also the same. Here are other kinds of relationships. The apex of the N, A, and M will be the same, ditto for the bottoms of the V and W. And then there are the terminal strokes, or the end strokes of the letters. The ending strokes follow the same angle in related letters. Within a serif typeface, one of the most significant similarities will be the shapes of the serifs. Whether they're sharp or rounded, thick or thin, wide or narrow, they will all match. The art of type design rests on these principles of commonality, of similar shapes and groupings of characters with shared design details. As you can see, there's a lot that goes into designing a typeface. In the next movie, we'll take a look at how a type designer gets started and follow through the basic steps till the final typeface is ready to be used. It takes a combination of vision and dedication and plenty of serious hard work to conceptualize, develop, and finalize a font. My good friend Donald Partika agreed to let me show the steps in his recent type design, Benda. Let's take a look at the steps along the way to the finished typeface. Every typeface begins with an idea. Donald was inspired by two sources of unpublished alphabets designed by the influential Czech designer Jaroslav Benda. Donald was attracted to the unusual letter forms and the variation between the upper and lower case. His goal was to create a font that was modular and systematic while still respecting the source and keeping the personality of the letter forms. Type designers start out the way most artists do, by sketching. There can be several stages of sketching, where the rough sketches of letters are refined into tight sketches. Here are some of Donald's initial sketches for the typeface Benda. He worked both with pencil and a broad-edged pen and ink. The Roman, bold, and italic versions of the font begin to evolve in sketch form. From sketch form, letters are refined with a tighter rendering. By figuring out how to combine the various shapes, round, straight, and diagonal, the designer can move on to design the rest of the letters, testing along the way to make sure the weights and other design characteristics are in balance. Using a program called FontLab, type designers import their characters and can fine-tune them. In FontLab, they can handle many other complex tasks, such as encoding, hinting, and kerning pairs. Type designers begin using their fonts to set words and sentences as soon as enough characters have been resolved. This is helpful at every stage of the process. A typeface is a system, and its letters must all work together equally well, no matter how they are arranged. One of the hardest tasks for a text type designer is to create smooth, consistent color on the page. If you squint, you can see that this is a beautifully balanced page of text. Here is a full character set of Benda's Roman or upright text. And here is Donald's type specimen page, designed to show off Benda's qualities. If this inspires you enough to create your own typeface, I have included some resources in the exercise files for this course so you can take the next step. There's a lot of fantastic typeface design going on out there in this new golden age of typography. There are so many gorgeous typefaces for you to choose from. And the next time you select a font to use in your project, don't take it for granted. Think about all of the hard work and expertise that went into its creation and treat it with respect. A lot of people don't know the difference between legibility and readability. They are both important, but there is a difference that you should know. Legibility measures the ability to decipher something. That is, can you look at it and make sense of it? In typographic terms, legibility measures how easy or difficult it is to see the differences between one letter of a typeface and another. This is a function of the type's design. The most legible typefaces have individual character shapes which are clearly defined from one another. Also, they usually have large X heights and large counter spaces. In this example, you can see that the serifs make it easy to see the difference between the I's and the L's. The serifs provide a little extra detail. Studies have shown that serif typefaces are more legible than sans serif typefaces because of the details provided by the serifs. This is why you will not see a book typeset in a sans serif typeface. Lengthy reading in a sans serif would be uncomfortable. If legibility measures the reader's ability to see the text, readability measures how much the reader wants to read the text. That is based on how the designer invites the reader into the text. Another way of saying that is, how appealing does the text appear to the reader? For example, a page of text might be perfectly legible, but might not be appealing to the reader. There are many ways to make that same text more inviting. We want to create some visual relief, places where the eye can focus or even rest. Even small gestures can invite the viewer in. A line break or two with some lead-in caps might help. You could find appropriate places to insert drop caps. These can be used to create some focal points with spaces between the paragraphs. Try looking for interesting sentences that can be pulled out of the text and made larger. And adding color can add appeal to the reader. These small changes provide something we call entry points. Entry points are places where a reader can choose to enter the text and start reading. Magazines do a great job of providing multiple entry points. Here are some examples. Look at all of the entry points in this single page. There are about 15 or so different places that I might choose to dip into the text. Here's another example. It helps readers if you can find a section of text which can be separated into a mini-story that can work on its own. This infographic can be read as a separate yet related story, and it's visually dynamic on the page. Other entry points are the photo's caption and a break in the narrative using lead-in text in another color. Maybe your text can be divided into sections with their own headlines, as in this example. Think about ways that the text can be broken up into more bite-sized chunks. Adding color into selected type or other graphic elements, adding some white space, each of these steps adds to the readability of your project. Even though a lot of people think legibility and readability are the same, you can see that they are actually quite different. Just to recap, legibility measures whether the viewer can read the text, and readability measures how much the reader wants to read the text. Understanding this difference will help you focus on the best ways to improve your viewer's experience. Now that we've defined the difference between legibility and readability, let's look at a number of factors that affect legibility. Legibility measures how well viewers can see the type, specifically how well they can see the differences between the shapes of the letters. I want to show you important factors which can influence legibility. An effort to improve legibility is the reason why highway typography is undergoing a redesign. A new typeface for highway signs is being rolled out nationwide. On the left, you see the current signage, known as Highway Gothic. On the right, you see the new typeface, Clearview. Let's compare individual letters. Remember that a tall X height and open counter spaces increase legibility. Look at the O in Hellertown and see how much more space is inside on the Clearview example. Look at the E. See how much more open the counter spaces are. Notice the little feet on the bottoms of the L's, helping the eye to distinguish them as L's. These and other factors make the new signage visible at a greater distance, more clearly visible at night and in poor weather conditions at high speeds. This is legibility at its most critical. A lot of studies have been done that measure the ease and speed of reading longer passages of text. They've shown that serif type is slightly easier to read because of the horizontal serifs which lead the eye forward. Also, serifs provide details which help the eye differentiate between similar letters. For example, the difference between an L and an I. For lengthy reading, the design of the type style is important too. Look at all of these examples. In each one, you can see that there's a large X height and open counter spaces, and the letters have a medium weight on the page. These key factors allow for ease of reading through high legibility. If a type style is heavy or has tight counter spaces, it makes it harder to read at length. Similarly, if a type weight is too light on the page, the eye must work harder to read it. Smooth and easy reading is always the goal for text type. Another factor affecting legibility is the leading, or the space between the lines. Text type should have enough space between lines so that the letters aren't touching, plus a bit more. If the spaces between lines are too large, the eye has to work too hard to jump from one line to the next. Another legibility factor is the line length. If there are too many words per line, the eye has a long way to travel back in order to find the beginning of the next line. Too few words and the eye has to switch lines frequently, which is tiring. A good rule of thumb is 52 to 70 characters per line. Another rule of thumb is that the number of characters per line is 2.5 times the width of the line in picas. The size of the type is a factor in legibility too. Good sizes for text type generally range between 8 to 10 point, or occasionally 12 point, depending on the typeface, the intended audience, and the content. For example, children need a larger point size if they're learning to read, and so might older adults who may have impaired vision. There are a couple of other things I want to mention about legibility. If you're working on a web project, screen type tends to have a bit of a halo around the letters, making them just a bit harder to read. You might need to increase the tracking and leading slightly to counteract the effect of the light emanating from the screen. One last very important point about legibility. High contrast makes for easy reading. Lightening or colorizing the text, or darkening or colorizing the background, will make it harder to see the letter forms. Any texture or image behind the type will also impair its legibility. Studies have shown that readers experience a slightly disturbing sparkle effect when white type or light type is on a black or dark background. That is why it's not ideal for extended reading. Black letters on a white background have the most contrast and are therefore the very best for high legibility and ease of lengthy reading. Keep these factors in mind when you're designing with type. Your goal is to make the journey of reading as easy on the eye as possible so that reading is carried out with a minimum of effort. We're surrounded by type all the time. So how does type stand out in a busy environment? Specifically, how does typographic hierarchy work? Hierarchy is the way type is organized in order to indicate levels of importance to the viewer. Within the world of packaging, there are two different kinds of hierarchy. One is, how well does the entire package separate itself from the other packaging all around it, and how does it project its individual personality? The second level of hierarchy is, within each package, are there clear levels of typographic hierarchy indicated by size, weight, color, orientation, and adjacency? Those graphic techniques are the designer's tools. Kettle chips try to distinguish themselves as healthier chips. The roughness of the typography suggests that the chips are less processed. The logo stands out because of its size, its prominent position at the top, and because the big swoosh of the K over the T creates action. The logo's irregular baseline and woody texture suggest that the chips are organic. Pop chips, on the other hand, have a slick, fun, modern look. The O's of the logo are popping out just like the name. The I is implied by the space between the H and the P and by the big dot over the imaginary I. The word pop is bigger. It's literally popping. It's a modern minimalist approach to a chip, distinctly different in this category. The typographic hierarchy on the package is clear based on the size of the secondary pieces of text, all natural, the variety of pop chips, and the descriptions all the way at the bottom, which are smaller and therefore less important. Here's a good example of two companies selling the same product in entirely different ways. Tire Tread Licorice takes a typographically aggressive approach. The name of the product, the type style of the product, and the actual product all send the same strong message. On the other hand, Newman's Own Licorice takes a calm approach, using traditional elements and an old-fashioned type style. The hierarchy is created by size. The word licorice is the most important, then the image, then the other descriptive information, black licorice, twists, made with organic sugar. I love looking at wine labels because there's so much typographic diversity and personality. These labels are both striking and memorable, but for different reasons. The Rojo Mojo label uses a minimalist geometric sans serif. Note that the R and the M don't even have a stem. The designer looked at the name and envisioned 4 O's connected by the J. The Shiraz and the black text here below the name are obviously secondary. It's a tight and inevitable construction. It's all about the type. It stands out because of its simplicity and strong contrast. On the other hand, this is memorable because of the overlay of the brush-written T on a very formal Roman T and the sideways orientation of the rest of the label. It's asymmetrically aligned. Bodega and Tamari are flush left. Reserva is centered, and the slash of the Malbec line aligns with the serif of the big red T. Other type is tucked into the footer serif of the T. It's dynamic. It's mixing several typefaces beautifully. With the cropped off letters, you feel as if there's action beyond the edges of the label. They're both graphically strong, but completely different from one another. All of these packages in their own way strive to stand out from the competition and to define themselves by appealing to a different demographic through their use of typography and design. To recap, hierarchy is the visual organization of text. Employ techniques to make your designs stand out. Show the viewer what to read first, second, third, and so on. Creating hierarchy is simple. Size and weight matter most, color and contrast, and position in the composition matter too. Creating visual prominence and setting priorities for the viewer is something you can do. Just like any system, typographic hierarchy can guide the viewer to make navigation easier, whether on screen, on the printed page, or in the physical environment. Systematized hierarchy provides a predictable structure based on grid, typographic usage, and of course, imagery. The Cooper Union, a college for art, architecture, and engineering in New York City, has a website that provides just such a structure. There are many consistent elements which provide a sense of place that is unchanging. First and foremost, the logo remains in its place no matter where the viewer navigates. The top navigation bar, including the search bar, is the first level of navigation. The secondary nav bar, starting with academics, provides another means of navigation. And the panel on the left under the logo provides yet another means of accessing information. Throughout it all, the center panel stays in position and the typography and the imagery are fixed within that center panel. In that panel, headlines are always the same size, the same font, the same color, the same weight. The scale of the typography is consistent throughout the site. You're in a predictable structure, always anchored by the logo, the dominant element. If you scroll to the bottom of the site, there's visual relief in the form of a charming animated infographic. And at the very bottom, there's another opportunity to navigate using the links in the site map. Traveling throughout this site, you never feel displaced, you never feel uncomfortable, you always know where you are. The main tourist attraction in Rockefeller Center is Top of the Rock, which provides 360-degree views of New York City from the observation deck of its tallest building. The graphic identity of this landmark also represents strong and elegant systematized hierarchy. The typography in its logo forms a square which says Top of the Rock. The 4-panel photo grid structure is based on the concept that no matter whether you look east, west, north, or south at any time of day and any season of the year, the view is spectacular. In this busy tourist destination, the design for Top of the Rock has a strong presence. The catchphrase or tagline, "Any point of view," is a wonderful typographic pun because NY is part of the word any, so you have any point of view, and it's also a New York point of view. That tagline works in multiple settings. It's expressed in 3 stacked lines on vertical banners. The same tagline is expressed across the entire side of a bus, in 2 centered lines in this city guide, and a single line in this full-page ad. In each of these examples, the 4 vertical images are all New York points of view. Although each photograph is different, sunset, dawn, midnight, different seasons, everything is held together because of the strong container of the grid. The consistency of the 4-column photograph mirrors the consistency of the typography. It's a beautiful thing. To recap, the goal of systematized hierarchy is to provide a consistent structure designed to help navigation in any environment. Different projects may have specific challenges of visibility, readability, and navigability, but the guiding principles are the same in each case. You are making the decisions for your viewer in advance and leading them gently down the proverbial garden path. Inviting the reader into your text is a good thing. Think about the ways you invite people into your home. You can just leave your door open and hope they'll come in, or you can throw open the door, reach out and grab them, yell welcome, and give them a big hug. Magazines are a great place to look for ideas for welcoming the reader into the text. Drop caps and opening paragraphs are opportunities to capture the reader's attention and to motivate the reader to invest more time and attention in your project. I want to show you some interesting variations on introductory paragraphs and drop caps, those big initials that start a story or a paragraph. As you look at these examples, think about where the drop cap is sitting in relation to the opening text. A big drop cap is not only the introduction to the text, it's a great visual element that can add to the dynamic quality of your design. Here, the drop cap T is sitting entirely outside the text. The introductory paragraph is in a larger type size, and it encloses the continuing narrative. In this example, next to the giant S, note that the opening line is italicized in magenta, which emphasizes the invitation into the text. In this example, the entire word serves as a single drop cap. Again, the intro paragraph is set off, this time in caps, from the rest of the text. Here's another example where the opening drop cap serves as an image. Note the intro paragraph with its bold first line and larger size, and a secondary larger drop cap with a bold lead-in. Here, the text is nicely wrapped around part of the drop cap O. The letter partly sticks out at the side and the top of the text block. You can create some extra visual interest by taking the entire first paragraph or a part of it and bumping up the point size and the leading to draw the reader in, as in this example. The larger point size makes it easier and therefore more inviting to read. Just remember that everything is relative, so as you're deciding how to scale your elements, make sure that everything is balancing well within your page or on your screen. To get the reader interested, I encourage you to try some of these simple methods for creating introductory paragraphs and drop caps. It's easy to be a good design host by inviting the reader in. Think of it as offering the reader a tasty cocktail to entice him to hang out at your party. It's a good thing. Most of this course is about the do's of type usage, but along the way I have to point out a few all too common errors. It is excruciatingly painful when I see type that has been abused and misused. I call these typographic abominations. Please pay attention so that you will not be responsible for any of these. But proceed at your own peril. Being sensitive to good type usage is a good thing, but I warn you, once I point them out, you too will see typographic abominations, and it will hurt. Perhaps the most painful of all is seeing type that has been thoughtlessly, carelessly, or ignorantly altered by stretching or squashing. This creates ugly proportions. Specifically, the relationships of the vertical strokes to the horizontal strokes is compromised by even the slightest change in its proportions, something a pro can spot immediately. Unfortunately, most stretching and squashing is of the extreme variety. Remember, a skilled type designer took a great deal of time and trouble to design a typeface with harmonious balance, rhythm, and proportions. If you manipulate those proportions, you are destroying the designer's work. Have you ever seen your reflection in a funhouse mirror? It's always unflattering. It's a distortion of what you look like. So keep that in mind if you are tempted to stretch or squash. Instead, find a typeface that has the proportions you are looking for. With the stratospheric number of typefaces available today, you have plenty of choices. Whew. Now that I've gotten that off my chest, I'd like to remind you about two other common typographic abominations. In some programs and with some older type file formats, it's possible to artificially bold or italicize type. This creates an unsightly and obvious distortion of the shape of the type. The software applies a default bulking up or slanting of the type without regard to the original design of the typeface and its properly designed bold and italic family members. Another amazingly common typographic abomination is using dumb quotes instead of smart quotes. Dumb quotes, also called prime marks, may be used to indicate feet and inches. Here's an example of dumb quotes being used correctly, but for quotes and apostrophes, smart quotes are the way to go. If you can avoid these three common typographic abominations, you won't offend anyone who knows anything about type. More important, you will make our visual world a better place. I'm going to talk about three sets of opposing forces in typographic design. Understanding these forces will help you shape your viewer's perception. The three examples that we'll talk about here are formality and informality, symmetry and asymmetry, and simplicity and complexity. We know the difference between formality and informality when we see it. You know that when someone's wearing a tuxedo, they're going to a very different event than when they're wearing Bermuda shorts. Typographically speaking, traditional Roman letters, especially caps, indicate formality and solidity. They are the typographic equivalent of a tuxedo. And when something is centered or justified, it adds to the formality. We have a sense of sobriety and calmness, seriousness, organization, balance, and purpose. In contrast, the informal effect here is achieved with a whimsical mix of upper and lowercase letters, a chunky slab serif, bright colors, asymmetrically arranged blocks of text, and lively imagery. The next set of opposing forces are symmetry and asymmetry. Symmetrical typography conveys formality. In this cover for the Oxford English Dictionary, we see an almost completely symmetrical arrangement of type using traditional Roman letter forms. This conveys a sense of quiet authority and trustworthiness. In contrast, the asymmetrical arrangement and the modern sans serif type on this book cover convey energy and excitement. The bright primary colors contribute to the edgy effect. The large separations between the words of the title force the reader to leap from word to word, again creating a sense of action. Another pair of opposites I'd like to talk about are simplicity and complexity. Simplicity can be very powerful, even though it is simple. On this package, we immediately feel a sense of calmness. It uses simple sans serif typefaces, the colors are soothing and natural, and there is a lot of room to breathe around the type. Complexity can also be powerful. A complex arrangement of type requires a finely tuned typographic hierarchy. This package is a good example of a well-designed and tightly constructed composition which allows our eyes and our minds to make sense of its message. Its imagery and type fill the surface from edge to edge. It's intense but organized. The use of historical type and imagery convey a sense of authority and tradition. These examples of dueling design approaches, formality and informality, symmetry and asymmetry, and simplicity and complexity, are ideas that you can apply to your own projects. There are other kinds of opposing forces, but these are a few to get you thinking and to help you stretch your design muscles. Grids are the building blocks of design. They are a way of dividing space, arranging content, and containing text. A gridded space gives us a structure. We can work strictly within that structure, or we may choose to selectively break out of that structure. Either way, it is really helpful to have a grid as a starting point. Various grids are built into InDesign and other programs, or you can create your own. The simplest grid is a single column width with a fixed depth and fixed margins. These are typical for books and scholarly journals, for example. A more complex grid may vary in the number of columns and the way those columns can be combined. The 12-column grid used by Willy Fleckhaus at the German magazine Twen remains a classic and is being used for web and mobile design as well as for print because it is so flexible. It divides evenly into 6 columns, 4 columns, 3 columns, and 2 columns, or into numerous uneven combinations like 7 and 5, or 5, 4, and 3. The more flexible a grid is, the more useful it is because it can be reconfigured to suit many purposes. Using a grid as a template for multiple designs or multiple iterations of a design will do 2 important things: save you time and unify your project. This grid structure allows for columns of multiple widths to accommodate a variety of related stories. It is complex but organized. This spread utilizes a basic 3-column grid. On the second page, the captions and infographics break out into a subsection of that grid. Based on a variation of the Fleckhaus grid, this page has a 5-column grid. The headline, deck, and intro text cross the width of the 5 full columns underneath them. The separate story at the right is a subset of that grid. The hand in the illustration at the bottom and the glasses in the illustration at the top left break through the grid, creating a dynamic layout. When I worked as an art director at Time magazine, our grid system allowed designers to make quick layout decisions, which were essential in meeting our tight closing deadlines. And the grids also created a seamless design environment that was cohesive as a whole, even though there were many designers working on one magazine simultaneously. But the system was flexible enough to allow designers to express a wide range of visuals, keeping the magazine fresh and vibrant. Following a grid creates unity, and violating the grid creates variety. Both unity and variety are principles of design that you can use to create cohesive and dynamic visuals. The grid is an important tool in your visual arsenal. To get your message across to your viewer, nothing is more powerful than using scale and contrast. Scale and contrast allow you to grab the viewers by their virtual lapels and point them in the right direction. Strong differences in scale and contrast also make your project more visually dynamic. Contrasts in style, size, weight, width, color, and position separate information. You have the power to direct your viewers to see what matters most. Start by figuring out what you want to communicate and who you want to communicate to. Your content is always the starting point for all design decisions. Then, look at the information you have in hand. Most of the time, it's pretty obvious what the most important piece of information is and the next most important, and so on. Scale and contrast are the tools you apply to make those levels of importance clear to the viewer. The effects of scale are obvious. Bigger is better, weightier is better. Big and bold are immediately seen as nearer and more important. Position indicates importance too. The higher, the better. But you can't just make everything bigger, bolder, and more visually active. Think of a piece of music with different instruments being played and different voices singing at the same time. If every instrument is equally loud and every person is singing at the top of his or her lungs, nothing will stand out. It will just be noise. It's the same principle with visual activity. The viewer needs to have a main focus and then be guided into the rest of the information in the order of its visual voice. Contrast is the level of difference in tonality or value between the background and the foreground. Black and white offer the most contrast. The higher the contrast, the stronger the impact. Black and white are at opposite ends of the value scale. As contrast decreases, impact decreases. The closer the values between foreground and background, the less contrast there is, so the level of importance appears lower. Using typographic contrast and scale dynamically can be a great way to create visual interest even when there is no imagery available, or if you don't want the specificity of an image. I'd like to point out 3 common errors in the use of scale and contrast. The first is trying to make everything look important by making it as big as possible. That just creates a lot of noise and confusion for the viewer. The second is not being bold enough. Don't be afraid to create extreme differences of scale and contrast. Push beyond your limits and see how effective the big gestures can be. The third common error involves contrast. Try to avoid running type over a complex background. It's always a challenge to make this work because there are often a variety of tones in the background, so no single color of type will show up equally well against all parts of the background. However, there are methods to do this successfully. On this book cover, good type use has overcome a very difficult and complex background. There are multiple techniques at work here to lift this headline forward from the busy background. First, there's a thin black outline around the type. There's a hard black drop shadow to the southeast. Then there's a soft gray drop shadow also to the southeast. Also note that the serifs on the letter forms are weighty enough so that they stand out. Each of these steps adds to the visual separation of type from image and creates an illusion of dimensionality. The Sports Illustrated logo is another good example of overcoming a busy background. This logo has to work on a wide variety of media platforms. There are 4 techniques at work here. There's a thin black outline, there's a heavier gray inline, there's a hard black drop shadow, and a soft gray drop shadow. These are techniques that you can employ to help your type be legible against an image or texture. Remember, scale and contrast are your friends. Don't be shy about using them to create drama and to attract and hold your viewers' attention. But you can't have every piece of type shouting either. It's the modulation of scale that creates the power. Pick and choose the bits that are the key words. It may be a title or part of a title or another element, but make that type look like the equivalent of a trumpet call, and your viewer will hear it loud and clear. One of the reasons I have been in love with letter forms for so many years is that they collectively carry meaning. They give form and permanence to words. They transmit thoughts and ideas. So the purpose of letters is noble and essential, and that would be enough of a reason to revere them. But there is so much more to letter forms, something completely different that also fascinates me. They are real physical shapes, each one a little work of art. And if you can use those little artworks, those expressive shapes, to convey an idea visually and intellectually, that is expressive typography. There is no single style of expressive typography. One designer who is most well known for his expressive use of typography is Herb Lubalin. You may have seen these classic images, which use type itself and only type to convey a concept visually as well as verbally, a seamless connection that looks inevitable when you see it. In France, the graphic designer Massin was also influential in his use of expressive typography. His best-known work in this country is his groundbreaking typographic treatment of the Eugene Ionesco play The Bald Soprano. Massin used photographs of the actors in silhouette, surrounded by bursts and cascades of their dialogue in wildly varying sizes and styles of type. His goal was to create a theatrical experience on the printed page. It became a classic of expressive typography. Here are some examples I'd like to show because the form of the typography amplifies the meaning of the text, and together they send one strong message. The headline Chill Factor is built from type meant to resemble blocks of ice, a perfect complement to the topic and to the opposing imagery. It's also turned on its side so that its height matches the image on the other side. It's a cohesive whole. These great examples from Wired are part of a series where the number 3 is customized to express the idea of the text. On the left, the 3 is being sucked into quicksand. On the right, the 3 is formed by a mass of forward projecting laser beams. My colleague, Roberto De Vic from the Type Directors Club, created this beautiful expressive book cover. The concept of descendants is expressed by his fanciful descenders flowing from the title. Here you can see a simple but effective typographic treatment which conveys the concept of warfare and pairs up an active image with active type. Your message will always be most powerful when the words and the image are a perfect match. Give it a try. Expressive typography requires a little bit of inventiveness and a sense of play, maybe a little irreverence. Look at the letter forms. Think about the meaning you want to convey. Then, think about how you might modify the shapes of the letters or arrange or customize them to bring additional meaning to the words. You don't always need a lot of special effects and filters, just a good idea. Sometimes a simple solution is the most effective. Expressive typography has the power to say more than just the words themselves. Every bit of typography that you see has an emotional component. The emotion might be subtle or obvious, but type, and more importantly, how the type is used, always has an emotional aspect. As a designer, you can identify that power and use it to amplify your message. The strongest emotions can be triggered by previous or repeated associations. Many pieces of lettering or type are iconic. Think of the Hollywood sign, which may conjure up a nostalgic sense of the film industry, or our Declaration of Independence, which may stir feelings of patriotism. Then there are logos. Hundreds of logos, mostly typographic, are engraved on our collective consciousness. National brands like the Staples logo, Walmart, IBM, Macy's, the U.S. Postal Service, FedEx, Coca-Cola. In most cases, just one letter of the logo would be familiar enough to trigger recognition and an association that has an emotional component. No matter what you're designing, you can trigger the viewer's emotions by using type in ways that connect to the subconscious. These two examples use nostalgia to appeal to consumers. This Arm & Hammer box looks as if it's been around forever. The illustration is still in an old-fashioned style. The strong sans serif caps surrounding the flexed bicep convey strength. We can imagine our mothers and grandmothers using this same product. It projects a sense of confidence and trust. The Tide logo, though it's been slightly modernized over the years, retains the same overall look. Its color scheme, its concentric circles, and its forward-sloping blue sans serif letters match our childhood memories of this logo. Childhood memories are a powerful emotional connection. Hand-drawn lettering can add a humorous or irreverent tone to your project. Here's a great example of a rebranding project that took a whole new approach to a business that's been around for 3 generations. The original packaging looks like it's trying to be fun, but still comes off as a bit stodgy. The redesign by Michael Beirut from Pentagram goes over the top with a wacky, fun, irreverent hand-lettered approach. The bright colors and childlike illustrations all contribute to a highly playful and happy feeling. The effect even continues into the shipping boxes. You can see how specific typographic usage can reach out to speak emotionally to the viewer or to target certain viewers. Using the emotional appeal of type can be a powerful tool. In this video, I'm going to talk about 2 different kinds of type in 3D, but don't worry, you won't need any special glasses to watch this video. First, there's type that uses a lot of special effects to appear 3-dimensional, though it's on a flat surface. And second, type that is actually, physically 3-dimensional. Programs like InDesign, Photoshop, and Illustrator make it very easy to create 3-dimensional effects using typography. There are plenty of great lynda.com movies that can show you how to do that. But I am going to talk about some pitfalls you should try to avoid and to give you some advice about how to make your 3D type really pop from the page and be readable. Drop shadows, glows, highlights, outlines, extruded and beveled type, and combinations of filters and effects can be overwhelming. So my advice to you is that less is more. Even 1 or 2 of the filters or special effects are probably fine for most uses. Illusions of depth are fun and even a bit addictive, but the more you pile on the effects, the easier it is to obscure the type's counterspaces or the parts of the letters that define its character, and then you weaken the most essential function of type, its ability to be read. It's fun to explore all of the tempting options the software offers, but it takes some mastery to make these effects work well. It needs to do more than just look cool. In this book cover, the type is coming forward in anatomy, and the type appears to be receding into the distance in the word design. Highlights, bevels, and extrusion are used very effectively, and yet the type retains its legibility. Then we have the truly three-dimensional letters. These are another story. You can think of these as more like type sculptures, typographic forms that you can walk around and admire from many angles. I love to collect three-dimensional type because it's a reminder that once upon a time, and still today for letterpress shops, all type was physical, expressed in 3D, height, width, and depth. The depth of three-dimensional type adds to its drama. This sign is emphasized by the shadow it creates midday. If it were a painted sign, it wouldn't give that impression of depth. And at night, neon tubing brightens the typography on this classic landmark. In this signage, the type actually wraps around the edge of the building. It gives different effects as the light changes from day to night. And this three-dimensional signage appears to float above the building. Designing for three-dimensional typography requires special considerations. It should be legible at a distance, readable from different angles, and under distracting circumstances. I recommend keeping a swipe file of three-dimensional type effects and having a close look at why they are working well. Then you can try creating those same effects on your own projects. That's a good way to start understanding the advantages and limitations of 3D effects using type. Whether you're creating the illusion of 3D type or designing actual 3D type, the effect of depth can make your typography more powerful. In the next chapter, we're going to take a look at more three-dimensional typography within the context of environmental graphics. You might not think of numbers as special, but they're quite different from our Latin letters. They come down to us from Hindu Arabic forms, which is why you may remember hearing the term Arabic numerals. You may have noticed that some fonts have numbers that are all the same height. These are called lining numbers. They work well with capital letters because they are designed to have the same height and weight. Tabular numbers are all the same height too, but with a difference. They have a fixed width to ensure that columns of data align correctly, creating well-balanced tables and charts. You may also have noticed that some fonts have numbers that have different heights and baselines. These are called old-style numbers. These varying heights correspond to the lowercase, with its descenders and ascenders. They are intended for use within text so that they blend into the color of the text. Lining figures look uncomfortable within text because they stick out too much. So if the font you are using only has lining figures, you can minimize the problem by reducing the point size of the numbers a bit. It's not ideal, but it's a good fix. Better yet, look for a typeface with both lining and old-style numbers. Many type designers now release both sets of numbers with their typefaces, so they'll be more useful. Let's not forget about fractions. Most fonts have a set of the most common fractions, and they are designed to have the proper weight to work with text type. But what if you need to use 5/32? There are specialized typefaces that have extensive sets of fractions and typefaces that have special numbers designed to be combined into any fractions you need to create. We call these properly weighted fractionals. When working with numbers, remember to match up their use with their height. Use old-style numbers within text and tabular numbers when designing tables and charts. When designing with all caps, use lining numbers. Combine that with using properly weighted fractionals, and that's all it takes to work with numbers like a pro. What is an analphabetic symbol? Analphabetic symbols are typographic marks that are not part of the basic character set, and they are better known as dingbats. If someone called me a dingbat, I'd say, "Thank you, I am a big fan of dingbats." The original meaning of the word dingbat dates back to at least 1880. It's also known as a printer's ornament or a printer's character. Dingbats are some of the most interesting typographic symbols. There are entire fonts devoted to dingbats. Thanks to Hermann Zapf, Pretty much everyone who has a computer is familiar with the font Zap Dingbats. There are thousands of fonts that just contain dingbats, some of which are highly illustrative and specific, not to mention entertaining. Dingbats, or analphabetic symbols, are one category of expert character sets. Expert character sets are made up of anything that is not generally included in the basic character set. The basic character set contains upper and lower case, numbers, and punctuation. Other common examples of expert characters are alternate character sets, which may include variations on swash caps or specialized ligatures. There can also be other versions of letters, such as these elaborate flourishes from Zapfino and Bickham script. These must be used with care and very sparingly, but these expert characters can add a special touch to your design. Other expert characters, such as mathematical symbols and scientific symbols, may be included in some fonts glyph sets, or they may be contained in separate expert character sets. You can see that expert characters are not only useful, but essential. The next time somebody calls you a dingbat, you can say, "Really, I am flattered. Which dingbat did you mean?" And then you can educate them about the real meaning of dingbat. Typography lends itself to providing direction. As a designer, it is your responsibility to lead the viewer logically through content or information. Type is a perfect tool because it is naturally sequential. We have an alphabet that's sequential, we have numbers that are sequential, and we have symbols like arrows that are directional. These are typical navigational devices. Let's look at a few print and screen-based examples. In the print environment, studies have shown that people look at the table of contents more than any other page in a magazine, book, or newspaper. We keep referring back to it because it's our roadmap to the content. In addition to page numbers and titles, this table of contents has a color-coded key delineating sections by subject matter. That is a secondary level of navigation. The humble arrow is the most universally recognized directional or navigational device. You see it everywhere. You know immediately what it is. On the web, we have become accustomed to navigation by clicking links, most of which are typographic. A good site makes those links highly visible and obvious, and provides multiple links to jump from screen to screen in more than one place. Navigation on tablet devices is gestural. We tap with our fingers rather than clicking with a mouse. We are often tapping on a link or an icon that features text. But the touch screen has given us many new ways to navigate using gestures: double tapping, flicking, pinching, and dragging. Navigation is all about smooth transitions and clarity. As a designer, your goal is to provide reassurance and comfort to your viewer, to make the intended pathway as clear as possible. Typography is all around us, wherever we walk, travel, live, and work. It's a vital component of our environment. Type helps us get from place to place. Navigational typography can be found in street and highway signage, transportation hubs, building signage inside and outside of stores and institutions. Type helps us to find our way through the physical spaces where we visit and spend time in our daily lives. We call this kind of typography wayfinding. Here are 3 great examples of wayfinding and environmental design from the fine folks at the international design consultancy Pentagram. In the Toronto Pearson International Airport, wayfinding systems and signage help us navigate through a sprawling space. Typographic indicators such as gate numbers and lettered concourse identification lead visitors to their destination. In a typically time-pressured and anxiety-producing environment, good signage is reassuring and comforting. Large international airports such as this one require multilingual signage. The Arizona Cardinals Stadium is enormous. From the numbered parking areas to the ticketing gates, merchandise areas, escalators, seating levels, sections, and rows, the directions in this massive stadium are clearly marked. Inside the stadium, fans can learn more about their team in these typographic installations, such as the historical timeline and the Cardinals Hall of Fame. All of the typography used in this stadium is strong and masculine, and every typographic element is part of a cohesive system. Typography plays a huge role in this theater complex on 42nd Street in New York City. This building is a blast of colorful type from its exterior to its interior. Visitors literally walk through an environment of type from the building's elevators, stairwells, doorways, dressing rooms, even its room directory and donor wall. The color and vitality reflect the energy of 42nd Street's bustling theater district. On a street that is packed with tourists and competing signage, the new 42nd Street Studios establishes a bold and powerful presence. Environmental typography is an extension of its architectural context. And all of the same important principles apply here. The type must have high visibility against its background, be highly legible, have strong stroke widths, and open counter spaces with a large X height or all caps. While you may not be designing complex wayfinding signage in an airport or a stadium right now, these examples can provide a lesson in consistency and clarity of typographic navigation. When type was physical, managing fonts meant keeping them in the proper drawer. Now we live in a vast world of digital fonts, close to 200,000 of them, so managing your fonts is a necessity. Keeping your fonts organized with font management software will give you peace of mind. It's like having a tidy closet. Font management software is used for installing, activating, searching, comparing, and organizing fonts. Besides keeping you organized, font management offers some technical advantages. Most important, it allows for activation of a font only when it's actually being used. This frees up computing resources so your system can function more efficiently. Most computer platforms provide some basic form of font management, but it's usually not enough for professional designers who regularly use hundreds or thousands of fonts. So font management software is worth the relatively small investment. There are a number of good programs which can work well for you. In the exercise files for this course, I've included a list of font management software. I recommend that you check it out. So now that we've talked about managing the fonts you already have, how should you add to your collection? A good way to start is to make sure you include key examples from the main categories we covered earlier. Bear in mind that more is not always better. A carefully chosen selection of well-designed typefaces will serve your needs far better than a huge library of inferior fonts. That said, there are many sources where you can search for fonts online. The biggest of these is myfonts.com, which aggregates fonts from many small type foundries as well as larger foundries. At myfonts.com, there are easy-to-understand categories and keywords that will help narrow down your search. You never know what will work for your next project. I keep tear sheets from magazines, make screen caps from websites, and gather images of type on Pinterest of examples that interest me. That way, when I am planning a project, I can start my search for the right type by looking at things that have already caught my eye. There are several ways to find the source of the typeface from your inspirational examples. The best sources online are Identifont, What the Font, and the excellent forums on typophile.com. If you're looking for what's new and interesting in the font world, I also recommend signing up for the free newsletters that many foundries provide to showcase their new offerings. Speaking of free, it's surprising how many free fonts are available. There are some good free fonts out there, but a word of caution, you usually get what you pay for. It takes a major investment of time and skill to design a professional quality text face, so you will rarely find them for free. That's what you need to know to get started with building and managing your font library. I love looking at type, and I can get lost for hours browsing font collections from different foundries. It can be addictive. Happy hunting, and I hope you enjoy building your type collection as much as I do. To sharpen your typographic eye, first look at the big picture, the macro view. What is your initial impression? Is it dynamic or quiet? Does it engage you, and how does it engage you? Is there a focal point? Is there clear hierarchy of information? You also have to look at the details, the micro view, and ask yourself, is the color of the type even? What about alignment? Is there hanging punctuation? Have proper smart quotes been used? Has the display type been kerned well? I look at typography all the time. It is the first thing I see when I look at anything that has type: a sign, a menu, a package, a building, a t-shirt, a wine bottle, a cereal box, or a book cover. I get a first impression, I look at details, I deconstruct it, I think about the choices the designer made and the possible reasons behind those choices. And of course, I think about redesigning it. That is what designers do. We can't help ourselves. I want you to see typography everywhere like I do, and to really think about what you are seeing. That is the best way to educate your typographic eye. Just keep looking. Imagine what was in the designer's mind. Think critically about the designer's choices, and think about what you might do differently to improve on it if you had the chance. Don't take anything for granted. In everything you see, someone made typographic choices. Some good, some great, some bad. The more you look, the more you will see, and the more you will learn. Believe it or not, you can learn just as much from bad examples as from good examples. Collect good examples of type usage that you see. Maybe even make a note of what you liked about it. These can be springboards for your own design projects. Inspiration is all around you. I'm constantly amazed at the inventive uses of typography that I see every day. The saying, "There's nothing new under the sun," is true in a sense, but everything can be reinvented and can be reimagined with a twist or a new point of view. And of course, there are so many new typefaces to try, more than you could ever use in a lifetime. Keep educating your typographic eye. Type is everywhere. If you develop a habit of thinking about all of the type you see in your daily life, that's a great start. Perhaps at this point, you're thinking that typography has so many rules and standardized practices and principles. Well, you're right, but any body of knowledge has its rules. If you were learning to play the piano, you would first have to learn to read the musical notation. Then you would have to practice at a very basic level, playing scales over and over again until they were exactly right. Eventually, you might learn to play a complex piece of music, and you'd have to work to hit every note until the piece was perfect. Then, and only then, would you know enough to begin to interpret that piece of music by allowing it to become more expressive, seen through the prism of your own experience. Like any other field, typography has its conventions and rules. You must know and learn to follow those rules. Yet, some of the most wonderful and effective designs completely violate those rules. One of my teachers, Donald Jackson, put it this way: all rules can be broken in divinely successful ways. You can learn from those who have successfully broken the rules, but it does no good to try to copy them. Understand that the reason they have been able to break the rules successfully is that they know the rules inside and out. So my advice to you is, learn the rules. But keep your eyes open for examples of wonderful designs that have successfully broken those rules. Look at them critically to understand why they have been able to make that leap. And when you are ready, don't be afraid to be daring. Remember, it's not brain surgery, and there is rarely only one solution to a design problem. So be bold. As in every field, the world of typography is always evolving. New ideas, typefaces, styles, and people populate today's typographic landscape, and they shape our designs and communications. We're living in a true golden age of typography. It's never been a more exciting time for me to be a typographic educator. Now with the internet, anyone can make and distribute a typeface, which has resulted in an explosion of new typeface design. And there have been more books published on typographic topics in the last 5 years than in the last 500 years. If you've watched this whole course, you've got a great head start in using typography and using it well. But this is just the beginning. Think of this course as a starting point. I recommend that you also check out some of the websites, podcasts, blogs, and books included in the exercise files. There is a cornucopia of classes, conferences, organizations, and resources devoted to typography. These are great ways to get the latest news and information on the world of typography, and also to build your typographic reference library. Good typographic usage isn't magic. all of the necessary skills and practical knowledge of typography can be learned. All you need to do is study the basics, look at good examples of type usage, and methodically keep working at improving your skills until you get better at it. And that's it for this course. I hope you feel better prepared to go out there and capture your audience using visually dynamic typography. Until next time, this is Ina Saltz, sharing my passion for letters and type with you and hoping that you will share your passion for letters and type with everyone in your world.
Hi there, I'm Jim Krause. I'm a designer, an illustrator, and an author. And I love working with color. And I also like talking about choosing and using colors in terms of real-world logos, layouts, illustrations, and works of art. I've written 3 books on color, including Color for Designers, and a lot of stuff in that book comes up here. We're going to talk about the color wheel and creating good-looking palettes for all kinds of different ways to use color to attract attention, to set a mood, deliver meaning, and to look good. And we'll mostly be dealing with digital tools involving CMYK and RGB colors, but do stick around for the final chapter where we go analog and we play with paints. So I'm here to help you understand more about color and to build your confidence. I'm really excited about this course, so let's get going. Naturally, if you want to get good at choosing and applying colors to your works of art and design, you need to know a thing or two about color theory, and color goes deep. Is it important then that you clearly understand that color is a pulsation of electromagnetic energy, and when wavelengths, this energy measuring 635 nanometers, passes through our pupils and hits the photoreceptive cone cells at the back of our retinas, information is passed along the optic nerve to our brain to let us know we're seeing red? Is it important that you clearly understand this? Well, you know, in our line of work, it's really not that important. I mean, it's pretty darn interesting and all that, but most designers can get by without knowing quite this much about color. So what do you need to know? Well, here's one thing that's really worth knowing about: the standard model color wheel. The color wheel that's been in use by artists since around the 1700s or so. Why know about this color wheel? It's because it's a really useful schematic when it comes to understanding how colors relate to each other. So let's start with the wheel's 3 primary spokes, the primary colors of red, yellow, and blue. These colors are called primaries because without them, the other colors wouldn't even exist. Primary colors can't be made through mixes of other colors. These are the foundational starter hues of the color wheel, and all the other colors on the wheel are made through mixes of primary hues. When 2 primary hues are mixed, you get secondary colors. Red plus yellow creates the secondary hue of orange. Yellow and blue make green, and blue and red make violet. Orange, green, and violet are the secondary hues of the color wheel. When you mix a primary with a secondary color, you get a tertiary color. There are 6 tertiaries: red-orange, yellow-green, blue-green, blue-violet, and red-violet. And there you have it, all 12 colors of the standard color wheel. From here, it's super important that you understand that each slice of the color wheel, it's just a placeholder for an infinite number of dark, light, muted, and bright versions of that color. For example, if you want to apply a red-orange to a logo that you're working on, you aren't limited to just this default red-orange. Of course not. You could go with any dark, light, muted, or bright version of that color. And this brings up the whole thing about the way colors are named. Some of the red oranges we just looked at, for instance, they could be called things like crab cake orange or cinnamon spice or autumnal sunset or whatever, and that's fine. And words like these, they can be useful when, for instance, like you're trying to convince your seaside restaurant client that this is the perfect color for their menu, right? Crab cake orange. But personally, when I'm talking color with other designers and artists, I like to stick with straightforward color language, in which case I'd simply refer to crab cake orange as a medium shade of muted red orange. This designer name for the color, it's less likely to be misinterpreted. Now, before I wrap up, I want to mention one more thing about the standard model color wheel. It's not the only color wheel out there. For one thing, there's also a wheel that deals with colored light. That's the RGB wheel, and light behaves differently than physical media like paints. Feel free to Google the RGB wheel if you're interested. I'm just not going to get into it here, since the colors designers deal with on the computer and with paints, they behave very closely with the standard model of color. And speaking of the standard model color wheel, you want one? Well, download and print the PDF color wheel that goes with this video, and maybe tack it up in your workspace or just somewhere nearby, at least for a reference until this thing gets thoroughly embedded in your brain. A lot of designers are confused and even intimidated by the whole topic of color. Maybe you're one of those designers, or maybe you're an illustrator or a fine artist who feels unsure about either choosing colors individually or combining them into good-looking palettes. If so, don't worry about it. There's a good chance you're just seeing color as being way more complicated than it really is. That's all. Here's the deal. Any color that you can imagine has just three things going on with it. Just three. Only three, and always three. What we're talking about here is a color's hue, saturation, and value. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Just these three qualities. So, if a color looks bad, or if it doesn't seem to be getting along very well with other nearby colors, then in the overwhelming majority of cases, you just need to make an adjustment to one or two of these characteristics. And yeah, sometimes all three. But even then, we're still just talking about three things to look at and possibly adjust. Three: hue, saturation, and/or value. And now that we've simplified the whole idea of color into just three components, let's look at each piece individually, starting with hue. Hue is just another word for color. The two words can be used interchangeably. Hues, or colors, can be given fancy names like periwinkle, pumpkin, and fuchsia. Or they can go by names borrowed from the color wheel, like blue, orange, or yellow-green. Saturation. This refers to a color's brightness or its intensity. A fully saturated hue is fully bright, it's fully intense. A desaturated hue is usually described as being muted or grayed out. Any hue can be any degree between fully saturated and highly desaturated. Browns and grays, by the way, these are simply desaturated versions of a particular hue. Browns are generally semi-muted versions of orange, red-orange, yellow-orange, or red. Grays are generally highly muted versions of any color, and they come in two flavors, cool and warm. Grays come from the colors ranging from blue-green to violet. Warm grays come from colors ranging from yellow through red. And these colors have been muted beyond the point of being what we call browns. There are also neutral grays, which have absolutely no hint of any color. And last, but definitely not least, is value. Value is how light or how dark a color appears, or a shade of gray. Value is extremely important because, simply put, hue and saturation, they can't even exist without a value to latch onto. If there's no value, there can't be any color. Another important thing to know about value is that our eyes actually depend on value differences way more than they depend on hues or levels of saturation to make sense of what we see. Value tells us where one thing ends and another thing begins. Value establishes clarity. Compare these two photos, one with clear value differences and one without. Yes, value is really important when it comes to visual clarity, obviously. Which isn't to say that all three components of color aren't critical when it comes to choosing and using colors, and especially when creating color schemes. Hue, saturation, and value, they're all extremely important for sure. But just know that without clear differences in value, things start falling apart really fast. All right, let's wrap up by summarizing. There are only three things to look at when assessing a color. Its hue, otherwise known as its color, its saturation, which is how bright or how muted the color is, and value, which is how light or dark the color is. And there you have it. The three, and the only three, and the always three components of color. Okay, listen. Put down your cell phone, put your texting on hold, close that Facebook window, and listen hard to what I have to say here. I'm going to talk about value, which in terms of color is how light or how dark a color is. And I'm going to talk about why value is really, really important. Any color, as you may know, has 3 and only 3 components: hue, saturation, and value. Hue is just another word for color. This robot's hues are from the blue-green family. And here's the robot without any hues going on, just grays, in other words. Saturation refers to a color's intensity, meaning how bright or how muted it is. Right now, the saturation of this robot's hue is highly intense. And here's one colored with less intensity, and one that's strongly muted. And in this case, the robot's hue is completely desaturated, and all that's left is gray. Value is how light or how dark a color is, and value also applies to grays. Here, the robot's form has been expanded by using different values of gray. Now let's go ahead and replace these grays with light, medium, and dark shades of our blue-green. Now let me show you why there are 2 main reasons why value is the most important thing going on with any color. Number 1, without value, there can be no hue or saturation. Right here, we have a full range of values in our illustration, from light to dark, and everything looks fine. And this illustration's values are mostly on the light side, and here they're mostly darker. Each of these illustrations looks okay. But what happens when we lighten the values in all 3 robots to nothing? No values. Well, the robots disappear. That's what. No values equals no colors, no forms, no nothing. And that's the reason why value is priority number 1 when it comes to color. Without value, there can be no color. And if I sound a little exasperated when I say this, it's because I've read so many things and listened to so many people talking about this, arguing about why hue and saturation are just as important as value. I mean, it's like saying the smell and the taste of a hamburger is just as important as the hamburger itself. I mean, yes, they're all important, the smell, the taste, everything, but you can't even have the smell or the taste of a hamburger without the hamburger being there in the first place, right? And you can't have hue or saturation without value being there in the first place either. All right, moving on. Reason number 2, that value is critical when choosing colors. It's that value establishes visual clarity. Here's an image with good, clear value structure. Here it is with weak, mushy value structure. Value tells the eye where one thing ends and another begins. It's as simple as that. The eye is designed to prioritize value differences to make sense of what it's looking at. Value's role in establishing visual clarity also applies to layouts. Clear value differences between a layout's components are what allows them to stand apart from each other. And by the way, when you want to increase inferences of energy, consider not only applying a wide range of values to a layout's elements, but also amplifying the saturation of some or all of its colors. Hue, saturation, and value are each very important when it comes to choosing colors for layouts, illustrations, and photos. But while there's a lot of wiggle room in terms of what hues you apply and what levels of saturation you use, there's little or no wiggle room in terms of whether or not a piece's value structure is clear and concise. It either is or it isn't. So value, above all, when working with color. No discussion of color in the digital age would be complete without talking about ways to help make sure what you see on your monitor is what you'll get when your works of design, illustration, and photography are posted and printed, or WYSIWYG as they call it. And before we dive into this whole WYSIWYG thing, just know that I can't be super specific with all my advice, since I don't know what kind of computers and monitors you're using. But that won't stop me from trying to help you out here as best I can, starting with this solid piece of advice: calibrate. The point of calibrating your monitors and desktop printers is to get various machines to conform to the same standards of color, as much as possible anyway. Now, how do you do this? Well, it all depends on what kind of computers and monitors you're using. So look at your user manuals and/or go online and find the information there. And here are 5 specific things to keep in mind when calibrating whatever monitors you're using. First off, make sure you save your current calibration settings before you start anything. That way you can go back to these settings if things start looking weird. Second, calibrate your monitor under exactly the lighting you normally work under. Lighting conditions have a big effect on how color shows up on computer monitors. Third, if you use both a laptop and a desktop computer, know that the two probably show color a bit differently from each other. So do your best to calibrate both so they agree with each other as much as possible. Personally, I trust the color on my desktop monitor more than on my laptop. So even though I might work on layouts and illustrations and photos on my laptop, I'll always do my final color work using my desktop monitor. Fourth, ask around and look around. Ask experienced designers, illustrators, and photographers how they calibrate their monitors. And also look around and see how your web-posted layouts and images look on other people's monitors. This is one way to really quickly find out if your monitor, for whatever reason, is out of sync with the rest of the world's monitors. And fifth, if color accuracy is especially critical in your work, as it is for many photographers and illustrators, then consider looking into a professional level monitor calibration device. These can be pricey, but you just might need one if you want to maximize the accuracy and the consistency of your color output. You can search for the latest information about these things online. When I'm working on print jobs, I use a high-quality inkjet printer. And the great thing about better quality inkjet printers is that many are able to print CMYK and spot colors. And these are the colors of the print industry, very much in line with the way commercial inkjet machines and printing presses print those colors. So now, even when my monitor isn't quite telling me the truth about the colors I'm using, which does happen, especially with certain colors, I can confidently double check my work. If you can't afford a good quality inkjet printer, you'll need to rely on the proofs your print vendor gives you, proofs like this. And you'll always need to be willing to make adjustments to your documents until you're satisfied with the way those proofs look. In fact, and this is important, even if you do have a good quality inkjet printer, you still need to remember that your print vendor's proofs are the ones to take most seriously. And that's because those are the proofs the printing press operator is going to be trying to match when your job's being run. And most print vendors that I know, they're more than willing to help designers like us set up our documents for printing success. So don't be shy about asking these people for help if you need it. Let me show you something about browns and grays using watercolors. You can make browns and grays simply by blending complementary colors. Complementary colors come from opposite sides of the color wheel. Here, I'm working with a complementary pair of blue and orange, and that's it. There are no other paints involved. If you mix a dose of blue into orange, you get a nice brown. And mix the two in different proportions, and you can come up with a good-looking warm gray. And if you were to start with a puddle of blue and then add a touch of the orange, you could mute the blue all the way down to a cool gray. So that, in a nutshell, is where grays and browns can come from in the real world, from mixes of complementary hues. And I show you this because even though we mostly work digitally, I think it's important to understand why colors behave in certain ways within art-based programs like Illustrator and Photoshop. In fact, let's switch to digital mode. And yes, if you're painting in a program like Photoshop, you can produce neutral hues just like you would with actual paints by blending transparent shades of complementary colors. But there are even easier ways to come up with browns and grays using the computer. And one of my favorite ways is to take advantage of certain digital aids. Like if you're working in Illustrator and dealing with a bright color, you can just double click on the color at the top of the swatches panel and you'll bring up the color picker. Once you're there, you can click anywhere in about this region of the panel's gradated area to find either a brown, a warm gray, or a cool gray, depending on what color you started out with. And if I'm working with warmer colors, then it can also find warm, pale neutrals like beiges, tans, ivories, and buffs right in this panel. Next, let's talk about how neutral colors like these can be combined into palettes, which is actually pretty simple. You can just start with a standard color wheel-based palette, like a monochromatic, analogous, triadic, complementary, or split complementary color scheme and apply it to neutrals. And by the way, we'll be defining each of these palettes in detail in the next movie, just in case you're not too familiar with them. So, for example, I'll start coloring this pattern using the hues of a triadic palette, which is a palette made from colors taken from 3 equally spaced slices of the color wheel. We got bright versions of red, yellow, and blue in this case. Next, I'll go with muted versions of each color, hues that are in the realm of grays and brown, to come up with a nice looking pattern of neutral tones. And right now, the value differences in this pattern are strong. If I were to narrow down the differences in values and shift everything towards darker hues, this would make a nice backdrop for a nice, bright accent color. You can also take entire color schemes, like the one we just started out with, and use Photoshop's hue and saturation controls to desaturate all the colors at once. And you can play around with the hue and the lightness sliders while you're at it to find different looks. So how about trying these things out on your own? Turn on the computer, create a pattern, make some good looking color wheel based palettes out of ordinary colors, and then dial down the intensity of your hues and make muted palettes for your pattern. And use that color picker in either Illustrator or Photoshop, or the hue and saturation panel in Photoshop as your helpers. If you do this, I can pretty much guarantee you're gonna have a good time. You're gonna learn a bunch about grays and about browns. You'll also experience this big boost in your appreciation for neutral hues and for muted color schemes. Let's talk about the 3 systems of color most designers deal with: RGB, CMYK, and spot. We're going to start with RGB. RGB colors are used on screen. And RGB stands for the red, green, and blue colors of light that create all the different hues that you see on your monitor. Here's an RGB blue with a red value of 51. It's got a green value of 102 and a blue value of 255. Each of these RGB values can go from 0, which means a color isn't showing up at all the way to 255, which means that the color is at full strength. So RGB colors are light-based and they're for on-screen use. CMYK colors, on the other hand, these are for print media, and especially for a kind of printing called process color printing. It's a kind of printing that uses all 4 of these colors. CMYK stands for cyan, and that's a kind of blue, and magenta, yellow, and black. And yes, the K, it actually stands for black because it refers to the key plate in traditional printing. And why these 4 colors? Well, it's because with them, you can come up with all of the many, many, many colors that you see in print media. And this happens when various percentages of some or all of these transparent inks are either printed alone or on top of each other. And they can go from solid or 100% all the way down to 0%. And all these lighter shades of CMYK colors, they're made by printing them as halftone percentages or screen tints. And these are different densities of tiny dots that are usually too small to be seen without magnification. And here's a close-up of an illustration that's been printed with a muted blue. And the blue is made from different halftone percentages of all 4 CMYK colors. And above the design, you'll see how CMYK colors are notated. It says 75C, and that means 75% cyan, and 55M, or 55% magenta, 43Y, which is 43% yellow, and 20K, and that's 20% black. And here's a close-up from a color photo. You can see how it's the mind-boggling array of tiny halftone dots of various sizes from each color of ink that create this image that we see with our eyes. And last, let's talk about spot colors. A spot color is a pre-mixed color of ink. If you want to just print your business cards using, say, purple, you can print them using a single color printing press loaded with just the purple spot color. This, as opposed to printing it using a blend of all 4 colors needed for process color printing. Designers can select spot colors from the swatch menus of programs like Illustrator, Photoshop, and InDesign, or from printed catalogs and swatch books offered by companies like Pantone. And most designers do choose their client's official corporate color or their colors using spot colors. And this is a really good idea because spot colors are far more dependable for accuracy than CMYK colors. Also, when a client specifies a spot color for vendors involved in different kinds of media, like printing, packaging, vehicle graphics, and sign making, they can pretty well count on the color looking the same. Okay, and there are connections between RGB, CMYK, and spot colors. For instance, after you choose a Pantone spot color, programs like Photoshop and Illustrator can convert that spot color into a 4-part CMYK formula. These programs can also do their best to translate both spot and CMYK colors to RGB formulas as well. And that way they'll show up pretty much the way they're supposed to on your monitor. Translating colors between different color systems and different output devices, your printers and such. It's an imperfect science at best. And until things get really resolved in this department, you can at least improve your chances of color accuracy by doing these 2 things. Calibrating your monitor so it displays color as accurately as possible, and asking your print vendor for suggestions and tips every time you're preparing a document for color printing. I've got a 3-part formula that I want to share with you. It's a formula designers can use to choose just the right color for a client's logo, their brochure, a website, whatever. So here's the formula. Look for a color that connects with your client's target audience, doesn't look like colors being used by your client's competitors, and expresses what your client makes or does. Now, before I say anything else about it, notice how this formula doesn't say anything about you personally loving the color that you come up with, or even that the president of the company that you're working for loves the color. I mean, it is nice when those things happen, and they do sometimes, but it's really not what choosing a color for a client is all about. A client's color is about the client, and it's also about the 3 things we just talked about: connecting with the client's audience, coming across as original, and representing the client's product. So, with my 3-part formula in mind, here's how I approach the job of choosing a color or a set of colors for a branding project. I start by asking my client to tell me everything they can about the people they want to connect with. And I also ask them for a rundown of a media that these people are interested in. Then I take a good look at the websites, the magazines, and the packaging those people are attracted to. And I acquaint myself with their color preferences while I'm at it. Then I quiz my client on their competitors so I can Google these companies and find out what kinds of colors they're using for their branding. And that way I can aim for something that'll stand out uniquely from the crowd. And I also make sure to do this to avoid, the possible embarrassment of inadvertently choosing a color that's already being used, by a company right down the road for my client. And it could be a company that offers a similar product. And once I've learned about my client's target audience and their competition, then I get to work selecting a specific color choice, or a set of choices for their branding or for whatever other kind of work I'm doing for them. And it's at this point where I just need to sit down and do some good old-fashioned, straight-up, designer-style, right-brained thinking. This is the kind of serious contemplating that you do to get the look, the feel, the purpose, and the flavor of the product or service that your client offers, and to communicate it through color. And then I start looking for color choices that do these things effectively. This is the kind of work, really, that being what a designer is all about. And I should add a footnote right here. It says that, yes, most times you should look for a color that fits the look and the feel of what your client makes or does. But every so often, it's a way out there color choice that might work even better. Like, say you're working for an industrial tool manufacturer, and they go with a bright pink for their corporate color. And the bright pink, because it's so unexpected, it actually becomes a really useful and integral part of their branding. What else? Well, be practical. Be sure to take stock of all the ways your branding color might be used in the real world. So ask yourself, will this color need to stand out against certain dark, light, or visually busy backdrops? Or will you maybe want it to blend in with a certain visual environment? and find out if the color will need to get along well with other colors that are already in place, for whatever reasons. Things like this, they might not always be easy to do, but they're really also not supposed to be all that difficult, especially if you remember that it's just a matter of finding a color that appeals to your target audience, something that stands out from the crowd, and a color that expresses what needs to be expressed. Designers often use pairs of colors for corporate branding projects or for print jobs that are limited to 2 colors of ink, or when they're just aiming for the simplicity of a powerful 2-color palette. So let's talk about these 2-color palettes. This emblem style logo is going to be our guinea pig for all the color schemes we'll be looking at. We'll start by coloring it with pairs of hues that are meant to convey themselves energetically. When I'm looking for energy, I usually go for the warmer side of the color wheel for at least one of my 2 colors. So how about a bright red? I'm going to pair it with a vibrant red-orange. That is an energetic palette, but I can see already that we've hit a snag. These 2 colors just don't show up very well next to each other. They're too close in value. So let's lighten the red-orange and darken the red just slightly. That's much better already. And what about making the red-orange even lighter to increase contrast? Now, you'd think this might help, but you know what? I think it actually takes us in the wrong direction, since this light red-orange has kind of an Easter bunny pastel look to it, and that's not the kind of energy that I'm aiming for. So let's go back to where we just were. The 2 bright colors we've been working with come from nearby spots on the color wheel, which is fine, but I will say that what they convey in terms of energy, they lack in terms of diversity. So on the other hand, if we were aiming for a blend of energy and diversity, then we might go with something different. So let's try this. Let's keep our bright red-orange and replace the red with a wide range of other high energy hues. So here are 6 examples of energetic color combos that also deliver feelings of diversity. And palettes like these can work well for companies and organizations that are looking to express themselves in an especially dynamic way. Athletic teams, fitness clubs, kids' toy manufacturers, and so on. One thing these kinds of palettes often lack are feelings of sophistication. And that's because these color combos come across like 2 voices that are both shouting fairly loudly. Harmoniously, yeah, but loudly. So let's see what happens when we leave the red-orange bright and we quiet down all the other hues by muting them. Now that's a whole different range of looks, wouldn't you say? And here I'll swap out the red-orange with 6 other bright colors, some warm and some cool. Color combos like these often work well for corporate branding projects because of what feels like a sophisticated blend of 2 different color ideas. We got bright versus muted, and at the same time, lighter versus darker. What about going further and adding black to the mix? Designers often include black with pairs of corporate colors, as well as white. Another thing that's often done with colored printing inks and when using black is to include lighter shades of all these ink colors, which in terms of color, that just means you're expanding each color to include their monochromatic relatives. So yes, turns out you can do quite a lot with just 3 colors of ink if you want to. And last, let's look at combinations where all the hues are muted. These are color schemes that aren't necessarily meant to scream for attention, but rather to show up on the scene, with looks that can range from gritty and urban to understated and elegant to natural and earthy. There, we just looked at 36 color combos for one logo design and it didn't take us that long. Digital helpers like Illustrator's Color Guide and the color picker that you can get from both Illustrator and Photoshop, and online aids like Peloton make this kind of creative exploration really easy and really quick. So be sure to explore your options thoroughly the next time you're coming up with intriguing and attractive pairs of colors. I want to introduce you to 2 of my favorite digital color-based tools, Illustrator's Color Guide and the color picker that shows up in both Illustrator and Photoshop. Both of these tools help me do my color work faster and better. And this applies when I'm choosing individual colors and when I'm assembling entire palettes, and also when I'm making modifications to color schemes. Let's start with Illustrator's color guide. I'll begin by adding a bright orange straight from the swatches panel to my graphic. Next, I'll head up to the window menu and open the color guide, which comes up with the orange already loaded at top left. And then I'll use the color guide's pull-down menu and ask the color guide to open the monochromatic 2 relatives of the orange. Our current color is now at the center of the top row. Darker, lighter, and more muted versions are on either side, and a bunch of darker, lighter, brighter, and duller versions of the color are elsewhere on the grid. So while I still have the orange element of my graphic selected, I'll go ahead and lighten it slightly by clicking the next lighter version of the color in the top row of the grid. Next, I'll click on Other Gray Elements within my illustration, and then ask Illustrator to select all pieces with the same gray by using the Select Same Fill Color and Select Same Stroke Color commands. Then I'll color these elements by choosing various oranges from the color guide, oranges that are similar in value to the grays that I'm replacing. And I'm going to repeat this process over and over with several grays as I begin adding colors to my image. And you'll notice that I'm going with dull oranges and browns as I work here. And that's because I've decided that I want the first orange that I used to remain the brightest color in my overall palette. And there, that's good for the oranges. Now I'm going to add a green from the swatches panel. And you'll notice how the color guide has repopulated itself with versions of that green. Now I'll continue working just as I was before by selecting the remaining gray areas of the illustration and converting them to colors that I borrow from the color guide. And there, done. I could go on and on about the color guide, but I encourage you to thoroughly check out the rest of this amazing panel's drop-down menus and options. Trust me, you're gonna love this thing. Now let's take a look at the color picker panel. First, let me replace our backdrop color with a teal that I've added to the swatches panel. It's not the exact shade that I want, but that's where the color picker is going to come in handy. I'll open the color picker by double-clicking on the teal at the top of the swatches panel. And we'll focus here on the panel's large area of gradated color, and also on the multicolored slider in the middle. Look close and you'll see a little black circle within the gradated area. That's our current color. Click elsewhere in this space and the color changes. See the upper rectangle to the right of the color bar? That's our new color. Below it is the color we started with. If you move toward the left in the gradated area, you'll get muted versions. Move right, the color gets more intense. Go up, lighter. Down, darker. Let's go with this muted version. By the way, I could have completely changed the teal to another color by moving this color bar slider up or down. How about a light plum violet? Sure, that looks good. But I think I'm going to go back to the teal in this case. See why I like these two digital color tools so much? They're easy and they're powerful, and I strongly encourage you to open them up in Illustrator and give them a good tryout. You're going to learn a bunch of things that'll come in handy for an upcoming layout or an illustration of your own. The color wheel is useful to designers and illustrators in at least a couple really important ways. For one thing, it reminds us there are 3 primary colors, and that when primary colors are mixed, you get secondary colors. When primary and secondary colors are mixed, you get tertiaries. Another way that the color wheel helps designers and illustrators is by helping us brainstorm for ways of coming up with good-looking color schemes. How so? Well, they serve as schematics that conveniently highlight different ways of combining colors. Let me show you what I mean. Here are my 5 favorite color wheel-based palettes, starting with monochromatic color schemes. Here's a color wheel, and here's one slice of it, the blue-green slice. All you need is one slice of the color wheel to come up with a monochromatic color scheme, which are combinations of lighter, darker, brighter, and or more muted versions of a single hue. Here are 3 different monochromatic schemes applied to an illustration. Next, analogous color schemes. The word analogous means sequential, and this kind of palette is made from a sequence of between 2 and 5 neighboring hues. And keep in mind when looking at all the color schemes in this video that every spoke of every color wheel that's being used is being used as a placeholder for all the dark, light, bright, and muted versions of its color. Triadic palettes use colors that are equally spaced around the color wheel. These color schemes have a strong potential for expressing feelings of energy and diversity since they feature colors that come from far apart locations on the wheel. Complementary colors sit opposite each other on the wheel. And if you're looking for a palette made from just 2 slices of the color wheel, and you want that palette to be able to express itself with as much visual diversity as possible, then a complementary pair might be just what you're looking for. Now, I have to admit, this next one, it's a favorite of mine. It's the split complementary palette. A split complementary palette is where you choose one color and then you pair it with the 2 colors on either side of its complement. And I'm going to show you what I mean. I'll start with a fairly bright orange, and I'll look across the color wheel for the orange's complement, blue. And then I'll select the 2 colors on either side of that complement, blue-green and blue-violet. See how nicely a bright orange stands out against the muted shades of its split complements? And also notice how I've not only broken down the cool hues into multiple shades for this design, I've also used more than one version of the orange. There's a lot going on here. Why do I like split complementary palettes so much? It's because I like the visual sophistication that you get when you're working with 2 colors that are closely related, they visually agree with each other, and you combine them with a color with a completely opposing look from clear across the color wheel. This gives you conveyances of both agreement and dissent within a single color scheme. And that's what I see as this really intriguing and sophisticated dynamic. If you'd like a handy reminder of all the color wheel palettes that we just talked about, download the printable PDF that goes with this video and let this thing help you create your own functional and really good looking color schemes. Starting with grays and then working toward color is my favorite way of bringing color into an illustration or a layout. And I use this method of color development whenever I can because it prioritizes the critical importance of value within any color scheme. So value, that's the lightness or darkness of a hue. And it's the value structure in the colors within an image or a layout that establish visual clarity. Without good value structure, things get mushy and confusing really fast. So whenever possible, I start my search for good looking color schemes by focusing exclusively on value structure. And I do this by working only with grays until things are looking good. And then, and only then, do I turn my attention to color. So let's see what this process looks like with a real-world project. So I'm in Illustrator, and I've used an imported thumbnail sketch to guide my creation of an illustration of a steaming 8-ounce double Americano. And I've carefully shaded everything with 6 values of gray. You can see my gray swatches off to the right, and we're going to be using those in just a minute. Looking at the illustration, notice how its value differences are strongest within the coffee cup. This emphatic range of dark to light values helps draw attention to that part of the image. And the look has been kept quieter elsewhere by limiting value differences. And since the image looks good in grays, it should also look good in color as long as the colors that I apply have the same values as the grays. So let's color this thing. I'm going to start by assembling a triadic palette of color choices based on the yellow-orange, the blue-green, and the red-violet slices of the color wheel. I'll click on these colors from within the color wheel that I've pasted into my document, and then I'm going to go to the pull-down menu in the swatches panel and tell it to add these colors to the panel. From this point, here's what my routine is going to look like. I'll click-drag a copy of one of my gray swatches, and then I'm going to color it by clicking on one of my triadic hues in the swatches panel. Next, I'll double-click on the swatch at the top of the panel to bring up the color picker. And once here, I can click within this panel to come up with all different versions of my color. See these 2 rectangles near the top? The bottom one is the current color, and the top one is whatever I've changed it into. I'll aim for a color that's about the same value as the gray square that I copied a few seconds ago. And I'll hit OK, and then visually compare the value of my new color with its gray neighbor by squinting at them. Squinting limits the amount of color that reaches our brain, and it helps us focus only on values. It's a neat trick. I need to make the color a little lighter, so back to the color picker, and there. I'm going to keep doing this kind of thing until I have at least 1 or 2 versions of each color that matches values with each of my gray swatches. In the end, I'll have a set of color choices that look something like this. Now we're going to color the image. I'll start by selecting a mid-value gray from within the illustration. Then I'll go to Select, Same, Appearance, and all the same grays will be selected. After that, I'll click on the eyedropper tool and click on one of the colors that's next to our gray over to the right, which was also selected when we used the menu command. What about this color? Or this? Or this? And I'll keep doing this with all my grays and trying out different colors and changing my mind here and there, and maybe modifying a color or two as I go. And I can also break the rules if I want and just select an individual element of the illustration and color it however I like. But mostly, I'm selecting groups of grays and swapping them with colors of the same value. And I'll do this until I end up with something I'm really happy with. And there you go. That's my favorite way of coloring an illustration or a layout. It's a method that firmly establishes a piece's value structure before colors are brought into the picture. Give it a try sometime. I think you're going to like it. This course talks about coming up with active color schemes that have anywhere from 3 to a dozen or more colors in them. And here, I want to pull back a little bit and remind us that yes, there are also really powerful, eye-catching, and thematically charged ways of using just one color within a layout or an illustration, or one color plus black. So let's talk about it. And I'll use a fictional ice cream company's branding to demonstrate some points. And it just so happens that my imaginary ice creamery specializes in strawberry sherbet. So I'll be working with a bright strawberry spot color, PMS 177, to demonstrate how this one color, or this color with or without black, could be used to powerfully promote the company through its business card, its packaging, and a promotional poster. For starters, let's work on the company's business card. And since we're going to limit ourselves to just one color of ink while aiming for a powerful and passionate presentation, let's not mess around with how we use our spot color. Let's get real and flood this thing with our vibrant strawberry sherbet Pantone ink, front and back. And we'll reverse the company's logo and text so they appear in white, and also a decorative pattern on the back. There. I'd say that is a lot of visual bang for the buck, considering that this card has been printed on ordinary white stock with just one color of ink. Let's deal with the ice cream container in similar terms. We'll use our PMS 177 and black ink. One PMS color plus black. It's a really common plan for design projects of all kinds, especially when quantities are high and budgets are low. And again, since I'm aiming for some real visual pizzazz here, I'm not going to mess around with a flavorless white background for this thing. I'm going to go big and bright. And I'll both reverse to white and add black to bring some real punch and variety to this design. I like this. I think this is a packaging solution that would stand out really well, it's in even the most crowded convenience store freezer. Next, let's expand the conversation to include lighter shades of both black and our spot color. And why not? If you were designing a poster, for example, and it was going to be printed using a spot color and black ink, you could always break down your inks into various halftone percentages. Here are 4 completely different poster designs, each made using just 2 colors of ink, along with lighter tints of each. Looking at these, it's pretty easy to forget that this is just a 2-color job. And here's our full package of promotional items, including the poster that was designed with 2 colors of ink plus halftone percentages of each color, a packaging design that included only full-strength versions of each color, and a business card that was printed with just one color of ink on white paper. In spite of the simplicity of the color schemes that were used here, none of these designs suffer for lack of visual power. And yes, it does help to have a vibrant color like our strawberry sherbet Pantone color at your disposal when working with just one color of ink or one color plus black. But even when you're assigned to use a less extroverted color, just know that being restricted to a single color of ink with or without black, it doesn't have to be seen as a restriction. Just sit down and work with your color and see what you can do. You might not only surprise yourself with the solutions that you come up with, you might also impress your client with your creativity and your resourcefulness. Here is a simple, streamlined, and flexible way of coming up with good-looking and communicative color schemes. And I use it all the time. In condensed form, it looks like this. I start with a color that I love, and then I look for and add other colors that go well with my starter hue. Now, I know that was pretty fast right there. So let me slow things down and expand on this process for you. And I'll fill you in on what makes this palette building technique almost as simple as I just made it look. So, like I said, my starter color is always a color that I really like. And this means one of two things. First, if I'm working on a personal project, it means just like what it sounds like it means. It means I start with a color that I really like, for whatever reason. And I call this color my starter color or my seed color. But if I'm working on a client's project and I say, I love this color, it actually means something different. It means I found a color that I think will appeal to my client's target audience. And yeah, personally, I usually like these colors too, but sometimes I have to set my personal preferences aside in favor of my target audience's tastes, just the way it goes. And once this seed color is established, whether for a personal or a professional project, I then start thinking in terms of color wheel palettes, like monochromatic, analogous, triadic, complementary, or split complementary. Here's an example. Let's say I really like this dusty but still slightly electric yellow-green, and I want to use it as an accent color for this illustration. And here, I'll go ahead and apply this color to my painter's brush. The illustration's looking better already. So here we go. What if I built an analogous palette starting with my yellow-green? And as always when using the color wheel, I am thinking in terms of dark, light, muted, and bright versions of each of the colors involved. And I'll apply these colors to the illustration, including a few darker shades, just to help my illustration look dimensional. And notice how I've built my cast of colors in a way that keeps my seed color as the palette's starring element. Other colors are all significantly more muted or darker than my starter color. What the heck? I'm going to go ahead and add a couple more colors to this thing, not because they're part of any analogous color scheme, but just because I like how they look. There's no rule against something like that. So, in a nutshell, that's what my favorite way of creating palettes looks like. By the way, if you're new to using the color wheel to help you build good-looking palettes in this way, download the Color Wheel Palettes PDF that's included with this course. Print it out and post it somewhere handy. Instead of creating a palette based purely on either color wheel theory or personal invention, there are times when borrowing colors from an existing work of art or photography, when that makes sense too. And I'm talking about borrowing in two contexts. One, like when you borrow an inspired set of hues from something like an early 17th century masterpiece, and you apply them to a layout or an illustration. And two, in the case where you add a photo or an illustration to a layout, and you borrow colors from it and you apply them to other elements of the design. So let's talk about the first scenario first. Painted masterpieces from earlier times, these can be great resources for color ideas. Palettes from these works of art might be just what you need to give a layout or an illustration exactly the look and the feel that you're aiming for. You want some ideas about who to look at for this kind of inspiration? Well, here are a few of my favorites. And I'd say that each of these painters is really worth a look. You can go to Google or the library or the bookstore and check out Vermeer, of course. and Paul Klee, a real favorite of mine, and Mary Cassatt, Sandro Botticelli, and Gustav Klimt. And also check out the work of Johan Miro. He's a great colorist. So, exactly how can you borrow colors from a masterwork of art? Well, as you know, Illustrator and Photoshop do have a nice little color sampling tool called the eyedropper. Need I say more? All right, enough about borrowing colors from the masters of painting. Let's move on to creating a layout's color scheme by borrowing hues from an image that it contains. Say you're working on a page layout, for instance, and along with a headline, a subhead, and a decorative sidebar and some text, you're working with this photo. So you've got the layout pretty much figured out. And now it's time to add some color. Why not choose colors based on what's in your photo? I mean, after all, that'll help make sure the photo looks right at home in the layout. Let's start with the layout's backdrop color. I want something subtle here, and something other than white. I'll begin by going to the toolbar on the left and activating the eyedropper tool. Now I'll hold down the Command key to temporarily turn the eyedropper into a selection tool, and I'll click on the layout's white background panel. Next, I'll release the Command key, and with the eyedropper active, I'm going to aim for a light area of the tan-colored surface in the photo's backdrop, like way over here to the right, toward the top, this little area. I'll click on it, and there, our page's backdrop is this tan color. It's a little bit dark, so I'll alter it by double-clicking on the color swatch at the bottom of the toolbar to bring up the color picker panel. And while here, I can click on a lighter tan like so, and the new color shows up here. Let's go with this, that's better. Now the headline. I want two colors, so I'll select a word and then sample colors from the photo with the eyedropper tool until I see something that I like. Same for the subhead. And now I'll choose colors in the same way for the pattern off to the left. And I'll use the color picker as needed to fine-tune any of my choices. And there we go, it's not bad at all. Some nice color echoes going on between the image and the rest of the layout. Here are 3 other solutions that were created by sampling different areas of the photo and applying the colors in different ways throughout. I got one with a darker backdrop, one where the backdrop is left white, another with an overall palette of brighter hues, and one that keeps things highly muted. As you can see, there's a huge range of different outcomes that's possible when sampling and applying colors from an image. My suggestion? Try out both of these color borrowing techniques for upcoming projects. You know, the one where you borrow from a masterpiece of painting, and the one where you borrow from an image in your own layout. These can be really effective ways of coming up with good-looking color schemes, and digital technology makes them relatively easy and quick to pull off. Our eyeballs are some really busy little organs, and one thing in particular that keeps them on their toes, so to speak, is the job of constantly letting us know what's worth paying attention to and what can be considered, peripheral. And that's no easy job, especially considering the vast amounts of visual clutter that we face almost every waking minute these days. So that said, we, as designers, we can do the eyeballs of others a real favor by creating layouts and illustrations that provide really clear and sensible cues as to where to look first and where to go next and where to go after that. So how's this done? Compositionally speaking, things like size relationships, visual framing, and directional elements, these can be employed to attract and direct the eye. And color can help too. In fact, let's talk about how color can be used to tell the eye where to go when it encounters a layout. And I'll use a somewhat challenging layout as my subject here. And it's challenging because everything in it seems to be calling for a similar amount of attention. Nothing really stands out here, either through boldness or through size. So if there's going to be a strong sense of visual hierarchy in this piece, it's going to have to come from color. Color to the rescue. Now, before we start working on our layout, let's sidestep briefly and look at some useful principles about color and visual hierarchy. When I say color, what I'm really talking about here are the three components of color: hue, saturation, and value. In terms of hue, warm colors, these attract more attention than cool colors, most of the time. But more importantly, it's usually a color's saturation that determines how much eye-attracting power it actually has. Saturated colors, whether warm or cool, these are good at attracting notice, especially when these bright colors are surrounded by muted hues. And what about value? Strong differences in value tend to attract notice. Lesser value differences attract less notice. And areas with especially subdued value differences hang back even further. Okay, that's not everything there is to know about using color to attract and direct attention, but you know what? It's enough to give us what we need to bring an effective look of visual hierarchy to our eyeball-challenging layout. For starters, let's apply a warm, bright red-orange to its headline. It's a color that should let viewers' eyeballs know where to go first. And let's make sure they get the message by darkening the backdrop with a deep, complementary blue. That way the red-orange really stands out. That looks good. Next, let's make sure the layout's illustration gets its share of notice by coloring it brightly too. Try out some options here. Maybe some cooler colors in there. Now the yellow looks good, but I'm gonna mute things down a few degrees to keep this color from fighting for attention with the headline. That's better. Now a color for the rest of the headline. I could go with our same red-orange, or even a lighter shade. But how about creating some color diversity by using a saturated, cool blue-green? So it's a strong color, but it's one that does not compete with the central type for attention, and I like that. Just to keep things from looking too complicated, I'm going to use the same warm gray for the ad's outer border, along with the subhead and the logo. It's an interesting color, and it's one that definitely plays a purely supporting role within the layout. All that's left is the text. Now, the white looks good, and with white, the type is nice and legible. I like that, but the white just seems to draw too much attention to itself. That's how it looks to me. So I'm gonna go ahead and change the white to a light gray instead. It's still legible, but now it's got a touch of restraint. Now, I'm good with all this, but what if I decided that I wanted the illustration to get more notice than the headline? Well, I'd just mute the colors in the headline, a little bit anyway, and amp them in the illustration. No problem. Here's a side-by-side comparison. Either solution could work. There's nice colors and a clear sense of visual pecking order in both solutions. So keep in mind the things we just talked about the next time that you add color to a layout or an illustration, and let your colors help as you try to make the world an easier to navigate place for the hardworking eyeballs of your fellow human beings. Colors don't need to have anything in common to get along with each other. Complementary colors, for example, they come from opposite sides of the color wheel, and neither has a trace of the other in its DNA. And yet they can look great together as long as the two colors have clear differences in value. And that said, there's definitely a time and a place for palettes made from colors that do share in common qualities. Like when a hint of golden yellow is added to all the colors of an illustration to give it notes of warmth, while also lending the palette a look of interconnectivity because of the in common hints of golden yellow. I first learned about using tints to harmonize palettes when an art teacher, he saw me struggling to get the hues in one of my paintings to look like they were getting along, and he told me the trick about mixing a light, transparent color of some kind and floating it over the top of an entire painting as a way of bringing unity to all its colors. And that's basically what you're doing when, for example, you open an image in Photoshop and you add a solid color fill layer, and you click on a color in the swatches panel, you hit OK, and then change the fill layer's blend mode to overlay. And then reduce its opacity to around 50%. So the before image doesn't look bad, but the hues in the after image with its colored fill layer, they do have this especially nice and harmonious look to them. So here's before and after. So that's one way to help colors get along. You can tint them with an in common hue. This is a treatment you can apply digitally, not only to photos, but also to illustrations and layouts. Another way of infusing a palette with an in-common color using software is to manually tweak the CMYK formulas of all the colors that you're using. So here's another example. Okay, so the colors in this illustration, they're looking all right. But let's say, for whatever reason, I want to bring a unifying touch of yellow into each of its colors. I'll do this manually and not at all scientifically, as you're going to see. Here's what I'm going to do. I'll go over to the swatches panel, double click on the bottom color, this green, and up comes the swatch options panel. Now, since this is a CMYK document, you'll see sliders for cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. I'm simply going to nudge the yellow slider to the right, around 20 or 30%. Adding more yellow to the mix, in other words. Moving upward from there, I'll do the same thing to the next green, and then with the dark green. And with this dark green, I see that the yellow slider is already at 90%. So I'm going to raise it to 100 and also lower the cyan and the magenta percentages. And this is going to give yellow some more priority here. And on up through the colors, skipping over the two yellows since they're already yellow enough, and on to the two neutrals, a little more yellow in each. And you can see how the image is changing here. And finally, a touch more yellow to the violet red crest of our pileated woodpecker. All right, done. Now all the colors lean toward the yellow end of the spectrum. And here's the original for comparison. So here's a before and after, and either could work. The newer version is a touch warmer because of the yellow that's been added, and it shows off a bit more unity in the palette because of the in-common yellow. Keep thoughts and ideas like these in mind when you're working with palettes, and take a good look at what you got and ask yourself, do things look fine just like they are, or could they look even better if I unified my color scheme with an in-common color? Have you ever heard of upstaging? That's when a supporting character of a stage production suddenly decides that they are the star of the show. And they start drawing the crowd's attention to themselves instead of letting it stay on the show's stars like it's supposed to. So upstaging is bad. And it's bad when it happens on stage. It's also bad when it happens in a color scheme. And yes, color schemes, they really do resemble stage productions. They're often built around one or two starring colors, a small handful of co-stars, and then there's a bunch of supporting tints and shades. And their job is to make sure that the stars look good. So we'll talk about both supporting and starring colors. And we'll do this in the context of backdrop hues that are meant to support and foreground colors that are meant to be the stars of the show. Attention-getting colors usually get noticed by being brighter than surrounding hues, and also by being notably lighter or darker than nearby colors. Backdrop colors, on the other hand, they're the flip side. They generally play their supporting roles by being less saturated and either darker or lighter than a palette's starring color. The pale muted blue-gray in this sample, it makes a fine backdrop for a darker and more intense accent color. And here's a light neutral backdrop, and it works well against a dark, vibrant blue. And this dusty mid-value teal, it looks really good behind both a dark and a light hue. And of course, a backdrop can have more than just one color going on. And when it does, we need to pay special attention to the backdrop's values. And in most cases, we need to keep the range of values in those backdrop areas as narrow as possible. Notice how this backdrop features a pair of cool neutrals and how one of the neutrals is only slightly lighter than the other. Here's a third hue that's a tad darker. And that's what I mean by a narrow range of values. A value structure that'll act quietly upon viewers' eyes while also allowing plenty of room for something like a light, bright, warm accent color. Works nicely with a cool accent color too. And now we have warmer hues underneath our cool accent color. And here's a mix of both warm and cool shades in the backdrop and both warm and cool colors up top. Whenever possible, I really like to take time to explore different warm versus cool color schemes when I'm considering both backdrop and foreground colors. And I also like taking a look at lighter backdrop ideas. Here, as you can see, I've added several darker colors with various levels of saturation on top of a light backdrop of muted ivories and warm grays. Look into mid-value backdrops as well. One thing about mid-value backdrops, they can allow for foreground colors that are both lighter and darker. By the way, I know we've been looking at a lot of muted backdrop palettes. Backdrops can be bright too. Same rules apply. Watch the value structure of your overall color scheme to make sure that things stand out like they're supposed to. Bright backdrops like these, they might be just the thing needed if you want to infuse a layout's virtual stage with feelings of energy, thematic flavor, and if you're okay with a backdrop that calls for a fair amount of attention. And yes, all of this applies to other kinds of backdrops too. Digital effects have been used here to narrow down the range of a photo's values in the area where the type sits over top. And here's a darkened version with light type. Working carefully with both foreground and background colors and treating them almost like they were on-stage characters, some starring and some supporting. It's a great way to approach all kinds of design and illustration projects. Give it a try and see what kind of performance you can get from the palettes you create. I'm going to open up an illustration here in just a minute, and then I'm going to color it poorly. And what I'm going to do is point out how the palette fails, and I'm going to show how I will fix it. After that, I'm going to do it again. Another poor application of color and another fix. And then one more time after that. 3 very different and very common color problems and 3 different solutions. And hopefully these demonstrations will put some useful ideas in your head for the next time you come across similar color-related issues. So here we go, my illustration and a poor application of color. Now, to be honest, it's not like this is a complete disaster. It's pretty nice colors, really, but still, I do see a problem. It's subtle, but since we're professionals here, or soon to be professionals, we're all about fixing problems, right? No matter how subtle or how obvious. It's the teal and the orange. They're about the same value. So wherever they touch, they tend to blend a little bit. And since they're complementary colors, they also tend to set off a kind of visual vibration wherever they meet. And that's bad stuff. The fix is simple. Just make one color notably darker or lighter than the other, like this or this. Take your pick, but do pick, because good color schemes cannot be built around weak value structures. Okay, I'll wipe away this palette and start over with a fresh set of poorly considered colors. Now this time, the problem's way more serious. Pretty much all the colors here are about the same value. And obviously, that's not a good thing. But let's just say that for whatever reason, we're stuck with these colors. Maybe it's because, you have a client who thinks they're an art director and they pick the colors. Who knows? So is there any hope? Well, yeah, it's called line work. If value differences aren't going to make this illustration look good, which is what value differences are supposed to do, then we might need to add some line work to make the boundaries really clear between all the colors, and also to visually define the image's content. There are all different kinds of line work options to consider. Another thing you could do is take an illustration like this into Photoshop and airbrush some subtle hints of shading between the colors in strategic places, like so. So here's before and after. These are small fixes, but they're a really big help. All right, moving on and back to Adobe Illustrator. Let's hit reset, apply some more poorly chosen colors. And again, actually, these colors aren't all that bad. There's a good value structure going on here. Nice range of bright and muted hues. So what's the problem? Well, here's what I see. Okay, the bright orange yellow inside our central globe is meant to be its accent color. And I'd say it's doing a good job, especially since it's surrounded by darker and more muted hues. My only problem with this thing is that this accent color, it's used too much. It's used too much in other places, I mean. It's nice how 3 other planets connect with the central globe here by sharing this color. But in this case, I happen to want my earthly globe getting all the attention it can, which isn't happening since my attention-grabbing yellow is spread around here, here, and here. Easy fix. I'll just mute this yellow a bit everywhere it appears except within the globe. That's way better. Now there's a nice echo going on between the globe and its outer space neighbors, but those neighbors are no longer fighting with our home planet for attention. Now, the color issues we just looked at, they can happen with more than just illustrations. I often see these issues coming up in all kinds of design, illustration, and fine arts projects. So be on the lookout for them and consider applying fixes like the ones we just looked at to make things right. Say you've just finished coloring an illustration that you've been working on, and it looks good, but still you're wanting to push the look of things just a little further. Maybe find a way to make something about it a little more special or different. So you're not exactly sure what you're looking for, but you'll know it when you see it. It's that kind of thing. Well, let me show you a handful of Photoshop tools and treatments that'll not only let you consider, some different color solutions, but it'll also give you a chance to bring extra feelings of sophistication and dimension into your color scheme. Now, this illustration was originally created in Illustrator, which is usually where I create images of this kind. And the reason I've imported it into Photoshop is so I can take advantage of a couple of this program's really useful color manipulation tools and treatments. I'll begin by adding a hue and saturation adjustment layer right over my illustration. Then I'll go to the Layers Control panel and move its hue slider left and right. This gives me a good look at some different color schemes. I can raise or lower the intensity of my colors with the saturation slider. Also, I can use the panel's pull-down menu and its eyedropper tool to select a specific color, like the powder blue in the women's shirts, and try out hue, saturation, and lightness variations for just this color. And like there, I like that. Here's my original, and here's the newer version. I have to say, there's something about this new muted color scheme that I like better. It looks a little more restrained and sophisticated to my eye. Next, how about I push the look of this illustration's color scheme a little further out there. I'll add another hue and saturation adjustment layer. I'm going to pull the saturation of everything way down. After that, I'll use the brush tool to paint into the adjustment layer's mask, and thereby blocking its muting effects at the center of the illustration. If you look over to the Layers panel and at the layer mask inside our most recent hue and saturation adjustment layer, you'll see where I painted my dark, soft-edged, effect blocking circle. Here's the image with the new layer turned off and back on again. I also like using solid color fill layers to tint and transform color schemes. I'll add one of these fill layers, choose a pea green from the swatches panel. I'm going to click OK, and then go to the Layers pull-down menu and set its blend mode to color burn, which sounds like a lot of steps right there, but it becomes pretty easy and quick once you start working with these kinds of fill and adjustment layers. Next, I'll once again use the brush tool, and I'll paint into this fill layer's mask to block its effects in the inner area of the illustration, like this. Now I'm going to group all these adjusting layers just so I can easily turn them all off and show you a before and an after. We've definitely come a long way from where we started out. It's quite a bit going on here than before, and it really didn't take us all that long to get here, thanks to a few of Photoshop's color altering treatments. And we could have kept right on going with our adjustment layers and looked into a whole bunch of different color outcomes. And I tell you what, with digital tools and treatments like these at our disposal, it wouldn't have taken all that long. So think about it. The next time you're wrapping up work on an illustration, an infographic, or even an entire layout, consider altering and upgrading the look of your piece's coloring through Photoshop effects like these. Now I realize that what I'm going to start talking about right here, it might not seem like it has all that much to do with color, but trust me, it does. And we'll get to that connection in just a minute. So I keep a quality digital camera with me pretty much all the time. Camera like this, and it's a step above a cell phone camera. And I take pictures of whatever catches my eye. You name it, lots and lots of pictures. And it's not uncommon when one or more of these images makes their way into a layout that I do for a client or inside one of my books. So yes, I have a whole bunch of photographs on my computer, and they're mostly organized into folders that say things like buildings, streetscapes, sky, water, people, bugs, nature, and so on. But you know which folder contains the most images? It's the one I call visual textures. Now, what are visual textures? Well, they're images of anything that's visually textural. You know what I mean? It's like a shot of a metal floor, a decorative glass, a peeling paint scene, stainless steel, painted asphalt, you name it. Do you snap photos like these, visual textures? If not, I highly recommend it. And here's where this photographic topic connects with color. The reason why I think you should collect photos of visual textures is because of their ability to significantly transform the look and, even more importantly, the thematic inferences of color. For example, here's a photo of a sign. It's a sign that I shot while I was on a road trip through Montana. It's kind of timeless in the way it looks. It's so old-fashioned, it seems contemporary, you know? Well, I've taken the image into Photoshop, and now I'm adding a photo filter adjustment layer. I'm setting it to sepia and increasing its strength to 100%. And very quickly, the image is starting to look like a proper old-timey photo, right? It's not bad, but something's missing. What is it? Well, you guessed it, some visual texture. So I've already loaded a couple textural images into this document. I'm starting with this black and white shot of some worn and peeling paint. And I'm going to press Command-I to invert the image. And that way it doesn't quite look like it's obviously peeling paint. Next, I'll put the image to work by changing its blend mode to color dodge. And yeah, now our photo is starting to look more properly worn and distressed. In fact, I'll actually lessen this effect slightly by lowering this layer's opacity to 75%. Here it is with the layer off and back on. How about another visual texture layer? Something just to darken the edges of the photo. Here's another image I've loaded into the document. It's an old concrete wall. For this layer, I'll go to the multiply setting, then I'll go to the bottom of the layers panel and click on the Add Layer Mask button. With this mask selected, I'll click on the brush tool and paint with black into the center of the image. And if you know about layer masks, then you know that what I'm really doing here is painting away this layer's effects in the middle of the photo. If you look at the layer mask, you'll see where I've painted into it. Here the layer's off, and now back on again. Now one more textural effect. I'll click on the original image layer, the background layer, and go to Filter and Filter Gallery. I'll open the Texture folder, click on Grain, set the grain type to enlarged, the intensity to 50, and the contrast to 25. There. I'm going to zoom way in here so you can see just what happened. Here's the image without grain, and here it is with it. I like this. That is one aged, weathered, and really beat up old-time photo, or so it appears. It's hard to believe that it started out looking like this just a few minutes ago, and now back again. All right, have you got a pocket-sized digital camera? If not, you can use your cell phone camera to shoot pictures of visual texture, but I'd recommend this model because the quality is simply higher. So keep what you've got on hand and keep your eyes open for photo opportunities that include visual texture. And believe me, these photo ops are everywhere, and you can use these images to do all kinds of really interesting and attractive things, not only to photos, but also to illustrations, backdrop patterns, and even entire layouts. The early stages of a layout or an illustration can be some of the hardest working, deepest digging, and stress-generating times in the life of a designer. These are the parts of a project where you've met with the client and you're brainstorming and sketching ideas and getting started finalizing content by trying out color schemes and choosing fonts and all that kind of thing. And it's hard work and it's sometimes long hours. So I don't know about you, but when I finally get to the point where things have come together and I'm looking at a layout, a logo, a graphic, or an illustration that I'm happy with and I'm feeling eager to present the thing to my client, that's when all my feelings of stress and pressure, they just go away, they disappear, and it feels good. And you know what? Interestingly, I've learned that the best thing to do at this very moment, this perceived moment of victory, is to pull my chair a few inches closer to the computer, wipe off my glasses, crack my knuckles, and dig even deeper into my search for the best possible solution for my project. Much in the same way a movie director might look into alternate endings for a movie they're working on. Now, bringing this around to the topic of color, this is what I'm talking about here. Say you've just finished a layout. You pull up a fresh copy of your design and you ask yourself, hey, what about this headline? I know it looks good in red, but what if I brightened it or muted it or went with 2 different reds? What if I did away with the red completely and borrowed a cool color from the photo instead and cooled down the light background color too, and then applied a warm neutral shade to the initial cap and to the company's name? And since all the color swaps and palette changes I've just made were so easy to do with my digital tools, I'll just keep right at it. Like, what if I really changed direction here and converted my entire layouts palette to warm and cool grays, including the photo, and then maybe I popped in an accent color or a couple of accent colors, and maybe do something tricky with the photo's colors, and then echo one of the photo's colors in the border. And while I'm creating all these different possible outcomes for my design, believe me, I'm saving each one either on a page or in a document of its own. I want to be able to compare these things to each other to decide which one or which ones I want to present to my client. I might even put every last version on my laptop or my iPad and bring them to my meeting just in case I get the feeling that my client wants to see some more ideas. I do this kind of alternate ending color explorations when I'm working on pretty much any kind of design project. It could be a layout, website, illustration, signage, whatever. And why not? This is work that usually starts after the stress of coming up with a good idea is already gone. So you got nothing to lose at this point. And as often as not, I'm telling you, you're gonna find solutions here that make your earlier ideas look like second place finishers. There's nothing like hands-on experience with paints to solidify and expand what we know about color. So whenever I get to talk to designers about color, I suggest strongly that they paint, just for fun if nothing else, to really come to grips with both color theory and color application. Now, before I get into painting supplies and actual painting projects, I want to return to something we talked about way back at the beginning of this course. It's the color wheel. This color wheel, the standard model that most art schools use when they're teaching about color. Well, how do I put this? This color wheel, the one that we all know and love, it's a lie. Well, okay, it's not really like this outright lie, but it's not exactly true either. The traditional color wheel with red, yellow, and blue as its primaries, it doesn't quite mesh with the reality of how colored pigments behave in the real world. But don't go and throw away everything that we've talked about here about the color wheel. This standard model color wheel, it's actually so close to reality that you're going to be perfectly fine using it for all the palette building and color formulating work that we've been talking about. But it is worth knowing that there's a lesser known color wheel that works even better, especially when it comes to using actual paints and inks. It's called the CMY color wheel. C is for cyan, M for magenta, and Y for yellow. These are the primary hues of what I like to call the painter's color wheel. And very interestingly, cyan and magenta, two of the primary colors of the painter's wheel, it can't even be made using hues from the standard color wheel. And if you've painted much, then you know what I'm talking about here. You just can't mix red, yellow, and or blue to make a true, honest-to-goodness, vibrant cyan or a good-looking magenta. Can't be done. The painter's color wheel not only includes true cyan and true magenta, it features them as primary colors. This wheel also includes red and blue, primaries of the standard color wheel. It's just that red and blue count only as tertiary hues on the CMY wheel. And by the way, CMY, where have we heard these initials before? Oh yeah, they're three of the four initials in CMYK, as in CMYK printing inks. That's right, printers learned a long time ago that if they were ever going to print a maximum range of colors, they needed to go with the CMY color wheel instead of the traditional red, yellow, blue wheel. Because of this connection between CMY color wheels and the CMYK colors of printing, I'm going to suggest in the very next movie that you actually start painting using cyan, magenta, yellow, and black paints, plus white. These tubes of paints allow you to mix more colors than you can get from tubes of red, blue, and yellow. Not only that, but every time you work with cyan, magenta, yellow, and black paints, you're going to be learning color-related lessons that can really help you out the next time you're either choosing or adjusting a CMYK formula for a layout or an illustration. One more thing. You might be wondering, why don't more people know about the CMY color wheel, the painter's color wheel? I mean, I wonder about that too. I think it's just a matter of traditional. People started getting used to the standard color wheel a long time ago, and they just keep on using it. And really, that's okay with me. I like using and knowing about both of these wheels, the CMY wheel and extended wheel. They're both very useful when it comes to formulating colors and creating color schemes. And guess what? You can download copies of both of these wheels. PDFs are included with the course. Go get them. A lot of today's designers and illustrators work digitally. So when I suggest that they try using real-world paints to expand and solidify their understanding of color, they might find themselves, looking around their work area and saying, yeah, it sounds good, but I don't see too many painting supplies around here. If you're one of those designers, then let me help you out. I've provided a simple list of painting supplies with the resources for this course. Just some things to get you started and without spending a fortune. So let's talk about the things on this list. Paint-wise, I'm going to recommend acrylics. Why? It's because they don't stink and they don't let off toxic fumes. Acrylics are water-soluble when they come out of the tube, and once they're dry, they're water-resistant, which is why you should never let acrylics dry on a brush. It's almost impossible to get dry acrylics off a paintbrush. Now, I'm going to recommend 5 specific tubes of acrylic paints: primary cyan, primary magenta, primary yellow, Mars black, and zinc white from Golden Acrylics. Why these colors? It's because this cyan, magenta, yellow, and black are very similar in color to the CMYK colors used in printing. And not only are a huge range of colors possible by mixing just these 5 tubes of paint, every time you use them, you'll be learning lessons about color that can be applied to CMYK print jobs, and that's awesome. Along with these tubes of paint, you may want to pick up some gesso, and it's a chalky white paint-like substance you can apply to papers and cardboards to give them a tough, toothy, paint-ready surface. A container of either gloss or matte medium could also come in handy. These mediums start out whitish and then they dry clear. And you can add them to your paints and make them more transparent. Next, just get some inexpensive nylon or synthetic brushes. I'd suggest these 4 sizes: a fine tip 000, a good all-purpose number 6, a 1/2 inch shader, and get a 3/4 inch flat tip brush for things like large backdrops and for applying matte or gloss medium over a painting. While we're on the topic of brushes, here are some quick brush care tips. Don't let your brushes stand on their heads in the water jar. It can damage their tips. Swish and swirl the paint out of them like this, and then lay them flat, like so, or like so. You'll also want a round-tipped palette knife for mixing paints, and a cheap plastic or metal palette. Or you could go to the second-hand store and just get an old muffin tin for a palette. That works fine. Then a pad of nice, thick watercolor paper. An illustration board works great too. If these options are too expensive, you could always paint or roll some gesso onto scraps of cardboard. That works just fine. Other basic supplies include a water jar, some expendable rags, and I also like to use a spray bottle to keep my paints from drying on my palette or on my brushes. And a second-hand hairdryer can be handy too to speed up the drying process. And that's about it. Just protect your clothes and your work table from paints and spills. You should be good to go. This is a good, solid, short, and practical list of painting supplies. Earlier in this course, we talked about using grays to establish, the all-important value structure of our digital color projects, and how those grays can then be swapped out with colors of the same value. And you know what? I want you to try this using paints. Painting in this way gives us great chance to practice judging values, and it gives us hands-on experience with paints while teaching us lessons about how colors can be mixed and altered to make them lighter and darker. So here's an idea for you. We'll paint a value chart using the 5 colors of paint that I've talked about before: cyan, magenta, yellow, black, and white. You'll also need a brush or two, a piece of watercolor paper, a palette, and a pencil. I'll start by penciling in a 5-inch square, thereabouts, on my piece of watercolor paper. Nothing exact, just freehand this thing. Now 4 evenly spaced horizontal lines. Next, let's paint with acrylics. I'll fill my 5 horizontal rows with 5 values of gray, from light to dark. For your lightest gray, start with a small blob of white paint and just add a tiny touch of black. When you're mixing light colors, start with white. Otherwise, you can end up wasting tons of white paint trying to lighten a dark color. Take the time to really fine-tune your grays until you have 5 values that travel in even steps from light to dark. Then let your paint dry with or without a hairdryer for help. Next, pencil 3 evenly spaced vertical lines. Now, starting with cyan, I'll make a little dab of it right on top of some of my grays in the second column. And I'm looking here for a value match. I'm squinting my eyes hard and trying to see the square where the cyan's value matches the gray underneath. And interestingly, the cyan right out of the tube is very nearly the same value as our darkest gray. So I'll fill this square with the cyan. Later I'm going to make the cyan a little darker so it matches the value of gray even better, but for now I'll just leave it as is. After that, I'll make lighter versions of the cyan that match the lighter grays. And I'm taking my time here. I'm being very picky as I aim for accurate value matches, and that's something that takes both practice and patience. Next, I'll make a column of yellows. The yellow is about the same value as the lightest shade of gray, so I'll fill this square. And the rest of the yellows are going to need to be darkened. Now, I could do this by simply adding different amounts of black to the yellow, but personally, I'm not crazy about the look of most colors when you just darken them with black. Instead, I like to begin the darkening process by adding a color's complement. And the complement of yellow, according to the painter's CMY color wheel, is blue-violet. So I'm mixing a dark blue-violet for use when I'm darkening my yellow. So here we go. I'm adding some of the blue-violet to the yellow. And when I get it to where I like it, I'm filling the second and third squares in the yellow column in this way. When I get to the even darker yellow squares, I'll also add touches of the black, along with the blue-violet, just to get things dark enough. Same process for the magenta column. Finding a location for the straight-up magenta, adding white to lighten it, and darkening it with its complement, green, plus a little black. There, done. So 2 things, creating this value chart. It was fun. And every time I do something like this, I actually learn a ton about what happens when cyan, magenta, yellow, black, and white pigments are mixed. And in terms of the digital work that I do for a living, this is going to be some really useful knowledge the next time I'm choosing or adjusting colors for my layouts or illustrations. I want to leave you with one more paint-related project idea. This project involves painting a portrait of your favorite coffee mug or your favorite teacup, and you'll use the 5 colors of paint that we've talked about in this course: primary cyan, primary magenta, primary yellow, and black and white, and any other painting supplies that you need. Why this project? Well, for starters, it's because most everyone has a favorite coffee mug or a favorite teacup, right? More importantly, this is a project that'll bring together all the color theory and color ideas that we've been talking about throughout this course. And by the way, this project, it should be fun too. And if at any point it starts feeling like something other than fun, you're probably not following my instructions closely enough. So let me show you how this thing works. First, set up a space to paint. Then choose your coffee mug or your teacup, put it in place, and sketch it out. And be sure to use and accept whatever drawing skills you have. I mean, if photorealism is out of reach for you, then go semi-abstract, or your version of impressionistic. That's totally fine. Next, paint the whole thing with grays. Mix up maybe 6 values of gray and work on shading your drawing with flat panels of these grays until you're happy with the values in your composition. Feel free to liven things up artistically too. Paint in some imaginary patterns, dots, or textures to add visual interest. And work on your grayscale painting until its value structure looks clear, strong, and nicely thought out. And once you get there, let the paint dry. So from here on out, the only so-called rule is to replace your grays with colors of the same value. I mean, you've already done the hard part here. You've worked out a good, strong value structure for your painting. Now, simply replace your grays with colors of the same value. Use whatever colors you want, and be sure to explore different levels of saturation for your colors. And use the CMY color wheel that comes with this video to help you figure out how certain colors are mixed. There's literally no end to the different colors that can be blended using the primaries of cyan, magenta, and yellow, along with black and white. And also let the color wheel help you find a color's complement, like if you want to add a complement to a color to either mute it or to create a brown or a gray. And I should mention too that artists who mostly work digitally, like most of us, will quickly be reminded that there's no undo command with real-world media like this. Just know that every mistake you make, I mean, every time you waste paint or you have to redo something, or if you just plain blow it, you've just learned something about paints and painting. I mean, every time. Maybe it's something you never want to repeat, or just as likely or more likely, you just learned something that could come in handy another time. So go easy on yourself. We've just learned a whole bunch about values and colors here, and the ways of paint. By the way, I did that whole project on a Sunday morning. I had music playing, had a couple cups of coffee. There were no clients, no deadline, no expectations, other than to learn something about paints and color and to have a good time. And I hope that you will approach this in a similar way, because I think we learn the most when we allow ourselves to enjoy the art that we do. All right, we've learned about the color wheel, prioritizing value, making good-looking palettes, CMYK and RGB colors, and colors of paint. Where to go next? First of all, keep learning. Practice what you've discovered here and constantly look for new choices and new roles for both the starring and supporting colors of your palettes. Next, take charge. I mean, always be willing to second guess your computer's color ideas. Better yet, build your palettes from scratch. That's what I do, and it definitely keeps my head in the color game. And last, open your eyes wide to how great designers and great artists use color. Look at books, websites, magazines, and visit those art galleries. There are endless ideas and inspiration in all those places. So, thank you for taking a look at this course, and best of luck choosing and applying colors to all your works of design and art.
What immediately comes to mind when you think of creative collaboration? I bet I know. Brainstorming meetings, right? You know, the ones where instead of being excited to share your ideas, you stay quiet for fear of them being shut down. And instead of group interaction, there's one or two usual suspects doing all of the talking. All too often, in brainstorming and ideation sessions, no one is engaged, everyone wants to be somewhere else, and the group ends up coming up with the same tired solutions. But imagine having the confidence to share your ideas and trusting that you'll be seen and heard. Imagine being in meetings where it isn't the loudest ideas that are acted upon, but the ideas that are the product of the group being in a state of constant flow, sharing, incorporating, and amplifying each other's ideas. And then imagine that from this creative collaboration, your team and your company end up creating products and providing services that go above and beyond your users' and clients' expectations. We have this ability. We have this power. And I'll tell you why. Because there are ways to make creative collaboration both effective and fun. In this course, I'll share tons of fresh approaches, effective techniques, and exercises I call creative doses, which will transform creative collaboration into an enjoyable and productive process. I'm Denise Jacobs, international keynote speaker, trainer, and author of Banisher Inner Critic. Join me in my LinkedIn Learning course and discover how you can start sharing your ideas, become a masterful listener, and encourage others to contribute their brilliance so that your teams can start creating better together. Let's do this! Have you noticed that creativity is the new black? Seriously, creativity is popping up everywhere, and it's increasing in focus in people's lives on both professional and personal levels. In the last decade in particular, creativity has really come to importance in work, with several major surveys and studies revealing that creativity is one of the top skills needed at all levels of a company. Here are a few. In 2010, IBM did a study asking CEOs this question: what is the most important skill executives will need over the next 5 to 10 years? The top skill was creativity. Every year, Adobe does a study called The State of the Create, where they interview professionals worldwide about creativity. In 2012, 80% of the participants felt that creativity is essential to unlocking economic growth. In 2013, Time magazine polled people about what skills they valued most in their coworkers, over intelligence, compassion, humor, and thankfully over beauty, because that would be extremely shallow. 94% said that it was creativity. In 2016, LinkedIn did a study of the skills that recruiters are looking for in a person's job history. Creativity was number 7 out of 8. And finally, in 2019, LinkedIn did a report on their findings of the most in-demand skills for companies to cultivate in their employees. At this point, you won't be surprised to find out that creativity is the top skill on the list. Clearly, creativity is no longer nice to have as skills go. Creativity has become both a business and career imperative. However, you may not think of yourself as creative, and I bet I know why. Like most people, you've probably equated creativity with art and have believed that creative people are special ones who produce some kind of visual art, writing, dance, or music. This is such a narrow and limiting way of thinking about creativity. Within this definition, if you're not an artist, then you're not creative. Boo! I'm not a fan. I firmly believe that all people are creative. So let's work with some new definitions of creativity that are more accessible to all. Here are a few for you. Sir Ken Robinson says that creativity is newness produced. Bruce Nussbaum, the author of Creative Intelligence, says creativity is making connections and seeing patterns. And the definition of creativity that I'm most fond of is that creativity is bringing something new into being. Take those in and think about what that means. With these new, more inclusive definitions of creativity, it means that people in all kinds of positions and industries are creative. Now, that's what I'm talking about. Scientists are creative, managers are creative, CEOs and executives are creative. People who are technical, like developers, engineers, or analysts, are creative. I say this all the time, but it bears repeating. I believe the goal that we should all set ourselves to is not to focus on if we're creative, but rather to figure out how we are creative and then operate from there. Because here's another thing that I firmly believe. For humans, creativity is more than just a desire or aspiration. I believe that as humans, we must create. We are hardwired to create. It's part of our DNA. It's part of what drives us forward through life. It's part of what we came here to do. The good news? We don't have to reach for being creative. It's already there. What we do have to do is to build the skill of creativity, not just to succeed in our work, but to fully embrace our human potential. As humans, we are driven to create. Also, as humans, we are social creatures. So why do we believe that to be truly creative, everything we come up with has to be original, unique, and come solely from ourselves? What's tripping us up is the myth of the lone creative genius, a single person in their garage or in their basement or at their desk who is a continuous font of cutting-edge, amazing ideas. Once they've generated their ideas, then they'll bring them to the group, and the group will go, "That's a great idea," and then execute upon it. Sound familiar? Here's the problem. When we feel like we're supposed to be the super creative person who effortlessly generates great ideas, then we won't go out and ask for help when we're stumped. And we'll be hesitant to share ideas with others for fear that our ideas will be stolen. This prevailing myth and the resulting fears isolate us and are debilitating to our creativity. The result is hierarchy and separation within teams and companies. It creates silos. The passage of information from one person to another slows, and people become more individualistic and less able to work well together. Here's the thing. Working in teams and generating and executing upon ideas together is one of the skills that we need the most right now. That's right. Collaboration is the third top skill needed in the workplace, as the LinkedIn's 2020 study shows. Why is collaboration such a powerful and important addition to creativity? Because ideas are stronger when combined. Truly great ideas come from people taking two or more disparate things and putting them together. In this course, we're going to explore 4 steps to break the barriers to creative collaboration. They are unblock, connect, combine and play, and support. In combination, these steps will help you learn how to co-create and create better together and amplify creative collaboration. We get to our creative best not by being isolated, but through finding others who inspire us and who we can work with in concert towards a common goal. Let's get started. What do you feel is one of the major blocks for creativity, both individually and within teams? One word: fear. That's right. The main block to letting creativity flow is fear. In my work, I hear people's fears around creativity all the time. These fears reveal themselves during my workshops, and very often after my keynotes, people come to me with their creativity confessions. Here are 4 fears that are particularly prevalent when it comes to creative collaboration. The first one is the fear of being criticized and judged. You may think something like, "My ideas will be perceived as stupid, and it will reflect poorly on my intelligence and ability." And you may fear people rejecting your ideas, that they'll say something like, "Well, that's a stupid idea. How did you even get hired here?" Then there's the fear of not being perfect and making mistakes, otherwise known as perfectionism. You may think things like, "Well, if I'm going to share an idea, then by golly, it's got to be spot on." And when you've got an idea, you believe that it has to be completely thought out and that you need to know all of the answers to any questions that may come up. There's also the fear of not being enough, what I refer to as deficiency anxiety. You may have a litany of these thoughts running through your head. I'm not smart enough. I'm not creative enough. My ideas aren't good enough. I haven't gotten enough education. Finally, there is a fear of not being as talented as others, what I like to call comparison syndrome. You may be quiet in meetings because you're convinced that your ideas aren't as good as the other people on your team. You may think, "I can't compete against people who are smarter, more talented, and have more experience." With so many fears taking up our mental bandwidth, how could our great ideas possibly come out? You may not be aware of this, but all of these fears are actually forms of the inner critic. This internal voice of self-doubt originally developed to protect us, but now it just wreaks havoc with our ability to express our brilliance. Clearly, before we're able to show up fully to creative collaboration, we need to be aware of how our inner critics are showing up and create a barrier to accessing these great ideas. Once we've done that, then we can use tricks to distract the inner critic and techniques to banish it so that we start trusting our ideas more and begin to fully enjoy the process of creative collaboration. Because listen, when you start trusting your ideas, sharing them, and then becoming an adept listener to take in the ideas of others, creative collaboration can become a joy. There are some powerful tools that I'll be sharing throughout this course. Since the absolute best way for you to see that these techniques work is to see them in action, for this video and several others in the course, we'll go into my creative collaboration workshop where I'll bring in some friends to run through my creative dose exercises. Feel free to use these exercises with your own teams and your own co-creators. Are you ready to go and check out the workshop? Let's go! How you guys doing today?
So good.
Okay, so we are going to do an exercise, a creative dose that I call snowball fight, also a way to identify your inner critic. So you guys ready to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have papers on your table here, papers and pens. What I want you to do is I want you to take a piece of paper, and I want just one, and I want you to think about the top fear you have around creative collaboration, right? So when you think about collaborating creatively with people, what's the top fear where you're just like, oh, I would do that, but just one fear. Write that one fear down. Don't sign your name on it. Don't put down your Instagram account or your LinkedIn profile. This is totally anonymous. So once you have that written down, crumple up your ball of paper, your piece of paper, into a ball. Hold your fists in the air. Okay, so come on out here with me from behind the tables. This is what we're going to do. And actually, let's mix it up. Let's mix it up so that you're in different places and the thing. They're like, oh, we're just going to switch whatever.
I think I'm in the same spot.
Whatever works. On the count of 3, this is what you're going to do. You're going to throw your ball of paper across the room. And they kind of like toss it up. Now, if you were in a bigger group of people, like say you had 20 people, say you had 100 people, it's a fantastic exercise for that. You got a lot of people, you got a lot of balls of paper, you throw them at each other, and then we'll do this. Ready on 3? Okay. 1, I'm gonna get out of the way. I want to get a piece of paper in my head. 2, don't throw it too far because we don't have to go foraging for it. 3. Right, that's like a toss. So grab a piece of paper, grab a snow. Well, I call these snowballs. Did you see? You had to go for it. Somebody had a good arm. Let's start calling you slugger or the pitcher. Okay, so let's come together. I would love to see. So you don't know whose ball of paper you've got. Let's open them up and let's have a listen. I'd love to hear what you have for fears around creative collaboration. What do you have? Being too big. Oh, so kind of like, this is my interpretation, like having your ideas be kind of too forward thinking or too big or like taking over the meeting. That's my interpretation. I could be wrong. What's this one? Rejection. So common. How about this one? People not liking my idea. Super natural. Hear it all the time. Bad ideas. Totally, right? Like, so you hold your ideas back because you think they're going to be bad. What's this one? Mine blanks out and I get nothing, right? So like blank slate forever. And then what we got for this one? The people won't like any of my ideas. Super common. So can you see how you probably may have heard something that sounds like it may have been something that was in your head that you didn't write down. It may have been the thing that you wrote down. But does that kind of make you feel a little bit better that you all have these fears, right? So can you imagine when you go and you actually come and you collaborate with other people, that they're bringing these same fears as well, right? So this often helps to know that other people have their fears. That's going to be holding their ideas back, and that you can kind of get over that, and then you can get to the other side where you actually start sharing your ideas. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. When we're wrestling with inner critical thoughts and losing the fight, the result is completely detrimental to creative collaboration. What's the outcome of this? For fear of them not being good enough, we become stingy with our ideas. We keep them to ourselves instead of being generous and putting them out into the world to grow and proliferate. When this happens, we're committing ideacide. We're killing the seedlings of our ideas before they've had a chance to start to grow and eventually blossom. On a personal level, The problem with ideacide is that it creates a habit of suppressing the very act of idea generation, and it erodes our creative confidence in the process. But it doesn't just stop there. Ideacide has consequences for the people that we work with as well. Here's what you probably don't realize. Your nascent, partially formed inklings and fledgling ideas have the potential to be a powerful catalyst that ignites the collective fire of creative collaboration. When we're in creative flow, we are fully in our creative confidence, and as a result, we are fully in our creative power. When we're in our flow, there is no question of whether our ideas are good or not, whether they compare to another's, or if anyone will think our ideas are stupid and judge us for it. There's just flow, exploration, applied learning from immediate feedback, and continuous discovery. If we could remove the blocks to generating ideas when we're with others, creative collaboration could reach that place of flow as well. Here's an idea. What if you just let those thoughts go? What if, instead of spending your time mulling over whether or not your ideas are good enough, whether you know enough or have enough experience, or that your colleagues are smarter and more talented than you, what if you made a conscious decision to stop committing ideacide and just put your ideas out there and be generous with them? We can start to reclaim our creative power and start letting ideas flow by tapping into the power of our imagination, and while doing so, start to access a place of exploration and discovery, but with others. Let's see how this can work in the workshop. So, hi.
Hi.
Thank you for coming. We're going to do an exercise, a creative dose, called What Is It? Now, we've got a bunch of items here on the table. And so I'm going to start. I'm going to choose an item. I think I'm going to choose this one. Now, what I'm going to do is I am going to describe it to you. I'm going to describe it to you. But the trick is, and this is what we're all going to do going around, you can't actually say what it is. I have to make something up. So this is what I'm going to say. This is a rare egg from the planet of Freon that has been passed down through the royal family for centuries. It's come into my family. I feel that you should have it, and I would like you to have it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's a generous gift.
I'm a generous person.
And now what do I do?
Now what you do is you describe what this is, but it's a totally different thing.
Okay.
And you describe it and you give it to her. She describes it. She gives it to you, to me, and then we'll do one more round with another object.
Okay.
Okay.
This is my friend Tom. He's pretty quiet, but he does warm up to people. He's a little shy at first, but you'll see he can only wink. That's his way of communicating. So ask him yes or no questions, and he'll blink once for yes and twice for no.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to have my friend Tom.
Hi, Tom. It's nice to meet you. Okay. Hey. This is the key to my apartment.
Oh, wow.
I think that we've become good friends now, and I would like you to have it. However, when you insert the key into the lock, you have to push the button right here, which will then change the color of the key, which will match up to the key lock hole, and then it will transform, and then you can open the door.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And it takes about 3-4 seconds.
should be careful of that button then.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Okay.
use it anytime.
Technology.
New friend.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I feel honored. This, my friend, is a constellation in the Acrylica galaxy. And it's very small, as you can see, very fragile. And sometimes with just a simple brush stroke, you can wipe the entire constellation away. So I'm giving to you for safekeeping because I'm afraid that I might ruin it.
Wow, thank you so much. I'll be careful with it. Hey,
Hey.
this is my heart.
Aww.
It beats and it likes you very much and it needs a good guardian. So there you are.
I am happy to be the guardian of your heart.
Great.
Now, we could do this another round. I think we're actually good here. This is a great exercise to do just to help stimulate your imagination and also to help you see that whatever you come up with is okay, right? And that you get accepted, you can pass it on to the next person. So, thank you guys. That was
Thank
great.
you.
See how that works? You'll find the less you let your inner critic distract you and just go with the ideas that you do have, the more they will start to flow and potentially spark an idea flow in others as well. Most of the time, we think that we have to bring our best ideas to the table. The irony is that most often, this mindset completely blocks our ideas instead. The paradox of idea generation is this. In order to get to the best ideas, we need to change our attitude towards failure. Most of the time, we treat failure as the worst outcome. However, in order to trick our brains into letting the ideas trapped in our head out, whether they're allegedly good or not, we need to employ some creativity brain hacks to take the pressure off. In the Creativity for All LinkedIn Learning series, I spoke about 2 brain hacks that will be helpful to shift out of a perfectionism mindset into a more open and exploratory one. The first one is to adopt an experimentation mindset. The second one is to be bad on purpose. What if we deliberately go for the worst idea on purpose? This can change the whole dynamic and free our brains up to be truly creative. Going for the worst combines the power of these 2 approaches. By being bad on purpose, our starting point will be that high quality is not the goal. Then, by adopting an experimentation mindset, we'll put ourselves in a place of exploration and experimentation where there's no right or wrong, only discovery. Going for the worst refreshes our idea generation. By playing with being deliberately as bad as possible and knowing that it's a failure from the start, we'll expand our approach to a process that we previously felt blocked by. Going for the worst will help unblock the flow of ideas for us individually, which will be invaluable when we start to connect and collaborate with others. And finally, going for the worst gives us the space to learn, grow, expand, and adds an element of playfulness so that we actually have fun throughout the process. This creative dose is called World's Worst. One technique that we can use to shift our brains away from the fear that our ideas need to be perfect is to deliberately start with the worst and go from there. Here are 3 ways to start with the worst. The first one is, that's ridiculous. Generate your ideas by trying to make them as silly, unrealistic, crazy, or absurd as possible. The second one is, worst idea ever. If you need to, go for the absolute worst ideas that you can think of. If you find yourself thinking, this is a really bad idea, then you are completely on the right track. And the last one is, what would the world's worst X do? You can even model your idea from what the world's worst whatever would do or say. For example, the world's worst inventor, the world's worst designer, or the world's worst entrepreneur. Instead of starting with the best, start with the worst and work your way up from there. You may find that the worst may just be the best place to start. What do you have to lose? Nothing, but you have everything to gain creatively. So often in brainstorming meetings, little progress is made because people have a fixed idea of what the outcome of the discussion should be. When our expectations of an outcome are set, we aren't present to what could be. Creative collaboration then gets blocked. The information that does come through is often distorted by the filters of assumptions made. We don't ask clarifying questions. We can't hear what's being offered because it's not a match with what we had in mind. However, collaboration flows when we're open to the suggestions of others and then work with what is supplied. Collaboration flows when we are responsive and adaptable. As we become more adept listeners and begin to practice relaxing our agendas, the next skill we need to develop is to become more mentally nimble. In shifting to incorporate new ideas into what we started with, we'll develop the superpower of expanding initial ideas into those that are stronger. Remember, collaboration is not when one person has an idea and everyone executes upon it. True collaboration comes when everyone's contribution is given importance and then built into the final outcome. Let's go see it in action. Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for coming. We're going to do an exercise, one of my favorite exercises. This creative dose is called Story by Suggestion. This is how it works. You are going to be the storyteller, the first round. You're going to be the listener. Storyteller, this is what you're going to do. You're going to tell a story, but you're going to leave holes in the story for either a noun or a verb for the listener to supply. Okay? Now, here's the thing. You don't have to think of the story yourself. I will supply you with the premise of the story. There you go. Listener, you don't have to think of the words. There will be a list of words on the screen. Here's the one thing I want you to remember. Just go down the list. You don't have to try to pick and choose words from the list to try to insert it into the story to make it work. Just read what's down on the list. As the storyteller, you take the word and you make it work with your story.
Okay.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right. Here's the premise of the story before we go into it. You have just come back from a trip to Brazil that you won, and so you're telling your friend here everything about this trip that you won to Brazil.
And I leave out some parts.
And you leave out, so
Okay.
you say something like, well, then they gave me and he says, an apple, and you're like, yeah, an apple, and then you work with it, okay?
Got it.
So yes, and everything that they give you.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah.
Here is the list, and go.
Hey, so I just came back from Brazil. I won it on a
Pomegranate.
yes. And on the pomegranate, there was a
Pencil.
right. And with that pencil, there was a note. And it said, you are going to Brazil. And it was so much fun. I spent most of my time.
Bread.
Yes.
So when she leaves message room for a verb, you can use the verb side.
got it.
Sorry, and then we also have what's that called? A noun side.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. No problem.
Okay.
A bread.
So there was a bread. You are right. Yes. The country loves bread. They actually, one of their biggest ingredients is
Taxi.
yes. There's taxis everywhere, and I had the best taxi driver. His name was.
Ceiling.
He called himself Ceiling because he was so tall, and he always hit his head on the ceiling, so they would call him Ceiling.
Yeah, naturally.
Yeah, and the weather was really
Cards.
so hot. I had to use cards to fan myself because I was sweating. It was like a tropical rainforest. So actually, when I was in the rainforest, I saw a big
Bottle.
of water because I was so dehydrated from hiking all day, and there were monkeys and there were really cool lizards. There was one lizard. It reminded me of a
Flower.
yeah. And actually, there are beautiful flowers in Brazil. The country's flower is called the
Fly.
called the Brazilian fly actually, and it's got actually 4 pairs of wings. And it's really, really fast.
Okay, so this is great. Now I want to give him a chance to tell his story. Okay. So you guys can switch positions. Okay. Now, here's the premise for your story. You're like, oh my God, you went to Brazil? That's amazing. I just came back from a trip from Ecuador. So you get to tell about your trip to Ecuador. And you're going to give words, not from the same list. I have a different list. Remember to leave holes for both nouns and verbs. For you, the nouns are going to be on the left-hand side and the verbs are going to be on the right side. Okay? You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, so we're going to switch. So here's your new list of things. Give her spaces to give stuff, and you guys can make your story together.
Great. So, went to Ecuador recently. It's very hard to get there. To get there, you have to
Sing.
a song about Ecuador, or else they don't let you into the country. There's usually a
Screen.
blocking you from getting into the country. So it's a little difficult, and you have to have a really good singing voice, and you have to stand there and
Sit.
sit. You have to stand and then sit, stand and then sit. It's to make sure that you are physically capable of walking through the
Glasses.
yes. And if you can't stand and sit at the same time, then you can't make it through the glass, because how else are you going to shield yourself from getting
Sweater.
weather? Yeah. Yep. We got to have a little bit of sweater weather here in Ecuador. You'd be surprised because you think it's hot, but it turns out no, it is quite
Paper.
paper thin is how you want that sweater to be because of all the heat. It's true. It's true. Yeah. One of my favorite things I did there, my partner and I, we
Ask.
ask about the food and the culture and the
Candle.
and the candle. They're known for their candles. It's a very religious country. It is. Yeah. Actually, every time that you go into the church, you need to
Right.
down a little prayer for you, which is really sweet. I wrote one for all my friends, and the bishop, he
Sleep.
all day. He's such a snoozer. I gotta tell you, he's very, very tired. It's because of all the writing and the praying and the sitting and the standing and the sweaters and all those kind of things.
So many things happening.
Yeah.
So many
Well,
things.
it was a great trip, and we ate a little bit of
Kitten.
it's local cuisine. It's sad, but it's true, and I just feel like when you're in Rome, Same with Ecuador. And then we left, went to the airport where we met
Watch.
He's the guy who works the counter at the airport and gives you your tickets. He's a very nice gentleman.
It sounds like a wonderful, wonderful trip.
Yeah.
And so, how was it for both of you to have to adapt and respond to these new things? How was that?
I thought it was fun being on that end because I was receiving all this new information from the suggestions, and I was like, oh, where am I going to go with it? So there was not really any pressure to make my story. I just went with it.
Oh, that's great. And how about you?
I thought it was so fun because, I usually plan things out in my head, and in this, I wasn't given the opportunity to do that. So everything had to be like fresh and new, and it was fun getting that off of her.
So you didn't have a story planned, but you probably had an idea of what you were going to talk about, right? And so then as soon as you got, screen or glasses or whatever, you're like, okay, this is not the story that I thought I was going to tell, right? So the great thing about this exercise, and I think it's a great exercise you can use, is that it helps you to really work with whatever suggestions you get and then have to weave them into whatever your ideas were, and then you can come up with something that was even better.
Yeah.
Thank you, you guys.
Thank you.
Connection and creative synergy are the key ingredients in effective teamwork and powerful co-creation, and this is exactly what we're shooting for. Yes, we can be brilliant on our own, but there's a reason that we have gaps in our knowledge and expertise, because there are others whose knowledge complements ours that we can join forces with. We need to let go of our DIY, do-it-yourself mindset, and start to embrace a DIWO, do-it-with-others perspective instead. And as it turns out, the more people we're around, the more creative we become. This isn't mere speculation, by the way. Research has found this. Take two people, both creative professionals. One lives in a town, and the other lives in a city 10 times larger than the town. While both will have great ideas, the one in the city will be not 10 times, but 17 times more creative than the other. The term for this is superlinear scaling. The upshot, the more people you have to collaborate with, the more your creativity will grow exponentially. Bruce Nussbaum, the author of the book Creative Intelligence, suggests that creativity is social and comes out of small teams of 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s. Instead of brainstorming, you need magic circles, small teams of people who trust each other, are familiar with each other, and play together. The more people you have, the more creativity you have. The more creativity there is, the more ideas will multiply and grow from people bouncing concepts off of one another. The more ideas multiply and grow, the faster the group will come to solutions, faster than you would on your own. Let's let go of our fears of not knowing enough, of never being able to keep up with our peers, and thinking that we need to compete. Let's instead embrace the idea that our biggest creative growth will be in working in concert with others to create something amazing. This creative dose is called Create a Magic Circle. What a relief! You don't have to do all the creative heavy lifting yourself. Now you can intentionally leverage the superlinear scaling of creativity by assembling a magic circle of people who will create better together. Ready to start creating magic? You can do so in 2 steps. Step 1, create your circle. If you're building a group, remember that having a lot of people is not the goal. Working with people who inspire your creativity is. Choose people who you want to learn from and also people who will gain from your knowledge and expertise. Don't put all of your focus on generating a lot of ideas together. Instead, focus on building upon each person's expertise to play with new ideas. Also, the group members need to feel comfortable enough with each other to risk looking stupid and making mistakes. Step 2, build trust. Often in teams and projects at work, we don't get to choose who the team members are. While you may not have a basis of trust established with your new co-creators, that doesn't mean that you can't build it. One of the best ways to build trust is to use the technique of plussing, which is often attributed to Walt Disney and is actively used by Pixar studios. With plussing, the team actually works collectively to amplify the ideas of each person. When giving feedback, group members focus on the strengths of the idea and their suggestions build upon them. Through making constructive suggestions and alternative solutions, they add to the original concept and make it stronger. The key to plussing is that no harsh or judgmental language is used when giving feedback. Group members use language like yes and, what if, or how might we do X. By giving feedback in a way that is not only helpful, but that also provides a new additional suggestion that helps the first idea, people begin to feel confident that their ideas and creativity will be supported. Not only will creativity expand, but a sense of trust and safety will develop as well. Ready to get your group together and amplify ideas? Go for it! Often, we don't share ideas for fear of someone stealing them, of someone judging them, or being laughed at or ridiculed because they aren't good enough. Being a curmudgeon with your ideas and keeping them to yourself is detrimental. Realize that your brain is a constant fount of ideas, even when it doesn't feel like it. Just by the nature of having a brain, we live in idea abundance. From an idea standpoint, scarcity is a myth. We have more than enough to share. When we operate from this place, we'll be able to see firsthand that sharing our ideas will elevate the group's thinking. Be generous with your ideas and share them. Your ideas will move the process of your group forward, or they will spark someone else's great ideas. Both instances will be highly beneficial to the group. But don't just share your fully fleshed out ideas. Share your sources of inspiration. Share the things that you don't quite understand or that you're trying to make sense of. Share the ideas that are early and unrefined, fuzzy and half-baked. Why? Because teams that have a free sharing of ideas and data not only produce better decisions, solutions, and outcomes, but also build stronger connection between each team member. And each person's generosity of sharing ideas inspires the other members to do the same. Don't hold yourself and your ideas back. Generously contribute your brilliance to the group. This creative dose is called Contribution Mindset. In his book, Die Empty, author Todd Henry has this entreaty: don't die full of your best work. If you've had a habit of holding back your ideas for either fear of judgment or ridicule, or because you're afraid someone will steal them, then your best work isn't getting out into the world. Our time on the planet is finite. All of us would benefit from the heightened sense of urgency that comes from a reverence and respect for the time that we do have to let what's inside of ourselves out. You have a unique contribution to make to the world. Instead of having a scarcity mindset around your ideas, I encourage you to adopt a contribution mindset. A contribution mindset is one where instead of asking, what can I get from a situation, we ask instead, what can I add? When we share our ideas, we still have an abundance of additional ones. What's more, we can enrich others with our contributions. These 4 guidelines from Die Empty will help you get in touch with those beneficial ideas that are waiting to emerge. The first one is compassionate anger. What riles you up and motivates you to act? Number 2 is obsession. What specific problems or issues do you find yourself consistently drawn to? What issues do others come to you to get insight on and help with that draws upon your expertise and interests? Number 3, hope and aspiration. What possibilities do you see that others cannot? Where do you have optimism and hope for creating change? And 4, avoidance. What have you been ignoring but know in your gut that you should be working on? The answers to these questions are great starting points and will show you the brilliance that you have inside of yourself that's waiting to get out into the world. Share your ideas so that you can grow and evolve them with other creative, passionate people. The world wants and needs you to contribute, so don't hold out on us. Let your great ideas out so that your time on the planet is well spent. While sharing ideas is important, we need to strike a balance. Some people become meeting and conversational bulldozers, where they run over other people's ideas and suggestions through over-talking and oversharing. When we overtalk, we can't let anything in. And if we don't let anything new in, then we won't have enough fodder with which we can grow and develop our ideas. It turns out that one of the most underrated ways of being a valuable part of a group has nothing to do with being the generator of brilliant ideas. Instead, one of the most powerful positions is in being present for others by listening. Effective listening is the foundation of positive human relationships, and being an adept listener is one of the keys to being both a valued team member and leader. As an adept listener, you can create a safe space in which the speaker can feel comfortable in letting out their brilliance. Unsurprisingly, being a good listener is also a big part of being creative. Why? Because listening to others' ideas sparks ideas for you. Then, through reflecting back to the listener their own ideas and creating connection, you also lay the foundation for creative collaboration. As a bonus, improved listening skills have been shown to have a positive effect on self-esteem, personal confidence, and increased well-being in general. It's a win-win-win situation. In giving the person your full attention, you create connection, social value for yourself, and new ideas for yourself. Here are 3 tips for becoming a masterful listener. Number 1, be present. Be really present to the conversation. Make sure you notice when your attention starts to wander away from what the person is talking about. Number 2, pay attention. Focus on the content of what the person is saying and have an active interest. Number 3, relax your own agenda. So often, instead of really listening to people, we hear part of what they're saying, and then our brains start working on formulating a clever response. When this happens, we miss anything that came afterwards, which may have been exactly the content that we needed to work with. Make sure that you relax any agenda that you may have, conscious or otherwise, so that you can fully take in what the person is saying. Use these pointers when you are having conversations. Make a conscious effort to really listen and to help the other person bring out their ideas. Want to try this in the workshop? Let's go. All right. So we are going to do an exercise, a creative dose, which I like to think of as talk versus talk-listen. So this is what you're going to do. You guys are already in pairs, nice and easy. You're going to think of something you're really excited about. Like maybe you're going to Venice. Maybe you're going to take a ceramics class. I don't know what it is, but you're really excited about it. I want you to tell each other, your partner, what it is you're excited about at the exact same time with a lot of energy and a lot of like hand motions and stuff like that. And I will cut you off when it's time. Okay? You ready?
Yeah.
All right, go.
I'm excited about my new song. It's called Distinguished Woman.
So what
Okay, stop. Stop. How was that? To try to say the same thing at the say something at the exact same time.
I have no idea what she said.
I don't know what he
You
said.
have no idea. So you couldn't hear what the other person said.
Nope.
So and did anybody get like kind of thrown off track? Like, what was I saying? Oh, right. I
It's
was.
also
Yeah.
difficult to relay what I'm excited about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, and I heard like one word, and I was like, oh, but then I came back to my story.
Okay, so you're
I heard
focused.
dog.
Oh, no.
Okay, very
That was
good.
part of it.
Yeah.
Now, so that's what happens when you're talking at the same time, trying to talk over each other. Doesn't really do too much. Now, easy. This time, one person's going to be the listener, the other person's going to be the talker. You can talk about the exact same thing or something different, but this time, one person listens, the other one talks. The listener, what I want you to do is to really listen and give all of the verbal cues and all of the kind of, physical cues that say that you're listening. You ready? And then we may switch, we may not. Ready? Okay.
Go.
Great.
I just had this new
I'm a
song
very
that I
big Harry
made
Potter
this
fan,
morning,
and my
and
boyfriend
it
got us
was
tickets for this Harry
called,
Potter cocktail class,
Distinguished
where
Woman.
everybody
I was
like
in the
gets a
mirror
robe and a
writing
wand, and
today,
you go in, you get to
and I
like,
was
it's like
"You
being in a
look
potions
distinguished.
class,
I'm gonna make
but
this
with
song for you." And then I
cocktails.
was like, hey,
We're going next month.
you're a
Do you have any idea what the recipes
distinguished
are?
woman. And I just,
I have
just
no
made it,
idea. I'm
and,
mostly
I
just
was
excited to
singing it
sit
all
in front of a
morning,
cauldron with
and
a
here we are
wand
today.
and a
And
robe
it's just
on.
it's in my head still. So.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. And if you haven't switched, go ahead and switch.
What are you?
I'm going to take my son to Japan this year, so yeah, he's really excited about going.
How old is he?
11. Yeah, so we're talking about a trip to Tokyo. Probably spend just like 7 to 10 days. And just do mix of like touristy stuff and like cultural stuff.
Okay.
Right.
Stop. Now, how was that? How was that experience, especially versus the other one?
It was
It was
nice.
Okay, so but what was nice about it?
I could actually hear her. I felt like I was connecting with a human being, and also like I was able to contribute because we were talking about something that we could both communicate about. Yeah.
It felt good to hear what he was excited about and also to be able to share with somebody who's really listening.
Right. And so what did it feel like when the person was listening to you?
It was same as you guys. It was nice to tell my story, but then it was also like, oh my gosh, someone's actually paying attention to me. So there was like, I had to be on top of my game. I had to tell my story, But it was nice to hear his story too.
Yeah, it was like there was an actual interpersonal connection that's happening. That's not just like the information that's being shared, but it's actually like, hey, I care about what you have to say.
So that is the great thing. Not only do you get to listen to what the person's saying, hear what the person's saying, but then you also get that validation, right? When somebody's listening to you, you feel heard, you feel seen, and then also the last part of it, you get the connection, right? You actually are connecting with another person. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you.
See, this is the gift that we give when we listen with full attention. It builds a sense of trust and a sense of safety amongst the team members. And not only will you build connections and get fantastic nuggets of information to work with, but you'll also help them silence their inner critics by helping them to feel seen and heard. If your creative process has been mostly solitary, then I invite you to do two things to get you into the mode of collaboration. The first entree into collaboration is to incorporate something called parallel play. When children play together, they don't always actively interact. Instead, they passively watch what others do and then incorporate those ideas into their own play. In the video series Everything is a Remix by Kirby Ferguson, he suggests that creativity requires influence. Just like young children, we as adults are deeply influenced and motivated by those around us, even if we're not actively engaged with each other. In social psychology, this is known as the social facilitation effect. What better influence can there be than working around other smart, interesting, creative people and to become inspired and energized by what they are doing? Here's my recommendation. Partner up with one or several people to work side by side with on your respective creative projects and then peek at what they are working on to get ideas. Return the favor and allow them to do the same. The second entree into collaboration is both a practice and a mind frame, and that is to release. Specifically, to release the idea that whatever you come up with has to be completely unique and original. Recently, I led a workshop where one of the participants was like, "I don't come up with anything original," to which I responded, "Great!" Why was I so enthusiastic? Because much of the mythology around creativity has us believe that a lack of originality is the kiss of death to creativity. But it turns out that this simply is not true. You may have heard the quote, "Good artists imitate, but great artists steal." The basic elements of creativity rely on copying, transformation, and combining. In creative collaboration, the group inherently uses these actions to change an initial idea into a fully developed concept. The upshot? To be a strong collaborator, you don't have to come up with something original. Your idea is a springboard, not the final outcome. The group should start with whatever's there and then work collectively to grow and develop the ideas through each person's unique offering. So, instead of holding your ideas back because it's not the most original thing under the sun, take the pressure off of yourself and steal like an artist. Take another person's idea and use it as a basis. Then add your own flavor to it, transform it, and then recombine it with other people's ideas. You'll find that what you all end up with will actually be novel and unique. So let's go see how this works. I'm sure you've seen products come to market that seemed as if they were created for a specific group of people by a specific group of people. Particularly in the tech industry, myopic product development happens because the company had teams of people who were too similar to each other and thus couldn't see either the problem or the solution from multiple angles. Here's a simple truism. A diversity of people equals a diversity of ideas. A diversity of expertise, backgrounds, and thinking styles is a huge competitive advantage in terms of creativity and innovation. Why? Because the more differences that exist among team members, the better the group will be able to produce truly leading-edge ideas and to generate solutions that solve complex problems. To have more and better ideas, teams must have members with diversity on all levels. By the way, when I say diversity, ethnic, cultural, and gender diversity is only the starting point. It's also important to have a multiplicity of backgrounds, work experience, and industries that people have worked in. A range of personality types and ways of thinking is also important to have. There should be a mix of introverts and extroverts, as well as big picture thinkers and detail-oriented analytical thinkers. The strongest interdisciplinary teams are those whose members have complementary roles and responsibilities. When people are doing too much of a similar thing, they end up competing with each other at the same tasks. In stark contrast, having specific roles and responsibilities frees up creativity. Team members stop committing idea-side and holding their ideas back and their opinions back. Discussions will become richer, and the group will achieve a deeper synthesis of ideas. Each team member fully leans into their specialization, and thus competition is eliminated. Everyone's strengths and genius will start to fit together like puzzle pieces. This quote by Ken Blanchard sums it up nicely. None of us is as smart as all of us. Finally, having everyone involved and contributing with their unique piece will make each person feel like a valued member of the team. And the more valued people feel, the more they will contribute. It's a self-feeding cycle of collaborative goodness. Let's see how this works in the workshop. All right, so I have another exercise. This creative dose is called What You Got, What You Need. Now, I'm going to give you all a little piece of something. Now, you all have an item, a piece of pen of a greater whole. What I want you to do is I want you to take your piece, go up to a person, and say, what you got? And see if your parts fit together. Now, obviously the whole thing does fit together, but some of them fit together better than others, right? You got one part of the pen, you got another part of the pen, some of them fit, some of them don't. So if your parts fit, then you guys connect your parts, you stay together, and you go to another person and you say, what you got? Now, if your parts don't fit together, then you say, okay, thank you. And then you ask them, what do you need? And you're like, well, I think I need a thing, I need a spring, I need a whatever. And if you've talked to somebody already, probably the first time's not gonna work. But after that, if you talk to somebody, you're like, oh, Lori's got a spring. Then direct them on to the person who did this. It's probably not gonna take very long for us to put our parts together, which is gonna be great. So, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right. Remember, what you got, put your things together. If you don't have that, what you need, this person's got it. Continue on. Allez, tout le monde.
What you got?
What you got?
Do those fit together?
I don't think so.
Thank you. What do you need?
Catch you later.
I don't know. I think I need the tip of it.
I do indeed.
Thank you. You got what you need. Oh, you're getting close. All right.
Great.
It's missing.
All right, so these two.
But we can travel together.
Yeah, you travel together. Look. Oh, my word.
No? All right.
Yeah, you guys are,
Yeah, thank you. Hey, I've got this.
yeah. What we got going on here?
This is.
Yeah, it goes in the.
Maybe it goes on top of that.
Yes. It goes
And then that
And
goes
then
in,
I
and then this
have
goes in
this.
here.
Oh, but that
Stick
goes
it in there?
in.
Okay, let's put it in.
That goes
Oh
in
my
there.
goodness. Oh my gosh, are you guys in
Um,
shooting range here?
I think
Look at
so.
this. And we got it.
Houston, there's a problem.
Whoa.
I think
Oh,
that
right.
little piece has to.
Where does the spring go usually?
I think it goes on the top.
How about on the bottom? What? Okay.
And this, where does that go?
Yeah, you got it. You had it before.
Oh, I did.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. What? What? Wait, what?
And then your cap.
Dum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Okay, so can you see how each one of you had a piece that was a very important part of the pen, but you had to figure out how to work together, right? And when you connected with somebody whose piece fit yours, isn't that great? And then you can work together to find somebody else whose piece fits yours, and then you all come together as a team, and your pieces all fit together. And so that is the power of having a diverse team where everybody's got different roles and responsibilities, and then you all fit together like puzzle pieces. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you.
That was great.
Yeah.
And now we got a pen that works. Why are meetings and brainstorming sessions often so excruciating? Because most of the time, they're less about brainstorming and more about creative confidence killing. Instead of getting encouragement and support for our ideas, we hear yes, but, or that will never work. We're discouraged from making any further suggestions, and our confidence in our ability to come up with good ideas takes a hit as well. Fortunately, there's a solution: improv. An improv approach can really improve collaboration, both from the standpoint of helping us to feel more comfortable sharing our ideas and in building up our confidence. In fact, the practice of improv is one of the best stimulators of the creative process there is. If you're not familiar with improv or improvisation, it's an acting technique where the story, dialogue, characters, and action is made up on the spot. Everything is created spontaneously by the team with no written or prepared script. In meetings, you won't do sketches, although if you did, how fun would that be? But instead, you'll use an improv approach to spark a more enjoyable spirit of collaboration. Here are 5 tenets of improv to incorporate into your meetings and brainstorming sessions. Number 1, start where you are. Don't get caught up thinking that your or anyone else's ideas need to be good, perfect, or unique. Whatever ideas you and your group have to start with, use them. They'll be a foundation for you and your co-creators to build upon. Number 2, accept every offer. It takes a lot of courage to come up with and share your ideas in a group setting and to put yourself out there. To embody the spirit of improv and to support their acts of bravery, accept anything and everything that people say. Then use their ideas as a place to move forward from. Number 3, fully commit. By accepting another's suggestions and adding to them, you validate their ideas. Your enthusiasm and conviction will be infectious and will inspire the other group members to follow suit. Number 4, make your partners look good. Treat your colleagues' ideas like they're absolutely brilliant. Lean into them fully and then add your own piece to expand upon them and push them further. When the next person pluses what you've said, this person will make you and your ideas look good, and so on. This builds both momentum and goodwill. And finally, use yes and. We've been trained to shoot down ideas and to respond with no, almost without fully hearing them. However, when we're improving collaboration through improv, the response is not only yes, but the more powerful yes and, or the plussing phrases of what if or how might we do X that I spoke about in an earlier video. By using yes and, you'll push the initial idea further while maintaining the creative forward movement of the group. By employing this structure for increased creative synergy, you'll be amazed at what your group members contribute and what you'll be able to produce collectively. You'll find that not only will collaborations get better, but the circle of your group or team will indeed start to play together and create magic. Let's see just how powerful yes and truly is. So, we are going to do another exercise, and this creative dose is called no, yes but, yes and. All right, so 3 rounds we're going to do this. The first one is this. First of all, here's the premise. You are going on a picnic and you're trying to plan together with your partner the best picnic ever. So, the first round, your response to whatever the person suggests is no. And then I'll stop you and then we'll go to the next round. Okay, you ready?
Do we take turns making suggestions?
However you want to do it, yeah. Go ahead.
All right.
I would like to
So
bring
I think
an
we should,
only vegetarian
bring
meal.
a
No.
basket
I was thinking a big
full of
cheese plate with some
No.
charcuterie.
No.
I think that we should
How about
bring a basket
3 bottles
full
of wine?
eggs.
How about 2 bottles? No. How about 2 bottles
Let's
of wine?
bring
No. How about only chocolate
some
milk?
children.
No,
refined
no beverages.
milk.
No, I think we
No.
should probably
Only
bring
peanut butter and jelly
just edible
sandwiches.
flowers.
Okay, let's
No.
not.
Let's do it in
But
Santa Monica.
Let's bring
No,
like 4
we're
pairs
doing
of
it in
shoes just so
Pasadena.
we're prepared
No.
for what
No,
happens.
we're doing it in
I think
Venice.
that we should probably bring
No,
fruit leather.
we're doing
Fruit
it in
leather
my
is
car.
Great.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Let's stop
Ours
there.
got a little wild.
And this guy up.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
you guys had some great suggestions, but did you actually get to plan anything?
We did not.
You did not get to plan
No.
anything. Okay, so we're gonna try it again. You're still planning the best picnic. You still have a great person to go on a picnic with. I mean, like, all systems are pointing to goodness here. However, with this one, the response is going to be yes, but. So whatever they give you, yes, but, and then suggest something else, and then et cetera. Ready?
Great.
Do that one, and then I'll stop you, and then we'll go to the last one.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
If we have
Let's invite these guys.
mayonnaise
Yes,
unrefrigerated
but
and already
not
opened
for
in our
this
picnic
picnic
basket.
because I think we
Yes,
just met them,
but
so let's give
feed
it a
to
couple
the
of weeks.
animals there.
Also,
Yes,
I think
but
we
don't you
should
think that might make
definitely
them
bring
sick? That would ruin
all
the
the
entire
puppies
picnic.
in Los Angeles.
Yes, but somebody might
don't
have
too
an
many animals
allergy,
at the
so I
park.
think maybe no puppies. But why don't we go ahead and
why don't we,
bring all of the cats?
Bring some like
Yes,
body paint and
but
we can just
cats
kind
are
of like.
kind of boring.
Yes, but
I
let's
feel like
make
they're
it
so
edible body
independent
paint
and
so
not
that we
very
get
like
fed
playful.
too.
Okay, that sounds.
So why
Yes,
don't we just do this?
but
We'll
I
keep it
bring
all
another
chocolate
idea?
Yes, but-
milk, all
Yes,
dogs,
but,
and we're gonna make it in Silver
I'm
Lake.
actually allergic to most
Yes,
body paint.
But there's not really
Yes,
much
but
to
you
do
wouldn't
out
be allergic
there,
to this
so
one because
maybe
this one's
instead
vegan.
we could do it
Yes, but
like on
I'm
the
more of a
beach.
carnivore.
Yes, but the
Yes,
beach is
but
kind
we
of
could
far,
probably
so
get a
I'm
meat
thinking maybe
flavor.
like middle of
Yes,
LA,
but they
so
are
it's
taste-
not
such
too
a
far.
tasty
Yes,
All
but gas
right.
prices are pretty good.
Yeah. All right, let's stop there. Now, how was that one? Did you make any traction?
We got somewhere.
You got somewhere. Did you traction?
Real interesting.
Not
There was a
really.
lot of sidestepping.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so last round. You're still going on the best picnic ever. Seriously, great. The response is yes, and. So whatever the person says, yes, you're going to do that, and whatever the next thing is. I can't wait to see what these picnics are going to be like. Okay, you ready?
And do
Yeah.
we just keep building on the yes
Keep
and, yes
building,
and, yes
yes
and? Or-
and.
Okay.
You take that suggestion. That's an actual taking of a suggestion.
So our
and
basket
then
just
building.
gets bigger and
Just
bigger.
gets bigger. A bigger basket.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
Have at it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We're
I was
inviting
thinking
dogs
for our picnic,
and
maybe
cats
we could take
and
some brioche.
rabbits.
I love this.
Yes,
Yes.
and,
And let's
let's
also
get some
make
cheese
sure
to
that
go
we
with it
have
as
a
well.
all
Yes,
vegetarian
and
diet.
what about some
so it's not
salami, like a
offensive to the
spicy
animals.
one?
Yes.
Yes.
And
what
we
if we
can
get
have
a
it
really, really spicy
in Silver
one?
Lake,
Yes,
so it's by your house.
Yes, and I
Yes,
love that
and
so
we
much.
also
And,
need
and,
something
and
to
if you
drink.
want, like, I'm happy to come pick you up.
And
Oh,
something
yes.
to drink.
And you can
How
bring
about some
all
warm
your
water?
friends, and you know what?
Yes, and
Bring your
maybe
family.
some ice to go
Yes.
with it, 'cause I
We're gonna
like
have ice cream.
water.
Yes, and there's that
and we
great
can
wine shop in Pasadena,
maybe
so
just
I'll
get a
stop in
big
there and pick up
chunk
some
of
booze.
ice, like a
Why come on
big
pick you up?
square
Yes.
block.
Yes.
And that day
And
that you
we
come,
could add
wine is
some
free
ice
the whole
cream
day.
to that
Whoa.
picnic basket. now that
So
we have
it's
an
gonna be
ice.
great,
Yes,
and I have a
and
connection
we could
to
mix them
In-N-Out.
all up
We can
together.
get vegetarian
The
grilled
ice-
cheese sandwiches
cream.
the whole day.
Yes, yes,
And we
I
probably
love
need
that.
something to scoop it out of the
And I
picnic
feel like we
basket.
should also
Yes,
maybe grab
giant
some like
straws.
potato salad
Yes.
and some
and
games.
sprinkles.
Oh, yes. And I love
and,
games, so that's
cherries.
great.
Yes,
And I'm
and whipped
competitive,
cream.
so that's going to be really
Yeah.
fun.
All right, let's stop there. She's games and she's competitive. I was like, oh, we need to So how was that one? I was actually expecting somebody to go to the moon somehow, or there'd be like circus monkeys.
We have lots of animals.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
animals. I heard
Wow.
grilled cheese sandwiches,
Yeah, I'm
vegan
vegetarian.
grilled
Yeah.
cheese sandwiches, and I was like, I'm into that one.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll come to
Alright.
your picnic.
We ended up
Yes,
like with a
and.
giant basket full of milkshake.
Oh,
And
nice.
giant straws.
and a giant straw.
I love it. I love it. But then how was the experience? How did you feel when you were actually getting so the difference between
Yeah.
the feelings that you had for no and yes but,
It
right?
was like the opposite of rejection. It was like yes to everything. It was fun. We were getting into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how about for y'all?
It was really fun, but it also felt like we might need some more boundaries in order to.
You're planning the best picnic ever.
we just kept adding and got more and more like
I don't know. That's great, though. But that's the thing. That's the point, right? Like you start with this initial idea. If somebody says yes, and they build on the idea grows and it expands and everything. And then you can try to work with what you've got after that. So thank you guys so much. That was great.
Thank you.
Can you see how being open to suggestions expands ideas? Can you see how saying yes transforms the energy of the exchange? And can you see how saying yes helps to make everyone feel more confident about their choices? This is exactly what we want to promote. You probably think your ideas need to be perfect and clever and great before you share them with anyone, right? Oh, how much of a collaboration blocker this thinking is. In my course, Banish Your Inner Critic to Unleash Creativity, I speak about how when we make either a conscious or unconscious decision to hold our ideas back, that we're committing ideacide. When we do this, the whole group suffers from the lost potential of what our idea could generate. Here's what we constantly need to remind ourselves when we approach collaboration. Regardless of quality or source, every idea sparks a series of new ones. Each concept provides a starting point for branching out and exploring fresh perspectives. I'm all about relieving the mental pressure that causes us to block the flow of our ideas through tricking our brains. So here's my creative collaboration hack. Encourage stupid ideas. Why? Because breakthrough ideas often first look like stupid ideas. If you look at most of what we have in the world today, from devices to social media, remember that at some point, someone thought that idea was a stupid one. When you agree collectively to embrace and work with stupid ideas, then the whole energy of the interaction transforms. The facade of every person having to be a know-it-all authority drops, and a sense of playfulness enters the fold. Let's take this to the workshop, where instead of putting on our thinking caps, we'll put on our stupid caps. Okay, so we're going to do an exercise called Superhero and Sidekick. So that's the name of this creative dose. What I want you to do is, you've got some papers in front of you. I want you to take your piece of paper and fold it in half, like this, kind of like I used to say like a book. So fold it in half. Okay, now, this is the best part. I want you to think of a superhero that is a failed superhero. So imagine there's the superhero tryouts. They went and they tried out, and they said during the call, they were like, oh, no, don't call us. We'll call you. Thank you so much. You know, it's all right. You don't need to come back. It's good. So this is a superhero that did not make it into any of the comic universes, is not going to have its own film, is not even going to be like an add-in, an extra or anything. Like, this superhero did not make it. Now, don't think hard about this. This is a failure. You're starting with a failure. So start with something. It can be with whatever you see around that inspires you. Like, it could be like whiteboard guy, or it could be like tabletop girl. I don't care what it is. Just think of one superhero that never made it, a failed superhero. Open up on the inside, preferably on the left top. Go ahead and just write the name of your failed superhero. And when you're done, fold it back up, and then I'll tell you what to do next. She's like, I got it. I did it. Got it. Okay. Sweet. Well, one more coming. Okay, perfect. By the way, you can't fail at this at all. You cannot mess this up. You cannot do it wrong. You were doing great. So take your piece of paper. I'm going to hold on to mine because I don't want to confuse the issue. Let's move back here in the space, and then I'm going to tell you to pass your papers until I feel like saying stop. So ready? Just pass. Keep passing. Keep moving around. Move around and pass the papers. As soon as it gets in your hand, get it out. Keep passing. Pass. Pass. Oh my gosh, so much pressure. Pass the paper. Get it out of your hands. Pass. Pass. Oh my God, where did it go? Oh my goodness. And stop. Sharing is caring. Okay. Now, I'm going to put this one away because I don't want to confuse the issue again. What if we, so take it back. Let's go back to the tables.
What if you got your own?
What if you got your own? Then swap with somebody else. Perfect. Now, open it up. Take a look at what you got. Oh.
I got my own.
You got your own? Pass it to somebody else. There you go. You don't want to get your own. When you have a lot of people, there's a less of a chance of you getting your own. It's only 6 of us. So now, take a look at your superhero name. I want you to think of the sidekick, also who did not make the tryouts. Who's hoping they get the call back, but probably never will. Think of the sidekick that matches this superhero. So the natural match to the superhero. Don't overthink it. Something fun, something quick.
On the same side.
You can do it on the other side. Okay, once you got that, fold it up again. We're gonna come back, have a little more chaos. Fun chaos. Okay, you ready? So you guys know the drill. Pass it. Pass. No paper cuts. Pass. And scene. All right. Last little bit here. This is the fun part. I want you to just take like a minute. I swear to God, you're not gonna have that much time. Like with your best second grader stick figures, draw the match to your superhero.
We're just drawing the match, not the superhero.
Just draw both of them. Just draw, but seriously, do not overthink this. I do not want to see any good drawing. I want to see stick figures. If you're you can't think of what to do, throw a cape on it. Do something and throw a cape on it and call it a day. These are going to be great, you guys. I'm so proud. I'm so proud. Already, I'm proud. Smiley faces. Oh, by the way, you have 30 more seconds. I would say you have about 20 seconds at this point. You guys are doing great. Your stick figure games are strong, seriously. I would say you got about 15 seconds. Love it. All right, I'm gonna call time on you. Now, I love to hear what you got. What you got? What we got?
I have Captain No Confidence and Deckhand Joe.
No confidence. I love it. Okay, what we got?
And I got Wi-Fi guy and Router boy.
Nice.
I have the shoe thrower and slippery hands.
Excellent. I love it. What we got?
I have non-athlete and water boy.
Nice. Neither one of them made the team, right? What we got?
I have Tofu Man and Wasabi Boy.
Wasabi. Okay, couldn't resist. And what we got here?
Captain Cowbell and sidekick Little Calf.
We need more cowbell. So can you see how starting off with something that was a total failure, you're just these guys are no good. But then you pair them up, you get somebody else who's a failure, but you pair it up and then you make these great pairings, right? I love it. Non-athlete and water boy is like a match made in heaven. So this is an exercise that you can use to kind of stimulate ideas and get people out of thinking that it has to start with something perfect. Thank you, you guys.
Thank you.
So, what's your stupid idea? By this point, you can see that collaboration is critical to a company's success and needs to be considered for all projects at every stage. What better way to do this than to construct an environment, both physical and cultural, that supports and encourages creativity and collaboration? To create an environment that nourishes and supports ideas, keep these 3 things in mind: outlets, place, and pollination. So with outlets, provide spaces, both physical and digital, where people can share what's taking shape in their heads. This facilitates co-creation by giving others unformed concepts to play with, expand, and up-level. A wall where people can post ideas is a great example. The anonymous structure can remove inhibitions and allow people to both post and respond freely. Next is places. People also need the time and space to focus by themselves or in pairs before bringing their ideas to the group. There need to be nooks for me time, where people can concentrate, as well as we spaces where groups can gather and work together. And finally, there is pollination. MIT is famous for Building 20, which for several decades gained the reputation for being a magical incubator that produced countless leading-edge innovations. The secret was in the diversity of the various research departments that were housed there who constantly interacted with each other. These concepts will help your company or organization not only create the space to spark new and better ideas, but also will break down silos and help collaboration flourish. This creative dose is called Collaboration Greenhouse. Greenhouses protect young plants when they are the most vulnerable and provide the proper environment for healthy growth. Similarly, organizations and the leaders within them need to make a commitment to designing environments where people feel safe and valued and feel comfortable taking positive risks in sharing their potentially transformative ideas. Here are 2 ways to create a hospitable environment, like a greenhouse, where creative collaboration can thrive. Number 1 is whiteboard walls. Many companies now have whiteboard walls. People can write their ideas in a place where others can add right onto them. Number 2 is to design for idea collision. You can intentionally design physical space to allow for the serendipity of creativity that results from cross-pollination. Steve Jobs designed the main Pixar building so that there would be a central point where people from different parts of the company would have to cross paths. You can do the same. Be patient. Like all growing things, the elements that you put in place may take time to bear fruit, but the benefits you gain over the long haul will be well worth the effort. Now is the perfect time to build the top skills of creativity and collaboration. We've already tried to do it all ourselves. It's time to let go of our old DIY ways and start tapping into collective brilliance. It's my hope that through this course, you'll gain the confidence to start sharing your ideas, even if they aren't fully formed. I hope you'll really hone your listening skills to both be present to your listener and take in new ideas. I'd be delighted if you started using plussing to structure your feedback to support and evolve ideas. And it would be great if you leveraged the power of diversity to build teams that produce strong ideas. I also hope that you'll treat my creative dose exercises as tools for both yourself and your teams to use to spark collaboration and to create connection. It starts with you. Collaboration flourishes when there's a willingness to embrace new practices and new thinking. So, let's start co-creating to not only make better things, but also to make things better together. Thank you so much for watching this course. We had a fantastic time working together as a team to create it together for you. If you've enjoyed this course and want to see more of what we're doing here, check out my other LinkedIn learning courses, Banish Your Inner Critic to Unleash Creativity and Creativity for All, Hacking the Creative Brain. To find out more about my speaking engagements, consulting, or coaching, please visit my websites, denisejacobs.com for speaking and thecreativedose.com for consulting. While on denisejacobs.com, I encourage you to sign up on my mailing list where you can receive my somewhat sporadic but entertaining and informative newsletter. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Denise Jacobs and on Facebook at denisejacobs.com, all written out. And please do follow me on LinkedIn. Finally, if you want to chat with me and other folks who have taken the course, you can do that through the Q&A feature on this course's page. Again, thank you so much for joining me. Now, go and get your creative collaboration on.
Color is everywhere. We use it in branding, interiors, immersive spaces, architecture, and sculptures like this beautiful chromatic gate right behind me. But color is so much more than all of this. Color is a deeply rooted universal language. We're wired to communicate and connect with visuals. In fact, about 90% of the information our brain transmits is visual, and our brains process visuals 60,000 times faster than text. Color is a first step into communication. Before we even learn how to read, we begin to associate colors with shapes and objects. On a global scale, we use color on street signs to direct traffic. While we may not understand the language, we're able to recognize a stop sign by its shape and color. In the animal kingdom, we see color communication as a way to attract mates or trigger warnings. Think of the glorious peacocks to the vibrant coloring on the poison dart frogs that scream danger, or the magnificent color display of the cuttlefish. If you already can't tell, I'm obsessed with color. But to me, it's not so much of a fashion statement as it's about the feelings associated with different colors. I wear these colors because it evokes a certain emotion for me. Hola, I'm Nicte Cuevas. I'm a graphic designer and brand strategist. I'm excited to take you on a fantastic journey through my LinkedIn Learning course that will help you embrace the power of color psychology for your brand, understand emotional triggers connected to color, and gain confidence as we navigate through color trends. Ready? Let's do this! Color plays a key role in triggering a psychological and emotional response in the viewer. As a matter of fact, color is a first step in communication. Our early use of color started with cave paintings where we told stories of hunting, gathering, and life. Egyptians added symbolism behind color, where every hue held a meaning tied to the elements found in nature. They became incredible storytellers and clearly used color to support them. As civilization grew, so did our connection to color. Specific colors became a status symbol, like purple. Purple was such an expensive dye to produce that, since only the elite could afford such luxury, we started to associate purple with a feeling of royalty. Religion became deeply rooted in color through divine meanings and symbolism. And today, there's several factors that influence color trends. Most people assume that it's all about fashion, but it's not always the case. Yes, fashion can have an influence, but even now, fashion designers are seeking inspiration from travel, art, and culture. Arts and entertainment also play a role in trends. A famous artist wears a color and then the next week everyone else is trying to wear the same hue. Even social media can play a role in this. I'm sure you've seen all those great visuals of colorful rainbow brands, especially on Instagram. And while personal experiences with color can influence our perception, we can't possibly predict those for an entire brand's audience. Now, there are two areas that form a deeper value and connection to color: culture and socioeconomic issues. This is because they evoke profound emotions. Leveraging these emotions in the right way can help a brand build a lasting connection with their audience. Today, green hues hold a close connection to the environment and health, but it was once seen as a color that depicted sickness. While we should never create a brand based on trends, these trends can often shape and influence how we feel. That is why developing an understanding of color trends can be very useful. We can no longer deny the power behind color. It enhances experiences, drives emotion, connects culture, amplifies brand recognition, influences purchasing habits, and allows self-expression. Over the years, I developed a profound fascination with how colors make us feel, far beyond just making a balanced and harmonious palette. This is because we connect through emotion. Color triggers certain emotions that influence our perception of a brand, and that is why we need to consider context beyond just color harmony. Let's try a little experiment. Apple, Coca-Cola, LinkedIn, Starbucks, Target, Tiffany. As soon as I mention those brands, I can guarantee that you picture their brand colors immediately. Tied to that was how that brand made you feel, all within seconds. When done right, brand recognition through color can be a powerful ally for your company and ultimately drive sales. When Heinz introduced their Easy Squirt Blastin' Green Ketchup into the marketplace, they made $23 million in sales, the highest in their brand history. While sales did go down after a period of time and Heinz ended up removing the color from the product line, it shows us that color can in fact make a difference. In this course, I'll offer up some practical advice along with emotional triggers and associations related to Pantone's Color of the Year, among other color trends. We'll also take a look at how these can apply strategically for our marketing and branding efforts. Plus, you'll gain insight on possible cultural influences and see design examples to fuel your inspiration for years to come. You probably already know what the 2020 Pantone Color of the Year is. Just in case, let me give you a hint. It's classic blue. In the middle of our current world affairs, blue feels like the hopeful hue we need. It grounds us with trust and faith, and while many corporate brands use blue to instill trust and reliability, classic blue stands for so much more. As we start the new decade amid the social noise, we seek dependability, a sense of peace, and the boundless possibilities connected to the sea and sky. This hue encourages us to see beyond the horizon. It's inspired by the colors we see at dusk. Physiologically, our bodies will feel awake and energized by the blue light, mainly during the sunrise. And the warm hues from the sunset produce melatonin in our bodies, which help us relax and promote rest. Pantone's classic blue is a peaceful color. It's dependable. It's thought-provoking. Remember how we connect to the sky and ocean? It really makes us think beyond the horizon. It's also sustainable. And it's not just our connection to nature, but it's also a hue that is more sustainable to produce. It's holistic, and it's also universal. It's genderless, resilient, it's classic, yet contemporary, and it's approachable. Color has so much influence from the brands we buy to our cultural heritage, social trends, and even personal taste. Classic blue is sending us a message deeper than our own interest. It's encouraging us to find a common ground between our differences in hopes to create fewer bridges between ourselves. Today, there's so many variations of blues. And while we name our hues, it's important to understand that people's perception of that color may be different. Someone may consider a cobalt blue, classic blue, and navy blue to be the same color. That is why it's so important to understand the emotional triggers of classic blue as they differ from other hues. As you incorporate classic blue, context will help you drive these emotional triggers. Before we get into these, let's take a quick look at the historical connections to blue hues. Blue was once seen as a barbaric color, as it was often used in war. And I'm sure you've heard the term of feeling blue. If we take a look at this image here, and we take a deeper look at how it was set up, it leads us to think that this woman may be experiencing feelings of sadness or possibly feelings of being trapped. Blue later became associated as a spiritual color, connected to faith, devotion, and in the Middle East, it's seen as a protective color. We also started to associate darker blues with a universal sense of spirituality. One of the most common associations of blue is trust. This relationship was rooted in the Royal Navy. They were looking for a uniform color that would help them withstand the elements of the sun and the sea, so they started using navy blue. As people began to see the Royal Navy in their uniforms, people started to associate blue with a feeling of trust. Today, we see about 1/3 of the brands in the world use blue to instill trust. Now let's take a look at what these emotions associated with classic blue are. When we look at the sea and sky, we can't help to feel a sense of calm. Classic blue was inspired by the colors at dusk, and if you've experienced those gorgeous hues at that time, you definitely feel that sense of calm it inspires. Classic blue makes us feel like this photo of the mother and son. Her little one seeks the embrace and comfort of his mom, and he knows she's there for him. This hue feels dependable and stable. It essentially grounds us. Classic blue also feels elegant and authentic, and yet it's also contemporary, giving us so much versatility with how we use it. It's also inclusive, and we can see this across cultures on a global scale. Classic blue connects us to holistic health, where we seek a balance between diet, body, and mind. This hue also connects to our environmental impact, as the creation of the blue dye makes it a more sustainable process, which connects to our need for natural solutions. Now that you know the emotional triggers associated with classic blue, you can use these to create a connection with your audience. Think of how you want them to feel when they see your product or service. People are connecting to brands through emotion, and color is your powerful ally to drive that feeling. Color is the first form of communication, and we've learned how powerful it can be when we create an emotional connection to it. At times, these associations or emotions related to color can be industry specific, and what works well for one industry won't for another. However, classic blue has a versatility that allows us to have a wide range of possibilities. So let's take a look at some industries that classic blue works well with. We've got our fashion and beauty industry. Classic blue allows for a wide range of applications from accessories to makeup and clothing. The dynamics of this hue even allow us to use for an elegant, contemporary, or even bold looks. We seriously can't go wrong with classic blue in our wardrobe. In the home decor or interior design industry, we can see this beautiful hue in textiles, appliances, backsplash design, cabinets, and tiles. I mean, look at this dreamy kitchen. It's contemporary and bold. Definitely my type of space. We'll continue to see classic blue influence commercial and residential interiors, so be ready to see more of this beautiful hue come to light. This industry will continue to get more creative as new patterns inspired by classic blue emerge, and we'll see more home decor products use this hue to create a space where we seek calm and comfort, all while embracing style. Now let's take a look at some of my favorite industries, graphic design and print. We'll see classic blue in creative applications like this holiday card. As you can see, classic blue is so versatile, it allows us to use unique color combinations to capture attention. Other applications include packaging design. If you're in the food and beverage industry, you may want to consider classic blue paired with beautiful, vibrant hues as your color palette. Other industries that may benefit from classic blue are electronics, travel, spas, nonprofits, health and fitness, and sports. You may even see more immersive experiences like this one, embracing classic blue. As you can see, classic blue gives us a diverse range of views. Remember that as you use this hue, consider any particular emotions it may communicate, as not only this gives you a competitive edge, it also helps you with brand recognition. I often see brands and marketing collateral that leave out the color selection to the last phase. While they may create a harmonious palette, they leave it to just defining hex, PMS, RGB, and CMYK values. Considering that color is one of the first forms of communications we notice, how about we consider color to build these initiatives and trigger a certain emotion? Emotions hook our attention, positive or negative. After all, 80% of the brands are recognized by color alone, so it's definitely worth a try. Before we dig in, I want to share a process I use when working with my branding clients. I start by digging deep into understanding who they appeal to. I'm talking about a real human being, not just an imaginary avatar. If you want to learn more about how I define this process, check out this movie from another one of my courses on LinkedIn Learning. Once I define this, along with their positioning, brand attributes, mission, and vision, I build a stylescape inspired by this person, like what you see here. Stylescapes help us gain an overall aesthetic and brand appeal before we get into the actual design. Typically, my version of this process always starts with color and how their clients want to feel. Then I infuse that into the brand personality and use inspiration from other brands, signage, and typography. I'll typically pull images from the internet to refer as inspiration only. This can be an incredibly powerful process to use as you choose to incorporate classic blue. So let's take a look at some applications and examples. This example is from a rebrand from one of my clients. Their target market was focused on providing seminars and self-improvement workshops to the Spanish-speaking community in San Antonio. I used classic blue to elicit trust in their branding and balanced it with other hues found in the Hispanic culture to create a deeper connection. Now, let's look at a different example. Maybe you want to send a unique holiday card like this one. You can try using metallic paper and classic blue for an eye-catching result. classic blue almost always makes us think of the ocean. We think of our environment and the vast possibilities the ocean holds. Here's an illustration from a design that I did that used classic blue to raise awareness about coral bleaching. Corals turn vibrant colors as their last plea for help before they bleach out, so shifting the coral color to a classic blue supported this message I wanted to share. Classic blue is such a versatile color that it even applies to athletics. In this brand, I pulled on this hue to connect with the health, running, and the love of the outdoors. This company was focused on getting families to spend time outside and run for a cause. This paired well with other high-energy hues that supported the mission of the brand. Since classic blue is a versatile shade, we can see this hue applied in almost any of your marketing and branding efforts. We don't have to be confined to just one hue or feel limited to the colors that we can complement them with. As you saw, when done right, we can leverage classic blue in new and innovative ways, all while pulling on those strong characteristics that it offers. There are hues that hold certain meanings, and when paired with other hues, that meaning can shift. Because classic blue is a grounding shade, it can pair easily with others. This opens a world of possibilities, and I know too many options can feel overwhelming. So here's what you can try when using classic blue. You want to lead your color pairings with the emotions you want others to feel. This will create a connection with your brand and how others feel about it. The hue you use the most will create the dominant emotion, so consider if you want classic blue to be in your primary or secondary or even accent palette. If you use classic blue on printed materials, test the substrate as the color can shift from one surface to another. And it will also shift from screen to print. And if you're using this hue in your home or office space, painting an entire room and filling it with classic blue may easily become a sensory overwhelm situation. So just like your branded elements, balance is important when using color for our interiors. You also want to consider your market and demographic, and even current socioeconomic issues, as these can drive a connection. Since blue is a gender-neutral color, it lends itself to communicate a sense of inclusion. Classic blue can help brands foster dependability, trust, and possibilities, all while being inclusive and expressive. Aside from Pantone's Color of the Year, we have other leaders in different industries that share their own color trend. Pantone's focus is aligned with fashion, textiles, and print. And we also have other leaders paving the way with color trends in the home decor industry. Burr announced their 2020 color to be Back to Nature. This brings us close to nature, and it takes the outside inside our homes with this soothing olive hue. To contrast, we have Benjamin Moore, which named their color to be First Light. This hue pairs well with others and is a great alternate to white paint. Then we have Sherwin-Williams, which totally felt aligned with Pantone's color. They named their color Navel, and this hue leads the way in this new decade to be confident yet grounding. And now for a twist. Shutterstock found their color trends based on data from billions of image searches people did. They came to 3 popular hex colors: plastic pink, UFO green, and proton purple. And you're likely to continue to see these bold shades in 2020. When we look at the overall color trend picture, we need to remember that trends serve as inspiration. When we have an understanding of how a color can make us feel, we can leverage that emotion to create an experience for our homes, products, and what we wear. Over the years, I've read a lot of books on color, and there's so many to mention I could just put it in an entire course. So under the resources, I've included a list of my favorite books. Now, every year, I also put out a new color trends guidebook inspired by the current Pantone Color of the Year. I go behind the trend and provide the emotional triggers associated with the color, along with color palettes and design examples tailored to different industries. You'll also see more inspiration on my blog at nictecreativedesign.com. And of course, we can't forget about Pantone, as they provide materials and resources where color possibilities are just a swatch away. Thanks for watching this course. Don't forget to check out my other courses by viewing my author page on LinkedIn Learning. See you in my next course.